To his astonishment, the one emitting a childlike voice from within the cauldron was none other than Han Li, who had encountered the celestial maiden of Tianlan during their battle. This creature, originally a beast that acted solely on instinct, had, after more than a century trapped within the Su Tian Ding, unexpectedly awakened its intelligence and even regained a significant portion of its memories from the spirit realm. However, being confined within this spiritual treasure, the beast found itself with no means of escape and could only remain there submissively. Upon advancing to the late Yuan Ying stage within the Su Tian Hall, Han Li promptly re-refined the two transcendent spiritual treasures. After completing the second layer of the Su Tian Ding's Tong Bao Ju, he finally managed to open the cauldron. At that moment, the celestial beast of Tianlan, residing within, suddenly executed a spirit realm evasion technique, slipping out from the cauldron right before Han Li's eyes and vanishing over 100 zhang away in the blink of an eye. Such rapidity of escape, if it continued for just a few moments more, would render even Han Li unable to pursue. Yet, unexpectedly, an astonishing event unfolded. For reasons unknown, as soon as the beast's escape light traveled 2 to 300 zhang from the Su Tian Ding, both the small cauldron and the beast simultaneously flashed with azure light. In an instant, the celestial beast inexplicably vanished from its position and bizarrely reappeared within the Su Tian Ding, seemingly unable to leave the treasure. Han Li, witnessing this, was filled with a mix of joy and surprise. He realized that due to the prolonged confinement within the cauldron, the beast's aura had been assimilated by the Su Tian Ding, rendering it akin to the existence of a long-ago silver moon. However, it was neither formless nor a spirit of the cauldron. Aside from its inability to stray far from the Ding, it retained autonomy over all else, remaining beyond Han Li's control. Without hesitation, Han Li reimposed restrictions upon the beast, confining it once more within the small cauldron. He intended to ponder carefully how to deal with this celestial beast of Tianlan at a later time. However, as he examined the golden talisman in his hand, the celestial beast unexpectedly spoke up, identifying the silver script as a unique rune of the spirit realm. This revelation took Han Li by surprise. Huashen, why would I wish to advance to Huashen? I have no intention of breaking through to that realm during my time in your human world, which spans several millennia, echoed the childlike laughter from within the Ding. To not wish to break through a realm? Is there truly such a thing in this world? Do you take me for a mere 3-year-old child? Han Li was momentarily taken aback, filled with skepticism. You little rascal, it appears that without some revelations, you would remain unconvinced. Allow me to divulge a bit about my situation. I do possess a modest reputation among the demon tribes of the spirit realm, and my cultivation has reached a level that would be difficult for you to fathom. However, I have expended considerable effort to project a fragment of my consciousness into the human realm. Do you think I am merely idling away my time as a guardian beast for insignificant humans? Among the demon tribes in the spirit realm, I command legions. The inconsequential humans of Tianlan Prairie mean nothing to me. The celestial beast expressed its disdain for the humans without reservation. Han Li furrowed his brow, but remained silent. The childlike voice continued to resonate calmly. The reason I descended with a fragment of my soul is solely to prepare for a great calamity that will occur in 10,000 years. If my true body were to face such a calamity in the spirit realm, my soul would be shattered. With this fragment of consciousness here, I at least have a slim chance of survival, preventing my complete obliteration from existence. Until then, there is no need for this incarnation to cultivate too rapidly. Otherwise, should my cultivation advance to Huashen, the calamity would inevitably affect my concealed self within this realm. Such a method of preserving one's life is indeed intriguing. Do those powerful beings of the spirit realm all employ such tactics to safeguard their existence? Han Li was taken aback, though somewhat skeptical. Humph, do you think descending with a fragment of consciousness is a trivial matter? Not only must one's cultivation reach a certain level, but one must also master a few rare techniques that allow a fragment to leave the realm unscathed, and it requires the sacrifice of a boundary stone, which is exceedingly rare even in the spirit realm, to overcome the barrier between realms. Moreover, this act of descending with a fragment of consciousness is fraught with peril. There is no guarantee of success, even once in 10 attempts. Should I fail, my fragment would be lost to the tempest of the realms. Each failure necessitates 1,000 years of seclusion to restore that fragment. In fact, over the course of several millennia, I have attempted this 7 or 8 times before finally achieving success, this time by sheer luck. It is comparatively easier to transmit certain divine abilities and powers directly across the boundary, the celestial beast remarked coldly. Even so, what is your intent in sharing this with me? Han Li inquired, his gaze flickering. Quite simple. I merely wish to convey that you and I have no conflict of interest. The reason I was captured into this spiritual treasure was that at that time, my intelligence had not yet awakened, and I was merely being utilized by those insignificant humans. Furthermore, my cultivation will not rapidly advance to Huashen, so you need not worry about any potential repercussions, the beast chuckled. If that is the case, wouldn't it be more prudent for me to eliminate you right now, ensuring a clean resolution? Han Li's features tightened, a hint of murderous intent surfacing on his visage. The cauldron fell silent, but after a moment, the childlike voice calmly responded, "Currently, my cultivation is far inferior to yours, so you could indeed act thusly. However, I am still a fragment of the consciousness of a high-ranking demon cultivator from the spirit realm, and the esoteric techniques I command surpass your imagination. Do not underestimate the possibility of me unleashing some desperate technique to severely injure you before my demise. Even if you were to escape unharmed, I possess means to leave a mark within your primordial spirit before I perish. Should you not intend to ascend to the spirit realm and instead choose to languish in the human world, then so be it. However, if you ever reach the spirit realm, even if you were to seize another's body and be reborn, my true body would find a way to track you down gradually. When the time comes." The celestial beast's words trailed off, leaving a clear implication of threat in the air. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. With his current cultivation and understanding, he was acutely aware that while the beast's claims may waver between truth and falsehood, a substantial portion was likely genuine. This fact rendered the creature somewhat troublesome to handle. He certainly did not wish to create a formidable enemy in the spirit realm after his ascension. From the beast's tone, it was evident that its true body possessed a cultivation level that could easily crush him without exerting much effort. As for the beast's mention of desperate techniques that could potentially drag him down with it, Han Li was not particularly concerned. Given that the beast could not leave the Su Tian Ding, as long as he was adequately prepared, he had little fear of any backlash causing him harm. Han Li's escape light progressed steadily, yet he wore a frown, remaining silent for quite some time. Meanwhile, the celestial beast within the Su Tian Ding also quieted down, seemingly granting Han Li the opportunity to ponder. "How about this Kuanpeng spiritual feather you mentioned? What is its unique significance?" Han Li suddenly changed the subject and spoke again. "The Yutian Kunpeng and the Luo Ho beast are both ancient beings born from the chaos at the dawn of the world, belonging to the category of celestial demon spirits. In a sense, to call them divine beings would not be inaccurate. The value of anything that falls from such beings is immense, and you should contemplate that deeply. However, in the spirit realm, even I, in my true form, would avoid these demon spirits at all costs, never daring to provoke them. Yet, the Kuanpeng and Luo Ho are natural enemies. This time, it likely wandered through several realms and fortuitously discovered the Luo Ho hiding within your human realm, attempting to strike it down from beyond the boundary. Logically, the two types of demon spirits should have similar abilities, but the Luo Ho, being situated in the human realm, is not restricted by the boundary's power. Hence, in their confrontation, the Kuanpeng suffered a minor setback, allowing you to reap a significant benefit. The Yutian Kuanpeng is inherently a wind attribute demon spirit upon its birth. It can intuitively comprehend the natural laws associated with wind. Although this feather is somewhat damaged, it remains the finest material for crafting wind attribute spiritual treasures. Moreover, once successfully refined, its efficacy would far exceed that of ordinary spiritual treasures. I recall that someone once used a scale from a Lihua Qilin to forge a fire dragon shield spiritual treasure, which possessed such great power that it ranked among the top 100 of all spiritual treasures. The celestial beast explained nonchalantly. Among the top 100? Han Li was taken aback by this revelation. Do not underestimate this top 100. I know you possess a spiritual treasure called the 8th Spirit Ruler in addition to several other defensive artifacts. However, I must inform you that while both the 8th Spirit Ruler and the 7 Flame Fan are rare treasures in the spirit realm, They are relatively low tier among many spiritual treasures. Only those treasures that secure a place on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list are considered true transcendent treasures. All others are merely referred to as spiritual treasures. Yet, to make it onto the 10,000 Spirits list, a treasure must at least rank among the top 100 in terms of power, the celestial beast briefly clarified. The Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. Never mind, I have no interest in that matter right now, let it be. However, from your tone, it seems that the exceedingly rare, transcendent treasures in the human realm are quite plentiful in your spirit realm. I recall that in ancient times, the human realm's ancient cultivators did not manage to forge many such items. Are you suggesting that your proposed transaction with me relates to this Kuanping feather? Hanli stroked his chin, his expression becoming serious. Your wind thunder wings can indeed perform thunder escape techniques, but they're not fully refined, are they? It seems they still contain some wind attribute spiritual power. The celestial beast did not directly answer Hanli's question, but instead inquired about the wind thunder wings. Taken aback, Hanli could only stare in astonishment. What do you mean by that? However, the wind thunder wings, as the name suggests, were initially crafted with the intention of harnessing the powers of both wind and thunder simultaneously. Unfortunately, I can only utilize the exorcising divine thunder within me, which restricts me to employing the thunder escape technique. As for whether it has been fully refined into its ultimate form, I must admit, I am not entirely certain. Hanli replied candidly, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. I can share with you a method to utilize the feathers of the Cool Pong to reforge the wind thunder wings into a spiritual treasure. The divine feathers inherently embody certain celestial laws related to the wind, allowing you to wield them without possessing wind-attributed spiritual power. Although, due to limitations in cultivation and auxiliary materials, it may not be feasible to forge a true transcendent spiritual treasure at once. Creating lower-tier, ordinary spiritual treasures by harnessing the power of these divine feathers is certainly within reach, the Tianlong beast proclaimed with a light chuckle, exuding an air of pride. Chapter 1162. The Golden Palace and the Jade Book. What do you wish to exchange? Surely you do not intend to impart the methods of alchemy to me without recompense? Hanli did not exhibit any signs of overwhelming joy. Did I require you to devise a means to dispel the assimilation imposed upon me by the Void Heaven Cauldron? Furthermore, before you enter a state of transcendence or ascend to a higher realm, I ask that you provide me with temporary protection for a period of time, although I have attained the 8th level of cultivation due to my confinement within the Void Heaven Cauldron. I have yet to endure the transformation thunder tribulation that I fear that I will need to rely on your strength to safely navigate this tribulation, as attempting it alone could prove perilous. The Tianlong beast, unreserved, produced several items in one breath that I asked at all. Hanli's expression remained unchanged. If I were to propose further conditions, my friend, you might indeed harbor malicious intent, wouldn't you? The Tianlong beast chuckled softly. Very well, if it is merely these words, I am not averse to acquiescing. However, the matter of releasing you from the constraints of the Void Heaven Cauldron must wait until I am on the verge of transcendence or prepared to ascend. You have no objections to this, I trust? Hanli pondered the pros and cons briefly before resolutely agreeing to no problem. Your decision is undoubtedly a wise one that we need not be adversaries in life or death. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can first impart this silver frog script to you. The Tianlong beast felt a wave of relief and burst into hearty laughter. This is indeed splendid. Hanli glanced at the golden talisman in his hand and accepted it without hesitation. However, after a moment's thought, he abruptly raised his hand to pat his waist, and a cyan pouch materialized in his grip. It was the storage pouch of the Golden Flower ancestor. Hanli scanned its contents with his consciousness, and all the items within instantly imprinted upon his mind. Moments later, he gave the pouch a shake, and a surge of azure light erupted from its opening, releasing several jade tablets of various hues. Hanli meticulously examined the techniques and secret arts inscribed on each tablet, momentarily forgetting the Tianlong beast within the cauldron. Yet, the beast, possessing a keen sense of timing, refrained from interrupting Hanli. After a brief period, Hanli raised his brows, withdrawing his consciousness from the last jade tablet, his face reflecting confusion. He found not a single item related to the golden talisman in his possession among these tablets. Could it be that this talisman was not crafted by this individual but rather an accidental find? Han Li could not help but ponder this. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if he had recalled something. He lowered his head sharply, his consciousness once again diving into the storage pouch, swiftly locking onto an item. The pouch glimmered with azure light, and another object was expelled that it was a half-foot-long yellow wooden box. Its surface adorned with a restrictive talisman. Han Li showed no hesitation. He raised his hand, tore off the talisman, and then tapped the lid of the box. The wooden box slowly opened, revealing an object within. It was a fist-sized milky white jade tablet, upon which silver runes flickered in and out of visibility, resembling the silver frog script. These runes were exceedingly fine, yet upon scanning with his consciousness, they became strikingly clear. However, the tablet appeared incomplete, as if it were a fragment. Han Li was taken aback. Before he could scrutinize the tablet closely, the silver runes on its surface suddenly blazed with brilliance, leaping forth in a dazzling silver beam. Han Li was startled, yet recalling the restrictive talisman affixed to the wooden box, he felt a twinge of caution. Thus, as the silver radiance shot forth approximately 10 feet, he seized it with lightning speed. His 5 fingers simultaneously emitted a brilliant azure glow. The surrounding space instantly resonated with a profound hum, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. The silver light trembled, its escape momentarily halted, revealing the jade tablet in its true form once more. Han Li's expression darkened as he clasped his fingers together. The silver light was irresistibly drawn back, unable to resist the immense force. Ultimately captured within his grasp, motionless and subdued, the Golden Palace Jade Book. Impossible. How could this artifact have fallen into this realm? The Tianlan beast, sensing the earlier spectacle, exclaimed in alarm, its voice quivering slightly. What? Do you recognize this item? Tianlan Daoist? Han Li's heart tightened. The fact that this spirit realm demon cultivator displayed such a loss of composure suggests that this jade tablet is indeed of significant origin. Impossible. This object cannot possibly exist in the human realm. With its spiritual essence, why would it linger in such a spiritually barren world? I understand now. This page of the Jade Book is merely a fragment, its spiritual essence nearly extinguished, utterly incapable of returning to the spirit realm. Yet, who could possess the divine power to tear the Jade Book apart, leaving it as a fragment? The Tianlan beast seemed oblivious to Han Li's inquiry, muttering to itself incessantly. The mere appearance of this jade tablet in the human realm had utterly astonished it. Leaving it somewhat beside itself, Han Li furrowed his brow, compelled to clear his throat twice. That I have been somewhat uncomposed. This object has truly taken me by surprise. The Tianlan beast finally regained some measure of composure and offered a brief explanation. Your astonishment, Daoist Lan, indicates this item indeed possesses a remarkable lineage. From what you have said, it appears to have originated from the spirit realm. Han Li grasped the jade tablet firmly in his hand, slowly waving it before the void celestial cauldron, inquiring with curiosity. Remarkable lineage, indeed. Should I reveal its origins, you would be equally astonished. This object did not come from the spirit realm. Rather, it is a genuine artifact flowing down from the true immortal realm. A veritable treasure of the celestial beings. Suddenly, the surface of the void celestial cauldron glimmered with azure light, and a glowing azure sphere emerged. This sphere coalesced and transformed into a chubby young boy, about a foot tall, appearing to be only 3 or 4 years of age. However, at this moment, the boy's expression was somber, intently fixated on the jade tablet in Han Li's hand, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of envy and regret. Upon hearing that the jade tablet was indeed an artifact of the celestial beings, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, upon witnessing the boy's emergence, he was startled once more but quickly relaxed. This was merely the Tianlan beast utilizing a modicum of spiritual energy from the cauldron to manifest a humanoid form outside. Its true essence could not leave the void celestial cauldron until it was personally liberated. His attention then became wholly absorbed in the so-called Golden Palace Jade Book. An artifact of the celestial beings. Did I hear correctly? Han Li glanced at the jade tablet in his hand, feeling a blend of skepticism and intrigue. In comparison to the true immortal realm, the boundary power between our spirit realm and your human realm is considerably less formidable. It is not unusual for artifacts of the celestial beings to occasionally drift into our spirit realm. However, the renown of these Golden Palace Jade Books is so immense that it has rendered me somewhat uncomposed. The Tianlan beast sighed softly. If you are willing, Daoist Tianlan, could you enlighten Han about this object? Han Li pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Why not? This object enjoys tremendous renown among the human race of the spiritual realm. to the extent that it is almost universally acknowledged, hardly a secret at all. To discuss this tome, one must first mention the celestial beings of the true immortal realm. Although our spiritual realm occasionally possesses various artifacts from these immortal beings that have, for myriad reasons, found their way into our human world, truly valuable treasures are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, since the records of our spiritual realm began, it is perplexing that no celestial being has ever descended upon our domain. The reason for the word almost is that, long ago, the remains of an immortal were discovered within the spiritual realm. The Golden Canopy Jade Tome was found amidst these remains. It is said to have originally comprised 108 pages, each detailing a unique secret technique of the immortals. Among these, the inner 36 pages contain the most crucial teachings on breathing techniques and cultivation methods, including various mantras and transcendent powers. Conversely, the outer 72 pages encompass a vast array of subjects, including talismans, formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. A young boy spoke with an air of envy at this juncture, pausing momentarily before continuing. The inner 36 pages are of utmost importance, although the outer 72 pages appear to be the most diverse. The practical applications therein are rather limited. This is because the materials required for alchemy, talisman crafting, and formation arrangement are predominantly unfamiliar, serving merely as references for further study. Thus, aside from a handful of pages, the majority of the outer 72 pages are largely ornamental and lacking in substance. In a fierce competition that once swept across the entire spiritual realm, the primary contention revolved around the inner 36 pages of the Jade Tome. However, after countless years of circulation, only 7 or 8 pages are currently known to exist. Yet nearly every cultivator who has acquired the Jade Tome and achieved success has become a significant figure among the human race. Even if they cannot stand alongside the three sovereigns, they can still protect a region and dominate a territory. What is even more enticing is that, over the past 100,000 years, those who have attained the Tao and ultimately ascended to the immortal realm are said to have practiced the techniques found within this Jade Tome. Regardless of the truth of this matter, it is sufficient to drive the cultivators of your human race into a frenzy. Human cultivators, pray, have all these pages of the Jade Tome fallen into our hands? Han Li initially listened in astonishment, but soon detected an inconsistency. His curiosity piqued. At the outset, our demon race also participated in the contest for the 36 pages of the Golden Canopy Jade Tome. However, it was soon discovered by those elder demon cultivators who succeeded that the techniques inscribed within the tome were solely suited for human practitioners. Whenever our demon cultivators attempted to wield the powers contained therein, they either met with no effect or suffered severe losses in their cultivation, with some even perishing outright. After a series of attempts, our demon race entirely relinquished our pursuit of the Jade Tome. Though these pages are exceedingly precious, they hold no utility for us. Yet, it is worth noting that the remains of that immortal were, indeed, of human origin. It is not altogether surprising that the techniques inscribed in the Golden Canopy Jade Tome were specifically devised for your kind. The boy lamented. I see. However, if no celestial beings have ever descended upon the spiritual realm, how did your spiritual realm cultivators ascertain that those remains belonged to an immortal? Perhaps they were the relics of some extraordinary practitioner? Han Li stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. The old man is rather unclear about this matter. It transpired a long time ago, at a time when I had yet to attain enlightenment and awaken my spiritual intelligence. How could I possibly know of events from that era? However, back then, numerous formidable predecessors from both the celestial and demonic lineages were convinced that it was indeed the remains of an immortal, and they were unlikely to be mistaken. Upon hearing this inquiry, the young lad was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow before responding hesitantly. Chapter 1163, Returning to the Old Grounds. The object in my hand is the 36th page of the inner manuscript. Han Li caressed the jade tablet with his other hand, observing the silver runes flickering to life upon its surface, and could no longer restrain his curiosity. The outer page was inscribed with silver script, while the inner page employed the more obscure golden seal script. The young lad did not answer the question directly. Instead, he remarked with a half-smile, "The silver script you possess is indeed an outer page, and merely a fragment at that." Upon hearing this, Han Li did not display much disappointment, appearing rather indifferent. Even if this golden manuscript were as extraordinary as claimed, it was still far beyond the reach of a mortal cultivator like himself, who was uncertain whether he could even advance to the stage of transformation. For him, there was little distinction between the inner and outer pages. He certainly would not begin to contemplate matters of cultivation in the spirit realm at this juncture. The young lad's gaze swept over Han Li's face, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. The slight smile graced his lips as he said, "In truth, given your current level, acquiring the outer page of the Jade manuscript is quite commendable. If it were truly an inner page, without the cultivation of the void refinement stage, the endeavor would be utterly futile. After all, the secret arts of the immortals fundamentally involve the true path of harnessing the essence of heaven and earth. Only upon reaching the intermediate realm of the three great stages can one genuinely manipulate the cosmic energies. Even transformation stage cultivators merely scratch the surface of this profound knowledge. Attempting to cultivate it could lead to significant setbacks. In contrast, the outer page of the Jade manuscript does not delve into martial techniques. And should you manage to comprehend even a fraction of its contents and apply it, you could still derive immense benefits. However, it remains uncertain what information is contained within this fragment, and whether it can still be understood. Perhaps it pertains mostly to the art of talisman crafting. Han Li conjectured as he glanced at the golden talisman in his other hand. That is not necessarily the case. This silver script is beyond the comprehension of mortal cultivators. It is likely that the venerable ancestor of the golden flower stumbled upon the Jade manuscript by chance and discovered the intricacies of this script through haphazard use. After all, even a mere imitation of an immortal's item can possess some remarkable abilities. The young lad retorted, shaking his head. If that is so, then I must indeed take the time to study it thoroughly. Perhaps Daoist Tianlan could impart the silver script to me now? Han Li suggested, blinking his eyes suddenly. That is certainly feasible. However, I have one condition. Once you have comprehended the Jade manuscript, I wish to borrow it for my own use as well. After all, the outer page of the Jade manuscript holds potential benefits for our demonic kin as well. The young lad asserted without hesitation, presenting his terms. Agreed. Nonetheless, you are, after all, a cultivator of the spirit realm, and your experience and insights far surpass my own. Should I fail to gain anything of value from it, I expect you to provide me with a copy of your insights. Han Li replied leisurely. That is certainly acceptable. However, the Silver Frog script and the Golden Seal script, also known as the True Spirit script, are said to be celestial runes passed down from the realm of true immortals. Each character possesses incredible utility, and inscribing them upon ordinary jade slips would undoubtedly lead to their shattering and destruction. Furthermore, they cannot be imparted through mental communion. Thus, I must employ the most rudimentary method, teaching each character one by one. This will require a considerable investment of time. The young disciple readily agreed, offering a few explanations in return. Spending some time is inconsequential. It will take at least 2 months to reach Cultivation Island, so you may impart this knowledge to me at a leisurely pace. Upon finishing his statement, Han Li flipped his hand and returned the jade tablet to its wooden box, sealing it with talismans before storing it in his storage pouch. He then gazed at the young disciple atop the cauldron, a smile gracing his lips as he fell silent. The disciple, witnessing the situation, let out a faint, wry smile. Since that is the case, let us commence now. The initial emergence of the Silver Frog script was marked by its inscriptions on certain celestial artifacts from the realm of true immortals that had been lost to our spirit realm. Subsequently, through the tireless efforts of our realm's formidable beings, it was meticulously organized and annotated over countless endeavors. Its original meaning may differ somewhat from the true interpretations by the celestial beings, but I believe it will not stray too far. I will begin with the most commonly used symbols in talisman crafting, starting with the more than 100 fundamental runes. The young disciple's voice, laden with wisdom, resonated softly amid the escaping light as he indeed began to impart the spiritual script to Han Li. Naturally, Han Li would not allow such a rare opportunity to slip away. Attentively listening to the disciple's explanations and unreservedly inquiring whenever he encountered any uncertainties, the young disciple, embodying the form of the Tianlan beast, exhibited no impatience, responding to each query without fail. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed. When Han Li had grasped the intricacies of the Silver Frog script from the Tianlan beast, he finally arrived at the maritime vicinity of Cultivation Island, and on one particular day, after absorbing the disciple's explanations, Han Li was quietly contemplating in the escaping light when a small black suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea ahead. As he squinted into the distance, a stirring sensation ignited within him, causing his escaping light to accelerate by a third, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon it. It turned out to be a diminutive island, measuring merely 60 or 70 miles across. Compared to the numerous islands Han Li had previously encountered, it was indeed minuscule. Yet, This tiny isle exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy and housed a slender spiritual vein, albeit of exceedingly poor quality. Suspended several hundred feet above the island, Han Li gazed down at a mountain range on the isle, his expression remaining inscrutable, though a flicker of sentiment briefly crossed his eyes. This small island was none other than the Little Huan Island, where he had once resided. When he departed from this island years ago, he had not yet achieved the Golden Core stage, yet now, as he passed by again, he had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The vicissitudes of life were truly unfathomable. When he left the island, although his resolve towards the path was steadfast, he could never have imagined that one day he would become a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li lingered in the air for about the time it takes to consume a meal, ultimately allowing the unusual light in his eyes to gradually recede, with a surge of azure light enveloping him. He transformed into a streak of blue radiance and sped forth. Having arrived at Little Huan Island, he was now but a short distance from Cultivation Island. Indeed, after a brief half-day, Han Li beheld the enormous silhouette of Cultivation Island in the distance. However, this time, Han Li did not meander through the port. Instead, he casually sought out a desolate and uninhabited location, with a shimmering aura enveloping his entire being. He propelled himself directly towards a layer of hazy prohibitions that safeguarded the entire island. Following a resounding explosion, the nearby barrier trembled violently. Yet Han Li, drawing upon his formidable cultivation, managed to force his way into the shimmering barrier solely with the protective light surrounding him. He then leisurely maneuvered his escape light away. After Han Li had flown for the duration of a meal, several beams of varied colors suddenly shot forth from another direction on the island, arriving in a flustered manner upon reaching the location where Han Li had entered. The light coalesced, revealing several Foundation establishment cultivators. These practitioners, having restored the barrier to its original state, glanced around cautiously before dispersing in search of any trace, but found nothing. Eventually, they gathered together in hushed whispers, exchanging their suspicions before retreating in haste. At this moment, Han Li had already descended upon a mountaintop 1,000 miles away, where he raised his hand, and a disk emanating a milky white glow appeared in his grasp. With a deep breath, he exhaled a stream of azure spiritual energy onto the formation disk, intoning incantations as he did so. Instantly, the disk pulsed with intertwining azure and white lights, becoming dazzlingly radiant. Swiftly, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the surface of the disk. The brilliance immediately coalesced, transforming it into a surface as clear as water, resembling a mirror. Yet, upon this mirror's surface, a red point of light flickered intermittently. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li nodded in satisfaction, then cradled the formation disk in one hand and ascended into the air. After determining his direction amidst the clouds, he shot forth toward the horizon. Moments later, Han Li found himself hovering above a secluded estate on the island, gazing down with incredulity at a tranquil manor. Isn't this the Gu family estate from years past? How did Wen Siue's family come to reside here? Han Li murmured, seemingly taken aback and puzzled. His brazen hovering above the estate for such an extended period naturally incited a commotion among the mortals below. Shortly thereafter, two beams of light suddenly shot forth from several houses, swiftly arriving before Han Li, whereupon the brilliance receded to reveal an elderly man and a middle-aged individual. Both of Foundation establishment cultivation. Is you two? Han Li scrutinized the pair, his brow furrowing. Upon recognizing Han Li's visage, the two men were visibly startled, hastily prostrating themselves in reverence. We pay our respects to Senior Han. We were unaware of your esteemed presence here. We beseech your forgiveness. These two were, in fact, the four disciples of Wen Siyue and her husband. Having long been aware of Han Li's status as a grand cultivator, they were now filled with trepidation, fearing to exhibit even a hint of negligence. How is it that you dwell here? Where is your master? Han Li inquired, his expression impassive. This is the residence of a named disciple I have taken in. Thus, I took the liberty to bring my master and others here to reside. My master and mistress found this place somewhat noisy, so they moved to a temporary cave dwelling on a small mountain beside the estate with the junior sister. The elderly man responded with utmost respect. You have taken in a named disciple. Is he the legitimate son of the Gu family? Han Li asked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Indeed, Senior is aware of the Gu family. The elderly man's heart was greatly unsettled. The patriarch of the Gu family from years past had indeed shared some fateful connections with me, but that was over 200 years ago. Han Li spoke slowly. What? Such a matter exists. The old man was suddenly taken aback, left speechless. Since I am revisiting this place, It seems that I truly have some ties with the Gu family. I shall first meet with your master. Afterward, you must bring that named disciple of the Gu family to see me, Han Li commanded with an air of authority. Yes, the younger generation will certainly obey. The old man, both startled and elated, responded repeatedly. Although he was unaware of the past relationship between Han Li and the Gu family, it seemed to him that it was not unfavorable. Han Li nodded, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he soon detected the presence of Wen Siyue and her husband nearby, prompting him to shoot forth like a streak of azure light. In an instant, Han Li landed on a platform at the foot of a small mountain. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of azure mist surged forth. With a sound akin to a burst, the azure mist struck the stone wall, erupting in a cascade of radiant light. Suddenly, the stone wall shimmered as if it were an illusion, revealing a gigantic stone door towering several meters high. The door glimmered with white spiritual light, clearly imbued with protective seals. After surveying it for a moment, Han Li raised his hand and released a flickering firelight that vanished into the stone door without a trace. Moments later, a melodious voice of a woman echoed from within the stone door, filled with surprise and delight. So it is Senior Han, who has arrived. Please wait a moment. My husband and I will come out to greet you shortly. As her words fell, the white light on the stone door flickered wildly before returning to an ordinary state. Then, with a thunderous rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing two women and a man stepping forth. It was indeed Wen Siyue and her husband, along with a young girl named Tianqiner. Upon catching sight of the girl's face, Han Li's heart stirred slightly. The girl, once gaunt and sallow, had now transformed into a remarkably beautiful young woman, her features bearing a hint of her mother's charm. It appeared that after ridding herself of the toxins, she had undergone considerable recuperation. This must be her true appearance. Greetings, Senior Han. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Siyue failed to come out to welcome you, and I hope you can forgive her. As when Siyue, who was more familiar with Han Li, stepped forward with a graceful bow, her face radiated with a captivating smile. My journey has been quite smooth, without any significant obstacles. Hence, I arrived earlier than planned. Han Li waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for excessive formality. However, my husband and I were eagerly anticipating your arrival. Please, let us take you to our cave dwelling. Wen Siyue smiled charmingly and then gracefully gestured to the side. Very well. I, too, wish to assess how well this girl has comprehended the formation book I provided her. If she truly meets my expectations, I shall take her under my wing. Han Li nodded, speaking with an unruffled demeanor, and cast another glance at the girl. Tianqiner, feeling the weight of Han Li's gaze, blushed and quickly lowered her head. Meanwhile, Wen Siyue and the middle-aged man named Tian were overjoyed at his words and hurriedly ushered Han Li into their cave dwelling. Han Li had been inside for a full day and night. During this time, the 4 foundation-building disciples of the Wen Siyue couple also came to the cave to pay their respects to Han Li and his companions. Among them was an elderly man who brought along a youth of around 7 or 8 years old. They too entered the cave, yet did not emerge immediately. After another day had passed, a beam of azure light shot forth from the small mountain, and within the shimmering light, 2 figures, a man and a woman, could be faintly discerned. After a few brief flashes, the azure light vanished without a trace. A month later, in the interior of a continent countless miles away from the chaotic sea of stars, within the territory of the Tian-Nanyu Kingdom, several black-robed cultivators were flying at low altitude through a vast canyon in a desolate expanse. Although their movements were graceful, their speed was exceedingly slow, indicating that they were low-tier cultivators of limited cultivation. After flying for a while, these black-robed cultivators suddenly veered towards the canyon wall, disappearing into an exceptionally concealed cave. After walking a short distance of over 10 zhang inside, a stone door shimmering with restrictive spiritual light appeared before them. A fierce-looking black-robed man, evidently the leader, stepped forward to the stone door, forming hand seals with both hands while reciting incantations. After a considerable time, he raised a hand, casting a spell that swiftly entered the stone door, stirring up several flickers of spiritual light. The stone door gently trembled and then slowly began to rise. Which junior brother has arrived? Before they could step inside, a languid voice drifted out, followed by a swirl of black mist shooting from the cave, which quickly materialized into the form of a pale-faced elder doe. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be junior brother Meng. Is it possible that the disciple on duty this time is you? Initially, the elder's expression was grim, but upon seeing the man, He was momentarily taken aback before quickly adopting a smile. This was understandable, as the man possessed mid-foundation cultivation while the elder was merely at the initial stage. Thus he did not dare to show any disrespect. Indeed, Senior Brother Fan, I have been sent to take over the watch of this spiritual mine that is the entrance to the mine located within. The man spoke plainly, showing no pretense. Haha, Junior Brother Meng, you truly are impatient. The entrance to the spiritual mine is indeed inside. However, did you bring only these few people? It seems rather insufficient, the elder remarked, eyeing the scant number of individuals behind the man, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Currently, our Guiling sect is not as it once was. Most disciples are engaged in guarding against the Yuling sect and the Mo Yin sect. These few I managed to procure from the affairs hall with great difficulty. Fortunately, this place is within our sect's territory, merely overseeing some mortals, so they are sufficient. The man snorted, evidently displeased. That is a valid point. But Junior Brother Meng will have to work a bit harder in the future, the elder conceded with a resigned nod. Very well, Senior Brother. Please take me to see the mine so I can familiarize myself with the situation here, the man said, casting a glance into the cave that of course. Follow me, Junior Brother. The elder nodded, then formed a hand seal to seal the stone door once more before leading the group deeper into the cave. As they navigated the winding paths of the cave, a vast chasm, several yards wide, suddenly appeared ahead, emanating a faint white glow that seemed to lead deep underground to the entrance of this fissure. Two black-clad cultivators in the chi refining stage sat cross-legged on either side. However, upon noticing the approach of the elder and the burly man, the two were startled and hurriedly came forth to pay their respects. The elder waved his hand nonchalantly and proceeded with the burly man into the chasm. After a quarter of an hour, the elder had guided the burly man through a significant portion of the underground mine tunnels, which were intricately labyrinthine and densely packed. Numerous hired, sturdy young men were laboriously extracting spirit stones. The elder led the way, occasionally gesturing around, appearing astonishingly familiar with every inch of the place. It was hardly surprising. Anyone who spent over a decade in such a location could probably recognize every passage with their eyes closed. The burly man, however, wore a grim expression and refrained from speaking easily. As they turned a corner, another passage suddenly appeared, slanting downward, seemingly leading to even deeper realms. The elder furrowed his brow at the sight of this passage, shook his head, and showed no inclination to guide the burly man and the others forward. Instead, he turned as if intending to lead them back. Brother Fan, what does this passage lead? Why do you not wish to take us to explore it? The burly man paused, glancing at the passage with curiosity. Many years ago, this place had been a forbidden zone, guarded by disciples, but it had long since been abandoned, and those guardians had returned. Forbidden zone. What lies within? Why was it abandoned? The burly man inquired. Intrigued by the elder's words, there's nothing of consequence. Merely an ancient teleportation array. However, this array has evidently fallen into disrepair and is utterly non-functional as to why it was once a forbidden area and later abandoned. I am not entirely certain. Yet, it seems to be somewhat connected to Master Wang, the elder replied hesitantly, considering the matter trivial, yet still divulging the information. Master Wang is the original. The burly man suddenly gasped, his words catching in his throat as if he were wary of something significant. Brother, it is sufficient for you to know. The matters regarding Master Wang are not for us to discuss. The elder chuckled lightly, his tone laden with meaning. Given this, might you lead me there first, brother? To be candid, I have been studying the path of formations these past few years and am quite curious about ancient teleportation arrays. After a brief silence, the burly man expressed his desire. You are studying the path of formations? That place is quite distant and will require a considerable amount of time, the elder replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. There is no need for you to be surprised, Brother Fan, that I understand the principle of not being overly greedy. However, I find myself at a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I can only stimulate my progress through various means. Perhaps, in the study of formations, I may gain unexpected insights. The burly man sighed. In that case, I shall accompany you down the path. But if you truly wish to study this teleportation array, it would be best to seek another time, the elder conceded after considering the burly man's request. Upon hearing this, the robust man revealed a faint smile. Thus, a small group of individuals proceeded down the passage ahead. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves entering a deeper subterranean corridor. After traversing a winding path for the duration of a meal, under the guidance of the elderly man, they arrived at a vast network of interlinked stalactite caves. This place resembled a miniature labyrinth, yet by following some conspicuous markings, they ultimately came to a halt in a spacious cavern adorned with stalactites. In a corner of this cave, there lay an ancient hexagonal teleportation array. "Junior brother, this is the place," the elder exclaimed, gesturing towards the ancient array while addressing the robust man. This is indeed a primordial teleportation array. Previously, I had only encountered rudimentary descriptions of it in various texts. I had never had the opportunity to behold the actual artifact. Upon sighting the teleportation array, the robust man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached it, circling around a few times before focusing intently on its details. Meanwhile, the elder stroked his beard, observing with a knowing smile but remaining silent. As for the few disciples at the chi refinement stage, though curiosity stirred within them, they dared not approach the robust man. Instead, standing obediently at the entrance, rumor has it that this teleportation array remains intact. The reason it cannot be activated is most likely due to issues with the array on the other side. Otherwise, I too would be eager to discover where this array leads. However, as time is on our side, Junior brother will be stationed here for over a decade. There will be ample opportunity for research. Let us return for now. After the robust man had gazed at the array for some time, the elder felt it was nearly time to depart. After casually uttering a few words, he urged the robust man to turn back. "Return? I see no need for that. This place is so secluded. Brother, you should remain here forever," the robust man replied, his back turned to the elder, his voice oddly cryptic. Upon hearing these words, the elder was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Yet before he could react, he suddenly felt a coldness at his neck. A flash of sword light darted past, and his head rolled away. The headless body of the elder staggered and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1165. Interrogation. At this moment, the robust man turned around, a complex expression crossing his face as he glanced at the elder's corpse. "What, dear Ming, do you still harbor feelings for the ghost spirit sect?" Among the disciples at the chi refinement stage, an unassuming middle-aged cultivator suddenly spoke, raising his hand towards a swirling silver flying sword in the air. With a beckoning gesture, the sword transformed into a silver streak. Swiftly returning to his grasp, it became evident that the elder had been slain by this individual, who had unleashed the flying sword from behind. Surprisingly, the cultivator, who had previously been at the chi refinement stage, now exhibited the prowess of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. "Having decided to pledge allegiance to your Devil Flame sect, I naturally harbor no regrets. Although this individual and I shared no profound bond, it is only natural to feel a tinge of sentimentality after having crossed paths multiple times," the robust man, Ming, replied indifferently. "It is for the best that you think so, dear Ming. The ghost spirit sect has significantly weakened since losing 2 nascent soul cultivators and a multitude of core formation cultivators over a century ago. They are no longer worthy of claiming dominion over a nation. This time, our Devil Flame sect, along with the Spirit Control sect and the newly ascendant Blood Killing sect, have joined forces. The Ghost Spirit sect is truly facing inevitable doom. In the future, the Blood Killing sect will supplant the Ghost Spirit sect in our demonic path. Your decision to pledge allegiance to our sect is undoubtedly a sagacious one," remarked the middle-aged cultivator with a sly grin. At that moment, the auras of the other individuals shifted abruptly, revealing their Foundation establishment level of cultivation. It turned out that these individuals were all practitioners from the Demon Flame sect. As long as your esteemed sect adheres to our agreement, I shall collaborate with utmost dedication," replied the burly man with the surname Ming, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Rest assured, my brother Ming, your aptitude is commendable. Once we achieve victory in this battle, my master will personally accept you into our ranks. This is far superior to your solitary cultivation in the Ghost Spirit sect, where you have no guidance and remain oblivious to your potential. However, this location is indeed quite remote, allowing us to conceal a substantial number of individuals here, making it improbable for the Ghost Spirit sect to detect us. This is also thanks to the few concealment talismans my master entrusted me with before his departure, which have proven effective. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to evade this person's spiritual sense." The middle-aged cultivator cast a glance at the corpses on the ground, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. "Fortunately, this place possesses an ancient teleportation array, providing me with an excuse to lure him to this secluded location for action. Otherwise, even if we managed a swift strike, The presence of over a dozen Qi refinement disciples here poses a risk. Should they activate their restrictions or send out an alarm talisman, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Now that this person has been eliminated, I can forcibly gather the other disciples and act collectively, leaving none behind. The burly man's expression darkened once more as he spoke coldly. Very well, Brother Ming. Your plan is commendable. Let us proceed accordingly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator displayed a measure of approval. At that moment, another individual deftly removed the old man's storage bag, then unleashed a fireball that instantaneously reduced the corpse to ashes. Subsequently, these individuals prepared to vacate the stalactite cave. Yet, at that precise moment, the seemingly inconspicuous ancient teleportation array suddenly emitted a resonant hum, and the entire formation flickered with white light, seemingly activating on its own, as if someone was being transported here. This unexpected turn of events left the burly man and the middle-aged cultivator momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. Henti, the old man, clearly stated that this array had long been abandoned. How fortuitous that it would suddenly become operational at this moment. Quickly destroy the array, regardless of who is being transported. We cannot afford any complications at this critical juncture. The middle-aged cultivator reacted swiftly, shouting as he raised his hand. Instantly, the previously stowed flying sword transformed into a streak of cold light, striking the corner of the array. The others, realizing the urgency, summoned various magical artifacts in an attempt to obliterate the teleportation array in an instant. After several resounding explosions, the ancient teleportation array erupted in blinding white light, reflecting the magical artifacts away. This unexpected resistance startled the middle-aged cultivator and his companions. They were unaware that when the ancient teleportation array had not yet been activated, even a low-level cultivator could easily destroy it. However, once the transmission commenced, the array itself became infused with powerful spiritual energy, rendering it impervious to destruction by anyone below the core formation stage. Otherwise, if ancient cultivators faced any disturbances during transmission, it would spell disaster for them. As the astonished gazes of the onlookers fell upon them, the silhouettes of a man and a woman gradually materialized within the array, their forms wavering unsteadily. Seemingly still reeling from the disorientation of their recent transportation, the middle-aged man, upon noticing that the male appeared to be in his 20s while the female appeared to be merely a young girl in her teens, directed his mental scrutiny towards the young woman, only to discover that she was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot judge a woman's age by her appearance. A girl in her teens might very well be a high-level practitioner who has lived for several centuries. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Conversely, if the man was indeed only in his 20s, it was likely that his cultivation level would not be particularly high, as it is rare for men to practice techniques that preserve their youthful appearance. Thus, he intended to scan the young man's cultivation level further, but was met with the sight of the latter shaking his head, seemingly on the verge of recovery. In a moment of urgency, he disregarded the assessment of the young man's abilities and bellowed, "Act quickly, kill them." In his estimation, given the woman's low level of cultivation and the young man's youthful visage, they could only be foundational cultivators at best. Naturally, he believed it prudent to strike while they were still disoriented, to avoid future complications. Wait, do not act. The burly man named Ming was struck with alarm upon recognizing the young man's face, hastily calling for restraint. However, the other members of the Demon Flame sect, led by the middle-aged cultivator, disregarded the peculiarity in Ming's voice and, without hesitation, urged their magical artifacts towards the pair within the array. The middle-aged cultivator, misinterpreting Ming's warning as an indication that the young couple might be acquaintances of his, feigned ignorance and chose to overlook their presence, just as 4 or 5 magical artifacts shimmered with spiritual light and descended upon the two. A chilling cold snort echoed through the air. "You lot, seeking death." With the utterance of those words, a deafening explosion resounded, followed by a blinding azure light that suddenly erupted within the array, resembling a radiant blue sun. Upon contact with the azure light, all the magical artifacts trembled and shattered into countless pieces. Subsequently, several strands of golden sword energy erupted from the azure light, piercing through the bodies of the group, including the middle-aged cultivator. In an instant, not a single sound escaped their lips as they swiftly met their demise, their lifeless forms collapsing upon the cavern floor. Only the burly man named Ming remained unscathed. Rooted in place, terrified of being misjudged by the young man within the array, his countenance paling drastically. "Do you recognize me?" The young man within the array slowly emerged, his gaze icy as it swept over Meng. His voice calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of authority. The teenage girl, who followed closely behind him, exhibited an exceedingly obedient demeanor, clearly a junior relative of the young man. This young man was, in fact, Han Li, who had spent over a month repairing the teleportation array in the chaotic Star Sea, finally returning to Tian'An for the young girl behind him. She was Tian Qiner, whose aptitude for arrays had greatly impressed him in her youth. She had once accompanied a family elder during the invasion of the Milan people, where she had witnessed the elder's formidable prowess, forever etching his image in her memory. Upon hearing these words, the stout man of the Meng surname hurriedly approached Han Li with a deep bow, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. The invasion of the Milan people? That truly is a matter from long ago. I am surprised you still remember my appearance. However, you are a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, are you not? Are these individuals your fellow sect members? Han Li, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired with an unruffled demeanor. The junior is indeed a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, while these individuals are practitioners of the Demon Flame sect. The stout man hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting the icy gaze from across, he cleverly divulged everything without further thought. Demon Flame sect? At least you are honest. Had you claimed these were your fellow disciples, I would have struck you down immediately. The fluctuations in their cultivation techniques are evidently at odds with those of your Ghost Spirit sect. The chilling words that escaped Han Li's lips sent a shiver down the stout man's spine, causing any lingering thoughts of deceit to vanish instantly. Tian Qiner, standing behind Han Li, surveyed her surroundings, her eyes occasionally sparkling with curiosity. I have no interest in knowing why. As a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, you find yourself in the company of the Demon Flame sect. I merely have some inquiries for you. Answer me truthfully. Han Li began to speak that as long as the junior possesses the knowledge. I shall speak without reservation, the stout man replied hastily. I have been away from Tian'an for several years. Kindly recount the significant events that have transpired in the realm of cultivation there over the past century. Han Li asked calmly. Yes, the junior shall report truthfully, the stout man responded. One of the major events was the annihilation of the Xuanmiao sect in Tianlu Kingdom by the Fire Spirit sect, which occurred 80 years ago. The specifics are, before Han Li, the stout man obediently recounted the tale, the vast disparity in their cultivation levels instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him, compelling him to refrain from any semblance of deceit. Han Li listened to the man's words, his expression remaining unchanged, though he would occasionally interject with a question when something piqued his interest. The stout man, eager to avoid disappointing Han Li, strived to provide thorough answers. After an entire hour, the stout man finally concluded his account of the significant events that had unfolded in Tian'an over the past century, his anxiety palpable as he fell silent. What of our Falling Cloud sect? Have there been any significant developments? Is Elder Chung still overseeing the sect's affairs? Han Li pondered for a moment before posing his question. Falling Cloud sect? Given the distance, the junior is not well acquainted with the Elder's sect. However, it seems that the sect is currently under the leadership of an elder surnamed El. The stout man replied hesitantly, uncertainty lacing his tone. Chapter 1166, The Transformation of Feathergate. So it seems. Han Li murmured softly, lifting his gaze to the cave's ceiling, as if lost in contemplation. The cave's top had seemingly been pierced by a practitioner of the Ghost Spirit sect long ago. Yet after a century, no traces of repairs were evident. Noticing Han Li's distracted demeanor, the stout man dared not show any sign of deviation, maintaining a respectful expression throughout. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Han Li waved his sleeve, and a surge of azure mist enveloped the stout man's head. Startled, the stout man had not yet processed any other thoughts when he was abruptly plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. Han Li glanced at the unconscious giant lying on the ground and, with a sudden flick of his fingers directed at the array behind him, unleashed a series of golden sword energies that shot forth with great ferocity. With a thunderous explosion, the array shattered into fragments amidst the sword light, vanishing without a trace and leaving behind a large pit in the ground. Since he had already repaired the array in the Chaos Star Sea, there was no longer any need for the teleportation array here. Otherwise, if others possessed a great teleportation order, they could also transport themselves to the Star Sea. Han Li intended to keep this shortcut firmly within his grasp, harboring no intentions of sharing it with anyone. He was thoroughly familiar with the structure of this teleportation array, capable of re-establishing the formation at any moment if necessary. with his current wealth, the astronomical cost of materials for setting up the teleportation array, which had once posed a significant challenge, was no longer an issue. After completing this, Han Li reached out with one hand towards the fallen giant. A powerful suction force seized the man's head, and with a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, he began to employ a secret technique. After a moment, he relaxed his grip, letting the Ming surnamed giant fall back to the ground. Emotionless, he muttered to himself, "Consider yourself fortunate. I am not one to break my word. Although I shall spare your life, the fact that you witnessed my emergence from the teleportation array must be erased." In an astonishing display of skill, Han Li instantaneously altered the man's memory, ensuring that he would only recall an unknown high-level cultivator descending from the sky and slaying the others, while the ancient teleportation array was unintentionally destroyed amidst the residual chaos. Given Han Li's current cultivation level, unless a transformation god stage cultivator intervened, it was virtually impossible for anyone to unravel the restrictions he had placed, which filled him with great confidence. Having completed this task, Han Li conjured several fireballs, reducing the corpses of the Demon Flame sect cultivators to ashes. Subsequently, a brilliant azure radiance enveloped him, sweeping up the girl behind him and transforming her into a streak of azure light that soared skyward. With a resounding explosion, the cavern ceiling, restored by the Ghost Spirit sect, was pierced, and in the blink of an eye, the azure light shot forth to the surface, following a swift spiral of his escaping light. It flickered several times before disappearing entirely. Meanwhile, the other Ghost Spirit sect cultivators were left in shock, scrambling to locate the unconscious Ming surnamed giant amidst the turmoil, as the Demon Flame sect's ambush against the Ghost Spirit sect inadvertently fizzled out. However, Han Li had already set off in the direction of the Creek Nation. With his current cultivation, Han Li's speed was astonishingly swift. Though he did not exert his full power, his escape velocity was still astonishing. Occasionally, he encountered other cultivators along the way, most of whom had just glimpsed a flash of azure light in the distance, only to find that the next moment, it had inexplicably appeared far behind them. With the faint sound of air being sliced open just reaching their ears, these cultivators were understandably startled. Those with higher cultivation levels recognized that they had encountered a formidable senior, their hearts filled with awe, while those of lower cultivation levels were left feeling suspicious and paranoid, fearing they had encountered some malevolent specter in broad daylight. Days later, Han Li flew out of the territory of the Yu Nation and entered the domain of the Yuanwu Nation. After soaring through the Yuanwu Nation for 2 days, he suddenly recalled something. After a moment's hesitation, he altered his escape light, unexpectedly changing direction and setting off with Tian Qiner towards a different destination. Near a remote peak at the fringes of Ryun Wugua, a flash of azure light appeared on the horizon, and a dazzling azure rainbow, stretching over 10 zhang, pierced through the eye in the blink of an eye. It arrived above the mountain, whereupon the spiritual light condensed, revealing the figures of Han Li and Tian Qiner. Han Li cast a glance down at the mountain peak, a look of contemplation crossing his face, and subsequently swept his divine sense downward, his expression shifting to one of surprise. This was the very peak where Xen Rian had once secluded herself, although it seemed as if everything remained unchanged. The place was now teeming with the presence of numerous cultivators, predominantly at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, with a couple of golden core stage cultivators also present. Some of the formations and prohibitions set by Xen Rian still lingered, and a thick white mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility completely. Han Li narrowed his eyes, falling into deep thought. "Master, has something happened?" Tian Qiner inquired cautiously, blinking her eyes. "Nothing of great concern. It appears that a few uninvited guests have taken up residence here during my absence." Han Li replied nonchalantly. However, the girl detected an undercurrent of displeasure on Han Li's face and wisely chose to refrain from further questioning. Yet, as Han Li turned to assess the girl, he unexpectedly posed a question. "What do you think of this mountain?" "This mountain. Although the spiritual energy here is somewhat thin, the scenery is quite pleasant," Tian Qiner responded hesitantly, surveying the small mountain with a puzzled expression. "Oh. This is the residence of an old acquaintance of mine from years past," Han Li remarked, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face before he swiftly regained his composure. He then raised a hand, and with a soft pop, a crimson fireball materialized, in a state of detached concentration. Han Li watched as the fireball spun in his palm, expanding at an astonishing rate, in mere moments. It grew to the size of a basin, truly remarkable. Han Li cast a cold glance downward, waved his hand, and the fireball transformed into a torrent of red light. plummeting downward like a meteor, vanishing into the mist. The surrounding fog churned violently, and with a thunderous roar, a conflagration erupted from within the white vapor. The flames surged outward, forcefully breaching a substantial opening in the prohibition, which continued to expand rapidly, causing the white mist to dissipate. Remarkably, Han Li had shattered the entire barrier with just a single fireball. As the mist cleared, the scene below gradually unveiled itself, revealing clusters of pavilions and towers densely scattered across the landscape, while the bamboo houses built by Xian Ruyan had entirely vanished. Han Li's expression darkened upon this realization. However, the commotion created by Han Li did not go unnoticed, as it immediately roused all the cultivators in the vicinity, who swiftly detected the two figures suspended in midair. Instantly, a dozen cultivators soared into the sky on their flying instruments, heading directly towards Han Li. Just then, a resonant voice emerged from a nearby cliff. Which esteemed guest has graced our Huayu sect? I, Guanxing, extend my humble welcome. As the voice echoed, a streak of red light shot forth from the cliff, arriving before Han Li in an instant, condensing into the form of a middle-aged scholar clad in a scholarly robe that it was precisely a core formation cultivator that Han Li sensed, simultaneously, from the pinnacle of the highest tower below. Another cluster of yellow light burst forth, moving with equal swiftness. After a few flickers, it swiftly approached the red light, revealing a robust elderly man with dark skin, his physique remarkably imposing. This was yet another core formation cultivator. At that moment, the Foundation establishment cultivators finally arrived nearby, standing solemnly behind the two, appearing as if they were followers of the Confucian scholar and the elder Huayu sect. I have not heard of it. Is it a newly established sect? Han Li inquired with a subtle movement of his brow, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Suddenly, an astonishing spiritual pressure emanated from him, a forceful aura surging towards the two figures across from him. The Confucian scholar and the elder were taken aback, their expression shifting dramatically as they retreated several steps before regaining their composure. A nascent soul cultivator, the Confucian scholar exclaimed in astonishment. Esteemed senior, you are a late-stage grandmaster? The dark-skinned elder's divine sense swept over Han Li, his face contorting in disbelief, and he cried out in utter horror. His divine sense was indeed formidable, allowing him to discern Han Li's unmasked cultivation level. Leaving him utterly flabbergasted, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the Confucian scholar was similarly taken aback, hastily scanning Han Li with his divine sense. Meanwhile, Han Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable as he assessed the two. Once the Confucian scholar conducted his divine sense scan, his complexion was no better than that of the elder. The two exchanged glances and, almost in unison, stepped forward to bow deeply. The elder then spoke with utmost respect. We humbly pay our respects, esteemed senior. Our sect was recently established. We were unaware of your esteemed presence. If you have any commands, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. The Confucian scholar mirrored the elder's respectful demeanor, both men visibly trembling in the presence of a grandmaster capable of annihilating their entire sect with a mere gesture. After all, Han Li's earlier act of breaking the restriction was hardly a favorable omen. The group of Foundation establishment cultivators behind them, witnessing the sudden change in their master's demeanor, were also stirred into a state of unease. Upon hearing the mention of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, they all fell silent, their expressions betraying their trepidation. After all, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator represented the pinnacle of existence for these lower-tier cultivators, a realm they all aspired to attain. Given that this was a newly established sect, it was likely that another nascent soul cultivator had emerged. Where is your master? Han Li coldly inquired, sweeping his gaze over the assembled cultivators. My master, Huang Yaozhenren, left a month ago to visit friends. The sect is currently under the stewardship of the two of us, the elder replied, forcing the words out. That is of little consequence. When did you relocate here? What of the previous inhabitants? Han Li's eyes flickered momentarily before he posed his question. Our sect moved here 70 years ago. For the original inhabitants. The elder hesitated, casting a glance at the Confucian scholar. The scholar, upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, was equally taken aback, but without turning back, he shouted, Feng Ji, come here. The esteemed senior has a question for you. At his command, the gazes of the Foundation establishment cultivators all converged upon one among them, a gentleman in his 60s with a refined appearance. At that moment, the cultivator named Feng Ji wore an expression of astonishment. Chapter 1167. Past and present is the master calling for me. The elder named Feng Ji hesitantly inquired. Come over here. What are you hesitating for? This esteemed elder has matters to discuss with you. The Confucian scholar, fearing that his disciple's sluggishness might displease Han Li, suddenly adopted a stern tone. Yes, disciple will come at once, confirming that he had not misheard. The foundation-building elder could only muster the courage to fly over and position himself beside the Confucian scholar. Were you originally residing in this place? Han Li's gaze swept over Feng Ji, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired slowly, "Respected elder, before entering the sect, I indeed hailed from this area." The foundation-building elder replied with utmost deference, daring not to conceal any detail. "Originating from this locality, how did you establish your foundation?" Han Li nodded, and then unexpectedly posed a question that left everyone momentarily stunned. Disciple was fortunate to receive a foundation-building pill from a venerable elder encountered by my mother in her youth, which enabled me to successfully establish my foundation, Feng Ji replied, a hint of bewilderment in his heart. Yet he responded quickly. "Then it follows that you are a descendant of Xiao Mei." Han Li's expression softened slightly. "Xiao Mei? Could it be that the esteemed elder is referring to my maternal grandmother? Might you be the venerable one who bestowed the foundation-building pill?" Feng Ji was initially taken aback, but soon recalled something, exclaiming in surprise, "You are not foolish. You have managed to deduce it." Han Li chuckled. "I am profoundly grateful for the gift of the pill from so many years ago. It is a favor I shall forever cherish." The foundation-building elder exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he hurriedly performed a gesture of respect. The Confucian scholar and the elder with dark skin exchanged astonished glances. Han Li, however, did not shy away from the gesture, and after receiving it, he leisurely remarked, "In my earlier years, before I attained the Great Path, I had indeed crossed paths with your ancestor on several occasions. Later, upon meeting your mother, I presented her with a foundation-building pill, thereby settling a small debt of gratitude from years gone by. However, seeing that you remain at the mid-stage of foundation building, it appears your aptitude is rather mediocre now, as age weighs upon you. It seems your journey in cultivation may reach its conclusion. Here, a disciple's talents are limited, disappointing the esteemed elder." The elder named Feng Ji replied, his face tinged with a slight blush. "Heh, I am not disappointed at all. But how is it that the Huayu sect has relocated to this mountain? This place was once the residence of your grandmother's former master. Are you not aware of this? Moreover, your grandmother's master was a dear friend of mine from days of yore." Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and his tone turned frigid. The Confucian scholar and the dark-skinned elder instantly paled. "This matter I know a little about. However, I have already relocated the several bamboo houses where Elder Exine once resided to another area behind the mountain, preserving everything as it was without any damage. This was also one of the conditions under which I allowed this mountain to be offered to the sect." Feng Ji's heart raced, but he hastily clarified, "Is that so?" Han Li's eyes glinted with cold light as he turned to directly question the two foundation-building cultivators. "Indeed, this place is not the main gate of our Huayu sect. It is merely a temporary resting spot. The presence of so many disciples here is solely due to my leading a team to address several matters in the Yuanwu kingdom, necessitating our temporary stay for a few days. After the relocation of all the former residences of the esteemed Xindao, none of us have dared to touch even a fragment of it." The Confucian scholar seemed to discern the source of Han Li's dissatisfaction and quickly offered an explanation. "Oh, that is the case. However, I care not for your previous intentions. This is the ancestral land of my old friend. I wish to see no other cultivators lingering here. You two should be quite aware of what needs to be done next." Han Li coldly addressed the two scholars. "The younger generation is indeed aware and shall promptly relinquish this place, ensuring that the disciples vacate immediately," the dark-skinned elder replied, a shiver coursing through him as he spoke without hesitation. The Confucian scholar had no objections and nodded in agreement repeatedly. "That is splendid. Do take care of your affairs," Han Li remarked, then turned to the foundation establishment elder and continued, "Lead me to the bamboo dwelling where Xindao once resided." "Certainly, I shall escort you there at once." The elder, Feng Ji, replied with utmost respect, not daring to decline, and after bowing to the Confucian scholar, he activated his magical artifact, soaring towards another part of the mountain. Han Li radiated a brilliant azure light, enveloping Tianqiner, and in an instant, they transformed into a wisp of azure mist. Following closely behind, in the blink of an eye, they had circled to the opposite side of the mountain, vanishing from sight. "This individual is truly a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Surely we are not mistaken." How is it that none of his features resemble the famed three great cultivators? The Confucian scholar felt a wave of relief wash over him, his lips moving as he communicated telepathically with the elder. Even at this distance, I do not dare speak in ordinary terms that it cannot be false. The spiritual pressure emanating from him is evidently several times more formidable than our masters. The dark-skinned elder remarked, uncertainty lacing his voice. This man is indeed not one of the three legendary cultivators. Could it be that a fourth great cultivator has finally emerged in Tiannan? If that is the case, he must have successfully advanced. Otherwise, it would have stirred the entire Tiannan into a frenzy, the Confucian scholar murmured. Regardless of who he may be, even with our master present, we cannot afford to offend him, that we ought to vacate this place swiftly to avoid incurring his wrath, which would be disastrous. The elder's complexion darkened as he spoke. Brother, you speak wisely. I shall issue the orders immediately. It is indeed a pity to lose such a fine refuge for our sect. The Confucian scholar sighed, a hint of reluctance evident in his demeanor. Humph, we have been fortunate this time. Thankfully, you took Feng Zhi under your wing. Had he not been here, judging by the manner in which the other party dismantled the restrictions, we might have faced immediate aggression. How was I to know that this disciple of yours was connected to such a senior figure? Did you not have any prior knowledge of this? The dark-skinned elder inquired after taking a deep breath. Brother, you pose a difficult question. As you are aware, although I took Feng Zhi as a disciple early on, it was merely due to his status as a foundation establishment cultivator. His aptitude is rather mediocre. I am not well acquainted with his circumstances. However, I did inquire once about the original owner of this bamboo dwelling. For while the prior restrictions were somewhat simplistic, they were quite ingeniously practical. However, this individual appeared to be merely a Qi refinement period cultivator, so I did not dwell on it any further. The Confucian scholar also began to harbor some doubts. The disparity between a Qi refinement stage cultivator and a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, even if it were a matter from long ago, seemed excessively vast. The elder was rendered somewhat speechless. Upon hearing this, the scholar could only manage a wry smile. The two of them, feeling the urgency of the moment, dared not delay any longer. They promptly returned to the building below. And with a command, hundreds of disciples swiftly began to gather their belongings, preparing to vacate the premises immediately. At that moment, however, Han Li, accompanied by Tianqiner, was entering an extraordinarily verdant bamboo pavilion. Although these bamboo structures were impeccably tidy, it was evident they had stood for quite some time. Beside them, Feng Zhi led the way, offering an obsequious explanation. These bamboo pavilions were relocated here, and as per my mother's instructions, I periodically infuse them with spiritual light to prevent decay. And I also come by to clean them regularly. Oh, you are indeed a thoughtful individual, Han Li replied with a slight smile as he stepped into the main hall of the bamboo pavilion and glanced around. If his memory served him well, this indeed was the very loft where Exine had once resided. Now, while the old furnishings remained, the beloved figure had long since departed. Han Li felt a pang of sentimentality as he reflected on this, his gaze shifting to the face of Tianqiner beside him. His heart stirred, for at that moment, the young girl, with her enchanting eyes, was gently caressing the bamboo table and chairs in the hall. Moving about slowly, her delicate features clouded with a dazed expression, almost entranced and unable to control herself. Witnessing this scene, a complex expression flickered in Han Li's eyes. After a moment of silence, he gestured to the elder beside him, who was at the foundation establishment stage, and commanded, "You may leave this place for now. My disciple, and I wish to stay here alone for a day. You may return tomorrow." Han Li's words were resolute and brooked no argument. The elder's heart jolted, and he hastily acquiesced, retreating quietly without daring to utter a word. With a slight movement, Han Li settled himself in a corner of the hall, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his spirit, allowing Tianqiner to wander slowly through the residence of Exine. The following morning, when Feng Zhi returned anxiously to see Han Li, he discovered that Han Li and the girl had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 vials of unknown elixirs on the bamboo table, and the pavilion stood empty. The elder was overjoyed at this sight. The elixirs left by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator were undoubtedly extraordinary. He immediately took care to store the 2 vials safely and resolved firmly in his heart to guard this bamboo pavilion diligently, should this esteemed elder ever feel a whim to revisit this place. There might be opportunities awaiting him. Leaving aside the thoughts of the descendant of the young Mei, Han Li had already soared 100,000 miles away with Tianqiner, Yet the dazed expression in the girl's eyes had not faded. Instead, it seemed to have deepened, leaving her in a state of disquiet. "Master, why did you take me to that place? What connection do those bamboo pavilions have with me?" The girl, who had remained silent since departing the mountain peak, suddenly spoke up with an unusual tone. "Initially, I could not ascertain whether there was a connection between us, but it appears that there indeed is one now," Han Li replied in a subdued manner. "They are related to me. Do you believe in reincarnation and the cycles of past and present lives?" The young girl intended to inquire further, yet her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Han Li's words, which sent a shiver through her. Suddenly, the expression on her delicate face transformed dramatically. Chapter 1168. Returning to the sect. "What does Master mean by this? After spending a day in those bamboo buildings, what were your impressions?" Han Li did not respond directly, but instead asked with an air of detachment. "I am unsure, but it felt peculiar to me. Some things are difficult to articulate clearly," Tianqiner murmured. "That is the residence of an old friend of mine from years past. She too possessed a dragon's resonance physique and was a naturally gifted formation master, yet she passed away at a young age." Han Li stated slowly. "Did Master not intervene to save her at that time?" Tianqiner asked, taken aback. That time, I had yet to even form my core. How could I have saved her? Moreover, she had long since resigned herself to death due to another matter. The formation book I showed you back then was a manual she left behind. My acquaintance with this friend, Xine Daoyu, began through another named Qi Yunxiao. At that time, I had only recently established my foundation and attended an underground auction in a marketplace. Han Li, unfazed by the effort, recounted the events of that time, detailing how he fortuitously encountered Qi Yunxiao, later met Xen Ruin, and the reasons for their subsequent demises, without the slightest concealment. When he reached the part about encountering the descendants of Xen Ruin's maid after his departure, he finally fell silent. Yet, the girl had already listened in rapt astonishment. After a lengthy pause, she exhaled deeply and spoke with a complex expression. "So it is. Does Master perhaps believe I am the reincarnation of this individual?" Initially, I held only a third of a doubt, but having witnessed your reaction in the bamboo building, I now possess at least a 50% certainty. Yet, that is sufficient. It seems that the concept of reincarnation does indeed hold a significant truth. Han Li chuckled softly. Then, Master's intentions in accepting Tianqiner's unease became apparent. "Rest assured, I genuinely wish to take you as my disciple. I shared a certain bond with Xine Daoyu in the past, and I greatly admired her talent and formations. By accepting you, I am honoring the possibility of your being Xine Daoyu's reincarnation, while also aspiring to cultivate your skills in the art of formations, so you may become a true master in this field, which may prove invaluable to me in the future. Of course, should you choose to change your mind and no longer wish to be my disciple, I could certainly return you to the chaotic star sea," Han Li said, gazing steadily at the girl's face as he spoke. "I cannot ascertain whether I am indeed the reincarnation of Master's old friend. Yet even if it were true, I possess no recollection of my past life. Now, with Master, a grand cultivator, willing to accept me, a mere Qi refining disciple, as an apprentice, how could Qiner be so foolish as to forsake this opportunity?" Tianqiner quickly shook her head, a hint of panic visible on her face, as if genuinely fearing that Han Li might retract his acceptance of her as his disciple. After all, the formal ceremony of apprenticeship had yet to be conducted, and she was still merely a nominal disciple. "Very well. You are now under my tutelage. I am somewhat assured that you will cultivate peacefully until reaching the Jedon stage," Han Li remarked with a gentle smile. "Qiner is willing to be under Master's guidance, with no ulterior motives," the young girl replied without hesitation. "Excellent. Upon our return to the Luoyun sect, I shall formally accept you as my disciple. I have never truly taken on an apprentice before. I have only had one registered disciple, whom you will undoubtedly meet within the sect," Han Li said with a light smile. Upon hearing this, the girl's heart felt a sense of relief, and a hint of sweetness graced her face, which had not been seen since their departure. Subsequently, Han Li summoned his magical power, and in an instant, his speed increased dramatically, vanishing without a trace on the horizon. Months later, Han Li and the girl entered the borders of the Zik kingdom without incident. A few days later, a dazzling azure rainbow appeared near the Yunmeng mountain range. Still 100 miles away, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the azure rainbow, soaring into the sky, resembling both a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry. The nearby clouds trembled violently, scattering and rolling in disarray. Remarkably, the azure rainbow moved with incredible speed, covering dozens of miles in mere moments. The powerful spiritual energy contained within the roar naturally alarmed the three major sects of the Yunmeng mountain range. Elders at the nascent soul stage and ordinary disciples at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages all felt a surge of trepidation upon hearing the sound. The nascent soul elders, unable to remain seated, hurriedly left their sects to discern which esteemed individual had arrived and was behaving so recklessly in the Yunmeng mountain range. Thus, when Han Li had only just ventured a mere 10 miles into the mountains, 5 beams of light shot towards him. Evidently, the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 major sections Han Li felt a stir within as he was about to reunite with Nangong Wan, and his emotions finally settled. As the beams of light converged and the roar subsided, he revealed himself alongside Tianqiner and gazed intently at the approaching figures. Moments later, a rare smile graced his face. When the 5 beams of light reached a distance of 30 to 40 zhang before him, they dispersed to reveal 5 cultivators. Han Li recognized the majority of them. "Han Shidi, is it really you?" exclaimed a middle-aged man in a blue robe, who had clearly recognized Han Li from a distance. It was El Luo of the Luoyan sect, the elder who had once invited Han Li to join to El Shixiang. "It is good to see you," Han Li replied with a beaming smile, clasping his fists in greeting. "So it is Han Dai returning to the mountain. I wondered who possessed such astonishing abilities. Han Xiong, you have already advanced to the late stage." The first to speak was a young cultivator in a red robe. With red lips and white teeth, the fire dragon boy from the ancient sword sect. However, his expression suddenly turned ghostly at that moment. "Blue Xiong, you have also advanced to the middle stage, have you not?" Han Li remarked, sizing up the young man with a smile. "Han Xiong, you jest. How could my advancement to the middle stage compare to Dao Yu becoming a great cultivator?" the fire dragon boy replied. Swallowing hard as he spoke, the remaining few individuals suddenly found themselves taken aback. They swept their consciousness over Han Li, resulting in each of them staring in astonishment. LV Luo, his voice quivering slightly, once again inquired, "Is this true? Junior brother, have you truly reached the late stage of your cultivation? It is only through a great deal of fortune during my travels that I have managed to break through to the late stage." Han Li replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Hearing this, LV Luo was naturally overjoyed, momentarily at a loss for words, his face radiating a beaming smile. "Congratulations, Brother Han. I never anticipated that in just a century apart, you would make such significant progress on your path of cultivation. It seems that our Yunming mountain lineage will soon wield considerable influence in Tiannan." This remark came from an elder surnamed Feng, whom Han Li had encountered once at the 100 Crafts Institute. After his initial shock, he immediately expressed his enthusiasm. Han Li merely nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, although both early-stage and late-stage nascent soul cultivators belonged to the same rank. The disparity between them was a truth that everyone was acutely aware of. Consequently, the others naturally felt dwarfed in Han Li's presence. As for the other 2 individuals, they were unfamiliar men, newly advanced elders from the ancient sword sect and the 100 Crafts Institute, who, in Han Li's presence, felt even more constrained. After exchanging greetings, they wisely chose to refrain from further conversation. "Brother Lan, fellow Taoist Feng, you may return first. I have been away from the sect for so long. I believe it is best for me to reunite with my fellow disciples for a few days before visiting the ancient sword sect and the 100 Crafts Institute to pay my respects to some friends. What do you think?" Han Li remarked, a glimmer of intent in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the fire dragon boy and elder Feng quickly insisted it was unnecessary, proclaiming instead that they would certainly return to inform the other elders and personally visit the Falling Cloud sect to pay their respects to Han Li. After obtaining Han Li's consent, they agreed on a visit 3 days hence and promptly took their leave, in the blink of an eye. Only LV Luo remained. "Brother LV, have other sects already welcomed new nascent soul cultivators? Is there not a newly advanced nascent soul elder within our own sect? I must trouble you to personally greet your junior brother," Han Li inquired, his brow furrowing after the 4 had vanished from sight. "I am ashamed to say that over the past century, while our sect has benefited from your esteemed reputation and has taken in many promising disciples, their cultivation levels remain rather low. Currently, there are indeed very few who are on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. However, once those with good potential mature, the situation will certainly improve significantly," LV Luo admitted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "And who might this young lady be?" he asked, his gaze drifting to the girl named Tianqiner, standing behind Han Li, with a look of curiosity. She is a disciple I took in during my travels. Though we have yet to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony, Han Li replied with a smile. Greetings, Master Uncle. Tian Qiner, being quite well behaved, stepped forward to perform a respectful bow, although she was still at the Qi refinement stage. Being personally accepted as a disciple by Han Li distinguished her significantly from ordinary disciples who were ranked solely by their cultivation levels. Haha, please rise. I never expected my junior brother to finally take on a disciple formally. As your master uncle, I may not have much to offer, but I shall gift you an old protective talisman of mine. LV Luo laughed heartily, reaching into his waist pouch with one hand, producing a gleaming red crystal orb, which he then directly handed to Tian Qiner. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, yet she swiftly regained her composure and, with a joyous heart, graciously accepted the magical artifact. Observing this, Han Li could only smile in response. Soon, the two of them, accompanied by Tian Qiner, soared through the skies towards the location of the Falling Cloud sect. Along the way, El Luo began to recount the circumstances surrounding the sect over the past century, with particular emphasis on the passing of the silver-haired elder, Brother Chang, and the ongoing plight of Nangong Wan, who remained trapped. Han Li had anticipated the elder's demise, but hearing El Luo articulate it brought forth a wave of melancholy. After all, he had shared a cordial rapport with Brother Chang in years gone by. However, upon learning that Nangong Wan was still ensnared within the icy barrier, a shadow of worry fell over Han Li's heart, manifesting as a flicker of anxiety upon his countenance. Yet, El Luo, with a reassuring smile, explained, "There is no need for concern, junior brother. Although my sister-in-law has yet to break the seal, she has regained consciousness and is not in grave danger. She is currently engaged in some form of cultivation within the barrier. Emerging prematurely would only jeopardize her previous efforts." Upon hearing El Luo's words, Han Li felt a sense of relief, as it aligned with his own expectations. Even without his personally acquired method for dispelling the seal, it seemed Nangong Wan was safe. Nevertheless, now that he possessed the means to break the curse, it would be prudent to utilize it once more to ensure no unforeseen complications lingered. A decision crystallized in Han Li's mind. As they continued their conversation, the trio arrived before the grand protective formation of the Falling Cloud sect. During their journey, El Luo had dispatched a sound transmission talisman, and as the two of them approached, the entire array of foggy restrictions began to swirl and gradually dissipate, revealing that the entire mountain's defensive formation was being dismantled. Han Li was taken aback by this unexpected sight. But before he could voice his thoughts, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators, led by a dozen nascent soul practitioners, soared out from the sect's gate. They promptly formed pairs in the air, dividing to the sides. And in unison, they proclaimed, "Disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, we warmly welcome Elder Han, the newly ascended nascent soul master, back to our mountain." Following their proclamation, these cultivators bowed deeply to Han Li, their faces alight with excitement. It was evident that word of Han Li's advancement to a high-level practitioner had spread, thanks to El Luo's prior communication via the sound transmission talisman. Thus, these disciples had come out in such grand fashion to greet Elder Han. After all, the emergence of a great practitioner from their ranks signified a monumental shift for the sect, elevating its status among the elite sects of Tiannan and ensuring access to resources far superior to those previously available. Naturally, every disciple of the Falling Cloud sect was utterly elated by this development. Han Li, however, turned to El Luo with a wry smile. "Brother El, I am not an outsider. Such a grand display seems unnecessary." "Does it not? Haha, junior brother Han, how can you say that? Your ascension to a great practitioner warrants a momentous welcome from our sect's disciples. In due course, we shall also hold a grand ceremony to celebrate this occasion and invite elders from other sects to witness. How could we not honor your esteemed status?" El Luo replied with hearty laughter. "Well, do as you wish, brother. However, I shall remain indifferent to these affairs. At most, I will make a brief appearance." Han Li responded casually. Han Li could only respond with a sense of helplessness. According to the customs of Tiannan, when a cultivator advances to the late stage of the Yuaning realm, it is indeed customary to hold an exceptionally grand ceremony to notify the entirety of Tiannan. This is to allow other sects to acknowledge the event, thus establishing the superior status of the major cultivator's sect. Han Li found it inconvenient to voice any opposition. Consequently, amidst the throngs of his disciples, he entered the Falling Cloud sect and proceeded directly to a grand hall within. Seated in the central position of the hall, Han Li noted that while Lu Luo sat beside him, His seat was slightly offset, signifying Han Li's position as the leader henceforth. Observing this, Han Li chose not to comment. In a sect where a late-stage Yuan cultivator exists, it would be problematic if he were not recognized as the leader. Such a situation would surely lead to unrest among the disciples, let alone the suspicions from other sections eventually. Turmoil would ensue. Thus, Han Li did not decline, tacitly accepting the situation. However, he remained silent in the central seat of the hall. After all, he had not returned to the sect for many years, and he had always refrained from meddling in the affairs of the sect, naturally leaving everything to Brother Lu to handle. Indeed, although Lu Luo's cultivation was not particularly remarkable among the Yuan cultivators, he managed the sect's affairs with remarkable efficiency. He first introduced the newly recognized Zhedan disciples to Han Li, and then formally announced the news of Han Li's advancement to the late stage of the Yuan realm. Following this, amidst the excited gazes of the disciples, he began to assign tasks to prepare for the grand ceremony. Han Li sat passively in his chair, his gaze casually sweeping over the disciples below. Most of those qualified to stand here were Zhedan disciples, interspersed with several Foundation establishment cultivators who held important administrative roles within the sect. Regardless of where Han Li's gaze landed, the disciples all averted their eyes in deference, demonstrating their respect for him. However, after a few glances, Han Li suddenly realized that among them were neither his named disciple Liu nor the woman surnamed Song from the Baifeng family. He was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of curiosity. Once Lu Luo had finished issuing his instructions, the disciples respectfully received their orders and exited the grand hall, embarking on the preparations for the ceremony months away. Brother Lu, I seem to have not seen Song Shiji. Has she perhaps gone out on important business? Han Li inquired casually. Lu Luo chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Han Shiji, you may not be aware, but Song Shiji has ventured to the abyss of demons. It seems she wishes to concoct a certain spiritual elixir, but lacks a rare spiritual herb, which has long since become extinct in the outside world. However, there are reports of it being brought out from the abyss of demons in the past, venturing into the abyss of demons. Han Li's expression changed upon hearing this. Do not worry, Shiji. That herb can be found on the outskirts of the abyss of demons. Moreover, for reasons unknown, ever since your previous expedition, while the inner valley remains fraught with danger, the restrictions in the outer valley have been gradually weakening over the years, with the spatial rifts nearly disappearing. Apart from a few areas and the hidden beasts within the valley that one must be cautious of, the dangers are considerably lessened. Many cultivators have reaped considerable benefits from the outer valley over these decades. By the way, Lu Shiji and your maidservant have also accompanied her. The three individuals possess cultivation at the core formation stage and are equipped with several exquisite treasures, so they should be safe. Lu Luo hastily explained. With such changes occurring in the Devil's Abyss, have Lu Yu and Mu Peeling also arrived? Han Li expressed his surprise. Indeed, it remains a mystery what kind of miraculous pills the junior brother has left behind, enabling your concubine to advance to the mid-core formation stage within a century. The speed of her cultivation is astonishing. It is entirely possible she may even progress to the nascent soul stage. Lu Luo remarked with intrigue. The pills I left behind are secondary. Rather, it is Peeling's innate talent that is commendable, Han Li replied. Yet, as he stroked his chin, he contemplated that he initially believed he would return from the Great Gene in just over a decade, thus leaving behind only a modest quantity of enhancement elixirs. Otherwise, with her continuous consumption of spiritual pills, it would be quite feasible for her to advance to the late core formation stage within a century. However, he had already independently broken through to the late nascent soul stage, and the Feng Puan Gong was only effective for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Thus, his original plan was rendered unnecessary. He needed to deliberate carefully on how to handle this woman, for it was well known that she was his concubine. Even if he were to release her now, no male cultivator would dare to provoke a major cultivator by entangling himself with her. As Han Li pondered these matters, he conversed with Lu Luo for a while longer before abruptly rising to take his leave, intending to first visit Nangong Wan. Naturally, Lu Luo did not impede him in the slightest. Consequently, Han Li temporarily left Tianqin in the Grand Hall and set off directly toward the forbidden area of the sect from years past. After a brief interval, Han Li stood before the stone chamber in the forbidden area. His emotions stirred as he dispelled the restrictions on the door and gently pushed it open. The stone chamber remained exceptionally tidy, identical to how it had been when he departed years ago. The shimmering ice wall still loomed opposite the stone door. The only difference was that the girl resembling a child, Nangong Wan, had regained her breathtaking beauty, though her eyes were now closed, as if still in a deep slumber. Han Li's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the ice wall, gazing at the woman within with an expression of profound complexity. At that moment, the enchanting figure behind the ice wall fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Meeting Han Li's gaze, they locked eyes in silence for a moment. You have returned. This time, you have truly endured much hardship. After a long pause, the woman suddenly smiled gently and spoke softly. Deep within the Devil's Abyss, at the waist of an unknown mountain, a resounding explosion echoed, shaking the very foundations. A thick, black mist surged forth from an unknown cavern, swirling chaotically and expanding rapidly to cover hundreds of feet, nearly obscuring half the sky, as if a colossal demon had descended upon the world, an awe-inspiring spectacle. With the remnants of the ancient demon's malevolent aura, I have advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage in just over a century, and even refined this profound demonic energy to the final 2 levels. Taking such a significant risk to come to the Devil's Abyss has indeed proven to be a wise decision. Next, I shall search for a few more suitable treasures within the valley. In the future, should that person seek me out, I need not fear excessively. Then, I shall endeavor to infiltrate the abyss of demonic energy, infusing this corpse of a demon with that boundless malevolent aura. It seems that transcending to the late stage of the nascent soul realm is not beyond the realm of possibility. While other demon cultivators fear the explosive force of demonic energy, I, being a demon corpse myself, have nothing to dread. In due time, once I attain a peak mastery, I shall eliminate that individual and devour his primordial spirit with ease. At that moment, I shall become him, and he shall become me. There can only be one Han Li in this world. A hoarse voice emanated thunderously from the swirling black mist, followed by a manic laughter echoing in madness. Suddenly, the black mist surged violently, racing toward a particular direction, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. On the periphery of the abyss of demons, within a bamboo grove, a burst of crimson light erupted from the thicket, spiraling upward before hastily fleeing like the wind. However, in response to a sharp command, 3 beams of sword light, each a different hue, shot forth from the bamboo forest with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the red light. As the 3 sword lights entwined around it, a peculiar croaking sound emerged from the crimson glow, and a monstrous bird, larger than a man, plummeted from the flames. A white rainbow shot forth from the bamboo grove, vanishing in an instant before appearing beside the falling creature, revealing a beautiful woman clad in white. She reached out her hand, grasping at the air, and instantly, a purple spiritual herb flew out from the remnants of the beast, which she seized with determination. Chapter 1170. Arrangement. Sister Lu, have you secured the spiritual herb? Asked the other 2 beams of light as they emerged from the grove, revealing 2 other strikingly beautiful women. I have acquired it, but it is not what we sought. Merely a purple flame flower. The white-clad woman replied with a rueful smile that there's no need to be anxious. Junior Sister Mu, we have only searched a small area in the outer valley. The illusory spirit herb we seek may be located elsewhere. The final woman, adorned in a green palace gown, remarked with a smile. These 3 enchanting women were none other than Luyu, Mu Peelings, and the Song clan woman from Baifeng Peak. They had been on the outskirts of the Abyss of Demons for nearly half a month, and although they had discovered some other rare spiritual herbs hidden from view, the illusory spirit herb they longed for remained elusive. Luyu and Mu Peeling grew increasingly anxious, while the Song clan woman maintained her calm demeanor. That is certainly true, yet the other areas may harbor certain dangers. Those regions could still possess lingering spatial rifts, and should we inadvertently fall into one, our lives would be at stake. Liu remarked with a furrowed brow, her concern palpable. Most of those spatial rifts have dissipated. As long as we remain vigilant, it is improbable that we will encounter one by chance. Besides, the alchemical concoction we are undertaking is of utmost importance for cultivators at the core formation stage. And the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with peril. If we do not dare to take this small risk, we might as well remain within the sect and diligently meditate, the Song clan woman said with a light laugh. Sister Song speaks wisely. I have reached a bottleneck in my mid-stage cultivation. Without the elixirs from this endeavor, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through. Mu Peeling mused, sighing softly after a moment's contemplation. Since both Sister Song and Junior Sister Mu have agreed, I too shall accompany you to the end, Luyu replied, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled charmingly. As the 3 women reached a unanimous decision, they promptly transformed into 3 streaks of escaping light, darting away towards the outer valley, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, within the forbidden chamber of the Falling Cloud sect, the stone door creaked open once more, and Han Li emerged with a hint of delight on his countenance. To his immediate surprise, he found Lu Luo smiling alongside the mortal Tian Qiner, causing him to momentarily pause. Junior brother Han, how is my sister-in-law faring? Fortunately, I have utilized the dispelling technique obtained from the Great Gene to lift her soul-binding curse once again. With this, there should be no further unexpected occurrences. However, Wanner is currently at a critical juncture in her cultivation of the Cha Nu Tian Yu Ju and cannot depart from the ice wall for the time being. It seems we must wait for several more years, Lu Luo explained. Regrettably, my cultivation attributes differ from hers. Otherwise, I could assist her immediately. Han Li sighed softly, allowing a fleeting smile to fade, replaced by a tinge of regret. Do not be in haste, junior brother. Although my sister-in-law cannot escape immediately, she is already capable of awakening on her own. It's merely a matter of waiting a few more years, when the time comes. I shall certainly partake in your joyous celebration, Lu Luo reassured him, a relaxed expression lighting up his face as he jested with Han Li. In response to Lu Luo's jest, Han Li's cheeks flushed momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure, smiling silently. By the way, junior brother, now that you have attained the status of a great cultivator, it seems inappropriate for you to remain on the mother and child peak. How about moving back to the sect? I could arrange for a new cave dwelling for you on the main peak, Lu Luo inquired hesitantly. That is unnecessary. Although the mother and child peak is modest, it offers tranquility. Even when Wanner emerges, it will suffice for our residence, Han Li contemplated before shaking his head. However, since you insist, I shall acquiesce. By the way, your Yuan Ing level puppet still remains with me, Lu Luo mentioned, a hint of regret crossing his features as he recalled the puppet Han Li had left behind years ago. That I have already advanced to the late Yuaning stage. The puppet holds little utility for me now. You may donate it to the sect, allowing senior brother to continue wielding it, Han Li replied, his gaze flickering before he smiled nonchalantly. Then I am profoundly grateful. Junior brother, Lu Luo exclaimed with uncontainable joy, for the puppet was of great significance to him. However, Wanner is currently at a pivotal moment in breaking through her mid-stage bottleneck. I wish to avoid any unforeseen disruptions to her final cultivation. Han Li added with a furrowed brow, suddenly expressing this concern. What do you mean, junior brother? Lu Luo inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The mother and child peak is quite distant from the forbidden area. Although I will not be engaging in prolonged closed-door cultivation this year, I have several treasures that require re-ritualization, and I may need to venture out a few times. I plan to modify the restrictions here, enhancing their potency further to seal this place completely. Senior brother, do you have any objections? Han Li spoke gravely. Ha, I was concerned about something else. Please proceed with your plans. Junior brother. I intended for you to take full control of the forbidden area upon your return. Lu Luo responded with a smile. Then I sincerely thank you. Additionally, this disciple of mine may require your guidance from time to time, Han Li remarked with a faint smile, but as if recalling something. He suddenly gestured towards Tian Qiner standing nearby. Suddenly, he briefly mentioned the matter of Tian Qiner possessing the dragonine body and possibly being the reincarnation of a dear friend. TSK. It turns out that the cycle of reincarnation in this world is indeed true. Fear not, should my junior brother find it inconvenient to act, I shall personally suppress the backlash of the yang energy within Tian's body. Lu Luo swiftly comprehended Han Li's intention and readily agreed without hesitation. He chuckled, I truly must rely on you, senior brother Lu. However, rest assured, I will endeavor to gather several types of Yin attribute elixirs. If their potency is sufficiently strong, they can similarly delay the onset of her dragon Yin body. There will be no need to trouble you to intervene frequently. Han Li spoke with confidence. Yet, Lu Luo waved his hand dismissively, appearing unfazed. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Tian Qiner felt a surge of emotion within her heart. She had been concerned about how she would manage in her master's absence during long journeys or periods of seclusion, but little did she expect Han Li had already considered her situation thoroughly. Subsequently, Lu Luo and Han Li discussed various matters regarding the upcoming grand ceremony and the potential visits from sects such as the Ancient Sword Sect and 100 Crafts Institute in the following days before bidding farewell. Once Lu Luo exited the forbidden area, Han Li immediately retrieved several sets of formation flags and discs from his robe, commencing the reconfiguration of the protective barriers surrounding the stone chamber. It is noteworthy that during his visit to the Great Gene, he had vanquished numerous nascent soul-level cultivators, obtaining a wealth of formidable array tools from their storage bags, far surpassing what he had previously possessed. Thus, he found the original restrictions of the forbidden area somewhat lacking and resolved to redeploy them. Consequently, even in his absence from Nangong Wan, he felt significantly more at ease. He had no desire to relive the experience of being away from his partner and falling victim to treachery. With an abundance of available array tools, the setup of the formation was astonishingly swift. Han Li completed the arrangement in the span of a single meal, then smiled at Tian Qiner before clapping his hands and re-entering the stone chamber. After spending a brief moment inside, he emerged once more with a beaming smile. "Come, I shall take you to see my place of residence and, in the meantime, establish a separate cave dwelling for you. Furthermore, I will entrust you with the complete collection of array manuals I have amassed," Han Li stated, seemingly in high spirits. In an instant, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he whisked the girl away, transforming into a streak of azure rainbow as they departed the forbidden area, heading straight for his former abode on the Mother and Child Peak. In a mere moment, the azure rainbow ascended above the sect's protective formation, reaching the skies over the eastern side of the Mother and Child Peak. After a brief spiral, they descended upon the summit of one of the subsidiary peaks. Han Li flicked his sleeve, unleashing over a dozen golden flying swords that shot forth, vanishing in an instant as beams of golden light. He then settled into a meditative posture, silently forming hand seals. Yet, from the mountainside below, a resounding rumble echoed. Tian Qiner stood behind Han Li, occasionally glancing around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Given Han Li's current cultivation level, establishing a small cave dwelling would require little time. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Good, the cave dwelling is complete. As for its interior arrangement, that shall depend on your own inclinations. You may first visit the cave dwelling to assess if there are any unsatisfactory aspects that you wish to amend. Should you find anything lacking, you may use my elder's token to procure what you need from the sect. In the coming days, I shall focus on refining a few treasures within the cave. You may take this time to familiarize yourself with our sect's practices." "Yes, Master," Tian Qiner replied with a flicker of excitement on her face. Suddenly, Han Li flipped his palm, producing several gleaming objects, tokens, small banners, orbs, as well as flying swords, bronze mirrors, among 6 or 7 other extraordinary magical artifacts. The quality of these artifacts is commendable, and with your current cultivation level, you should be able to wield them adequately. Take them to refine for your own protection. He chuckled, adding, "How could my disciple lack the means for self-defense? By the way, that token is a magical artifact for unlocking the restrictions of the Mother and Child Peak. Refine this item first before departing from here," Han Li stated nonchalantly. "Thank you for your generous gifts, Master. Qiner will remember this," Tian Qiner exclaimed, her joy palpable. Coming from parents who were both core formation stage cultivators, she instantly discerned that these artifacts were not merely decent, they seemed to be either upper tier or top tier, entirely suitable even for core formation stage use. Overjoyed, she expressed her gratitude and reached out to accept the magical artifacts. Han Li let out a light chuckle and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards the Mother Peak. After a few flashes, he vanished into a certain part of the mountain, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Tian Qiner, brimming with excitement, played with the magical artifacts in her hands for a while before joyfully soaring towards her cave dwelling. Han Li, having returned to the cave dwelling he had not seen for nearly a century, gazed around at everything that remained unchanged, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. He then took out the spiritual herbs, medicines, and spiritual insects and beasts from his storage bag, transplanting what needed to be placed in the medicinal garden and swiftly putting the rest into the insect chamber and beast room. Without further ado, he entered the secret chamber and began refining the second set of Qizhu Fengmen swords, preparing to blend all the newly acquired Gung essence into them. However, this was merely the first step. Han Li also intended to incorporate the 10,000-year-old Xian Jade obtained from the Ziyajigong into the swords, endowing the flying swords with icy powers, thus enhancing their might. With this, even Han Li himself looked forward to the refinement of his beloved magical treasure with great anticipation. Chapter 1171. Suppressing 2 sects while Han Li was in seclusion within the secret chamber. Upon emerging with a look of satisfaction, he discovered Lu Luo sitting cross-legged outside the restrictions of his cave dwelling, seemingly waiting for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li understood the situation and smiled slightly as he opened the cave's restrictions. Personally welcoming Lu Luo, "Junior brother Han, I heard from senior nephew Tian that you were in seclusion refining artifacts. I thought you would need a few more days, but I didn't expect you to emerge so quickly," Lu Luo exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he hurriedly stood and bowed to Han Li. I merely refined some minor items obtained from the Great Gene. I expected to be out in 2 or 3 days. But it ended up taking longer than anticipated. Thank you for your patience, senior brother. Did you come this time because of the matter regarding the Ancient Sword Sect and the 100 Crafts Institute? Calmly, Han Li inquired. Indeed, it appears that nearly all the elders from both factions have mobilized. Some of them seem to doubt that my junior brother has truly advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul. With a smile, Lu Luo replied, in that case, I shall pay them a visit. Han Li responded non-committally. That would be for the best. Lu Luo expressed his satisfaction. Immediately, the two transformed into streaks of escaping light, heading straight for the Falling Cloud sect. After a brief moment, they arrived at the grand hall situated beneath the main peak of the sect. At the entrance of the hall stood more than 10 disciples at the foundation establishment stage, who, upon seeing Han Li and his companion, approached respectfully to pay their respects, with a few unable to suppress their curiosity and stealing glances at Han Li. Han Li furrowed his brow and let out a soft huff through his nose. To others, this sound seemed utterly mundane, but to those few disciples who had been peering, it was akin to a clap of thunder, sending chills down their spines, compelling them to lower their heads and avoid further glances. Are all our fellow cultivators within the hall? Lu Luo, seemingly unperturbed by Han Li's demeanor, casually inquired. Reporting to the two esteemed ancestors, the elders from the Ancient Sword Sect and the 100 Crafts Institute have been meditating within the hall, and nothing unusual has occurred. A quick-witted disciple promptly responded. Lu Luo nodded. Meanwhile, Han Li had already swept his divine sense across the interior of the hall, taking note of the cultivation levels of those present. There were 2 at the mid-nascent soul stage and 3 at the early stage. It seemed that the grand elders from both factions had indeed come in person. Han Li thought lazily to himself, given that he had previously slain practitioners at the late nascent soul stage. He had no reason to regard the cultivators within the hall as a threat. Without uttering a word, Han Li took the lead and strode directly into the hall. Lu Luo was momentarily taken aback but quickly followed suit, deliberately maintaining a step behind Han Li to signify his role as subordinate. However, it was only a few steps later that Lu Luo was astonished to discover that Han Li had suddenly vanished. This disappearance, while visible to the naked eye, rendered Han Li imperceptible to divine sense, as if he were merely a wisp of air. Lu Luo gasped in shock, a flicker of concern igniting in his heart. Such an utterly isolating technique could only be executed by high-ranking cultivators with formidable divine sense, allowing them to employ secret arts against lower-tier cultivators. The fact that he, with his early nascent soul divine sense, could sense Han Li's location yet was utterly incapable of detecting his presence suggested that if Han Li wished to ambush a practitioner of his caliber, he could do so without raising an alarm. Of course, he also worried that Han Li, being a recently advanced late-stage practitioner, might not truly intimidate the 2 grand elders from the Ancient Sword Sect and the 100 Crafts Institute by suddenly demonstrating this technique. After all, they were mid-stage practitioners, and should he inadvertently fail to suppress their divine senses, it could backfire. Nevertheless, Lu Luo understood that Han Li would not employ such a method unless he possessed a modicum of confidence. Ultimately, the elder of the Falling Cloud sect felt a tumult of emotions, straddling between hope and trepidation. The corridor was but a brief passage, and shortly thereafter, the two entered the grand hall. In an instant, 10 pairs of eyes converged upon them, initially landing on Lu Luo before shifting in surprise to Han Li. Observing this, Lu Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him. This indicates that none of the 5 nascent soul cultivators in the hall could perceive Han Li's presence. At this moment, the expressions of the 5 individuals in the hall changed dramatically, and they rose to their feet. Indeed, Taoist Han has already reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Even we in the mid-stage cannot sense his aura, remarked a radiant elder with flowing hair, his astonishment gradually subsiding, yet his voice remained serious. This individual was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ancient Sword Sect, Jin Leaguai. It has only been a little over 100 years, and Brother Han has advanced to the late stage. Such a rapid pace of cultivation is likely unparalleled in history. Another swiftly reacting figure, a robust man clad in a purple robe, chimed in. He was the fierce elder from the 100 Arts Institute. Han Li had encountered both of these men during his visit to the 100 Arts Institute and had even sparred with Jin Leaguai once. Thus, Han Li responded with a faint smile. I merely encountered some fortunate opportunities during my recent travels. However, I am unaware that both Taoist friends have personally come to the Falling Cloud sect, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. Haha, for us cultivators, time passes in the blink of an eye. What significance does it hold? Jean Leaguai laughed heartily. Han Li smiled slightly in response, then surveyed the remaining 3 individuals. Among them, 2 were newly advanced nascent soul cultivators, but the last was a seemingly gentle young woman, none other than Ming Xian, the female cultivator from the ancient sword sect who had also attended the 100 Arts Institute's event years ago. This woman had once, in her naivety, attempted to employ a rather profound secret technique against him, but had failed to gauge his depth. Nevertheless, Han Li had retained a certain impression of her. Yet, as Han Li's consciousness swept over her, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he slowly addressed her. Fairy Ming Xen, I trust you have been well. It seems your cultivation is nearing the initial bottleneck, with another decade or so of diligent practice. Advancement to the mid-stage should be within reach. Upon hearing Han Li's gaze upon her, the young woman's complexion grew slightly unnatural when she heard Han Li accurately speak of her cultivation progress. Her beautiful countenance began to pale. Among the ancient sword sect's 2 factions, it was this young woman who at least believed that Han Li could truly advance to the late-stage nascent soul. Though she had recently advanced to the nascent soul stage herself, she had relied on a rare treasure to accelerate her cultivation at a pace nearly several times that of ordinary cultivators, allowing her to break through bottlenecks repeatedly, thus being regarded as a prodigy. However, during the event, she had encountered Han Li, who, despite having cultivated for a shorter time, had surpassed her in strength, leaving her shaken. Yet, she had not fully accepted this. With her treasure, she believed it was only a matter of time before she caught up to him. Now, after just over 100 years, hearing that Han Li had returned from his travels to advance to the late stage, Fairy Ming Xian was utterly astonished and resolutely refused to believe it. However, Han Li had just demonstrated the formidable power of his spiritual awareness. A mere glance cast upon her left the young woman with an almost suffocating sensation. Furthermore, his casual remark articulated her current cultivation level with astonishing precision, as if it were his own. The young woman was greatly alarmed, and after a moment, she managed to force a faint smile, saying, Brother Han, you truly possess remarkable abilities to be able to discern Mingxin's cultivation level so accurately. It appears you have indeed reached the realm of a late-stage grand cultivator, with you presiding over Yuming Mountain. It is certain that those petty individuals will no longer dare to covet our 3 sections. What you say, Fairy Mingxin, holds truth. With Brother Han's current age, it is surely not a problem for our lineage in Yunming Mountain to remain undisturbed for 7 or 8 centuries. Another remarked, coveting our 3 sects. It seems that, in fact, we should be considering extending our influence beyond Yunming Mountain. At this moment, Lu Luo interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jean Leaguai and the others shifted slightly. Han Li, meanwhile, remained silent, yet the aura that had dissipated earlier reemerged, growing increasingly potent, undeniably revealing the overwhelming spiritual pressure of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Moments later, the 5 individuals in the hall found themselves nearly unsteady under this astonishing spiritual pressure, their faces darkening as doubts dissipated entirely. Subsequently, Lu Luo and the cultivators from the 2 sects brazenly deliberated on how to expand their influence, with the intention of bringing the entire Shigua cultivation realm under their control. In their discourse, they subtly regarded the ancient sword sect and the 100 craft sect as subordinate sections. Jean Leaguai and the purple-robed giant exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of helplessness in the other's expression. While Lu Luo appeared to be blissfully oblivious, outside the abyss of demons, in a secluded area, Mu Peeling and her 2 companions emerged from what seemed to be a hidden cave. The trio wore grim expressions, tinged with anxiety. This was the last location where the illusionary spirit grass might be found. Yet, they emerged empty-handed. Had the illusionary spirit grass on the outskirts already been entirely harvested? Once the 3 women had fully exited the cave, Liu halted, a look of hesitation crossing her face as she spoke. That is certainly a possibility. However, if we venture into the inner valley, I am certain we will be able to locate this spirit herb. The woman surnamed Song no longer exuded her previous calm demeanor. Her brows were tightly knitted as she replied, The inner valley is absolutely out of the question. With our current cultivation levels, entering would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, Mu Peeling's countenance changed dramatically. That is not necessarily the case. That I once knew an old friend of Master Han, from whom I acquired a safe route into the inner valley. As long as we adhere to this path, we should be able to minimize the dangers posed by spatial rifts. Song Yu blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly appearing contemplative. Chapter 1172. Captured. Master Han, are you referring to Mu Peeling was taken aback. Indeed, it is the route given by my friend, Taoist Xiling, whom I mentioned to you before. She once accompanied Master Han on an expedition into the Inner Valley, which is why she is aware of such a secure route. The woman surnamed Song said with a gentle smile. I encountered this Miss Xiling once, several decades ago. She is indeed a celestial beauty, capable of stirring the hearts of even as women. I have heard that many distinguished male cultivators have pursued her fervently, leading to numerous confrontations and clashes over her. Even those well-meaning individuals have dubbed her the most beautiful woman in the southern celestial realm of cultivation. However, this lady's origins are shrouded in mystery, and she has known her master for quite some time, reminiscent of a confidant. Sister Mu, you ought to exercise a bit of caution, Liu remarked with a playful glint in her eye, her laughter ringing with teasing undertones. What I have to be cautious about? Mu Peeling's face, as delicate as jade, flushed slightly, and she huffed lightly. Sister Lu, cease your teasing of Sister Mu. We must prioritize our business at hand. The woman with the surname Song asked with a serious expression, are you two sisters planning to venture into the Inner Valley? Upon sharing a glance that revealed their hesitations, Mu Peeling and Lu Yu's smiles faded. Sister Song, is that route map given to you by Xiling truly the path our master took years ago? If so, it may be worth a try. After all, the illusory spirit herb is crucial for our future breakthroughs. It would be quite unsatisfactory to return empty-handed, Liu said thoughtfully, her brows furrowing slightly. If it's merely searching for spiritual herbs near the entrance of the Inner Valley, I can go, Mu Peeling finally conceded, her expression shifting as she succumbed to the allure of the elixir. Very well, since both of you have made up your minds, we shall take this risk. However, let us agree beforehand to remain within several hundred miles of the entrance. If we still cannot locate the illusory spirit herb, we shall retreat immediately and must not venture deeper. No matter how important the elixir is, it pales in comparison to our lives. After nodding, the woman with the surname Song offered her admonition. Indeed, should we delve too deeply into the Inner Valley, even with a route map, as mere core formation cultivators, we would merely be courting death. It is said that some ancient beast within the Inner Valley would send even nascent soul cultivators fleeing in terror, Liu added with a charming smile. Those ancient beasts typically reside deep within the valley. There should be no issues near the entrance. Without further ado, let us depart, Mu Peeling declared decisively. The other two women also shared her sentiment, and the trio transformed into 3 streaks of light, soaring from the cave and darting towards a specific direction. 5 days later, at the edge of the Inner Valley, amidst a realm of ice and snow, the 3 women emerged into the biting cold wind. Not far behind them lay a massive ice crevice, the very passage through which Han Li and Xiling had entered the Inner Valley alongside the ghost spirit sect years prior. The 3 ladies had activated their protective barriers, rendering them unperturbed by the frigid gusts. They engaged in hushed whispers for a moment. Then, hovering a few yards above the ground, they gradually ascended into the distance, daring not to hasten even slightly. The snowy expanse was not extensive, and within half a day's flight, they exited the area, coming upon an exceptionally verdant peak. The 3 women rejoiced and instinctively split apart, beginning their quest for spiritual herbs around this mountain. After a day and a night, the trio reconvened at the summit of the mountain. Upon exchanging glances, they could not help but share a wry smile. While this mountain indeed boasted many spiritual herbs absent in the outside world, the elusive illusory spirit herb was nowhere to be found. I feel the same. I couldn't find the illusory spirit herb either. However, I did manage to gather the remaining herbs needed for another elixir. Lu Yu expressed her frustration first. It seems we shall not return entirely empty-handed, Mu Peeling remarked, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. It appears that we are truly fated to be without the ethereal grass. Let us return to the inner sanctum. Song Yu sighed softly, a hint of desolation in her voice. Should we not conduct a more thorough search? There may still be places we have overlooked, suggested Lu Yu, her tone tinged with reluctance. Enough. It is futile to pursue what is not meant to be. Moreover, the Inner Valley is fraught with peril. Even lingering near the entrance for too long could spell trouble. We must depart at once, Song Yu declared resolutely, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's lovely features displayed a flicker of unwillingness, and just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a thunderous rumble resonated from the distant horizon. The 3 women paused, instinctively lifting their gazes to the source of the sound. There, in the direction of the thunder, a vast expanse of darkness loomed, as if a massive bank of ominous clouds was hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. Swelling in size within the blink of an eye. As it drew closer, the clouds churned ominously, accompanied by the deafening roars of thunder, a truly formidable sight. This is bad. Those clouds are suspicious. They may be ancient beasts. With their seasoned experience, the three women immediately recognized the peculiarity of the dark clouds. The woman named Song cried out in alarm. Instantly, the trio leapt into action, transforming into three streaks of light as they fled along the path they had come. The thunderous clamor from the dark clouds momentarily paused, as if whatever was within had detected the three women. The speed of the clouds shifted, accelerating even faster in pursuit, accompanied by a chilling, sinister laughter. Not ancient beasts, but rather, it seems to be practitioners of the demonic path. Lu Yu, having once hailed from the demonic sect, recognized the laughter and, upon a closer inspection of the dark clouds, quickly warned with a changed countenance. Regardless of whether they are human or demon, their intentions are clearly malevolent. We cannot afford to confront them head-on, Song Yu exclaimed, her urgency palpable as the dark clouds drew nearer. With a swift motion, she retrieved a shimmering orb from her storage pouch. As she recited an incantation, the orb transformed into a swirling mist of white, enveloping all three of them. Then, unexpectedly, the white cloud trembled and shot forth like a meteor, its speed surpassing that of the pursuing dark clouds. Such trifling tricks dare to manifest before me. A chilling voice emerged from within the dark clouds, followed by a tumultuous roiling as they coalesced into a massive black hand. In an instant, this hand vanished, morphing into a streak of darkness over 10 feet long, its speed suddenly doubling, swiftly closing the distance. The pursuer is a Yuanying stage demon cultivator. We must devise a way to hinder him. Came Song Yu's urgent voice from within the white cloud. I will unleash the spirit insects. Even if it means sacrificing these centipedes, I will at least buy us some time against our pursuer. Lu Yu declared, her tone laced with desperation. No sooner had she spoken than several snow-white centipedes, each half a foot long, erupted from the white cloud, darting towards the encroaching darkness. The six-winged frost centipedes. Ha! Who dares to send such insignificant creatures against me? A voice from within the darkness burst into laughter upon seeing the centipedes. Suddenly, several jet-black threads shot forth from the dark figure, piercing through the white centipedes in the blink of an eye. As the dark figure effortlessly glided between the creatures without a moment's pause. As those few centipedes hung motionless in midair, after a moment, they were suddenly engulfed by a surge of black flames, which enveloped them entirely with a resounding crash, reducing them to ash in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. This black flame, of an enigmatic nature, appeared to be something the six-winged frost centipedes could not withstand in the slightest. The trio of women amidst the clouds, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves utterly astounded, particularly Lu Yu, whose heart was gripped by a profound terror and astonishment. She was left bewildered by the origins of the demonic cultivator behind them, who seemed to recognize her lineage merely from those centipedes, despite the voice being distinctly unfamiliar. The speed of the dark light was astonishingly swift. Before the three women could devise a plan to counter the threat, it had already pursued them into the clouds above. With a swift spiral, a massive black hand reappeared, recklessly reaching down with great force. The three women simultaneously gasped, unleashing three beams of sword light and a long-distance strike, alongside a magical implement that shot forth from the clouds. In an instant, the dark hand flickered with a sinister glow, seizing all treasures within its grasp, and with a mere splay of its fingers, the flying swords and other magical artifacts mysteriously vanished, their whereabouts unknown. However, in that brief moment of delay, the clouds erupted with a thunderous roar, fracturing open, and the three beams of light shot off in different directions as the women resolved to flee for their lives. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. A surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the dark hand, sweeping towards the escaping lights of the three women. In a blink, they were ensnared within it, pulled back with a forceful jolt. The black hand simultaneously captured all three women. Song Yu and her companions found themselves captured alive, overcome with fear and astonishment. Their protective spiritual auras flickered erratically as they desperately struggled against the confinement of the hand. Just then, a cold snort echoed in their ears. Tendrils of black gas emanated from the hand, enveloping the three women in its ominous embrace, causing their consciousness to scatter, plunging them into darkness. Only then did the black hand release them, transforming into a vast expanse of black mist that coalesced and spiraled inward, revealing the silhouette of a tall figure. This figure was entirely cloaked in darkness, yet its eyes gleamed with an unsettling green light, radiating an extraordinary coldness. Unexpectedly, it was the three women. This development was fortuitous. Should they be subdued, it might instill a measure of caution in that person. These three women are indeed connected to you. It is unlikely you would sacrifice yourself for their rescue, but a slight threat could yield significant results. The shadow emitted a hoarse voice, fixating its gaze upon the three women ensnared in the mist. Its lips curling into a cold smile. Time passed, and eventually, the most powerful among the trio, the woman surnamed Song, slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find herself lying on a chilling surface, surrounded by glimmering stalagmites radiating white light. Alarmed, she sat up, hastily forming hand seals to summon her protective spiritual light. However, a sudden cry escaped her lips as her body weakened, collapsing back onto the ground. Chapter 1173, The Second Yuan Ing and the Celestial Fiend's Corpse. You have been bound by my restrictions. Now you are no different from an ordinary mortal, a languid voice emerged, startling the woman surnamed Song as she turned to look. In the dim recess of the cavern, a towering figure shrouded in darkness sat cross-legged, utterly still, to the point that she remained entirely oblivious to her presence. Almost simultaneously, the woman sensed that her internal magical energy could indeed not coalesce or rise, as if she were truly ensnared by a formidable restriction, causing her heart to plummet. Who are you? And why have you captured my sisters? The woman with the surname Song cast a glance to her side, discovering that Mu Peeling and Liu lay unconscious behind her, though they appeared unharmed. A wave of relief washed over her. I never anticipated encountering the three of you in this secluded valley. You have only yourselves to blame for crossing paths with me and for still being of some use to me. Song Shirji, as long as you remain obediently here, I shall not trouble you, out of respect for our past connections. However, should you contemplate an escape, do not blame me for being ruthless. The towering figure spoke coldly. Song Shirji, I do not recall having such a senior in my sect. Surely, you must have mistaken me for someone else, Song Yu replied, astonished and incredulous. It is not surprising you do not recognize me. What matters is that I recognize you. Shirji. Is that girl Xiling doing well? The dark figure inquired nonchalantly. You know Xiling. Who exactly are you? Song Yu exclaimed, her heart racing with fear. Curious about my identity. That is quite simple, the shadowy figure murmured, abruptly rising to its feet and striding towards the woman with the surname Song. Yet, after merely a few steps, the figure emerged from the darkness, revealing itself fully to her gaze. Clad in a long black robe, with a skull-like visage and a pair of enormous fangs protruding from its lips, the sight was utterly terrifying. Furthermore, one of its bare arms gleamed as if forged from gold and silver, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Who are you? I have never encountered you before. Although the figure's appearance caused a jolt of fear within her, she maintained a facade of composure and inquired. Is that so? You cannot identify me in this guise. The figure, clad in black, showed no signs of anger, responding calmly, though its gaze upon Song Yu suddenly shifted, as if filled with an enigmatic curiosity. Upon meeting that gaze, Song Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity wash over her, suddenly recalling a certain individual. You cannot be. This is impossible. She gasped in astonishment. At last, you have discerned my identity, but do not be alarmed. The current me is not yet that person. However, it will not be long before I become him. The figure in black let out an eerie chuckle, then flickered, retreating to its previous position and resuming its meditative posture, disregarding Song Yu entirely. Meanwhile, the woman in palace attire was left in a state of utter disbelief, her heart tumultuous as a youthful figure flashed intermittently in her consciousness, merging and then splitting apart with the shadowy figure before her. Could it truly be Master Han? Yet he did not resemble this at all. Could it be that he encountered a great calamity during his travels and was forced to seize a new body? No, her master, though at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, possessed powers that rivaled those of late-stage grandmasters. How could he have faced such a fate? Moreover, even if his physical form were destroyed and he had to seize a new body, why would he not return to the sect for recuperation, instead hiding in the abyss of Demon Falls and treating the three of them with such hostility? What could the final phrases he uttered possibly mean? The woman with the surname Song, despite her extraordinary talents, found herself momentarily transfixed by the looming shadow, her mind descending into chaos. Humph! Both of you have awakened. Why continue to feign unconsciousness? The cloaked figure suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a scoff. Upon hearing these words, the woman named Song froze in surprise, and before she could turn back with joy, Mu Peeling's voice echoed behind her. You are not the master. You are the master's second primordial spirit. How could you escape the master's control and attain independent consciousness? Where is the master now? Her words were laden with an indescribable peculiarity, filled with concern and a hint of terror. Mushimi. You must be mistaken. This person is indeed the second incarnation forged by our master. The incredulous voice of the woman surnamed Song followed, mirroring her disbelief. When she glanced back, she saw that the other two women had also sat up, with Lu Yu covering her mouth in shock. I do not know the details very well, but I have heard that the master has cultivated a rare secret technique in the human realm that enables him to condense a second primordial spirit. However, this second spirit is exceptionally perilous. A single misstep could lead to the emergence of its own consciousness, resulting in a backlash against its creator. Mu Peeling fixed her gaze on the shadow, her expression fluctuating ominously. Upon hearing this, the women surnamed Song and Lu Yu exchanged glances of mutual bewilderment. You can recognize the true form. Oh, I recall now. It was that girl, Yu, who let it slip. Yet, I had no intention of concealing anything. I was indeed the second primordial spirit of that individual. However, once I achieve complete mastery and devour that person's soul, I will become that person, and that person will become me. You shall remain here obediently. If all goes well, I will naturally allow you to depart. This place is an exceedingly secretive location I discovered within the Inner Valley, personally sought out by that individual. And it is absolutely impossible for you to be found here. The cloaked figure showed no inclination to hide the truth, confessing candidly he was indeed the second primordial spirit transformed from the lost essence of the Supreme Wood Spirit during the battle between Han Li and several eminent masters from years past. At that time, this spirit had been gravely wounded by one of the great masters and should have dissipated into nothingness. Yet, fortuitously, the second primordial spirit had cultivated some of the profound demonic energy imparted by Han Li, which activated the protective divine power of the ghostly banner infused with boundless demonic energy, drawing it within and healing it. Had Han Li not distanced himself from this primordial spirit, it would have instinctively returned to his side upon awakening. However, Han Li was also gravely injured at that time, forced to flee into the water and encase himself in ice, drifting downstream to the Great Jing. Consequently, once the second primordial spirit healed, it was unable to trace Han Li's whereabouts and began to drift aimlessly across the grasslands. After 2 to 3 decades, it finally developed a semblance of independent consciousness and quietly returned to the Great Jing, infiltrating the abyss of demons, where it easily found the soulless corpse of the celestial calamity demon within the Inner Valley. Although this demonic corpse had been severely wounded by ancient demons, relying on its own corpse-like resilience, it had not truly vanished from the world but was gradually recovering to its former state. However, without Han Li's control, the demonic corpse operated solely on instinct. If this continued, in a few hundred years, it was not impossible for the demonic corpse to once again develop its own consciousness. However, upon being discovered by the second nascent soul, this entity effortlessly took possession of the demonic corpse, utilizing the ancient restrictions from that era, and devoured the meager remnants of its original essence. This was precisely why the second nascent soul did not seek to possess other cultivators but instead headed directly to the abyss of demons. After all, seizing the body of a fellow nascent soul cultivator of equal rank is no trivial undertaking. A single misstep could result in one's own demise. The demonic corpse, possessing the cultivation level of a nascent soul, lacked an independent consciousness, making it an almost perfect target for possession. Naturally, the second nascent soul approached without hesitation, utilizing the residual demonic energy from the spatial rift where the ancient demon stored its body, alongside the corpse's own corpse energy and the assistance of the Yin Luo banner. It remarkably cultivated the profound Yin demonic energy to a significant extent within just a few decades, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Subsequently, this demon discovered several unclaimed treasures in a few secret locations within the valley, refined them, and prepared to exit the valley, only to encounter the 3 women, Mu Peeling and her companions. Initially unaware of their identities, the second nascent soul, having first cultivated the profound Yin demonic energy, subsequently infused with pure demonic energy, and having devoured a fragment of the heavenly demon's essence, was markedly different from the original Han Li. Instantly, a fierce nature surged within, and it sought to eliminate the 3 mere core formation cultivators, partly to prevent them from revealing its whereabouts, and partly to alleviate the pent-up malice within. However, upon recognizing the 3 women, the memories implanted within the replicated Han Li stirred to life, leading to a momentary hesitation, after which it changed its mind, capturing the 3 alive, imposing restrictions upon them, and confining them in this place. How long do you intend to keep us here? Mu Peeling, though inwardly lamenting her predicament, mustered her courage to inquire. The reason she could identify the second nascent soul at a glance was that, long ago, Inu had gifted her an unnamed jade pendant while delivering medicinal pills, which she had kept close ever since. This pendant concealed a trace of the second nascent soul's aura, subtly embedded by Yin Yu in her capacity as a spirit tool, allowing her to sense its presence from a distance. Although perplexed at the time, she now grasped the intent behind it. The other party had likely anticipated the second nascent soul might lose control and provided her with the pendant as a precaution. Now, armed with the pendant's unusual response, she immediately recognized the identity of the individual before her. The figure in the black robe, upon hearing Mu Peeling's question, cast a cold glance her way and responded indifferently, "Only when there remains but one Han Li in this world, with the power and cultivation speed of my master." "Do you truly believe there is hope?" The woman surnamed Song, having regained her composure and clarified the situation, spoke slowly. "Currently, I am indeed no match for him, but I still possess a chance for survival. Moreover, with the three of you at my side, I feel somewhat more assured, given the need for caution. As for how I will manage, you need not concern yourselves with that." The figure in the black robe chuckled darkly but revealed nothing of his intentions. "Then you, Lu Yu," her mind racing, was about to voice her thoughts when the figure abruptly interrupted. "Enough. I am well aware of what schemes the three of you are devising, but do not harbor any illusions. You may depart from here. I shall either consume that individual or be erased from existence by him, thus becoming his second primordial infant once more. For now, you should rest for a while." As the cloaked figure uttered these words, he performed a hand gesture and recited an incantation. Instantly, vibrant spiritual lights flickered on the ground surrounding the three women, and a surge of black mist erupted forth. Startled, Mu Peeling and the others realized they were ensnared within a colossal formation. The black mist enveloped them. They were once again plunged into unconsciousness, their surroundings spinning chaotically. The cloaked figure, seated in the corner, halted his incantation and released his spell, yet his gaze upon the black mist shifted to one of extreme complexity. Chapter 1174. The Awe of Southern Tian. A month later, within the Xuanwu Great Hall of the renowned Taishan sect, a venerable Taoist with an infant-like visage yet hair as white as snow furrowed his brow as he scrutinized a pale jade slip in his hand. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and suddenly commanded one of the attendants outside the hall, "Come forth." At his command, two middle-aged Taoists entered the hall. "Master, what are your instructions?" The two foundation-building Taoists bowed respectfully. "Deliver this invitation to Jinxia Valley at the back mountain and inform them that a fourth great cultivator has emerged in the Shigua. The Luoyun sect has sent an invitation for the grand ceremony. Inquire whether the esteemed elder wishes to attend personally or if one of the revered ancestors should make the journey," the old Taoist gravely conveyed as he handed over the jade slip. "Understood, Master. We shall ensure it reaches the hands of the ancestor," the two Taoists replied, their expressions shifting before they respectfully accepted the jade slip and transformed into beams of light, departing the grand hall toward the mountain's rear. Tianyang Pond, a renowned forbidden area within the Hahuan sect, spanned only a few hundred zhang, yet was perpetually shrouded in dense gray mist. Not even the esteemed infant soul elders of the sect dared to tread within its nebulous embrace. Generally, the vicinity of Tianyang Pond saw scarce human presence within a 20-li radius. However, at this moment, a few paces from the mist stood 5 or 6 cultivators of diverse attire, both male and female, silently gazing at the fog. The fourth great cultivator, surnamed Han, has indeed progressed swiftly in his cultivation, though I had anticipated he would eventually reach this stage. I did not expect him to ascend once more in merely a century. However, since he has arrived at this juncture, it appears I must personally attend the upcoming grand ceremony." A soft sigh echoed from within the mist. The cultivators outside remained motionless, refraining from uttering a word. Their silence palpable on an island near Cheeling Island. An unassuming elder clad in a green robe stood at the edge of a precipice, hands clasped behind him, gazing serenely out at the boundless sea. Yet, within the palm of one hand, he delicately grasped a white jade slip that shimmered with a faint spiritual radiance. In a secluded pavilion on Linglong Mountain of the Bailiang Kingdom, a refined gentleman and a portly elder sat opposite each other upon wooden chairs. The elder cautiously inquired of the woman, "Senior Wu, will you be attending the grand ceremony of the Luoyun sect in person?" That individual has ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul at such a tender age. And with his lifespan, he could instill fear in the South for 7 or 8 centuries. If we could rekindle our former friendship with him, our 6 sects would thereafter be free from worry. Pray tell, has the esteemed disciple Lei taken charge of the sect and now wishes to invite that person back to your valley? The man, upon hearing this, replied with a hint of indifference. "You misunderstand. esteemed elder. Given his current stature, how could he ever return to our humble Huanfeng Valley? Nevertheless, our sect does share some connections with him, and fostering goodwill could ultimately benefit our 6 sects. The rotund elder spoke sheepishly. If you seek to cultivate a relationship with him, do not count on me. Although I have a good rapport with junior sister Nangong, she has not been in touch since departing with that individual. However, I shall indeed attend the ceremony on behalf of the Canua sect. The man fell silent for a moment before expressionlessly replying that it would be best if Elder Wu were to make the journey in person. The elder's face lit up upon hearing this. No wonder your Huanfeng Valley is so anxious about this individual. It is quite understandable. Ever since Taoist Ling Hu ascended, your valley has lacked a single nascent soul cultivator to oversee it. Had it not been for Taoist Ling Hu's past assistance and his notification to our 5 sects, I fear your Huanfeng Valley would have long since struggled to maintain its foothold in the Bei Liang Kingdom. The man cast a sidelong glance at the elder and chuckled softly. Forgive me for the amusement, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's face flushed with embarrassment. In the span of 2 months, the entire south was abuzz. Throughout the southern cultivation realm, every slightly significant sect received an invitation from the Luoyan sect, announcing that one of their elders had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul and was hosting a grand ceremony to celebrate this event. Thus, they extended invitations to all major sects to attend the ceremony. Although the invitation did not specify which elder it pertained to, the name of Han Li, who once astonished the South as the foremost cultivator of the late nascent soul stage, was universally recognized without the need for speculation. Consequently, regardless of the size of these sects, a wave of excitement swept through them. Smaller sects, filled with trepidation, readily agreed to attend the ceremony. Larger sects, while harboring various reservations, also consented to send at least one elder to partake in the celebration. In no time, the name of Han Li reverberated once more throughout every corner of the South. Whether among the reclusive cultivators dwelling in secluded mountains and deep valleys, or the families of cultivators gathered in places rich with spiritual veins, Han Li was undoubtedly the most frequently mentioned name in nearly a century. Everyone was engrossed in discussions about this young prodigy who had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul, marking him as the 4th great cultivator in the South. Thus, 3 months later, the ceremony held by the Luoyun sect commenced. Over 100 nascent soul cultivators were in attendance, accompanied by several times that number of core formation cultivators who came to witness the event at Yunming Mountain. As the guest of honor, Han Li made only a brief appearance on the first day of the ceremony, uttering a few words before inviting a dozen or so elders from various sects, all of whom were of mid-nascent soul or higher, to gather in a secluded hall of the Luoyun sect. Among them were the late-stage cultivators, the ecstasy elder of the Hahuan sect, and Wei Wui of the Huai sect. After 3 days and nights, when these venerable beings of the Yuan Ing stage finally emerged from the grand hall, they appeared pallid and visibly shaken, with expressions of dread etched upon their faces. Notably, Wei Wuyo and the old demon He Huan exhibited a significant dimming of their once bright eyes, their countenances remarkably grim. Some astute onlookers among the observing cultivators, driven by curiosity, approached to inquire about the events inside the hall. However, those questioned either offered wry smiles and remained silent or shook their heads repeatedly, haunted by their experiences, refusing to divulge any details. This only served to heighten the curiosity of the other cultivators. The ceremony lasted for half a month, yet Han Li did not reappear before the crowd afterward. The dozen or so most powerful Yuaning elders showed no inclination to meet him. And the moment the ceremony concluded, they departed from the Falling Cloud sect in a state of disquiet, with none lingering even for a moment. Consequently, other cultivators were left to ponder the extraordinary occurrences within the secret hall that could transform even 2 great cultivators into such a state. Although the elders who attended the gathering were reticent about discussing the hall's affairs, some eventually confided in close friends and acquaintances. However, the revelations that emerged sent shockwaves through the southern celestial realm. It was disclosed that the newly ascended 4th great cultivator of the Falling Cloud sect, Elder Han, had boldly proposed to spar with both Wei Wuyo and He Huan. Initially, this seemed a perfectly ordinary request. After all, it was only natural for Elder Han, having recently attained a new level of cultivation, to seize the opportunity to compare his prowess with other great cultivators and establish his reputation before the mid-level practitioners. Yet, Elder Han's audacious challenge was to engage both Wei Wuyo and He Huan simultaneously. Such an audacity was nothing short of astonishing that it was unclear how Wei Wuyo and He Huan deliberated. But after a brief moment of contemplation, they surprisingly acquiesced, The outcome of this contest left the assembled elders utterly astounded. Han Li, with remarkable prowess, unleashed a series of astonishing techniques, wielded several incomprehensibly powerful treasures, and effortlessly defeated the two great cultivators. Even when collaborating, Wei Wuyo and He Huan, who had instilled fear in the southern celestial realm for centuries, were no match for Han Li, suffering slight injuries to their vital energy in the process. The observing elders were further shocked to realize that Han Li seemed to have barely scratched the surface of his abilities. Words failed them as they stood in stunned silence. The remainder of the time was spent under Han Li's guidance. As the Yuaning elders exchanged cultivation insights, yet what was once a valued discourse transformed into a source of discomfort for the elders, who fidgeted restlessly as if sitting on pins and needles. When the 3 days elapsed, the peculiar expressions on the faces of these elders did not go unnoticed by the other cultivators. Such astonishing news spread rapidly, with many dismissing it as mere fabrications. However, as the tale circulated widely, the dozen or so elders who had participated in the gathering remained conspicuously silent, offering no rebuttal. That it was then that others began to grasp the possibility of truth behind the rumors, plunging the entire southern celestial realm into an unprecedented silence. Whenever the name Han Li is mentioned, or discussions concerning him arise, even in secluded chambers or desolate wilderness, voices naturally lower a notch, as none dare to speak with any irreverence or casualness. The title of the foremost cultivator in the southern heavens has quietly begun to circulate throughout the realm of immortality in that region. In the air above a certain stretch of sea near Seven Spirit Island, a middle-aged Taoist with skin as luminous as jade and an elderly man clad in a green robe hover at a distance, their expressions unusually somber, exchanging no words. After an indeterminate time, the elderly man finally stirred and spoke. "Brother Jiyang, your sudden arrival and summoning me here via sound transmission cannot merely be for the purpose of playing a riddle with Wei. Can it? Please, speak your mind freely. This elderly man is none other than Wei Wui, one of the 3 great cultivators. Brother Wei, are you feigning ignorance or genuinely inquiring? Surely, you must know the purpose of my visit." The middle-aged Taoist replied indifferently. "Haha, it appears that after hearing the rumors, Brother Jiang can no longer remain at ease." Wei Wui chuckled, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. "So, it seems there is some truth to the rumors. You and the old demon of harmony truly suffered a minor setback at the hands of that individual." The Taoist's expression grew grave as he slowly inquired. Chapter 1175, Refining Wings. "A minor setback, you say? Is that truly your interpretation? What? Do you mean to say that you and He Huan could not manage to contend with that young man surnamed Han?" Jiang inquired, astonished. "You think far too highly of me. Even united, we could only withstand our opponent for a brief moment before sustaining injuries to our essence," Wei Wui stated, his tone flat. "Impossible. No matter how formidable that young man may be, he has only just advanced to the later stage. He should barely surpass us 3 at most. How could it be that you 2 together could not prevail?" Jiang's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head repeatedly, disbelief etched across his face. "It is not a matter of pride to admit that we could not best a newly advanced cultivator. Would I resort to deception against a fellow Taoist? Moreover, I fear I may be speaking too candidly. But the truth is, that individual possesses unfathomable power. Although it may appear that we merely suffered a minor defeat, he has not yet exerted his full strength. Furthermore, I have an unsettling feeling that he might indeed possess the means to annihilate us late-stage nascent soul practitioners." A flicker of trepidation crossed Wei Wui's gaze as he spoke thus. Upon hearing this, Jiang fell into a stupor. "Of course, if you do not believe my words, feel free to venture to the Falling Cloud sect for a first-hand experience." Wei Wui remarked with a sudden cold smile. Jiang's expression changed, yet he refrained from retorting, evidently struck by the truth of Wei Wui's words. "If I were in your position, I would not subject myself to such humiliation. However, I am indifferent. My time is drawing near. Even if that young man possesses abilities comparable to those of transformation, I have no inclination to interfere further. Yet you and the old demon of harmony still have some years to linger in this world. So it would be wise to avoid provoking him," Wei Wui stated matter-of-factly. "What, Brother Wei, your lifespan is nearing its end." Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then became astounded. "Indeed. I advanced to the later stage over 200 years before you. So it is only natural that you shall depart before me. I estimate it will be merely a matter of years. You and He Huan still have some time. The hope of advancing to the divine transformation is not entirely extinguished. And perhaps there remains a glimmer of life." The old man in the azure robe's expression grew desolate. Wei Xiong, you. The Zhiyang Shangren intended to articulate something, yet found the words eluding him. His demeanor fraught with complexity. As long as the great Tao remains unaccomplished, no matter how we may command the world for half our lives, it ultimately amounts to naught. Zhiyang, having shared such a long friendship. If you would heed my counsel, it would be wise to refrain from entangling yourself further with Tiannan and the sect affairs, and instead devote yourself earnestly to cultivation. Do not meet the same fate as I. Left to await death in vain. Moreover, with Han's current prowess, after my departure, you and the old demon He Huan would not stand a chance against him. Rather, it would be prudent to relinquish the hollow title of the foremost sect in Tiannan, granting the other party a favor. After all, the rise and fall of a sect is but a commonplace occurrence that I trust that Han would not press you to unduly. You could take this opportunity to focus on your own cultivation. Wei Wuya spoke slowly. Thank you for your words, Wei Xiong. I shall ponder this matter thoroughly. Hearing Wei Wuya's sincere counsel, Zhiyang Shangren was somewhat moved. Very well, I have said all I needed to say. Whether you heed it or not is another matter entirely. I shall take my leave now, for this may indeed be our last meeting. With a faint bow, Wei Wuya did not wait for the Taoist across from him to respond, transforming into a streak of light as he shot towards Qi Ling Island. Zhiyang Shangren remained rooted in place, his face etched with contemplation. After an indeterminate time, the Taoist sighed deeply and transformed into a white rainbow, soaring into the distance. Yet the direction he took was precisely towards the location of the Shi Kingdom. This esteemed late-stage Yuaning cultivator of the Taijin sect ultimately resolved to meet with Han Li in person. Should this rising great cultivator prove to be as formidable as the rumors suggest, he would heed Wei Wuya's advice and retreat to the sect, closing himself off to prepare for the divine transformation. Consequently, a month later, news spread that Zhiyang Shangren had personally visited the Luoyun sect, only to depart within half a day, immediately announcing his decision to enter a life-and-death seclusion. This news, of course, sparked a flurry of speculation among the various sects of Tiannan. Yet even the most obtuse individuals now understood that this elder of the Taijin sect had undoubtedly failed to gain any advantage over Han Li. Otherwise, why would he return to the sect and promptly exhibit such a gesture of submission? As a result, Han Li's reputation as the foremost cultivator in Tiannan was firmly established, and the influence of Luoyun sect surged exponentially, swiftly claiming dominion over most of the Shi Kingdom within a matter of months. The remaining sects of the Shi Kingdom either willingly submitted or hastily retreated to other nations to re-establish their sects. As for the Gujian sect and the Baiqiao Academy, although they managed to survive due to their proximity in the Yunming mountain range, they too found themselves tethered to the rapidly ascending Luoyun sect, essentially becoming its subordinate sect, a situation that was marked by both suffering and joy. Within the cave dwelling of the Zimu peak of the Luoyun sect, Han Li sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, his eyes tightly shut. Beneath him lay a colossal formation, and at the center of the array floated a pair of pristine white wings, shimmering with silver arcs of electricity, yet simultaneously enveloped in a sphere of azure and white flames. With each rotation, the surface of the feathered wings shimmered with layers of intricate and colorful runes, densely packed and seemingly endless. Han Li, with both hands forming intricate seals, was urging the array beneath him to unleash eerie pillars of azure and white flames, continuously refining the wings. After an indeterminate period, Han Li retracted his hand gestures and opened his eyes. He gazed at the slowly rotating wings engulfed in flames and pointed at them with one hand. Instantly, the wings quivered and emitted a resounding whoosh as a brilliant azure light burst forth, accompanied by a thunderous crackle of silver arcs, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. Yet, Han Li furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. After a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a small azure cauldron. The cauldron spun gracefully before settling steadily on the ground before him. What is the matter now? I have explained the refining method to you more than once. The sigh emanated from within the cauldron, its voice surprisingly youthful, yet its tone exuded an air of pretentious wisdom that was rather amusing to hear. However, Han Li showed no signs of amusement. Instead, he coldly remarked, I have followed your instructions for the refinement. Although I have integrated the Kuanping feather into the wind and thunder wings, which does summon wind attribute spiritual energy, its potency is merely comparable to that of a pseudo-spiritual treasure like the three-flame fan. How can it possess the formidable power you described? Are you deliberately deceiving me with falsehoods? His expression was profoundly somber. Impossible. The Kuanping feather is a treasure of unparalleled caliber. How could it wield such trivial power? Let me examine the wind and thunder wings you have refined. A flicker of spiritual light danced atop the cauldron's lid, revealing a faint silhouette, the illusion of the celestial beast Tianlan. Han Li remained silent, raising a hand to beckon the wings from the array. With a swift whoosh, the wind and thunder wings transformed into a streak of azure-white light, shooting forth before pausing to hover motionlessly above the boy's head. The boy stared intently at the wings, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. After a substantial duration, he finally closed his eyes and began to ponder. I have discerned the issue. The refinement of this Kuanping feather is far more challenging than I anticipated. Although it has been integrated into the wings before me, the wind attribute laws of nature contained within have not been truly activated. Hence, this treasure currently possesses only the potency of a replica spiritual treasure, unable to compare with a genuine transcendent spiritual treasure. After reopening his eyes, the boy spoke with a hint of detachment. How can we activate the power of the Kuanping feather? Han Li inquired bluntly. To activate it now, you would either need to modify your cultivation method to focus on wind attributes, which, given your current level, is feasible. Alternatively, you could procure a top-tier wind attribute spirit stone, which would also suffice. The boy replied. To alter my cultivation method or to seek out a premium wind attribute spirit stone. Neither of these options is within my reach. Han Li stated without hesitation. Then we are in a predicament. Although there are other methods available, they cannot be realized in the mortal realm, rendering them moot. The boy lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. Humph. So it follows that the fault does not lie with my refining method, but rather with your initial miscalculations. Han Li retorted sharply. It seems that may indeed be the case, the boy admitted, an awkward expression finally surfacing on his face. Nevertheless, the fact that the wind and thunder wings can simultaneously harness the powers of wind and thunder is already a source of satisfaction for me. If such formidable power as you describe truly exists, it is beyond my current capacity to wield. After a few flickers of contemplation in Han Li's gaze, his expression gradually softened, indicating he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. The youth was momentarily taken aback by this, his face revealing a hint of skepticism. He was acutely aware that although the human cultivator before him seemed inconsequential in strength, he was not one to easily suffer loss. State your conditions. I am open to negotiation to remedy my previous oversight. I am not averse to granting you a concession or two, the youth declared, gazing intently at Han Li for a moment before proactively continuing. Since the esteemed senior has broached the subject, I shall respectfully comply. Han Li smiled faintly, indeed adhering to the youth's words. The celestial beast, transformed into the youth, could not help but roll his eyes at this. Han Li patted his storage pouch, and immediately, a stream of azure mist erupted from its opening. As the mist dissipated, several peculiar items appeared before him, a fist-sized transparent gel-like substance, 2 small and 1 large. 3 gleaming black crystals, a bicolored orb, and a thumb-sized dark eyeball. These materials were all acquired by happenstance, yet regrettably, due to my limited knowledge, I could not discern their uses. As you hail from the upper realms, you must possess considerable insight. I hope you might enlighten me. Han Li inquired nonchalantly, pointing at these items. Though, where did you procure these materials? The others are trivial, but these 2 items are indeed rare within the spirit realm. The youth exclaimed, casting a glance over the materials. With a swift motion of one hand, he summoned 2 items towards himself. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Upon hearing the exclamation, Dugu Hong looked at Ling Yin with a hint of surprise. What does mean? This fellow had never encountered this term before and looked at Dugu Hong with a puzzled expression. Without spiritual energy, given Ling Long's audacious nature, unless she remains perpetually by Qin Hao's side, she is bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. Even the Melissa, meticulously nurtured by Yagomo Zi, is not as resilient as she appears. The surrounding attendants remained silent, yet their eyes transformed, revealing a myriad of expressions upon seeing her. While this was not an entirely favorable situation, it was the only support I could rely on at present. I sincerely hope it can rescue me from peril to date. However, the subtraction in culinary arts is equally significant, as it can create a delightful sense of space for flavors. The renowned soul-locking nail, ranked 20th in the weapon compendium, is a highly toxic concealed weapon. Even a cultivator at the infant transformation stage would be compelled to submit if ensnared by this nail. This reaction is instinctual, a result of the body's uncontrollable neural transmission in a fleeting moment. At night, lying in bed, I pondered the divine technique of the furious strike that had injured the flying corpse that day. Evil came forth, seizing the iron spear from Shui Yan's grasp, charging towards the source of the sound with swift and fierce intent. In that moment, Wuxi found himself at a loss to counter Tongguan. For his rationale was irrefutable. For over a century in Song, the annual tribute had consistently served as a potent instrument for resolving diplomatic matters. If Wuxi claimed it was insurmountable, Tongguan would certainly leap to engage him in a fierce struggle. The waiter led me to the side of a middle-aged man. After casting a few glances at him, I recognized him as Mr. Chen from Coco. I had previously gleaned some basic information about him online. So there was little discrepancy between his real appearance and his photographs. The utterance of brother carried with it the weight of countless years of grievances, and I am convinced that Cece has also endured her share of injustices over the years. Wang Pengzi, the quintessential man, was finally unable to contain his tears, which burst forth like a chrysalis breaking open. I believe he was deeply moved in that moment, and even I felt a surge of emotion. This battle had nearly obliterated the imperial forces, leaving almost half of Liangshan's 3,000 soldiers defeated, resulting in a significant loss of morale. When Wang Yin lowered his head, however, Hao Yu turned her head aside, adopting a different demeanor, one that exuded coldness and rejection. Gao Xinji approached the lifeless body of Feng Changqing and, addressing the trembling Bian Lingqing, said, "It's time to collect the remains." Beside them, the executioner swiftly wielded his blade. Since it was a gesture of goodwill, I could not refuse Yi Yuchen's offer. Thus, I nodded in acquiescence that I chose not to summon Yi Zhan, as I merely wished to take a solitary stroll to clear my mind. And so I sought out Tai Kuai. Lu Bingyi would occasionally glance back at Huo Qingjun, asking if she felt weary. Yet, each time, she would smile and shake her head. Huo Qingjun was uncertain whether she would have the opportunity to walk alongside Lu Bingyi again. So she cherished every step of this journey. As classmates, how do you treat your peers? Yang Qin's gaze fell ahead, his expression icy as he spoke. This incident somewhat diluted his persistent complaints about his misfortune. And under the arrangement of friends, Qiu Dafu took on the role of coach, recruiting 2 classes of students to impart the art of combat. Not only him, but also the likes of the Huang family and others were fervently pursuing his footsteps, attacking with wild abandon. May I inquire? The man, upon witnessing Bai Yujing's fierce approach, understood the peril of provoking him and sought to inquire about Bai Yujing's origins. Chapter 1176. Fire Spirit Silk and the Law of Destruction. Han Li focused intently, gazing ahead. What? Daoist Tianlan, do you recognize them? How did you come by these 2 items? Daoist Han, pray, enlighten me. The youth cast a glance at Han Li. His expression tinged with surprise. One was obtained from a fire cauldron that has burned for countless years, and the other is the eye of a 3-eyed demon beast. Han Li was candid, offering a brief explanation. That confirms it. It aligns precisely with my thoughts. The youth displayed a knowing expression, then weighed the transparent, gelatinous substance in his hand, remarking, "The item from the cauldron is called Fire Spirit Silk, the finest material for crafting fire attribute battle spirits, a rarity even in the spiritual realm. Its essence is a rare Yin attribute, or which, if subjected to prolonged roasting in intense flames without being melted, can fortuitously form this material." The youth smiled as he spoke. Fire Spirit Silk. Han Li gazed at the gelatinous substance in the youth's hand, a hint of peculiarity crossing his features. Although it was the first time he had heard of such a thing, it seemed utterly unrelated to any form of spiritual silk. Naturally, this was not the final form of Fire Spirit Silk. It required an adept practitioner of fire attribute techniques to refine this substance into silk. You shall find it beyond your capabilities. The Fire Spirit Silk itself is indeed a rare treasure, serving both as a material and as a potent tool for crafting and refining, its power rivaling that of ordinary flying swords. However, it is somewhat peculiar that this Fire Spirit Silk appears to be translucent rather than the expected pale blue. Differing from my recollections, the youth exhibited a hint of hesitation. Generally speaking, how long does it take to refine such an item? Han Li pondered, his expression shifting slightly. The scarcity of this material is attributed to the lengthy refining process, which may take at least a century, and in some cases, several centuries. As a rule, the longer the duration, the smaller and purer the material becomes. The youth elucidated. I see. A look of realization flickered in Han Li's eyes. What did you think of? The youth inquired curiously. It's nothing. Please proceed with discussing another item. Han Li replied with a faint smile, evading the question as his gaze fell upon the peculiar eyeball. The youth paused momentarily but ultimately refrained from probing further, instead glancing at the dark orb and stating nonchalantly, "This item has a significant origin, and even I am somewhat tempted upon seeing it." Unfortunately, my presence in this realm is but a fragment of my essence, and its attributes are somewhat antagonistic to me, limiting the benefits of cultivating it, while potentially endangering my consciousness. Such an eyeball possesses such a profound background? Han Li was taken aback by the youth's words, feeling a tinge of disbelief. When he initially vanquished the three-eyed beast, he sensed some mystical quality in its gaze, yet it fell far short of the level described by the celestial spirit beast. Humph, what do you know? The youth scoffed derisively. That you're aware of true beings like the true dragon and Qilin, are you not? Of course, I know. Although our human realm has long been devoid of such celestial beasts. Numerous accounts have been recorded. Could its owner be related to these true spirits? Han Li was genuinely astonished. While not directly related, it is quite similar. This is the third eye of a fearsome beast that is a nemesis to the true dragon. Known as the Destruction Eye, renowned in the spirit realm. This creature has 3 heads and 5 tails, with the central head possessing a single eye. The very Destruction Eye in question. It is said that the beast rarely opens this eye. But when it does, it can tear apart the fabric of space, annihilating foes effortlessly. Naturally, if only this eye remains, it lacks such divine powers, but when cultivated by others through secret arts, it can wield various arcane spells to directly assault enemies, and can even pierce through most illusions and escape techniques, making it impossible to evade its lock-on even during instantaneous travel. Thus, certain cultivators who train in techniques akin to the heavenly eye regard this eye as a priceless treasure, going to great lengths to acquire it, the youth stated gravely. Han Li inhaled sharply, staring in awe at the eye in the youth's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. If this truly is the authentic Destruction Eye of the true beast, its value rivals that of the Golden Palace and Jade Tome, if not surpassing it. However, this Destruction Eye of yours appears somewhat impure. It seems the three-eyed beast you vanquished was not a genuine true beast, but rather an aberrant spirit beast that inherited part of the true beast bloodline. Furthermore, it seems this eye was removed before it could fully develop. In this case, I truly cannot determine whether to commend your fortune or to express my sympathy, the youth remarked. What does this mean? A glimmer of insight flickered in Han Li's eyes as he inquired. It is quite simple. Should it be the gaze of an adult Zile beast, given your current level of cultivation, attempting to cultivate the Destruction Eye technique would indeed be a mere dream. However, since it pertains to a juvenile beast, it might be worth a try. Yet, the power will certainly pale in comparison to that of the former. Moreover, this beast's eye does not originate from a true Zile beast. So it is likely that there may be some deviations from the original Destruction Eye technique as well, the youth stated with utmost seriousness. Are you suggesting that this extraordinary beast's eye technique is significantly inferior to the Destruction Eye technique? Han Li's gaze shifted. Generally speaking, that is the case. But there are exceptions. I recall the Burning Sky Demon King of the 9 Spirits Mountain in the spirit realm, who seems to have inherited a trace of the Fire Qilin's bloodline. Yet, the true fire technique he possesses is one that even genuine spirit Fire Qilins would shy away from. Nevertheless, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. However, if I am not mistaken, it appears you intend to traverse the spatial nodes to sneak into the spirit realm. If that is the case, you must cultivate the Destruction Eye technique without fail, the youth remarked with a half-smile. Why is that? Han Li raised his brows, taken aback, regarding the matter of spatial nodes. He had not hesitated to consult this spirit realm demon about it. But regrettably, the other party was also visiting the human realm for the first time and knew little about it. Now, with the mention of this beast, Han Li naturally felt a sense of curiosity. Although the Zile beast does not possess the ability to forcibly traverse the rifts between realms like the Yutian Kuan Ping or the Luoho beast, its innate abilities can likewise diminish the power of spatial barriers. As for how much it can truly weaken them, that would depend on the cultivation of this technique and the inherent power of the beast's gaze. The youth explained leisurely. Does this beast truly possess such capabilities? Han Li was genuinely moved. Once the technique is cultivated successfully, you shall undoubtedly discern the truth within it. I have any need to deceive you? The youth replied with an air of wisdom. Upon hearing this, Han Li lowered his head in contemplation. The youth, noticing this, smiled slightly, casually toying with 2 objects in his hand, allowing Han Li to ponder deeply. As for these 2 items, do you recognize the other 2 materials? Daoist Tianlan. When Han Li lifted his gaze once more, his expression had surprisingly calmed, and he began to inquire about other items, seemingly having entirely cast aside the matter of the Destruction Eye technique. Observing this shift, the youth's eyes flashed with surprise, but responded nonchalantly. Those 3 crystal stones are dream separation crystals. While rather peculiar, They can only be utilized to forge certain magical artifacts that release illusions, offering little utility for us ordinary cultivators. However, to my knowledge, there exists a sect in the spirit realm known as Tianwan Gate, which once offered an exorbitant price to acquire these crystals, yet for reasons unknown, they swiftly rescinded their offer. Thus, whether these crystals possess any remarkable uses remains a mystery to me, for they are not common items. As for that black and white demon core, I am not well versed enough to identify which beast it originates from. However, its attributes seem quite extraordinary. I wonder if you could describe the appearance of that beast? The appearance of that monstrous beast was rather peculiar. Han Li furrowed his brow, recalling the creature he had slain in the waters of the Devil's Fall Valley, which had seemed like a mere heap of putrid flesh. He began to describe it slowly. Upon hearing Han Li's account, the young disciple pondered for a moment, then shook his head after a brief silence. I have not encountered a similar beast either. It is likely yet another variant of a monstrous creature. However, from what you describe, it does not seem to possess any significant abilities, and I doubt that its demon core would be of much use, he asserted decisively. Yet, that beast demonstrated some mastery in concealing its aura. Perhaps its inner core could be utilized for refining artifacts. Han Li mused thoughtfully. He then extended a hand and grasped at the air above the ground, causing the black and white demon core to shoot into his palm. He turned it slightly. Waves of black and white energy emanated from it, distinctly separated and exceptionally vivid. How about this? As compensation for your loss of the Wind Thunder Wings, I can impart to you the methods for refining fire spirit silk and the technique for annihilating the target. However, whether you truly wish to fabricate these items, or whether you will succeed, shall no longer concern me, he proposed. What say you to this, Taoist Han? Perhaps, the young disciple replied, no longer regarding the demon core, but instead narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Han Li. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively inquired, very well, I shall accept the words of Taoist Tianlan. Han Li replied without a trace of hesitation, as if he had been awaiting this pledge from the disciple. The young disciple paused momentarily, but then seemed to comprehend something, his expression turning sullen as he swayed, and then dissipated into thin air. The two items he held dropped directly beside the cauldron. Han Li, however, reached out and grasped the transparent object and the dark eyeball simultaneously. Almost concurrently, the voice of the Tianlan sacred beast echoed in his ears, conveying the incantations for crafting these two items. Han Li's heart trembled, and he immediately focused his mind, sitting in silence to memorize the words. Half a day later, within a pavilion at the foot of a mountain in the Fallen Clouds sect, several foundation building managers were gathered, counting various materials from a pile of storage bags. Suddenly, a flash of red light darted into the pavilion, spiraling through the air before landing in the hands of a blue-robed cultivator. With a soft pop, it exploded. From the flames fell a jade slip and a token. The blue-robed manager, quick of hand and eye, snatched the two items and lowered his head to examine the token closely. His expression shifting dramatically, he hastily plunged his hands into the fireball. Moments later, the fireball roared and vanished into the void. Yet the blue-robed cultivator's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 1177. Trail of Information. He glanced at the token on the ground, and then surveyed the astonished faces of the other managers, forcing a wry smile as he spoke. It is a communication talisman from the Grand Elder. From his tone, these materials are for artifact crafting and seem to be rather rare. Brothers, it appears we must set aside our other matters and devote ourselves fully to fulfilling the Grand Elder's instructions. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators were taken aback. Since it was the Grand Elder's command, it naturally took precedence. They examined the materials listed in the jade slip, and those available within the sect were promptly retrieved from stock. For those that were not, they immediately decided to consult the Ancient Sword Sect and the 100 Craft Academy, particularly since the 100 Craft Academy specialized in artifact crafting and should be able to gather all the necessary materials. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would not have granted us merely 3 days. One of the elder gray-robed men stated decisively. The remaining cultivators, including those in blue robes, nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion among the foundation building caretakers, they hastily mounted their flying instruments and departed from the pavilion, urgently beginning to allocate the materials listed in their jade slips. 3 days later, the blue-robed cultivator arrived outside the mother and child peak, bearing a bulging storage bag filled with materials, only to be halted by the peak's restrictive barriers. This foundation building disciple released a sound transmission talisman and then retrieved the storage bag, holding it reverently with both hands while waiting there. After a brief interval, The mist formed by the barrier suddenly swirled, and then a streak of azure light shot forth from the fog in a flash of spiritual radiance. It swept away the storage bag from the blue-robed cultivator's grasp. Startled, the blue-robed cultivator bowed several times towards the mist before respectfully taking to the skies on his flying instrument. The area before the mother and child peak instantly regained its tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Inside the cave dwelling of the mother peak, Hanli stored the humanoid puppet and, with a calm expression, inspected the materials within his storage bag using his divine sense. Indeed, everything was gathered together. It appeared that the caretakers within the sect were quite capable after all. Moments later, Hanli murmured with satisfaction, as the Grand Elder of the Falling Cloud sect, how could they not devote themselves wholeheartedly? However, I did not anticipate that you would have them send over the auxiliary materials for refining fire spirit silk as well. You do not cultivate a fire attribute technique. The youthful figure reappeared above the cauldron, gazing at Han Li with a peculiar expression. Naturally, I am aware of that. However, I possess an item in my possession that, even in the absence of substantial fire spiritual energy, can still manipulate spiritual fire to refine the silk. This item is indeed the very treasure that gave birth to fire spirit silk, making it most suitable for the task at hand. Han Li spoke calmly, tapping his waist, and immediately a small crimson cauldron shot forth, spiraling and then hovering before him. The youth squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the fire cauldron for a moment, before nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. With a slight smile, Han Li overturned the storage bag onto the ground. Instantly, after a flash of white light, several jade boxes and wooden cases of varying sizes appeared on the ground. Han Li then lightly pointed at the fire cauldron with one hand. The crimson lid of the cauldron silently flew off, and with a resounding roar, a mass of crimson flames erupted, swiftly transforming into over a dozen crimson fire crows that circled and danced around the cauldron. Spirit flames in action. This treasure possesses considerable power. Yet it is indeed a very pure fire attribute item, making it suitable for refining fire spirit silk. However, even so, these living crows are born from this cauldron, not conjured by your magical prowess. So controlling them will undoubtedly be somewhat clumsy. To refine fire spirit silk in this manner will likely require tremendous concentration. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of all your efforts. The youth warned, you need not worry, my friend Tianlan. I, Han, possess ample patience. Han Li chuckled, dismissing the concern lightly. Hearing this, the youth refrained from further discouragement. Han Li then formed hand seals, casting a spell upon the fire cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron spun rapidly, its size increasing manifold in the blink of an eye. With a deft flick of his sleeve, Han Li unleashed a translucent object that soared forth from his cuff, vanishing into the cauldron with a swift motion. In an instant, the cauldron erupted with a resounding roar, and a swirling mass of crimson flames manifested upon its surface, illuminating the interior with a brilliant blaze. The gelatinous entity seemed to dance ethereally within the scarlet fire, pursued relentlessly by several fiery crows that attempted to dislodge it from the flames. Observing this, Han Li's expression tightened. He deftly flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of varied colored spells that struck the fiery crows with precision. The crows became agitated, unleashing torrents of flame directed at the translucent object. Remarkably, it appeared to absorb the flames from the crows. Growing increasingly red as its form began to morph under the heat, Han Li swiftly reached for a jade box on the ground, causing its lid to fly open, revealing a small piece of pale blue viscous substance within. With a mere touch of his finger, the viscous material soared into the cauldron, instantly transforming into a blue liquid upon contact with the flames, which was entirely consumed by the translucent object. Elated by this development, Han Li halted his incantations, but then released strands of azure energy from his fingertips, all of which plunged into the crimson inferno. The flames surged upward several feet, accompanied by a low humming sound emanating from within the cauldron. While Han Li's expression grew solemn and resolute. 2 months later, a streak of azure light darted towards the summit of the Falling Cloud sect, vanishing in an instant before reappearing at the Grand Hall's entrance at the foot of the mountain, revealing Han Li's figure. The dozen or so disciples guarding the hall were taken aback upon recognizing him, hastily prostrating themselves in reverence. Han Li, however, merely waved his hand and, with a lift of his leg, vanished from sight, only to reappear mysteriously within the hall moments later. The disciples, astonished, followed his movement with wide eyes, witnessing him seemingly take only a few steps before vanishing into the corridor. In their astonishment, their respect for the esteemed elder only deepened. As Han Li emerged in the side chamber of the Grand Hall, El Luo, the true steward of the Falling Clouds sect, was pacing anxiously, a look of concern etched upon his face. "Junior brother Han, you have finally emerged from seclusion," he remarked. Relief washing over him as he realized Hanli had received the communication talisman he had sent. Hanli offered a gentle smile, shimmering into existence before a wooden chair, where he sat with ease before speaking. The talisman indicated that Bai Shitzi and the others have gone missing in the Abyssal Demon Valley. "This matter is rather peculiar, and it also involves Pei Ling and my somewhat obscure disciple. Naturally, I must inquire further. This indeed raises suspicions," El Luo continued. "Bai Shitzi and the others have been in the Abyssal Demon Valley for 6 months now. They should have returned to the sect by now. However, the disciples I dispatched to search reported that only a few cultivators saw Bai Shitzi and the others enter the valley, yet none witnessed their exit. Some cultivators encountered them outside the valley, but shortly thereafter, they mysteriously vanished within the Abyssal Demon Valley. That I fear that perhaps they'd at this point." El Luo's voice faltered. Could it be that they ventured into the inner valley and encountered some peril, or became trapped in a particular location? Hanli interjected calmly, his expression revealing little of his internal thoughts. "Indeed, this is precisely my intention. Although the inner valley of the Abyss of Demons remains perilous, my junior has already ascended to the realm of a great cultivator and has previously ventured through the inner valley. A brief exploration should pose no significant risk." El Luo inquired hesitantly. "The spatial rifts within the Abyss of Demons hold little threat for me, as long as I avoid the particularly treacherous areas. I shall be unharmed. I have just completed my artifact refinement, so I shall make a trip." Hanli responded decisively after a moment's contemplation. "That is the best course of action. I must trouble you. Junior, however, as the esteemed elder of our sect, you bear the weight of our sect's fortunes and must prioritize your own safety." El Luo, initially elated, suddenly recalled something and promptly cautioned. "Rest assured, Brother El, there is unlikely to be anyone in Tiannan who can harm me. I shall not take unnecessary risks." Hanli replied with a smile, dismissing the concern, yet his thoughts drifted to the celestial demonic corpse lost in the Abyss of Demons years ago. Could there be a connection between the disappearance of the 3 women and this demonic corpse? Without any apparent reason, this peculiar notion surfaced in Hanli's mind. Though he felt a twinge of strangeness, he maintained an outward calm and continued conversing with El Luo for a while longer before taking his leave unhurriedly. 2 days later, after visiting Nangong 1 in the Forbidden Area, Hanli departed from the Falling Clouds sect alone, making his way directly to the Abyss of Demons. Over a month later, within the territory of Changzhou in the Eastern Yu Kingdom, 3 beams of light flew swiftly, suddenly spiraling above an unnamed small mountain before landing, revealing 3 robust men. All 3 were tall, each bearing 2 differently colored flying forks on their shoulders, and their features bore a striking resemblance. As though they were brothers by blood, awaiting them at the top of the small mountain were 3 other cultivators, an elderly man, a middle-aged scholar, and a youthful figure with a gentle smile. "Haha, Brother Ko, we have kept you waiting. My brothers were delayed on the journey. I hope you will not take offense. Oh, are these 2 friends also disciples of your esteemed sect?" The eldest of the 3, with a hearty demeanor, laughed heartily at the elder but cast a glance at the youth and the middle-aged scholar, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. He quickly discerned that the elder and the scholar stood respectfully by the youth's side, their faces adorned with deference. Even upon receiving greetings from the robust man, the elder merely returned a polite smile, seemingly hesitant to engage further. This naturally astonished the 3 stout men, their minds probing the youth, only to be struck with dread, for the youth's presence appeared shrouded in mist. Their mental probing yielded no discernible results, leaving them utterly unable to gauge the depth of his magical prowess. The expressions of the 3 men shifted dramatically. Chapter 178. Return to the Abyss of Demons. "Are you the Zhao brothers of the Jinhai sect?" The central youth suddenly smiled at the 3. "And who might you be? Brother Ko, what is the meaning of this?" A wary expression emerged on the robust man's face. "Zhao, do not be disrespectful. This esteemed individual is the great elder of our sect." The other interjected, and his revelation startled the 3 men considerably. "The great elder? Could he be the esteemed Han from your sect?" The leading man, astounded, uttered incredulously, "Indeed, I am the esteemed elder of the Tianzhu Luoyun sect. Han, a certain individual, had invited a few friends here, which perhaps seems a tad abrupt." The young man smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He was none other than Han Li, who had journeyed from the Luoyun sect to the Eastern Yu Kingdom. "I am honored by the summons of my esteemed senior." The leading man, taken aback, scrutinized Han Li once more and, upon realizing that he indeed bore a striking resemblance to the person described in the rumors. Hastily bowed with utmost respect, the other two followed suit, bowing anxiously. There is no need for excessive formalities, as you three are not disciples of my sect. I have heard from my junior, Ho, that you have encountered one of our female disciples in the valley. Could you confirm this? Hanli inquired calmly after gesturing dismissively. Are you referring to Fairy Bai and her companions? My brother indeed had a brief encounter with them in the Devil's Fall Valley. The leading man replied, somewhat taken aback by Han Li's inquiry, but quickly responding with honesty. Could you be so kind as to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding your meeting with Fairy Bai? Han Li asked gently. Certainly. Several months ago, my brother ventured into the Devil's Fall Valley in search of a rare material for crafting. However, after finding nothing in the outer valley, he was preparing to exit when he encountered Fairy Bai and her companions along the way. Due to past events, I had previously met Fairy Bai on a few occasions, so I approached to exchange a few words. However, the three of them appeared somewhat anxious, seemingly searching for something, and did not engage in much conversation before departing. My brother then exited the valley and has not seen them since, the man recounted cautiously. Could you specify where you encountered the disciple Bai? I possess a map of the outer valley of the Devil's Fall, and I would appreciate it if you could mark the approximate location where you encountered them. Hanli pondered for a moment before producing a prepared azure jade slip that soared towards the leading man. The location where I met Fairy Bai is quite deep within the outer valley. The man quickly caught the jade slip, providing a brief explanation before immersing himself in its contents. However, he soon emerged, presenting the jade slip with both hands to Han Li. Han Li raised his hand, summoning the slip, which transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished into his palm. After sweeping his consciousness over it, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, they were quite close to the inner valley. I appreciate the assistance of the three friends this time. Ho, Wu, you two accompany our esteemed guests in conversation. I shall take my leave first. Han Li stated, tucking away the jade slip with a smile for the three men, then casually instructed the elder and the scholar. Farewell, Master Han. The scholar and elder immediately bowed half their bodies. While the three men did not dare to be remiss in their gestures of respectful farewell, Han Li radiated a brilliant azure light, transforming into a dazzling azure rainbow that pierced the sky, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Brother Ho, is this truly the esteemed Han Li, the one who has advanced to become a formidable practitioner of your sect? Only after witnessing the azure rainbow vanish into the horizon did another man, who had remained silent, exhale deeply, seemingly still in disbelief. If it is not Master Han, then who else could it be? The chance to meet him is indeed a rare blessing for you three. It is well known that Master Han possesses an illustrious reputation, yet he seldom meets with disciples from within the sect. I have only encountered him on a few occasions myself. The elder with the surname Ho similarly relaxed his demeanor and, with a wry smile, stated, indeed, Master Han does not frequently engage with the disciples of the sect. Although I have cultivated my golden core for several decades, I have only glimpsed him from afar during grand ceremonies. Had it not been for the matter concerning Sister Bai and the others, it is likely that the Grand Elder would not have even left his retreat. The scholar echoed these sentiments. So, it is true that the three fairies have gone missing in the abyss of demonic fall, the leading man remarked, astonished after a moment of contemplation. Previously, my brother had heard some rumors and thought them mere fabrications. Given the circumstances, there is little to conceal. Sister Bai and her companions are indeed in trouble, the elder sighed. How could the three fairies, each at the golden core stage, simply vanish? Could it be that they have entered the inner valley? The leading man expressed his surprise. It is likely so. It would be best if they are merely trapped somewhere within the inner valley. In that case, with Master Han personally intervening, rescuing them should pose no significant challenge. The scholar expressed his concerns. Could it be that the Fairy Bai has some connection to Senior Han? Otherwise, from the tone of the two fellow Taoists earlier, it seems that Senior Han is not particularly inclined to involve himself. The leading man discerned something. It is said that Sister Bai has known Master Han for quite some time, though I suspect the primary connection lies with the other two senior sisters. It is rumored that Sister Lu Yu was a registered disciple of Senior Han in his earlier years, while Sister Mu Peeling is, in fact, a concubine of Master Han, with all three encountering trouble simultaneously. How could Master Han refrain from intervening? The elder smiled faintly. Now it makes sense. The three men simultaneously displayed expressions of understanding. As these golden core cultivators were engaged in their discussion, Han Li had already set forth at great speed towards the abyss of demonic fall. Enveloped in his escape light, he toyed with a milky white jade tablet, deep in thought. What troubles you, Taoist Han? Are you concerned for your disciples and concubine? Or is it the challenge of comprehending the contents of this golden quill jade book? A soft, youthful voice suddenly resonated in Han Li's ears. With a fleeting glance at his sleeve, Han Li replied nonchalantly, "It is highly probable that the three of them have indeed entered the inner valley of the abyss of demonic fall. As long as nothing truly catastrophic has occurred, rescuing them should not require excessive effort. However, is there something lacking in the silver-toed script you imparted to me? Why does the content of the Jade Book seem so bitterly obscure? Rest assured, this is only to be expected. The contents inscribed upon this Jade Book pertain to the Tao of talismanic cultivation practiced by immortals. If a mere mortal cultivator, such as yourself, could easily decipher it, I would indeed question the authenticity of the Jade Book. Moreover, you possess only half a page, making the comprehension all the more arduous." The youth gently smiled, seemingly unfazed. "You do have a point. After all, time is on our side. I shall take the opportunity to delve into it further when I can." Han Li nodded, stowing the jade tablet once more. "Taoist Han, I have already imparted the silver-toed script to you, as well as the methods for refining fire spirit silk and the destruction eye technique. Should you not assist me in warding off the transformation thunder tribulation?" The youth fell into a momentary silence before calmly inquiring. "Please rest assured, my friend Tianla, what I, Han, have promised shall undoubtedly be honored without any intention of regret." Han Li responded with an air of composure. "Very well, your assurance is all I require." The youth seemed exceedingly satisfied with Han Li's reply, promptly sealing his lips in silence thereafter. Han Li, too, ceased to utter further words, instead pouring all his energy into mobilizing his escape light. With a few swift motions, he vanished from sight. Half a day later, at the entrance of the fallen demon valley within the Wanling mountain range, the teleportation array once established by the ghost spirit sect still stood resolutely at the valley's mouth, albeit now shrouded in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had long been neglected. This was hardly surprising, as the perimeter of the fallen demon valley had once been enveloped by a dense array of prohibitions and countless spatial rifts. However, now, not only had the majority of the spatial rifts seemingly vanished, but even the outermost layer of prohibitions had become faint and insubstantial. Any cultivator with a foundation building level or above could effortlessly infiltrate the valley through the few weak points in the prohibitions, without needing to pass through the original valley entrance. Naturally, the teleportation array established by the Ghost Spirit sect had become obsolete. Nonetheless, the valley's entrance remained a crucial thoroughfare for most cultivators seeking to enter, as many had traversed this route countless times, ensuring its safety far surpassed that of other locations. Presently, near the teleportation array, 5 or 6 cultivators clad in various attire were engaged in discussion. All were at the foundation building stage, with one even at the late foundation building stage, seemingly preparing to enter the valley. Suddenly, a faint sound of something piercing through the air echoed from the distant horizon, startling the group into raising their heads in alarm. They beheld a flash of azure light from afar, as if a streak of escape light was hurtling towards them. Just as they focused their gazes to discern its details, the azure light flickered a few times and inexplicably vanished from sight. The expressions of the group turned grave as they released their spiritual senses for caution, when once again, from merely a dozen zhang away above them, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded. The azure light flashed again, and a blue rainbow swept past beneath their very eyes. After a few flickers, it disappeared into the valley entrance, leaving no trace behind. Despite the presence of so many cultivators, none could discern the identity of the figure within the azure escape light. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting a look of astonishment at one another. The master of this azure rainbow was none other than Han Li. He had little interest in the trivial foundation-building cultivators and directly plunged into the fallen demon valley, following the location marked by the burly man from the Jinhai sect within the valley. Han Li wasted no time and sped towards it. If memory served him correctly, that area was not far from where he and Xiling had once entered the inner valley alongside the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators. Furthermore, given that the woman surnamed Song and Xiling were friends, Han Li had no reason to deliberate further. He would first seek the whereabouts of the 3 women from that direction. With Han Li's current speed of escape and the numerous spatial rifts in the outer valley having dwindled, presenting little threat to his velocity, he arrived above the vast ice fissure leading into the inner valley in just half a day's time. With a swirl of azure light, Han Li expressionlessly descended into the ice fissure. Chapter 1179. The Blood Moon seeks the spirits. Several hours later, Han Li finally soared out from the icy crevice of the inner valley, only to halt his escape light immediately. At present, the inner valley still imposed considerable restrictions on his divine consciousness. Relying solely on mental probing would likely prove to be quite arduous. After pondering for a moment, he clapped his waist pouch for spirit beasts. Instantly, a resonating hum erupted as countless gold-devouring insects surged forth from the pouch, coalescing into a swirling cloud of golden insects hovering above his head. With both hands swiftly forming seals, he unleashed several spells upon the insect cloud before sitting cross-legged on the ground and gently closing his eyes. With a soft pop, the golden insect cloud erupted spontaneously, transforming into thousands of golden flowers that shot off in all directions, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Han Li adeptly employed the technique of divine consciousness transformation. Commencing his search for the three women, as he surmised, the trio, being of the Song surname and possessing only core formation cultivation, were not reckless individuals. Thus, even if they had entered the inner valley, they would not have ventured too deeply. Consequently, the scope of his search was significantly narrowed as the countless gold-devouring insects simultaneously took flight. Vast expanses were scoured repeatedly, yet no clues emerged. Only after Han Li traveled over 100 miles further did he dispatch the insects anew to commence another search. Thus, when Han Li reached the mountain where the three women had harvested spirit herbs, he easily discovered traces left behind from their foraging. Upon perceiving the remnants through the consciousness linked to the gold-devouring insects, he felt a surge of joy and immediately proceeded to inspect these locations closely. Ultimately, he uncovered some clues, confirming that the three women had indeed entered the inner valley and had lingered upon this mountain. However, upon broadening the search radius, no further signs of the trio could be found. Reluctantly, Han Li returned to the mountain peak and fell into contemplation. After a while, he suddenly emitted a long whistle, summoning the gold-devouring insects scattered over dozens of miles back to him, reintegrating them into his spirit beast pouch. Yet, almost immediately, he cast forth another pouch. This time, 12 winged, snow-white centipedes emerged from within. Indeed, they were the 12 six-winged frost centipedes. With a series of hand seals, Han Li urged his divine consciousness, and the 12 snow-white centipedes dispersed in unison, transforming into 12 gusts of frigid wind, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Han Li remained still, motionless in place. After an indeterminate duration, Han Li's expression shifted, and he transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly retracing his path. In mere moments, he spotted a snow-white centipede hovering uncertainly in the air. Emitting a low, resonant hiss, narrowing his eyes, Han Li flashed downwards, arriving beneath the snow-white centipede. He lowered his gaze to the ground, only to find a slender, dark object lying among a tangle of wild grasses, resembling an inconspicuous black twig. In a wonder his divine consciousness had failed to detect it earlier. Furrowing his brow, Han Li raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, and the seemingly dead twig was drawn into his grasp. However, upon closer inspection, his expression subtly changed. What he held was no mere twig. It was unmistakably a small segment of a tentacle, and judging by the frigid aura emanating from it, it was undoubtedly a tentacle of the six-winged frost centipede. However, the antennae of the six-winged frost centipede, which ought to be as white as snow, are now as black as ink, intermingled with a heavy aura that Han Li found inexplicably familiar, the aura of profound, demonic energy. It is astonishingly pure, seemingly surpassing even that of the extreme ancestor. Han Li gently caressed a small segment of the antennae with his fingers, and a tempest of tumultuous thoughts surged within him. It is well known that the profound demonic energy originates from the magical techniques of the profound sect, which have only been mastered by the extreme ancestor and the grotesque Wu Chou, both of whom met their demise at the hands of others. Most disciples of the extreme ancestor had not received the true transmission of this demonic art and could not possibly cultivate such pure demonic energy to venture to the southern skies. Han Li's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and silence. Yet, there exists another entity that comprehends all the incantations of the profound sect and has cultivated the profound demonic energy, seemingly possessing the ability to refine it to such a level of purity. A spark of realization flickered in Han Li's mind, and his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. The spirit of wood, could it be that this entity has also returned to the southern skies? Han Li tilted his head skyward, softly murmuring to himself. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of this lost second nascent soul. Upon returning to the southern skies, He should have immediately embarked on a quest to locate this nascent soul. But due to Nan Gongwan's entrapment within the ice barrier, he was reluctant to journey afar. Moreover, after so many years, if this second nascent soul had developed consciousness, it would have done so long ago. A mere few years would not make a difference. Thus, he had chosen to temporarily set this matter aside, planning to make a dedicated trip to the Mulan grassland in a few years. Yet, it appears that this second nascent soul, transformed from the spirit of wood, has actively returned to the southern skies, hiding within the abyss of demonic fall. If this is the case, the disappearance of the three women, Mu Peeling and her companions, must be closely related to it. And it is reasonable to assume that no harm has befallen them yet. After all, this nascent soul possesses memories and emotions that are a complete replication of his own, even after all these years. Unless its temperament has undergone a significant change, it is unlikely to have harmed these three women. Han Li pondered gravely over the various possibilities. However, so many years have passed. It is likely that this second nascent soul has developed its own corporeal form. Since entering the inner valley, he has not sensed the presence of the demonic corpse he had once imprinted with a fragment of his consciousness. Reflecting on this, it seems the demonic corpse has either been subdued by the second nascent soul or entirely usurped. With thoughts racing through his mind, Han Li deduced the truth of the matter with remarkable clarity. He stroked his chin and let out a long breath. Just then, the remaining centipedes returned from other directions, appearing to have discovered nothing further. Han Li, observing this development, felt no surprise. The reason he had recalled the golden devouring insect and released the 12 six-winged frost centipedes was due to the fact that Lu Yu, the woman in question, was also accompanied by the larvae of the six-winged frost centipedes. Although her spiritual insect was far inferior in rank compared to his own, the mutual resonance between them made it possible to locate the three women. Yet, given that the assailant might be the second nascent soul, it would surely take precautions against this method. Han Li's expression turned as cold as water as he gathered the centipedes, silently contemplating his next course of action. It appears he would truly have to employ that method to trace their whereabouts. This method was a secret technique he acquired later, and naturally, he had no way to guard against it. It merely requires a sacrifice of some vital essence. Han Li sighed softly, murmuring with a hint of reluctance. However, he ultimately patted the storage pouch at his waist, and simultaneously, a misty white jade plate and a crimson flag materialized in his hands. He tossed them into the air, whereupon the two items transformed into swirling orbs of white and red light, which then hovered motionless before him. Next, Han Li opened his mouth, a swirling mass of verdant essence enveloping the formation plate. While he gently traced a finger across his other wrist, a flash of emerald light flickered, revealing a delicate cut that emerged upon his wrist, from which several drops of vital blood began to flow. Han Li exhaled, causing these droplets to vanish into the white jade plate without a trace. He then lightly pointed at the crimson flag, which immediately soared above the formation plate under his command. With a slight tremor, it transformed into a mist of blood, enveloping the jade plate within its embrace. Yet, as Han Li chanted his incantation, the jade plate emanated a sanguine glow, releasing streams of blood mist that entwined and melded together, indistinguishable from one another. Suddenly, Han Li uttered a low shout, his face flickering with azure light as he pointed solemnly at the jade plate. Instantly, the white jade plate burst forth with a resplendent blood light, resembling a crimson full moon, and within moments, it absorbed all the blood mist into its depths. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li issued another low cry, directing a single hand emphatically towards the jade plate. Immediately, a beam of emerald light surged forth from his fingertips, vanishing into the center of the jade plate without a trace. The blood moon then resonated with a deep hum, trembling as if it possessed a will of its own. Appearing as though it longed to ascend into the sky, Han Li's eyes dimmed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he employed the blood moon spirit-seeking secret technique from the De Yin treasure scripture, and he was uncertain if it truly possessed the miraculous qualities described therein. It was time to put it to the test. Yet, had he not previously placed a divine restriction on Mu Peeling, leaving behind several drops of her vital blood, this secret technique would have remained unexecutable. Han Li murmured a few words before consuming a medicinal pill, subsequently sitting cross-legged on the spot for a brief moment. After half an hour, when Han Li reopened his eyes, his spirit light was once again invigorated. Without further ado, he unleashed a spell towards the blood moon formed from the jade plate, causing it to transform into a blinding crimson radiance that shot forth into the distance. Han Li's figure flickered, morphing into a streak of azure light as he pursued closely behind. Moments later, the two entities, one fleeing and the other in pursuit, vanished without a trace near the Green Mountains. The crimson orb maintained a consistent speed, with Han Li expressionless, never straying from its tail. After flying for nearly half a day, Han Li was led by this blood orb into an exceptionally desolate, vast basin. A wave of scorching heat immediately greeted him. Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he observed that everything within the basin was painted in shades of black, and the basin's edge lay rounded. Obsidian stones, while at its center sprawled a lake of molten lava, the heat radiating from the fiery lake causing the air above the basin to distort and shimmer, revealing a haze of vibrant colors. The crimson light hovered erratically above the lake of lava, accompanied by an exceedingly piercing hum, embodying a peculiar semblance of both desire and trepidation to descend. Han Li stroked his chin, casting a few discerning glances at the molten rock below, and a cold smirk suddenly graced his face. Heh, it truly knows how to conceal itself. Had it not been for the guidance of secret arts, I might never have discovered this place. However, now that I am aware of its location, mere lava cannot possibly deter me. Chapter 1180. The rescue. Han Li muttered to himself and raised a hand, beckoning to the sanguine light. Instantly, the crimson glow emitted a resonating hum and shot back toward him, spiraling in its return. Meanwhile, Han Li raised his other hand, and with a sharp sound, violet flames erupted forth, enveloping him entirely. A colossal sphere of violet fire plummeted from the sky, with a resounding crash. The fiery form that Han Li had assumed plunged into the molten lake, disregarding the searing lava as if it were inconsequential, vanishing without a trace. The surrounding lava splashed violently, yet the lake's surface soon returned to tranquility. As though nothing had transpired. At that moment, Han Li had already descended over 10 zhang beneath the lava, still enveloped in the protective embrace of the purple flames, gradually sinking deeper, although surrounded by molten rock. The violet flames, being of utmost coldness, effortlessly shielded him from the oppressive heat. After plunging downwards for more than 200 zhang, he finally reached the lake's bed, where his feet landed on a solid surface strewn with black stones. Casting his gaze around, he found nothing but a sea of crimson, devoid of any other hues. Furrowing his brow, he channeled spiritual energy into his eyes, and a blue radiance flickered deep within his pupils as he activated the clear spirit vision. Upon surveying his surroundings once more, Han Li lifted the blood-colored jade disc in his hand. It trembled incessantly, as if eager to break free in a specific direction. Without hesitation, he followed its guidance, soaring through the depths until, after a considerable distance, the disc ceased its quaking, only to plummet suddenly beneath him. With swift reflexes, Han Li seized the jade disc once more, preventing it from escaping the sanctuary of the violet flames. Lowering his gaze, he focused intently, and with a sudden movement of his hand, a blinding beam of golden light shot forth, cleaving towards the lakebed below, with a thunderous explosion. What appeared to be an ordinary lake bottom was instantaneously rent asunder, revealing a gaping fissure approximately 7 or 8 zhang long. From within this crevice, a luminous blue radiance surged forth, repelling the molten rock beyond its confines. Beneath the lakebed lay a protective barrier of light. Han Li's heart soared with elation as he unhesitatingly descended towards the shimmering barrier. This blue light clearly posed no formidable defense. Upon contact with the violet flames, it was effortlessly pierced, creating a hole of considerable size. Han Li himself flickered and entered within the barrier. The blue light quickly restored itself, sealing the lava once again outside its bounds. However, Han Li paid little heed to this. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a subterranean tunnel, where the floor and walls were pockmarked and uneven, suggesting a natural formation rather than one crafted by human hands. Without further ado, Han Li once again cast forth the jade disc he held. Instantly, the jade disc spun rapidly, transforming once more into a blood-red full moon, hurtling deep into the tunnel. Han Li, with an expressionless countenance, lifted his feet from the ground and gradually followed suit. After soaring a distance of 5 or 6 miles, the tunnel began to ascend. Yet, upon climbing over 100 zhang further, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, signifying that they had finally reached the exit. The blood moon surged forth without hesitation. However, a flicker of vigilance flashed in Han Li's eyes. Silently, he flicked his sleeve, and a sphere of tricolored flames cascaded downwards, revealing the 3-flame fan. With a swift motion of his hand, he deftly positioned himself just outside the exit, scanning the surroundings with a composed demeanor. The area was shrouded in darkness, yet to his keen, discerning gaze, it was as clear as day. Before him lay a natural underground cavern, eerily silent and devoid of life. The corners of Han Li's lips twitched as his gaze fell upon an opening at the end of the cavern, seemingly leading to yet another chamber. The sphere of bloodlight raced towards that direction, but halted abruptly at the exit, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Following this, a crisp crackle resonated through the air, revealing several slender black fissures on the surface of the blood moon, which, in a flash, dissipated into countless specks of luminous light. Witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a surge of joy rather than alarm. With a few ethereal steps, he found himself at the edge of another cavern, which was indeed larger than the one he had just traversed. However, upon closer inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. The cavern was engulfed in swirling black mist, almost saturating every inch of its expanse. Yet, upon reaching the exit, the mist seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting its advance as if repelled by an unseen force. With his insight granted by the clarity of his spiritual vision, what appeared to be an impenetrable darkness to ordinary cultivators was as transparent as air to him. Thus, he quickly discerned 3 women lying motionless at the center of the cavern. Who else could they be but the trio of Mu Peeling? Beneath them lay an enigmatic formation, pulsating with a faint spiritual glow, from which the black mist incessantly emanated. Han Li did not rush to rescue the 3 women. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and meticulously surveyed both the interior and exterior of the cavern with his divine consciousness, confirming that the second nascent soul was indeed absent before decisively striking the void at the exit with one hand. A flash of golden light erupted. Following a sharp crack, it seemed as though something had been severed, and the dense black mist immediately surged forth, rushing towards Han Li. Yet, with a single hand gesture, he summoned forth a deafening thunder, and a layer of golden electric arcs enveloped him. Upon contact with the arcs, the black mist was swiftly shattered and obliterated. Han Li took a bold step forward, plunging directly into the swirling black fog. Amidst the cacophony of crackling sounds, the golden arcs flickered and danced, preventing the black mist from encroaching upon him in the slightest. The black mist, however, appeared almost sentient, swiftly coalescing into several black serpents of varying sizes, encircling Han Li with a menacing undulation, poised to strike, yet seemingly hesitant. Observing this, Han Li's expression darkened, and the 3-flame fan vanished in a flash. At the same time, he urged the incantation within his heart, causing the golden arcs on his body to radiate with a blinding brilliance. With a gentle flick of his sleeves, 2 golden electric serpents surged forth from the cuffs, launching themselves at the black snakes with a ferocious bite, instantly reducing them to nothingness. Unrelenting, the 2 serpents then pounced upon the surrounding black mist, their movements accompanied by a resounding roar, sweeping the area clear of the dark energy. As Han Li effortlessly approached the vicinity of the formation, a mere glance at the formation revealed to Han Li that it was nothing more than an exceedingly simple illusion array. It appeared that the 3 women had been deprived of their magical powers. Otherwise, such a rudimentary formation could never confine 3 nascent soul cultivators. Contemplating this, Han Li flicked his fingers at various points of the formation. A dozen golden sword energies struck the formation almost simultaneously, causing it to halt abruptly with a sharp sound. Almost concurrently, in the vast abyss of the 7-Spirit Island, a towering shadow cloaked in demonic energy suddenly opened its brilliant eyes, revealing an expression of profound astonishment. It reached into its sleeve with one hand, producing a misty blue orb that immediately materialized in its grasp. However, the once pristine surface of the orb now bore a conspicuous crack. Impossible. The restriction has been breached. How could that person have located the place so swiftly? If I were in such a situation, I would be at a loss as well. The towering shadow muttered a few hushed phrases in a raspy voice, hinting at disbelief and frustration. Well, if the person has been rescued, so be it. It was merely a contingency plan, after all. Nevertheless, it would not be wise to linger here. I must complete the infusion of demonic energy into my body and seek out another secret vessel for cultivation. After a brief moment of contemplation, the towering shadow spoke to itself again and then closed its eyes, seemingly dismissing the matter from its mind. At that moment, Han Li had already retrieved a jade bottle of vibrant green from his possession. Pouring out 3 fragrant pills, he placed one into the mouths of each of the 3 women before standing silently to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, within the span of a single tea session. The woman surnamed Song was the first to awaken from her stupor. Song Shirji, it seems your cultivation has advanced significantly, awakening even earlier than I anticipated, before she had fully regained her senses. An exceptionally familiar male voice reached her ears. Startled, the woman surnamed Song snapped back to reality, her gaze meeting Han Li's enigmatic smile. Han Shirshu. No, are you truly Shirshu or merely that demon infant in disguise? The woman exclaimed, her expression transforming dramatically. Hee, I didn't expect my Shirji to be so vigilant. However, it was no easy feat for me to find this place des for my authenticity. Do you genuinely believe I am an imposter? Han Li replied with calm composure. You truly are Han Shirshu. The woman surnamed Song was momentarily taken aback. Though she had begun to believe that he was indeed Han Li, she remained hesitant to accept it outright. Han Li smiled gently, remaining silent as he gestured slightly towards her. In a swift flurry, over a dozen silver needles shot forth from various parts of the woman's body, all of which Han Li deftly caught in his hand. At nearly the same moment, the woman with the surname Song felt an immediate resurgence of her magical power, which began to flow effortlessly within her. A look of great joy instantly illuminated her face. Just then, Mu Peeling and Lu Yu also gradually awakened. Upon seeing Han Li beside them, the two women were momentarily startled. However, Mu Peeling quickly recognized Han Li's identity through the restrictions in her consciousness and, filled with mixed emotions of surprise and delight, rose to offer him a respectful bow. This gesture eliminated any doubts from Lu Yu and the woman with the surname Song, who promptly approached to pay their respects. Could you be the second nascent soul I lost? Han Li inquired directly, speaking the first words shared among the four. What? Has Master already encountered that demonic infant? Lu Yu blurted out upon hearing this. If I had met it, would I still be asking the three of you? Han Li replied nonchalantly, as he waved his hand to retrieve the silver needles from Lu Yu and Mu Peeling. Currently, the number of monthly votes does not exceed the previous count by much, and it is quite likely that we could be overtaken overnight. For those who have yet to cast their votes or may have forgotten, let us earnestly request your support once more. To be continued. For more chapters, and to support the author, please visit www.qadian.com. A beam of Damasia's justice descended from the heavens, striking down upon the head of the celestial being with the force of a laser. Lin Tuking appeared utterly dazed, lacking the usual sharpness of mind he was known for. The broad shoulders and enlarged cuffs of his coat accentuated its striking silhouette, making him look even more handsome than the model who wore it. Although the oversized cocoon-shaped coat did not align with his typical style, he would undoubtedly exude a unique charm in its nothing, just a case of mistaken capture. The Grand Elder disregarded Qi entirely. Turning to smile at Meng Xingqian, were Liu Biao to indeed mobilize troops under the pretext of assisting Liu Bei, then Xiao Qian might have to intervene, if he were to act under another guise. It would be prudent to first ascertain his reasoning. Meanwhile, the multitude of ancestors in the skies above Meng Xingqian remained hesitant to act, fearful that any movement might provoke the wrath of the Blood Cloud ancestor, resulting in a tense and awkward atmosphere. Yuan Wujie was unaware of these developments, yet at that moment, thick clouds swirled around the peak of Tianhun Mountain, revealing a colossal phantom visage. They had inadvertently offended the young man, Xiao Fan, whom they could not afford to cross, stirring a sense of panic within them. Each of his intrusions felt as if they were awakening tremors deep within her soul. Only when she had finally quieted, devoid of strength to resist, did he gently release her. The siblings Pei Baiwan transferred their treasures to Jin Yang, which significantly benefited the commercial prosperity of Taiyuan. After he Cece left, she took out her phone to call Xie Yuguang, informing him of the situation to avoid any mishaps under the overcast sky. At the registration office, a sea of people surged, with over 100 registrars lined up to attend to everyone. The throng waiting in line numbered in the tens of thousands, with more arriving from all directions. Shun Jiejia was entirely ignored by him, yet she remained unwilling to depart, her gaze fixed upon Lu Qi, following his every movement with unwavering attention. Yet now, the esteemed Zobagis has been stripped of his official hat by an enraged emperor, had it not been for a cadre of rational generals striving to mediate. The myriad imperial armies on Tianqi Star would likely have descended into internecine conflict, testing the loyalty to the emperor against the efficacy of their laser rifles. The higher one ascends, the more precarious the iron chain becomes. By the midpoint, it swayed violently, compelling both individuals to exert greater spiritual energy to maintain their stability. Upon it 17 minutes prior, when several members of the man-mobile team, responding to a tip-off, retreated into the Eugen bar in search of survivors. Even our seasoned eyes, accustomed to heaps of corpses, widened in shock at the sight of dismembered limbs strewn across the floor. Their identities were peculiar, rendering it unnecessary to entangle themselves further with the foolish collective. The executioner of the foolish collective is not one to be dispatched lightly, as this could incite a conflict between two nations. Someone had tossed more wood into the fire, intensifying its blaze, causing the villagers of Yongza to retreat from the flames. However, those who evade their emotions, opting for avoidance, are the true cowards and weaklings. The thugs gazed in astonishment at the center of the arena, where the blind blade had drawn his weapon and turned his body. Blood, vibrant and colorful, flowed from the midsection of the bald thug. Qin Lu, filled with ire, was about to retaliate when Lu Yi pressed a hand down, and a rush of air surged, pinning him down. Nephew Qin Lu, your request is rather preposterous. His voice was low and tinged with irritation. Su Chen had just activated his insight eye, displaying all the information regarding the two elder by Ming. At that moment, Jiao Zheng suddenly felt increasingly bewildered by Su Chen. A fifth-tier weapon refiner. Which one of them isn't revered and held in high esteem? As I slumbered peacefully, Liangzi gently tapped my arm, and I finally realized that class had commenced. Teacher Jinye approached the podium, after being effortlessly defeated by the Tang army. Tianji learned from those who had narrowly escaped of the Tang Empire's prosperity and strength. In a moment of reflection, he resolved to thoroughly study the Tang Empire. He promptly dispatched envoys to Chang'an to confess and submit. The elders of the Falling Sunset sect spoke in unison. Having reached this juncture, the Falling Sunset sect had already lost face. To utter such words now was merely to concoct a justification for themselves. How did you enter? Just as the bald youth and his companions prepared to take action, the puppet unexpectedly inquired. You know, magic weapons are quite rare in the demon realm. For they are not merely ordinary armaments but specifically crafted for esteemed demon warriors. They are akin to your kin, for magic weapons are their very lifeblood, Feng Xiaoyao explained to me. Observing old Du's expression of envy and resentment, Li Lu chuckled. Old Du, you see, these are the intricate techniques that your Confucian perspective scorns. Yet they can indeed enhance agricultural yields. Would you not consider this a slap in the face? Fu Ning was enraged, aware that Su Yui was anxious about Chen Guifeng, yet found the latter's behavior rather immature. Su Yui could not discern how the opponent struck. Before his fist could land, the other party had already seized him and hurled him to the floor on that day. As Li Lu gazed dreamily at the jade pot, he saw Li Ran hastily approaching, proclaiming that he had found someone who recognized the jade pot. Li Lu rejoiced and promptly instructed the officials to come and appraise the treasure. I asked, have you not heard me speak? Liang Dong was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his actions had indeed surpassed their expectations. Of course it's true. You can ask them, Lin Feng remarked, gesturing towards Zhao Shatzi and the others sitting nearby. What was going on? The elderly man bore a sickly visage, almost appearing as if he were on the brink of death, with scarcely a hint of color in his complexion. Despite being around 70 years of age, he still exuded an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Isteth suddenly dashed out of the Shaolin sect, perceiving the situation as one in which she was the sole participant. Without the assistance of Lu Hao, after eliminating the 18 bronze warriors, she knew that her safety was still not guaranteed. She needed to evacuate and find a secure location to truly escape danger and claim victory. Upon hearing the mention of foreign beings, Luffy speculated that it was most likely that red fellow. However, if it were indeed him, he wouldn't be so easily resisted, would he? Nonetheless, the ancient beast was no laughing matter. Its scissor-like arm struck fiercely against the arm of the dark mechanical Tyrannosaurus, unleashing a cacophony of sharp, piercing sounds and a shower of fiery sparks, just as Suja was about to engage in battle. The arrogant Haret suddenly soared into the air. Before the other students could even react, cries of pain erupted from them. Brother Haonan, Brother Haonan. The thoughts of Li Haonan were indeed difficult to decipher. As of today, Wu Chuang was uncertain whether Li Haonan still harbored feelings for Gu Xiaobei. In Chapter 1181, Return to the Seven Spirits, Han Li pondered, since he had not encountered the previous figure in black. Why did the other party immediately mention the second nascent soul? Nevertheless, Lu Yu respectfully replied, the one who captured the three of us is indeed the second nascent soul that your esteemed master lost, and it has already usurped a corporeal form, possessing cultivation at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. As she spoke, a look of recollection crossed her face. Corporeal form? Describe what this person looks like. Han Li seemed to show a hint of interest at that moment. The two golden electric dragons had already swept away most of the surrounding dark energy, and then one spiraled back, vanishing into Han Li's body. This technique of controlling electricity to transform was astonishing to the three women. Although they could also manipulate spells to change forms due to their core formation cultivation, they could never achieve the same level of freedom and execution as Han Li, who remained utterly still. After calming herself, Lu Yu began to meticulously describe the appearance of the figure in black. After listening for only a moment, Han Li immediately deduced that the second nascent soul had indeed usurped the body of the celestial demon corpse. His face remained unusually calm, but he felt a wave of frustration within. However, to be fair, had it not been for the blood moon seeking spirit technique from the great Yin treasure scripture, he would not have easily located Mu Peeling and the other two women. This second nascent soul was far too familiar with him. He could not allow its influence to grow unchecked, or it would undoubtedly become a significant threat. With this in mind, as soon as Lu Yu finished her description, he instructed, "You three must leave this place immediately and return to the sect. Since this second nascent soul has returned to Tiannan, I must retrieve it. I will conduct a more thorough search of this inner valley. Master Han, it appears that your Yuan Ing cultivation is now no less than that of the others. It would be prudent to invite a few more allies before pursuing it further. Otherwise, the current state of your cultivation." The woman surnamed Song hesitantly spoke, but her expression suddenly changed drastically as she inadvertently scanned Han Li's cultivation level with her spiritual sense. Upon hearing the astonishment in the voice of the woman surnamed Song, Mu Peeling and Lu Yu also directed their spiritual senses towards Han Li, their surprise evident. "Young master, you have already become a grand cultivator?" Mu Peeling's lips parted in disbelief as she asked. Taking a moment to process the revelation, "I had forgotten that the three of you were unaware. I held the grand cultivator ceremony 6 months ago, and am now one of the esteemed elders of the sect. Dealing with a mere mid-stage second Yuan Ing poses no challenge," Han Li replied with a calm smile. With this revelation, the women were filled with joy and hurriedly expressed their congratulations. After a subtle smile from Han Li, he urged the three women to set off promptly. This time, the trio of female cultivators had no further objections, and, after bowing to Han Li, swiftly exited the cave from which he had entered. Soon after, 3 streaks of light shot forth from the lava lake before disappearing into the void. Han Li remained in the cave, preparing to wait for a few days, given the secrecy of this location. If the second Yuan Ing had merely left temporarily, it would likely return shortly. If not, it might be seeking refuge elsewhere within the valley, or perhaps had already departed from the Devil's Fall Valley altogether. After waiting for 6 or 7 days without any sign of the second Yuan Ing, Han Li decided to abandon his idle wait. He exited the cave and released tens of thousands of gold-devouring insects, sweeping through the inner valley meticulously. Although he did not locate the second Yuan Ing, he discovered numerous ancient treasures left behind by bygone cultivators. While these artifacts no longer captivated his interest and could not compare to replicated spiritual treasures like the three-flame fan, they were nonetheless remarkable in a place like Tiannan, where they were considered exceptionally rare. Yet, Han Li felt no joy in his heart, for during this process, he uncovered traces of the black-robed figure that had once been the second Yuan Ing. Many ancient cultivators' abandoned dwellings lay bare, clearly indicating that this individual had also gathered considerable treasures, seemingly not long departed. Han Li concluded that the second Yuan Ing had likely vacated the inner valley, taking the riches with it. This realization brought him some vexation. However, upon further contemplation, there were indeed clues to trace the whereabouts of the second Yuan Ing, given that this entity ultimately sought to counter him. It was reasonable to assume that it was currently focused on enhancing its cultivation to surpass him. Moreover, according to the accounts of the 3 women, the second Yuan Ing had usurped the body of the celestial fiend's corpse. Fully adopting this profound Yin technique as its primary cultivation method, to cultivate the profound Yin demonic energy to its utmost. Aside from personal diligence, it was not out of the question to employ sinister secret arts like blood sacrifices to achieve rapid advancement. Yet, such methods often led to endless repercussions or resulted in fleeting gains that could not even facilitate a breakthrough to the current state. In light of this, it seemed that the method recorded in the profound Yin scriptures regarding the infusion of demonic energy into the body was the most optimal auxiliary approach. By employing this method to forcibly infuse the corporeal body, it is entirely plausible for a demonic cultivator to break through their bottleneck in a remarkably short span of time, thus significantly enhancing their cultivation. Of course, this approach, akin to other techniques that hasten growth, carries considerable risks. Mild consequences may involve the body becoming demonized, resulting in a drastic transformation of appearance, while severe outcomes could lead to the loss of consciousness, rendering one a being that is half human, half-demon. Truly a perilous endeavor. However, the second nascent soul presents a different scenario. Its possession of a body is that of a demonic corpse, and coupled with its understanding of the Dianju cultivation method, its capacity to resist the demonization of consciousness is significantly stronger than that of other cultivators. Thus, the risks associated with this method are considerably diminished when the second nascent soul departed from him. It was merely at the initial stage of cultivation. Achieving the mid-stage in such a short time, without other opportunities, suggests it may have utilized this very method. Furthermore, the abyss of demonic descent is the site of the ancient demon's emergence, and remnants of demonic energy lingering in certain areas are hardly surprising. Han Li meditated in silence atop a mountain for a day and a night, continuously pondering how he would respond if he found himself in the second nascent soul's predicament. Remarkably, he deduced a substantial portion of the second nascent soul's intentions and calculations, the abyss of 10,000 demons. Han Li's eyes suddenly snapped open, radiating a piercing brilliance, as he muttered coldly to himself. Immediately, a surge of spiritual light enveloped him, transforming into a green rainbow that soared away from the mountain and shot toward the horizon. 2 days later, Han Li departed from the abyss of demonic descent, utilizing an astonishingly rapid speed to hasten towards Qi Ling Island. According to the scriptures of the Xian Yin True Canon, the technique of infusing demonic energy into the body typically requires a year to complete its initial phase. He did not wish to arrive at the abyss of demonic descent only to find that the second nascent soul had already slipped away, simultaneously, within the abyss of 10,000 demons. The figure clad in black robes, though aware that their movements might have been detected by Han Li, found themselves unable to abandon their spell at such a critical moment. Furthermore, this nascent soul, wary of exposing its whereabouts, had hidden itself immediately after exiting the abyss of demonic descent, encountering no other cultivators and directly infiltrating the abyss. Consequently, it missed a crucial piece of intelligence, remaining oblivious to Han Li's advancement to the nascent soul stage. It is no wonder that it overlooked this matter. After all, when Han Li initially ventured to Dajin, he believed that even if he were fortunate enough to advance to the late stage, it would take at least 200 or 300 years, requiring numerous attempts to break through the bottleneck. The second nascent soul could not have anticipated that Han Li would peculiarly advance to the late nascent soul stage in a single attempt. Thus, it calculated Han Li's escape speed based on the assumptions of a mid-stage cultivator. According to its estimates, even if Han Li were to immediately realize that it was within the abyss and hasten over, it would still take 2 months for him to arrive. Meanwhile, its infusion of demonic energy had reached the final stage, requiring just over a month to achieve substantial success. Therefore, although this nascent soul felt considerable unease, it gritted its teeth and chose to remain in place, understanding that if it did not succeed this time, re-entering the abyss of demonic descent under heightened vigilance would pose immense difficulties. Yet, this nascent soul had already resolved within itself it would linger for no more than another month and a half. Once that time elapsed, regardless of whether the infusion was successful, it would unhesitatingly depart from the abyss. With a half-month buffer, it believed it could ensure its safety. Having contemplated this, the nascent soul calmed itself and continued to absorb the pure demonic energy to infuse into its body. However, after Han Li advanced to the later stages, his speed of escape had nearly doubled compared to the mid-stage. That a journey that would typically take over 2 months was astonishingly completed by him in just 1 month, reaching the boundless sea. He then ventured into the sea for a couple of days, ultimately arriving at the location of Qiling Island. It is worth mentioning that due to the suppression of demonic energy, Wei Wuyo and others had specifically gifted him the Spirit Turtle Island, which he subsequently transferred to the management of the sect. It was likely that some disciples of the Luoyuan sect were stationed on this island now. Contemplating this, Han Li did not rush to the demonic abyss. Instead, he allowed his escape light to continue uninterrupted from the vicinity of the other 2 spirit islands, directly arriving above the Spirit Turtle Island among the 7 islands. Upon landing, he settled on a small mountain on the island. Finding a large boulder, he sat cross-legged upon it, and immediately extended his formidable spiritual sense that in an instant, he swept across the hundreds of miles of the island, locating 2 areas where cultivators were stationed. Han Li's lips moved slightly as he silently uttered a few words. Then, with an expressionless demeanor, he remained still. However, a commotion erupted in the 2 designated locations of Spirit Turtle Island. Before long, 2 teams of cultivators flew in from opposite directions. their numerous escape lights hurtling toward the mountain peak where Han Li was seated. Han Li showed no intention of rising. He merely gazed at the approaching cultivators with indifference. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and a gentle "oh" escaped his lips, revealing a hint of peculiarity on his face. The two teams of cultivators soon reached the mountain peak, and upon recognizing Han Li below, they swiftly retracted their escape lights and descended from the air. Esteemed Grand Elder, greetings, Master Han. These individuals approached with utmost respect, the leaders being two core formation cultivators, a yellow-robed man with small eyes and a thick brow, and a woman in her 30s. The remaining 10 or so individuals were all at the foundation establishment stage. It truly is you. I never expected that after so many years, you would successfully form your core, Han Li remarked with a gentle smile upon seeing the yellow-robed cultivator. Chapter 1182. Entering the abyss, the disciple was unaware of Master Uncle's true identity all those years ago. I hope Master Uncle will not hold it against me, the yellow-robed man stammered, his face paling upon recognizing Han Li. The woman beside him was momentarily taken aback by this reaction. Her senior brother Kuei was typically eloquent, yet now he appeared so flustered. From his tone, it seemed he had known the Grand Elder for a long time. The woman, filled with curiosity, dared not inquire further. Han Li's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, revealing a hint of amusement. One cannot blame the ignorant that in those years, I had my reasons to conceal my cultivation. How could I hold such matters against you, fellow disciples? Yet, Kuei, I must admit, your success in forming your core has genuinely surprised me. What of the others? The yellow-robed cultivator was none other than Kuei Huan, a disciple of the Luoyun sect who had once invited Han Li to capture the snow cloud fox. His spiritual root aptitude was considered ordinary, yet he had astonishingly advanced from the Qi refinement stage directly to core formation. Han Li, naturally, felt a measure of astonishment. Brother Wang and the others were not fortunate. They failed to pass the foundation establishment stage and had long since passed away many years ago. Kuei Huan replied with a bitter smile, surprised that Han Li remembered their past so clearly. Indeed, he added, the qualifications of the two individuals are not particularly remarkable. It is not uncommon for them to have failed to establish a foundation. It seems that Kuai's apprentice has encountered some extraordinary fortune. Han Li sighed softly. Over a century ago, I inadvertently consumed an unknown spiritual herb, which led to a sudden leap in my cultivation. Kuei Huan chuckled, explaining, Hee, this indicates that your fortune is indeed considerable. However, I did not come here merely to reminisce. There are matters I must inquire about. Han Li's expression hardened, and his voice took on a somber tone. Elder, please feel free to speak. Whatever the disciple knows will be divulged without reservation. The woman promptly responded with respect. Even if Han Li were not the Grand Elder of the Falling Cloud sect, his status as the foremost cultivator in Tiannan was enough to compel her to curry favor with him. Nothing much. I simply wish to ask if there have been any unusual changes regarding the demonic abyss seal that you have been guarding on Seven Spirit Island over the past year. Han Li inquired slowly. The seal? It appears to be intact, as we have been taking turns to patrol it with personnel from our 7 islands. We have not heard of any anomalies. What does this imply? Master Uncle? The woman responded instinctively, taken aback. Upon hearing this, Han Li's brows furrowed. So, you mean to say that even if issues arise during the watch of the other islands' cultivators, you might not be aware of it? Han Li's expression darkened. If the other islands do not inform us, that is likely the case. Kuei Huan and the woman exchanged glances and could only respond with a forced smile. However, contrary to their expectations, Han Li did not express anger. Instead, his gaze flickered momentarily before he suddenly clapped his hand against his storage pouch, producing a set of colorful array flags and formations in his grasp. You are to lead 36 disciples immediately to the entrance of the demonic abyss and set up this Xian Gang Tiansha formation at once that I intend to descend into the abyss. Should anything emerge from within, it must be halted. That I do not expect you to slay any foes. Merely delaying them for a brief period will suffice, Han Li instructed calmly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Kuei Huan and the woman were taken aback but promptly acquiesced. Time is of the essence. You must quickly select suitable personnel and proceed to set up the formation at the seal. I shall take my leave first and venture into the abyss to investigate. Let us hope this is merely a false alarm, Han Li murmured to himself, tossing the array tools aside as he rose to his feet. Without waiting for a response from the two before him, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky, heading directly towards the sealed demonic abyss. The woman and Kuai Huan respectfully sent him off. Then, without delay, activated their communication talismans to summon other suitable disciples from the island. Moments later, another group of cultivators gathered, and the two immediately distributed the array tools before leading the team off the island. They dared not waste a moment, fearing they might hinder Han Li's endeavors. Meanwhile, Han Li had already positioned himself above the former entrance to the demonic abyss. The once immense whirlpool now spanned only 50 to 60 zhang in width, encircled by a dozen or so massive stone pillars. These pillars, composed of an unknown material that resembled neither gold nor wood, remained half immersed in the surrounding seawater, motionless. The beams of milky white spiritual light emanating from the pillars formed a white curtain, completely sealing the whirlpool beneath it. Han Li hovered above, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing the silent seal before him. Senior Han, do you think the seal has remained intact all this time? Could it be that your information is incorrect? Moreover, we, the cultivators of the Seven Islands, have been vigilantly stationed nearby, without a moment's respite. Behind Han Li stood 7 or 8 cultivators, among them a cautious red-robed practitioner at the core formation stage, who appeared to have already discerned Han Li's identity. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators stood at a respectful distance, each one holding their breath in trepidation. Humph, to infiltrate without damaging the seal, I am aware of at least 5 or 6 methods. As for evading your notice, that is far from a challenge, Han Li replied coldly, not even glancing back. Upon hearing this, the red-robed cultivator could only manage a wry smile, his expression one of silent resignation. In a moment, our disciples from the Falling Cloud sect will set up a temporary formation to control the entrance. You from the Red Lotus sect will need to cooperate accordingly. Is that acceptable? Han Li's voice took on a frosty tone. Absolutely. Senior, do you truly intend to enter the seal? The red-robed cultivator sensed a hint of Han Li's intention and could not help but feel apprehensive. Naturally, I must venture into the abyss of demons. Otherwise, why would I come here in person? Now is the moment when the demonic energy is most suppressed, making it the optimal time to enter. Han Li declared without hesitation, lifting his gaze to the sky. It was midday, the scorching sun hanging high in the heavens, appearing remarkably bright. The red-robed cultivator also looked up at the blinding sun, his expression shifting to one of dawning realization. Very well. Take care of yourselves. I shall descend now. Han Li, unwilling to delay any further, flicked his sleeve, and a tricolored flame coalesced in his hand, transforming into a 3-colored feather fan. With a single wave of the fan, runes surged forth, and a layer of tricolored flames manifested on its surface. Han Li's figure shimmered, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot towards the luminous barrier, while simultaneously he slashed through the air with the fan aimed at the barrier. With a thunderous roar, the tricolored fan appeared as a razor-sharp blade of fire, effortlessly cleaving a wide fissure in the milky white barrier, from which a torrent of pitch-black demonic energy surged forth, eager to spread. The red-robed cultivator's expression shifted at this sight, and the Foundation establishment cultivators could not contain their gasps of astonishment. However, Han Li's other sleeve was already prepared, sweeping downward with great force. Instantly, a wave of azure light surged downward, utilizing its immense spiritual pressure to forcibly suppress the leaking demonic energy. In a flash of spiritual radiance, Han Li propelled himself into the abyss of demons, while the ruptured milky white seal rapidly restored itself to its original state, allowing not a single wisp of demonic energy to escape. Only then did the red-robed cultivator feel a sense of relief, followed by a self-deprecating thought. After all, he was facing the foremost grand cultivator of Tiannan. Perhaps he had overreacted. Just at that moment, a Foundation establishment cultivator standing behind him exclaimed, "Master, look!" The red-robed practitioner turned in surprise to follow the voice. In the distance, flickers of spiritual light danced in the sky, as dozens of streaks of escape light raced towards them. It is the cultivators from the Falling Cloud sect. It seems that Senior Han's words were indeed not mere exaggerations. Could it be that some formidable demon has infiltrated the abyss of magic? The crimson-robed cultivator gazed into the distance, murmuring a few words, his expression revealing a tapestry of complexities, encased in the inky blackness of malevolent energy. Han Li's entire form shimmered with golden arcs as he once again summoned the exorcising divine thunder to fend off the encroaching darkness. Amidst the resounding roar, he descended deeper into the abyss. The intertwining golden arcs and demonic energy clashed continuously, yet were dissipated and extinguished by the deep rumblings of thunder. Han Li remained oblivious to it all, his hands skillfully forming seals as he repeatedly invoked a secret incantation recorded within the Xuanmu transformation technique. 1,000 zhong, 2,000 zhong, 3,000 zhong. Although Han Li was fervently executing the technique, his consciousness remained utterly unresponsive as he delved deeper into the abyss. His complexion darkened with increasing severity when he had descended 7 or 8,000 zhong. A flicker of doubt began to stir within him. Had he truly miscalculated? Was the second nascent soul not present here, but rather seeking cultivation elsewhere? Han Li silently pondered, yet suddenly his expression shifted, and he halted his escape light. His countenance turned grave, his hand gestures transforming as a low incantation resonated from his lips, while his azure eyes fixated unwaveringly upon the shadows below. Yet, an unusual expression crossed his face, as if uncertainty had taken root within him. After a moment's hesitation, he moved once more, but this time, Han Li seemed to possess a clear sense of direction, darting towards a specific location that it was not long before he descended further. Merely 300 to 400 zhong, when he heard a series of deep, beast-like roars. Pressing his lips together, he reduced his speed significantly, yet his three-flame fan twirled swiftly before being firmly grasped by his fingers. The azure glow in Han Li's pupils intensified, fixated upon the swirling malevolence below, his gaze unwavering. With his current cultivation, even in this 10,000 zhong abyss, his clear spirit eyes could pierce through 100 zhong. However, beyond 50 zhong, the objects before him grew increasingly indistinct. At a distance of 100 zhong beneath him, an exceptionally towering shadow raised its head, unleashing a thunderous roar as Han Li's spiritual gaze met the shadow's blood-red, almost dripping eyes. A chill gripped his heart, for those crimson orbs were filled with a savage intent, utterly devoid of the gaze one would expect from a normal being. As Han Li's thoughts raced, still questioning whether this figure was the target of his quest, the shadow's roar abruptly ceased, and it flickered before vanishing into the swirling malevolence below. Han Li's expression shifted, yet he remained composed, shaking his sleeve to summon a silver shield, which then transformed into a radiant silver barrier enveloping him. Just as he completed his protective measures, a tumult arose from the malevolent energy behind him, and a massive, dark-furred demonic arm shot forth like lightning, seizing the barrier. With a thunderous crash, the demonic claw pierced through the silver shield by more than half a foot. Han Li felt the barrier tremble violently as an overwhelming force surged towards him. His complexion shifted slightly, and with a subtle movement of his feet, he took 2 small steps forward, successfully dissipating the tremendous impact. Yet, with a swift motion of his hand, a sword of several feet in length materialized mysteriously. And without a glance back, he executed a rapid strike that a flash of golden light erupted as a portion of the furry arm was severed in one fell swoop. The shadow let out a thunderous roar, staggering backward for several steps before regaining its footing. However, a pair of bloodshot eyes fixated menacingly on Han Li, brimming with ferocity. Indeed, it is you. Yet, it appears the infusion of demonic energy was not entirely successful, leaving you in a state of partial demonic transformation, with your very sanity adrift. At this moment, Han Li turned to scrutinize the shadow intently, releasing a soft sigh. The shadow stood merely a few dozen paces away, allowing him to observe it with clarity. It bore a resemblance to the infamous celestial fiend corpse, though much of its dark robe had been stripped away, revealing long strands of corpse hair. Some vital areas were adorned with fist-sized ebony carapaces that glimmered with a chilling radiance. The once skeletal visage was now obscured by a faint veil of black mist, under which its features twisted grotesquely, exuding a menacing aura. Though its arm had been severed by Han Li's strike, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound, as if it were devoid of any life essence. It emitted a deep, rumbling growl, yet its gaze remained fixated upon the golden sword in Han Li's hand, refraining from launching another assault. Clearly, Han Li's earlier strike had instilled a sense of trepidation within it. Despite its primal urge to rend Han Li to shreds, instinct held it back from further aggression. Strangely, although a storage pouch dangled from its waist, it remained empty-handed, lacking any semblance of intelligence. It appeared that the demonic energy within this abyss was perhaps less potent than that which was suppressed by Kunwa Mountain. Yet the degree of demonic transformation far exceeded the second nascent soul's expectations. Furthermore, the second nascent soul, in its anxiety regarding Han Li's potential arrival, hastened the infusion of demonic energy during the final stages, resulting in an overwhelming surge. Although the second nascent soul possessed the great evolution technique, it had only progressed to the second layer due to its preoccupation with cultivating the profound art. Its spiritual consciousness, while somewhat stronger than that of its peers, proved inadequate for prolonged resistance against the encroaching demonic energy. Consequently, although the corpse endured the transformation process, the nascent soul succumbed to the invasive energy just before completion, leading to a complete loss of its faculties. In this instant, the corpse had devolved into a being driven solely by instinct, fixated on slaughter, no more formidable than those beasts devoid of awakened intelligence. After careful observation, Han Li's conviction solidified that its sentience had indeed been extinguished, and he exhaled in relief. Finding humor in the absurdity of the situation, he had regarded this entity as a significant threat. Hastily arriving under the cover of night, only to confront a result so utterly unexpected that it left him at a loss for words. Yet, facing such an adversary rendered the encounter considerably less daunting. Capturing it would require minimal effort. With this thought in mind, Han Li hesitated no longer and raised his hand, summoning the tricolored feather fan that materialized in his palm. With the shadow's mind extinguished, there was no need for further courtesy. He would simply employ the three flames fan to forcibly dispel its demonic form. Devoid of a physical body, the second nascent soul would inevitably find itself at the mercy of fate. However, just as the three-colored spiritual light of the tri-flame fan manifested, a sudden roar erupted from the opposing demonic corpse, and a tempest of dark energy swirled around its form. In an instant, the pure demonic essence in the vicinity violently converged at the sight of its severed arm, transforming incessantly. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as a hand, identical to the previous one, materialized in an instant. As if it had never been severed by Han Li's indestructible body. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon a cold smirk appeared on his face, and he poured an additional surge of spiritual power into the feathered fan. Although the prowess of the indestructible body was rare, he had encountered several beasts of this caliber that he had slain as long as he wielded a stronger force to utterly obliterate it. The opponent would naturally be unable to regenerate. Following a resounding cry of a phoenix, a firebird several feet in size soared forth from the fan, enveloped in three-colored runes, and launched itself towards the adversary. The surrounding demonic essence disintegrated upon contact with the three-colored flames, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The demonic corpse seemed to sense the impending danger. Had the second nascent soul retained its consciousness, it would have undoubtedly evaded the striking force of the tri-flame fan. Instead, it had vanished without a trace. Yet, in its current state of lost sentience, the demonic corpse was driven by a surge of savagery, letting out a thunderous roar as the nearby demonic energy surged violently into its body. Its form swelled by nearly a foot, and then, with a gaping maw, it unleashed a jet-black beam, perfectly aimed at the three-colored firebird, with a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the depths of the demonic abyss. A sphere of three-colored radiance and a mass of black energy erupted simultaneously, intertwining in a fierce stalemate. Han Li, witnessing this scene, let out a soft gasp, his expression revealing surprise. The sheer power of the tri-flame fan was such that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would hesitate to confront it head-on. Yet, this fan had only utilized a fraction of its spiritual energy, while the opponent had recklessly withstood it with mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. This was truly beyond his expectations. As he scrutinized the unfolding situation, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a frenzy of flashing runes on the surface of the three-colored halo, it ultimately overpowered the black mass, gradually engulfing it, and began to surge toward the demonic corpse. The demonic entity, sensing the dire situation, glared fiercely, inhaling the surrounding demonic energy once more, and opened its mouth to unleash another black beam. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's expression darkened, and with a thunderous boom, a pair of azure and white wings manifested behind him. These were the wind and thunder wings he had refined a second time. Without moving his limbs, he merely flapped the wings, vanishing in a gust of wind. In the next instant, as a flash of blue electric arcs flickered behind the demonic corpse, Han Li silently materialized, raising his fist to strike at the back of the demonic entity. A colossal fist, radiating azure light, materialized behind the corpse, delivering a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, the demonic corpse, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing headlong into the three-colored halo ahead. An ear-splitting, panicked roar erupted from within, as dark energy surged forth from its surface in an attempt to withstand the searing flames. However, under Han Li's impassive gaze, the demonic corpse enveloped by the three-colored flames saw its black energy swiftly dissipate, and with each breath, its form began to dissolve and disintegrate, unable to withstand even the slightest resistance. In a flash, the tricolor rune completely engulfed the demonic corpse. A cold glimmer flickered in Han Li's eyes as he deftly twirled the three-flame fan in his hand, preparing to disperse the tricolor flames and seize the second primordial infant within. However, at that moment, the tricolor halo suddenly trembled violently, and a burst of blood light erupted from its center, forcefully piercing a gap through the halo. In an instant, a black radiance flickered, and a dark beam shot forth from within. Soaring to an altitude of over 30 zhang after a few flashes, startled, Han Li focused his gaze and beheld a figure suspended within the dark light, a primordial infant cloaked in black and green. Brandishing a pitch-black small banner. It was none other than the second primordial infant. This primordial infant turned its head to cast a cold glance at Han Li, its eyes astonishingly clear, as if its consciousness had been fully restored. Without a moment's thought, Han Li snorted, flaring his wings behind him, and vanished in an enigmatic manner. Seeing this, the second primordial infant's expression changed dramatically. It suddenly tossed the black small banner beneath it, then formed a hand seal and pointed fiercely at the flag. The Yin Luo banner, which Han Li had personally repaired years ago, began to whirl wildly, its surface flashing with frantic black light. Following a loud pop, it detonated spontaneously. With a deafening roar, countless strands of black light erupted forth densely, resembling a colossal net of heavenly webs manifesting beneath the second primordial infant, enveloping an area of several miles. The second primordial infant let out a long howl and, without looking back, soared upward into the void. Meanwhile, beneath the black net, a green arc shot forth from the void, revealing Han Li's figure in a peculiar manner. He glanced at the massive black net overhead, then at the almost vanishing second primordial infant, a glimmer of icy coldness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve, and a blinding golden light cleaved through the black strands. However, the black net merely quivered slightly, showing no signs of rupture. Furrowing his brow, Han Li pointed at the golden light. Instantly, the golden light flickered, revealing a layer of golden arcs that spiraled before once again slicing downward. With a thunderous boom, this time the black net was forcefully torn open, creating a large gap. Without uttering a word, Han Li leaped forward, transforming into a streak of azure light as he shot through the opening in pursuit of the second primordial infant. Almost simultaneously, at the entrance of the 10,000 zhang demonic abyss, dozens of cultivators surrounded the ceiling area, wielding formation flags and array plates, arranged in several teams. Each of them bore a grave expression, their formation flags and array plates emanating various colored spiritual lights, already activated. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the white seal, followed by a violent tremor as a several zhang long pitch-black giant sword pierced through the seal. Cleaving a gaping wound over 10 zhang in length, the mass of black light surged forth from the opening. In Chapter 1184, the capture of the infant, Kuai Huan, and the woman, who had long been attentive to the seal, observed this scene. The 36 disciples of the falling cloud sect simultaneously hurled their formation flags and array plates into the air above the seal. Instantly, these array instruments radiated brilliance, layers of 5-colored light manifesting out of thin air and cascading downward. Caught off guard, the mass of black light felt the sudden flash of 5-colored spiritual light before being enveloped within. Trapped inside, the figure within the black light was, of course, the second primordial infant. It was enveloped by the 3 fiery flames. It instinctively unleashed all the demonic energy it had originally infused into its body in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, although the demonic energy was rendered null by the flames, and even a significant portion of its demonic form was refined away, by a stroke of serendipity, it inadvertently liberated itself from the demonic transformation of its nascent soul, instantly restoring its sentience. Drawing upon the memories of Han Li, it decisively self-detonated the demonic artifact, the Crimson Blood Sword, shattering the tricolored flames, fearing that Han Li would pursue with the wind and thunder wings. It gritted its teeth and detonated the restored flag as well. The self-detonation of these 2 treasures proved to be immensely formidable. Caught off guard, Han Li allowed it to seize a fleeting chance for escape, vanishing from right under his nose. However, It was acutely aware that such tactics could not thwart Han Li for long. Resolutely, it resolved that once it escaped the abyss of demons, it would immediately employ the nascent soul's teleportation technique to swiftly flee to one of the islands of the Seven Spirit Isles. To prepare for contingencies, it had already set up a concealed refuge in a hidden area on the island, utilizing several special treasures and arranging an exceptionally sophisticated concealment formation, confident it could evade Han Li's mental scanning and gain a moment's respite. Yet, the second nascent soul could never have anticipated that Han Li, who typically preferred to act alone, had gathered a considerable number of low-level cultivators outside the seal this time, preemptively setting up a formidable restriction formation to seal off the exit. Patiently waiting for it to walk into the trap, now trapped within the radiant haze, the second nascent soul was filled with an overwhelming sense of fury and panic. Its small hands frantically waved at the surrounding brilliance, unleashing a torrent of dark sword energy in wild slashes. However, the five-colored radiance was remarkably mystical. Although much of it was cleaved apart by these sword energies, it swiftly shimmered and restored itself, leaving no opportunity for the second nascent soul to escape. In a moment of desperation, the second nascent soul's expression shifted dramatically as it rubbed its hands together and thrust them outward. Instantly, two black beams of light shot forth, morphing into massive swords nearly 10 feet long that struck downwards with tremendous force in the same direction. The cultivators, desperately manipulating the formation flags and arrays around them, could no longer sustain their efforts. With two thunderous booms, a gaping hole several feet wide was cleaved into the five-colored radiance. Although spiritual light flickered around the edges, the hole remained open due to its size and the momentary depletion of magical energy from the cultivators controlling the formation. Seeing this, the second nascent soul rejoiced, its figure flickering as it executed the teleportation technique, vanishing within the radiance. In the next instant, amidst the flickering black light, the black-green nascent soul appeared outside the five-colored haze. It glared furiously at the surrounding cultivators, then swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to teleport away in succession. Yet, at that moment, a gentle breeze swept forth, revealing a figure drifting in with the wind. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, the second nascent soul vanished from sight. The figure that emerged with the breeze was none other than Han Li, who had just caught up using the wind and thunder wings. Upon spotting the second nascent soul, he did not even spare it a glance before teleporting away, his expression darkening as he let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a slender crimson line appeared between his brows, from which a mass of black mist swiftly erupted, coalescing into the shape of a pitch-black eyeball that stared ominously into the distance. A flash of dark light shot forth in an instant, striking the void some 20 paces away, resulting in a spontaneous explosion. In the wake of the black radiance, a second primordial infant materialized unsteadily, its small face contorted with disbelief and terror. Han Li let out a cold chuckle, opening his mouth to spit forth a small azure cauldron that shot out and was caught in his grasp. With a flick of his azure-white wings behind him, he vanished silently into the wind. Upon witnessing this scene, the second primordial infant's heart sank, prompting it to move its body, transforming into a streak of black light in an attempt to escape. However, at that moment, a burst of azure threads suddenly erupted from the void, ensnaring the infant with an unyielding grip. Though taken aback, the second primordial infant unleashed a flurry of dark sword chi from its body, striving to break free from its confinement. Yet, after a series of explosions and swirling black light, the azure threads remained untouched. The black-green primordial infant was truly frightened now, contemplating the use of further secret techniques to escape when a flash of azure lightning revealed Han Li, who was hovering nearby, cradling the cauldron in one hand. Noticing the infant's continued struggle, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he gently flicked his finger toward the cauldron. With a soft chime, the cauldron lid opened on its own, and a surge of azure radiance shot skyward. Consequently, the azure threads binding the primordial infant glowed with a resonant brilliance, tightening around it, rendering its internal spiritual power utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, the azure light yanked the infant backward, leaving it powerless to resist as it was swept into the cauldron. Han Li pointed at the cauldron lid in the air, which transformed into a beam of azure light and descended, sealing the cauldron once more. With the light from the cauldron dimming, it was securely closed again. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief, finally allowing a sliver of a smile to grace his face. Within the confines of the virtual cauldron, even a late-stage primordial infant cultivator would have no means of escape. Congratulations, Master Han, on your remarkable achievement, exclaimed Kuei Huan and the woman, along with a group of foundational stage disciples. As they stepped forward to pay their respects, their faces betraying a hint of flattery. Hee, this time you all have also contributed significantly. These 2 vials contain some elixirs that may be of slight benefit to your cultivation. Please take them and share among yourselves. Moreover, we must reinforce our personnel at the Demon Abyss and maintain stringent surveillance to prevent any other malevolent beings from infiltrating. Han Li smiled faintly, reaching into his storage bag at his waist, producing 2 white jade vials which he tossed to Kuei Huan, while offering further instructions. Yes, the disciples will certainly discuss this matter with the other sects and promptly increase our manpower. Kuei Huan replied, brimming with joy as he accepted the jade vials. Master, perhaps you should return to Lingbi Island to rest for a couple of days before heading back to the sect. Not necessary. This location is not too far from the sect, and I have other pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not linger here. Han Li waved his hand, shaking his head as he commanded. And then he stowed away the small cauldron, transforming into a streak of azure light that pierced through the air. Kuei Huan and the woman naturally bowed in deference as they watched Han Li depart, not lifting their heads for a long while. Friend Kuei, what sort of elixirs did Senior Han leave for you? Given Senior Han's esteemed status, the elixirs he left must be extraordinary. Indeed, standing at a distance, the red-robed monk, accompanied by his disciples, approached with eyes filled with envy as they gazed upon the 2 jade vials in Kuei Huan's hands. Kuei, himself uncertain of their contents, assumed they must be of decent quality. Let us swiftly reinforce and restore the seal, he suggested with a few dry chuckles, swiftly stowing the vials away with a flash of white light, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter further, yet instructing his disciples accordingly. Although the seal had closed the vast rift once more, the ethereal light shimmering upon its surface had noticeably dimmed. Instantly, the cultivators of the Falling Cloud sect surged towards the surrounding stone pillars, preparing to fortify the seal anew. The red-robed monk, eager to ascertain the nature of the elixirs, found it inappropriate to press further upon witnessing the scene. With a chuckle, he commanded his disciples to join in the effort to reinforce the seal. Under the resonant hum of several stone pillars, a layer of milky white spiritual light began to emerge upon the seal's surface, gradually thickening and solidifying. Over a span of 10 days, Han Li returned to Yuming Mountain. However, he did not return to the Falling Cloud sect, but instead headed directly to the Mother Peak. Upon dispersing the restrictions, he had just landed before the cave dwelling at the Mother Peak when he was met by a woman waiting there. "It's you," Han Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback at the sight of the woman in white robes. "Master," the beautiful female disciple bowed gracefully, her expression solemn. It was none other than his registered disciple. "Lu Yu, you have been waiting here all this time?" Han Li inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Not just me. Senior Sister Mu and Senior Sister Song are also here. We were somewhat concerned, so we took turns waiting for your return. However, they are currently enjoying a small gathering in Junior Sister's cave dwelling," Lu Yu replied, casting a discreet glance at Han Li. "Heh, given my current cultivation level, what is there to worry about in retrieving my second nascent soul? However, you have all met Chiner, haven't you?" Han Li casually asked. "Yes, I have indeed met Junior Sister. She is quite clever and charming. It's no wonder Master chose to accept her as a disciple." Lu Yu responded with a bright smile that Chiner is rather different from you. She possesses the dragon's chant physique, and it seems her path may lack opportunities. My reasons for accepting her are of another nature. "There is no need for you to probe further," Han Li remarked lightly, his eyebrows slightly raising. "Master is jesting. How could I dare to question you?" Lu Yu exclaimed, a flicker of joy in her heart, though a hint of awkwardness crossed her delicate features. "Well then, since you are all here, go and summon the 3 of them. I have something I wish to discuss with you," Han Li commanded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Yes, I shall obey your orders, Master," Lu Yu replied, her heart tightening with resolve. Han Li nodded, then waved his sleeve towards the tightly shut cave door, a surge of azure light sweeping forth. With a resounding roar, the stone door slowly ascended, and Han Li, clad in flowing garments, stepped gracefully inside. Meanwhile, Lu Yu transformed into a streak of white light, hurrying towards Tian Chinur's cave dwelling. Chapter 1185. Within the manor after a meal, Han Li sat in the main seat of the cave's hall, flanked on either side by 4 enchanting ladies, 3 tall and 1 petite, each displaying an expression of utmost reverence. Upon returning to the cave, The trio of Mu Peeling realized that not only had Han Li advanced to the later stage of the nascent soul, but he had also outperformed the other three esteemed cultivators, establishing himself as the foremost practitioner in Tiannan. This astonishing revelation left the three women in awe, deepening their respect for Han Li. You need not worry about the second nascent soul matter. It has already been captured. In a few days, I shall erase its consciousness and refine it into my second nascent soul, Han Li stated coldly, chastising the three women with a tone of discontent. However, you three have displayed remarkable audacity by recklessly venturing into the depths of the demon abyss. Are you not aware that even nascent soul cultivators rarely emerge unscathed from such perilous places? Master, we truly had no choice. The illusion spirit herb is of immense importance to us, compelling us to take the risk of exploring the inner valley, explained the woman surnamed Song, standing with her hands clasped. Though her voice held a tone of justification, the illusion spirit herb, I presume you wish to concoct the illusory extinction pill to aid in breaking through your bottlenecks, Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow upon hearing Song's response. As he had known her before his own advancement. Master, your insight is indeed correct. We aim to refine this pill, Lu Yu answered honestly this time. Should that be the case, there is no need for you to seek out any illusion spirit herbs. For I happen to possess a vial right here. With a casual gesture, Han Li patted his waist, producing a small emerald vial that he tossed to Lu Yu. He had no use for this pill, which had likely been crafted by some deceased nascent soul master who had fallen to his hand, and he now offered it as a simple favor. Lu Yu instinctively reached out to catch it, and upon comprehending Han Li's words, her expression transformed into one of astonishment and delight, prompting her to express her gratitude fervently. Song and Mu Peeling echoed her joy, stepping forward to offer their thanks as well. Enough of this. It is merely a trivial vial of pills. Han Li waved his hand dismissively. I summoned you for other matters that require your attention. What is it, Master? Please instruct us. The woman surnamed Song responded with utmost respect. The other two women, sensing the seriousness of the moment, also adopted a solemn demeanor. You are all aware that I have never been fond of meddling in the affairs of the sect. However, as the Grand Elder, I find it inappropriate to completely disregard such matters and leave everything to your Master Lu. Therefore, I require a disciple to assist Master Lu in managing the sect during my periods of secluded cultivation. Lu Yu, would you be willing to represent me and handle some internal affairs? Of course, I will not allow you to waste your time without recompense. I shall impart to you several secret techniques and bestow upon you a few treasures, ensuring you stand unparalleled among your peers, Han Li said, his tone laden with significance. Though you initially joined my sect under duress, should you agree to this undertaking, I can formally accept you as my disciple. Is Master truly sincere? Lu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Do you think I would deceive you given your current standing? Han Li replied with a gentle smile. In that case, I shall diligently follow your orders. Lu Yu readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, though it remains uncertain whether it was the allure of the burgeoning power of the Falling Cloud sect or the prospect of becoming Han Li's official disciple that truly swayed her. Perhaps it was a combination of both that captured her heart. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a piece of white jade materialized in his hand, followed by a pair of green rings, a fire ruler, and a resplendent golden flying sword, all of which he presented to her. Lu Yu gracefully accepted the jade slip and the treasures, her form buoyant as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Her excitement barely concealed upon her lovely visage. Although she was unaware of the formidable techniques inscribed within the jade slip, the mere presence of these ancient artifacts, each of which she had scarcely dared to dream of, was more than sufficient to leave her utterly content. You should go and meet Senior Brother Lu now. I will promptly send a sound transmission to inform him of this matter, Han Li instructed her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu respectfully acknowledged his words and took her leave. Once she had departed the cave, Han Li turned his palm, and a sound transmission talisman appeared in his grasp. After uttering a few soft words into the talisman, he waved his hand, and the talisman transformed into a streak of fire that shot forth, vanishing in an instant. The others quietly observed Han Li's actions, none daring to interrupt. Song Shitsizi, I also have a task for you, Han Li said, turning his gaze toward the voice of Lu Yu with a softened tone. Please feel free to speak, Uncle Master. The woman named Song replied without a moment's hesitation. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. He simply hoped that when recruiting disciples for the sect in the coming years, she could find a student with an exceptionally strong innate spiritual sense, as he wished to personally take this individual under his wing for further training. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li articulated his request that a disciple with an exceptionally strong innate spiritual sense. Such individuals are rare, appearing but once in a century that I cannot make any promises, but I will certainly do my utmost to seek one out. Song replied, momentarily taken aback by Han Li's words, her demeanor wavering. That is of no concern that I did not imply that it must be found immediately. As long as you remain vigilant, that will suffice. I observe that you have reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage core formation. Relying solely on the illusory destruction pill may not afford you a significant opportunity for a breakthrough. I also possess a vial of Yin Yuan pills, which, while not widely known, greatly benefits female cultivators in their maiden state. When you attempt to break through, you might consider trying a few, Han Li suggested, raising one hand as a small, dark vial emerged amidst a flickering azure light, silently gliding toward the woman named Song. Though she had never heard of the Yin Yuan pills, the weight of Han Li's esteemed status as a grand cultivator rendered his words undeniably credible. Her face blossomed with joy as she expressed her thanks and accepted the jade vial. After exchanging a few more words with Song, Han Li bid her farewell, allowing his gaze to fall upon Mu Peeling. Mu Peeling instinctively stiffened, her previously raised delicate face lowering once more, a subtle blush gracing her ear pendants like fine jade. It has been a century since you became my concubine, has it not? Han Li inquired gently, his gaze reflecting a complexity of emotions. Indeed, my lord. When you accepted me, I had just successfully condensed my nascent soul, and now you stand as a late-stage grand cultivator, Mu Peeling replied softly, finally lifting her gaze to meet his. When I initially took you in, my intention was to utilize your maiden essence to cultivate the dipping phoenix nurturing essence technique, so that I might receive assistance during my breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. However, I was unprepared for the rapid changes that ensued. Unexpectedly, I advanced through the mid and late stages of the nascent soul realm by alternative means. The dipping phoenix nurturing essence technique proves effective solely for breakthroughs within the nascent soul realm. Are you suggesting that I compel Peeling to depart from the mother and child peak? Mu Peeling's delicate features paled considerably at this notion. Compel you to leave? That would certainly not be the case. However, your initial role as my concubine was largely a result of familial coercion, and now that you have attained the core formation stage, no one is in a position to threaten you any longer. I too am reluctant to keep you by my side under ambiguous circumstances that on one hand, it may indeed hinder your promising future, and on the other, Warner will soon be freed from her predicament. And I must provide her with an explanation to this juncture. Han Li's words momentarily faltered. How do you wish to arrange Peeling? Mu Peeling inquired, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip. Quite simply, just as before, I now present you with two choices, from which you may select one. The first path offers you certain benefits as compensation for the arduous years spent honing the dipping phoenix nurturing essence technique, thereby allowing you to leave the mother and child peak, restoring your freedom and enabling you to marry as you please. From henceforth, we shall have no further ties, given your current reputation, even if you were to personally vindicate my name and restore my honor. Which cultivator in Tian would dare to take you as their spouse? A wry smile graced Mu Peeling's face as she murmured. Upon hearing her words, Han Li furrowed his brow, but refrained from interjecting. Continuing instead, the second path is equally uncomplicated. That if you are truly devoted to the path of cultivation and willing to dedicate your life to it, I can permit you to remain at the mother and child peak. Publicly, you would still be regarded as my concubine, yet in reality, I could treat you as a disciple and offer you guidance in your cultivation. Of course, your aptitude for cultivation is commendable, and I could also have Warner take you as her true disciple, as her methods are inherently suited for female cultivators. Following her guidance may indeed prove more beneficial than mine. Naturally, such an arrangement may still attract some idle gossip, yet it would significantly minimize any detrimental rumors surrounding you. Han Li regarded the woman's exquisite visage and spoke with calm assurance. After contemplating Han Li's proposals, Mu Peeling fell into silence. Han Li made no effort to hasten her decision, seeming in no rush for her to choose. May I opt for neither choice? The woman suddenly declared. What does that mean? Han Li frowned slightly. I wish to genuinely become your concubine, to remain by your side for a lifetime. After a brief pause, Mu Peeling resolutely stated, truly become my concubine. That is simply unfeasible. Han Li's expression shifted, yet he shook his head. Why not? Does the gentleman believe Peeling's cultivation is insufficient or her beauty lacking, rendering her unworthy to be by your side? Mu Peeling's complexion grew starkly pale. That is not the case. However, you have already achieved the mid-stage of core formation, which cannot be deemed lowly, and among all the female cultivators I have encountered, your beauty ranks within the top 10. Hanli sighed. Then why does the gentleman reject my proposal outright? Are you concerned that Elder Nangong would disapprove? Mu Peeling inquired. Wanner's situation is but one aspect. However, the crux of the matter lies in my unwavering dedication to the path, as I intend to retreat into seclusion for decades at a time. Should you be able to attain the nascent soul stage, it would indeed be a different story, for you could live for a millennium. Yet, if you remain unable to reach this stage, I shall merely need to enter seclusion a few more times. And it is likely you will find little opportunity to even meet my gaze. Associating with me would be nothing more than a futile squandering of your existence, but I have no desire to endure a sorrowful endeavor in vain. Hanli replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone tinged with resignation. The month has barely begun, and alas, I have already been pushed to the bottom of the rankings. It seems that I must resort to soliciting votes through single chapters, as neglecting to do so is no longer an option. As for a declaration of explosive growth, I lack the capability to fulfill such promises and will not make empty assurances. I can only strive to maintain a steady flow of updates. Much like last month, for those who possess guaranteed monthly votes, I implore you to lend your support. That I do not wish for the beginning of the month to see us lagging far behind. For if we reach the end of the month in such a state, we will be left helpless, unable to catch up. To be continued. Zhang Sun understood the validity of her words, and thus he struck his fist against his palm in frustration, relinquishing his previous actions. Yet the pent-up resentment within him remained unexpressed. As the legitimate grandson of the Longzi Mountain, a true scion of the Sword Clan, how could I not feel this calling? The red doors of the Futu Tian Tsang Temple swung wide, revealing the solemn and majestic deity within. Futu Tian Tsang. Surrounding the 5 core temples are the courtyards of the Gui Lin Palace and the Deju Palace, among others. Upon seeing Nina, Wei Changfeng suddenly recalled something and cast a reproachful glance at Song Ta. Wei Changfeng dared not respond, contemplating how this could hardly be deemed a crime that if pursued, merely escaping after killing Han army soldiers would warrant the execution of Guli. However, as this was the first time Tong Howren had expressed such anger, Wei Changfeng kept his thoughts to himself. Nur momentarily brushed aside the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. The sound drew the attention of the gathered individuals, and upon glancing over, she saw Tian Tian weeping in her father's embrace, as delicate as a flower that might wither at the slightest breeze. Her eyes filled with sorrow and profound affection. Nevertheless, the mission against the wolves had concluded satisfactorily. We must return to Longzi Mountain post-haste to discuss significant matters, a slightly anxious master declared. Thus, even Wang Kuang dared not easily offend Uncle Hua, and their words were imbued with courtesy. The arrows of the Han army soared once more, while wave after wave of Xiongnu cavalry surged forth, each wave falling in front of the previous one. Were it not for that scoundrel snatching away the fragrant braised pork knuckle, would I need to stealthily scale the wall to Granny Wang's house in broad daylight, just to procure a scallion pancake? As the yellow-spotted beast prepared to pounce on the deer, Lu Juanhao urgently shouted, "Pai, come back." In the current forest, such creatures were exceedingly rare. Every one we killed diminishes their numbers. That I refer to your kind of drifting. This is my personal request. Will you comply? Wang Ming inquired, gazing at Li Tian. Seeing Su Huji in such a state, Su Chuanzhong dared not speak, opting instead to fetch the family Lawsu, who took several of his family guards and headed towards Chaoga. Do not lack confidence. You should believe in yourself, especially since I am here. Rest assured, if we fail today, I shall treat everyone to roast duck for a lifetime, Li Tian said with a smile, aiming to dispel the somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the office. After breakfast, Lu Jun placed the saddle on the Red Rabbit and rode off towards the riverbank as one embarks on the path of cultivation. The ascent to higher realms becomes increasingly arduous, even for those at the human stage of cultivation. Each elevation in realm is akin to scaling the heavens. It is evident that for celestial stage cultivators, the challenges they face are magnitudes greater than those encountered by their ordinary human counterparts. Huangfu Li felt a subtle sense of pride. Yesterday, when Galio had sought his counsel regarding the preparation of a crystal badge for the envoy from Moro, he had harbored reservations. However, upon learning that it was Ling Feng's idea, he reluctantly acquiesced, and now it appeared the outcome was quite favorable. Initially, Li Huli had opposed the idea, but after observing that Qian Lao's health indeed allowed for some moderate activity, he ultimately consented. Witnessing this scene, Murong Yin suddenly rose, her face aglow with astonishment. She exchanged a glance with Walter, both rendered speechless in their astonishment that in that moment, the soothsayer wore a semblance of a smile, as if to suggest that Si Chang could never escape from the grasp of his influence. Chapter 1186. Assimilation. Despite the abundant elixirs at her disposal, the likelihood of Mu Peeling achieving conception was regrettably low. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mu Peeling was momentarily taken aback, her lips parting as if to voice a response. Yet, Han Li raised a hand, interrupting her forthcoming words. Enough. I am not demanding an immediate decision from you. You may take several years to ponder this matter. For now, I require a period of seclusion. During this time, I will provide you with some elixirs. Endeavor to break through to the mid-stage realm. Additionally, please guide Qin Air in the foundational techniques on my behalf. Yes, I shall dutifully obey your command. Though Mu Peeling felt a twinge of reluctance, she could only acquiesce in resignation as Han Li's tone grew more serious. Han Li nodded, retrieving several elixirs and handing them to her. After imparting a few instructions to Tian Qin Air, he sent both women away from the cave, once the hall was devoid of company. Han Li slowly closed his eyes, exhaling a gentle sigh. Appearing somewhat unsettled within, he remained seated for a full quarter hour before reopening his eyes, which now reflected a serene clarity, as if his inner state had returned to equilibrium. Suddenly, he slapped his waist with one hand, causing a flash of silver light to dance before him, as a humanoid puppet materialized in an uncanny manner, standing motionless before him. Han Li scrutinized the puppet, and with a flicker of his consciousness, a layer of silver light enveloped its visage. The features of the originally middle-aged figure blurred momentarily, only to clarify once more, revealing a countenance identical to Han Li's own, as though it were a mirror image of himself. Almost simultaneously, the figure of the puppet trembled, silently rising several inches, its stature perfectly mirroring Han Li's own. Han Li regarded the puppet once more, nodding in satisfaction before gesturing with his hand. The expressionless humanoid puppet then flickered, vanishing within the silver light, its concealment utterly inscrutable. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation, then rose and strode purposefully out of the hall, making his way toward the secluded chamber. Yet, midway through, without any preamble, he suddenly inquired, "Is my second primordial infant behaving well within the cauldron? It hasn't he caused you any trouble, has it? Ha ha. A mere mid-stage primordial infant, without a corporeal form, could hardly trouble me. It merely adds another presence." The cauldron feels a tad cramped now. From the sleeve, the ancient voice of the youth echoed, and Han Li was taken aback, realizing he had unknowingly placed the Void Heaven cauldron into his sleeve. "Dear Taoist Tianlan, please bear with me for a moment. I shall reintegrate the second nascent soul and retrieve it. Once this is accomplished, you will no longer have such troubles," he assured. "Once this matter is resolved, I shall assist you in navigating the transformation thunder tribulation to properly shape your form into that of a human. You have no objections, I trust?" Han Taoist, remembering this matter, replied, "How could I have any other opinions?" Upon hearing Han Li's words, the Tianlan sacred beast rejoiced. Han Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to converse further with the Tianlan sacred beast. And in a flash, he entered the secret chamber. The stone door behind him closed silently. Han Li walked steadily to the center of the chamber, and without further ado, he gave his sleeve a shake. A burst of azure light shot forth, spiraling to transform into a small azure cauldron that hovered before him. As the azure light flickered, the indistinct figure of the youth emerged, grinning as he sat cross-legged atop the cauldron's lid, appearing ready to watch the unfolding spectacle. Han Li remained unfazed, treating the youth as if he were invisible, and with a single motion, he summoned a stack of formation flags from his storage pouch. With a flick of his wrist, several flags zipped towards the chamber's periphery, soon enveloping the space in a shimmering pale yellow barrier. Han Li then performed a hand seal, directing a gentle point towards the Void Heaven cauldron. With a whoosh, the cauldron's lid shot upward into the air. The youth, quick-witted, had already darted aside, maintaining his cheerful gaze fixed upon the small cauldron. Aside from a deep rumble emanating from within, nothing unusual occurred. Han Li's expression darkened as he chanted an incantation, casting a spell upon the cauldron. Instantly, the Void Heaven cauldron trembled slightly, and a misty azure entity began to rise from within, roughly half a foot long, densely wrapped in countless azure threads, resembling a cocoon. Han Li's voice rang out with a low command, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. The cocoon of azure threads began to snap one by one, disappearing into motes of light in the void. The second nascent soul, a shadow of black and green, soon materialized. However, it was in a state of deep slumber, its eyes tightly shut, floating motionless in the air. Observing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes and decisively reached out with one hand to grasp the air. Several glimmering silver needles appeared between his fingers, and he cast a cold glance at the suspended nascent soul before flicking his wrist. In an instant, the silver threads vanished without a trace. The previously unconscious nascent soul abruptly flickered with a surge of black light, mysteriously vanishing from sight. The silver threads had naturally pierced into the void, landing empty. Unperturbed, Han Li wore a faint smirk as he pointed towards the void heaven cauldron. Suddenly, in one corner of the chamber, a burst of azure threads surged forth, radiating brilliant azure light that enveloped a specific area of the void below. A muffled grunt was heard as the azure threads danced, and the black-green nascent soul reappeared, now ensnared tightly by the azure threads, utterly immobilized at that moment. The previously missed silver threads, after swirling in the distance, shot back with precision. With a series of soft thuds, the returning silver threads spiraled and swiftly merged into various parts of the nascent soul's body. As the primordial infant trembled, a wave of uncontrollable power surged through its body, leaving it utterly unable to mobilize its energies. The countenance of the second primordial infant instantly morphed into one of despair. Do not entertain any delusions of hope. All your schemes merely replicate my former self, and I shall not grant you the opportunity to exploit that. I do not intend to obliterate your existence. I merely seek to assimilate you once more. Why persist in this futile resistance? Han Li's voice was measured and calm, as if he were conversing with an intimate friend. What do you mean you will not obliterate my existence? Without my autonomous consciousness, will I still be me? What difference is there between that and vanishing from this world? The second primordial infant, bound by constraints, realized that it was hopeless to escape this calamity, and thus relinquished its struggle, yet it cried out to Han Li with palpable resentment. Indeed, that is true. However, you were originally my second primordial infant and should never have possessed independent consciousness. With the erasure of your autonomy, you have no grounds for complaint. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at your very existence. Han Li replied coldly, his brows slightly twitching, and without further ado, he formed a seal with his hands. The silken strands that bound the second primordial infant suddenly glowed with resplendent light, causing the second primordial infant to be engulfed in darkness and fall into a true state of unconsciousness. Only then did Han Li's expression relax, yet something seemed to occur to him, prompting him to glance at the attendant beside him. The attendant, displaying remarkable obedience, upon noticing Han Li's icy demeanor, immediately dissolved into nothingness without uttering a word. Han Li nodded and gestured towards the lid of the vessel suspended in the air. Instantly, it descended, the ethereal vessel radiating a flash of azure light as it sealed once more. Simultaneously, as Han Li opened his mouth, a stream of azure mist shot forth, enveloping the small vessel within its embrace. The vessel rapidly diminished in size amidst the radiant haze, and after a few flickers, it was drawn into his abdomen. Han Li exhaled softly, then seated himself cross-legged, casually gesturing towards the distant second primordial infant with one hand. A tremendous force of attraction materialized from thin air, drawing the primordial infant closer. Upon halting, it hovered approximately 10 feet before Han Li. He then meticulously probed the condition of the black-green primordial infant with his spiritual sense, confirming that its consciousness was indeed vastly inferior to his own. Before finally closing his eyes in relief, he tapped the crown of his head, and instantly, azure light flickered above, manifesting a diminutive azure-hued primordial infant, silently emerging. This primordial infant stood atop a small azure vessel, cradling a green wooden ruler in its hands, while a misty white orb circled above its head. Between its brows, a faint shadow of black mist flickered, and around its body, several miniature golden swords swirled in erratic patterns. It was none other than Han Li's main primordial infant, a product of over a century of arduous cultivation. The face of this primordial infant bore no joy or sorrow, merely gazing indifferently at the second primordial infant before it. The small vessel beneath it shimmered with azure light and began to glide slowly towards the opposing black-green primordial infant. When the distance was reduced to merely a foot, Han Li's primordial infant ceased its flight. its gaze shifting to the silken strands adorning the opposing infant. Suddenly, with a delicate step, its fair foot pressed down upon the small vessel, causing it to emit a resonant hum. The silken strands enveloping the second primordial infant flickered and vanished, leaving only the black-green primordial infant suspended in midair. Then, the ethereal vessel beneath began to expand gradually, and Han Li's primordial infant, poised and composed, settled upon it. Subsequently, it tossed the green ruler into the air, and with both hands forming seals, a barely audible incantation slipped from its lips. Han Li's primordial spirit radiated a brilliant blue light as his eyes slowly closed. However, the dark energy between his brows swirled and coalesced, transforming into a pitch-black third eye that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. It turned slightly, locking its gaze unwaveringly upon the opposing second primordial spirit. That moment, Han Li's incantation abruptly ceased. The black light from the third eye flickered before unleashing a torrent of dark radiance that struck the second primordial spirit directly. Instantly, the black-green primordial spirit quivered, its eyes snapping open, yet the pupils reflected a dazed confusion, as if its consciousness was clouded. Simultaneously, Han Li's previously closed eyes opened, their pupils glinting with brilliance, from which two azure beams shot forth, forcefully penetrating the second primordial spirit's gaze, as if attempting to infuse something into its being. The second primordial spirit's limbs hung limply, yet its body trembled incessantly, while an expression of profound agony contorted its previously blank visage, as if it yearned to scream, yet found itself unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Han Li's expression remained impassive, continuously emitting azure beams from his gaze, seemingly oblivious to the second primordial spirit's distress. First update. Chapter 1187. The Tribulation. Half a month later, the stone door of the secret chamber opened of its own accord. Outside, a flash of silver light revealed a humanoid puppet that bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Li. Han Li cast a glance at the puppet and smiled faintly. Reaching to touch his head, a black-green primordial spirit materialized above him. The spirit's countenance was expressionless, yet it swiftly transformed into a streak of dark light that shot into the humanoid puppet's body, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the puppet's vacant eyes blinked several times, suddenly brimming with the vitality of a living being, as if it had truly come to life. Indeed, it was precisely as I had surmised. By employing the secret technique recorded in the Great Transformation Sutra to imbue the second primordial spirit into it, I could directly manipulate this puppet without the concern of distance hampering its control. It appears that in the future, as long as my outings are not prolonged, I could leave both the second primordial spirit and the humanoid puppet within the cave. Witnessing this scene, Han Li clapped his hands in delight. Friend Han's approach is indeed a remarkable concept, he mused. But are you not concerned about unforeseen complications, such as the second primordial spirit regaining its autonomy, with such a formidable humanoid puppet at its disposal? Reclaiming the second primordial spirit could prove exceedingly difficult, akin to the previous encounter. From within his sleeve, Han Li's voice carried a tone of nonchalance. This matter is clear to me without needing to be pointed out. However, this time, I will employ several newly comprehended secret techniques, typically wielded by late-stage cultivators, to preemptively instill them within the second primordial spirit's consciousness, while also applying various enhancements to the humanoid puppet. Unless the second primordial spirit's consciousness surpasses my main primordial spirit's, I can incapacitate the puppet at will. Han Li spoke with unshakable confidence. Heh. It seems friend Han has already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. The boy chuckled. That I must express my gratitude for your thoughtful consideration, dear Taoist Tianla. Below, the Taoist inquired whether he intended to undergo the transformation thunder tribulation here on the Zimu Peak, or if he preferred to seek another secluded location for assistance. Han Li shifted the topic abruptly to the matter of the tribulation. It is perhaps not the most suitable place here on Zimu Peak. After all, the transformation thunder tribulation cannot be concealed even by the most formidable restrictions. While I have faith in your abilities, it would be far more prudent to find a location that is rarely visited. After a moment's hesitation, the young man suggested this delicately. Very well, after I meet with Warner, I shall take you to another place. Han Li readily agreed without hesitation. He then exited the cave dwelling and set off to visit the Falling Cloud sect to check on Nangong Wan's progress in her cultivation. A day later, Han Li silently departed from the Falling Cloud sect once more, his escape light darting westward. 5 days later, Han Li found himself in an exceedingly desolate stretch of yellow earth wasteland. This land bore no vegetation. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of yellow earth interspersed with grayish-white stones of various sizes. Han Li had already scoured an area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Not a single ordinary cultivator, nor even a mundane person from the secular realm, could be found. This is indeed a desolate region on the border between our Shi Kingdom and the Huayu Kingdom. Within a radius of 200,000 to 300,000 miles, there is no sign of life. If you were to undergo the transformation thunder tribulation here, it should be considerably safer, Han Li remarked calmly from the air. With a flick of his sleeve, a sphere of azure light shot forth, enveloping the small cauldron. This is indeed an excellent location for the tribulation. Please allow me to release my true form and meditate for 3 days, and I shall be ready to face the tribulation. The voice of the young man echoed from within the cauldron with delight. No problem at all. Han Li responded with great enthusiasm, gesturing towards the small cauldron with a flick of his finger. With a soft pop, the lid of the cauldron opened of its own accord. The cauldron then flipped over, and a stream of azure mist billowed forth, revealing a small beast with the head of an ox and the body of a dragon. Measuring half a foot in size, as soon as this beast emerged from the azure mist, it performed a roll, its form rapidly expanding to a height of roughly 10 feet, glowing with a shimmering azure light. I would appreciate your protection for a while, esteemed Taoist. The beast spoke in the manner of a young man, coiling its dragon body and plunging towards the ground, ultimately settling upon a larger white stone, remaining motionless thereafter. Observing the actions of the Tianlan beast, Han Li did not utter a word, but with a slight shift, he landed on another nearby stone, adopting a similar seated posture and closing his eyes. Thus, the two, one a beast and the other a man, remained in meditation for 3 days and nights. As the sun rose on the 4th day, both simultaneously opened their eyes that I have already adjusted my physical and magical energies to their optimal state. I am at least 60 to 70% confident in successfully overcoming the thunder tribulation. There is no need for you to rush to act, should I truly find myself unable to endure any longer. It would merely indicate that I am in the final stages. As long as you can withstand the last 3 waves of thunder strikes, I would be immensely grateful, the Tianlan sacred beast stated with grave intensity. I see, Han Li noted. Before you face the tribulation, it would be prudent to consume a drop of this substance. Han Li replied calmly, suddenly revealing a small, icy vial emanating frigid air, which he tossed across to the beast. What is this? The demon beast exhibited a degree of astonishment, hesitantly accepting the small vial. Upon uncorking it, he scanned its contents with his spiritual consciousness. Cold marrow. My friend possesses such a rare elixir. The Tianlan sacred beast exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight. During my time in the Great Gene, I chanced upon a small amount in light of your prior instruction on the silver tadpole script. I offer you a drop, hoping you do not find it too meager. Han Li stroked his chin and spoke leisurely. Ha ha. Not at all. Not at all. A single drop of cold marrow is anything but trifling. This substance is incomparable to ordinary items. It is equally rare in the spirit realm. Whenever it appears, it is swiftly consumed by our demon kin, making it truly something one can only dream of acquiring. The Tianlan sacred beast was excessively excited. After a brief pause, he turned his demon head and, with glimmering eyes, added, even if it is but a single drop, it is sufficient for me. I shall not forget your generous gift, my friend, and I promise a bountiful return in the future. The sincerity in the creature's last 2 remarks was palpable. Han Li smiled at these words, refraining from further comment. Instead, he patted the storage pouch at his waist. And instantly, a stack of array flags and discs appeared in his hands that he began to set up a rather intricate restriction array within a radius of over 100 feet. After a brief interval, as Han Li returned to his original position, layers of milky white mist emerged, enveloping the surroundings like a shroud, sealing them off. This array was designed to prevent any unforeseen incidents. That I will remain outside the array to guard you, while the upcoming thunder tribulation will depend entirely on your own prowess, Han Li remarked, casting a glance at the demon beast. Naturally, the lightning of the transformation tribulation is genuine heavenly thunder. How could the ordinary restrictions of the mortal realm withstand it? The demon replied, by the way, during the tribulation, I have a favor to bestow upon you, which could offer you a slight advantage. The demon beast seemed to recall something and suddenly mentioned, its eyes sparkling with intrigue. An advantage? Han Li inquired, taken aback. Indeed, this is a well-known matter in the spirit realm. Yet, In the lower realms, few are likely aware of it. The Tianlan's sacred beast chuckled, its lips moving slightly to convey a secretive message. Hanli listened, his expression gradually shifting from skepticism to astonishment, ultimately culminating in excitement. If this were indeed true, it would present a rare opportunity. Hanli just so happened to possess such artifacts. Making it feasible to give it a try, he nodded in agreement. Haha, rest assured, this matter is undoubtedly genuine. However, you must seize the right moment to act. Otherwise, should any mishap occur, it would be rather unfortunate. The demon cautioned with a serious tone. Please do not worry. I am mindful of the timing. Hanli replied with a smile, that I see that you are not a rash individual. So I shall now summon the heavenly thunder and prepare for the tribulation. Alas, were it not for my proficiency in certain concealment techniques, the moment I emerged from the cauldron, the transformation tribulation would have descended upon me immediately. The Tianlan's sacred beast sighed, its form rising effortlessly into the air. Ascending slowly into the heights, Han Li's heart tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly darting beyond the confines of the array. Immediately, his eyes glimmered with a blue hue as he focused intently on the movements of the demon beast beneath the layers of mist. Amidst the swirling white mist, the demon beast ascended to a height exceeding 30 zhang above the ground. Halting its ethereal drift, it lifted its gaze to the heavens, and suddenly let out a muffled grunt from its nostrils. In an instant, a brilliant azure light began to flicker chaotically around its form, while a grayish wind of demonic origin materialized nearby, engulfing the creature within its depths. Han Li, witnessing this spectacle, felt a stirring within his heart. Yet, almost immediately, a thunderous roar erupted from within the demon wind, releasing a powerful surge of demonic energy that soared skyward. In that fleeting moment, it appeared that the Tianlan beast was employing some arcane technique, causing its form to swell dramatically. This beast had fully unleashed the essence of an 8th-tier demon, and in the brief span of a breath, the previously clear sky erupted with a resounding clap of thunder. Subsequently, a tempest arose within a radius of 1,000 miles. Dark clouds materialized from thin air, and the entire firmament was shrouded in an eerie darkness, as torrential rain began to pour amidst the thunderous din. Han Li, taken aback by this turn of events, could not help but express his astonishment. To his knowledge, this desolate expanse, known as a land of death, was notoriously arid, often going decades without a single drop of rain. Yet, upon the Tianlan demon's release of its energy, such a cataclysmic phenomenon was summoned forth that it seemed that the beast's transformation was indeed of significant consequence. As Han Li pondered this revelation, suddenly, the clouds above began to roil violently, revealing arcs of lightning as thick as a man's arm that danced within the tumultuous mass. Each flicker resonated with a deafening thunderclap, and immense webs of electricity began to take form. Han Li pressed his lips together, narrowing his eyes that moment. The demon beast within the array below let out a resounding roar. In a similar display of power, the gray wind surged to several times its original strength, morphing into a grayish-white whirlwind that seemed poised to pierce the clouds above, threatening to shatter the very fabric of thunder and mist. Chapter 1188. The chain lightning with a resounding crash. An arc of electricity, reminiscent of a colossal sword, shot forth from the depths of the clouds, striking the summit of the demon wind. A flash of silver light illuminated the scene, as the grayish-white wind quivered violently, and both entities vanished into the void, revealing beneath them the form of a beast with the head of an ox and the body of a dragon. This moment, its lower half coiled tightly, and its appearance had altered somewhat. A pair of violet flesh wings and 2 robust green arms sprouted from its sides. Han Li scrutinized the creature for an extended period but could not discern any resemblance to the legendary spirit beast of lore. At this juncture, the Tianlan's sacred beast fixated on the massive arcs of electricity flickering above. Its newly emerged wings fluttered gently, and with each flap, clouds of grayish-white demonic energy materialized nearby, swiftly enveloping the beast entirely. The cacophony of thunder reached an unparalleled intensity, and amidst the deafening roars, arcs of lightning, each measuring a foot in length, cascaded from the electric net above, blanketing an area of over 10 miles in a deluge of thunder and lightning, leaving even Han Li, who was merely an observer, unable to escape its grasp. With a soft sigh, Han Li formed a hand seal, and a low rumble of thunder resonated from his being. The layer of golden electric netting materialized ominously, expanding outward until it transformed into a colossal golden net that shielded Han Li beneath its protective embrace, a sudden arc of electricity crackled across the golden net, erupting in a dazzling display of gold and silver lightning. Only to vanish in an instant. The golden mesh remained unscathed, vibrating ever so slightly. However, Han Li remained unfazed by the events unfolding before him, squinting his eyes at the distant, gray-white aura of malevolence. Although he was caught in the aerial lightning strike, the majority of the electric arcs surged toward the central figure of the celestial lawn's sacred beast within the formation. In the vicinity surrounding this creature. The density of the descending silver arcs was several times greater than that experienced by Han Li. Utilizing his Ming-Qing Spirit Eye technique, he could only perceive the gray-white aura being engulfed by the encroaching silver light. The sound of thunder resonating densely, akin to a torrential downpour, rendering escape impossible. While Han Li's expression remained stoic, a flicker of astonishment stirred within his heart. He recalled witnessing a transformation thunder tribulation during his time in the chaotic Star Sea. Yet that particular turtle demon had not displayed such overwhelming force when it underwent its tribulation, especially not at the final stages. Conversely, the celestial lawn's sacred beast exhibited such astonishing power right from the outset. What might it become in the later stages? Were the thunder tribulations faced by each demon beast entirely unique? It was worth noting that there were few texts in the human realm that delved into the esoteric nature of demon beast tribulations, and those that did merely brushed over the topic. This was hardly surprising. Transformation thunder tribulations were experiences particular to demon beasts, with little correlation to the trials faced by human cultivators, resulting in their rarity in human literature. Even if some cultivators were curious, how many ordinary individuals had the opportunity to witness high-tier demon beasts undergoing their tribulations? Each demon beast, after enduring its tribulation, found itself in a state of profound vulnerability, making it unlikely for human cultivators to observe from nearby. Despite the curiosity that lingered in Han Li's mind, he dismissed it, recognizing that such lightning strikes posed little threat to his current abilities. After approximately the duration of a meal, the thundering in the heavens diminished and eventually ceased temporarily. Han Li focused his gaze once more, only to discover that the gray-white aura within the formation had been reduced to a meager remnant, leaving behind only a thin layered, in this moment of respite. The celestial lawn beast was seen gathering its strength, fingers forming intricate seals, while its fleshy wings beat furiously, and its mouth opened to expel a misty gray aura. In an instant, a dense mass of demonic energy, even more substantial than before, coalesced around it, providing renewed protection. The celestial lawn's sacred beast maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of composure, as if it had anticipated the ferocity of the thunder tribulation all along. Observing this, Han Li allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. That it appeared that the creature could indeed withstand the previous onslaught of thunder on its own, negating the need for him to intervene prematurely. However, the benefits it had promised were invaluable for his future endeavors and could not be easily overlooked. Contemplating this, Han Li clapped a hand against the storage pouch at his waist, causing several items of varying hues to shoot forth and arrange themselves neatly upon the ground before him. Among them were a deep yellow gourd, a pristine white bowl, and a jade blue vial. 3 containers of magical artifacts. That moment, the rumble of thunder resumed, heralding the arrival of a second wave of lightning, which was evidently more intense and densely packed than the first, with the silver arcs descending in greater size and an even more formidable presence. Han Li retrieved several magical artifacts and ceased to observe how the Tianlan beast would weather its tribulation. Instead, he seated himself upon the ground, closing his eyes in a posture reminiscent of one preparing to conserve energy and gather strength. Thus, within the brief span of an hour, the Tianlan beast endured 6 successive waves of lightning strikes, each more terrifying and astonishing than the last. By the third wave, the descending arcs of electricity had grown to nearly half a zhang in length, resembling silver serpents plunging from the heavens. Even the barriers Han Li had set around him were significantly compromised by this onslaught. Nevertheless, the golden net formed by Han Li's exorcising thunder remained unscathed, securely enveloping him within its protective grasp. However, the Tianlan sacred beast, situated at the very epicenter of the lightning strikes, could no longer maintain its earlier composure. From the 4th wave onward, it began to cast spells, enlarging its form to a staggering 10 zhang in size. The demonic energy it exhaled transformed from a dull gray to a striking silvery hue, closely resembling the lightning itself. This peculiar energy emitted a sound akin to metal clashing upon contact with the arcs of lightning, effectively repelling a significant portion of the strikes and allowing it to withstand only a fraction. This bizarre spectacle prompted Han Li, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, to open them in astonishment. Gazing intently at the unfolding scene, he discerned that this silvery, demonic energy shimmered with a blinding radiance, yet exuded an intensely frigid aura. This phenomenon seems somewhat related to the cold marrow I bestowed upon it. Could it be that this creature has refined the marrow in such a short time? Han Li pondered quietly. With the emergence of this strange demonic energy, the Tianlan beast appeared considerably relieved, managing to withstand several more waves of lightning. However, as the seventh wave commenced, the creature's expression shifted to one of grave concern, its demeanor instantly transforming to one of utmost tension. The ominous sky erupted, dark clouds roiling and roaring, while the immense electric net composed of crackling arcs began to plummet, enveloping the heavens in a blinding silver light, the thunderous cacophony drowning out all else in that moment. It seemed as though nothing existed in the world apart from the relentless lightning. Han Daoyu, this human realm's tribulation appears to be more formidable than I anticipated. I can only endure 2 more waves of lightning. For the final 3 waves, I shall truly require your assistance to navigate through them. The Tianlan beast's delicate voice echoed in Han Li's ears. Rest assured, Daoyu, I shall intervene when the time comes. Han Li replied with a gentle smile, unperturbed. Then I am truly grateful. Han Daoyu, I shall not forget your generous aid, the Tianlan beast reassured, finally finding solace with such a formidable cultivator to assist in safeguarding it. Even the most fearsome tribulations seemed surmountable. The silver electric net descended in layers, completely enveloping the demonic beast. Countless arcs erupted from the net, relentlessly striking the silvery, demonic energy, despite a substantial portion being deflected. The sheer number of remaining arcs was staggering. The silvery, demonic energy dissipated and shrank at a visibly rapid pace, and by the conclusion of the 7th wave, it had diminished by nearly half. Remarkably, this demonic energy seemed to replenish itself at will. In the instant the 7th wave of lightning concluded, the Tianlan beast expelled another cloud of grayish-white demonic energy, enveloping the silvery energy in an additional layer. At this moment, the 8th wave of lightning was about to commence. The electrical grid, nearly double the size of its predecessor, descended with an imposing force. The thunderous roar resonated through the air, and the malevolent aura was momentarily reduced to a silvery hue, causing the nearby earth to tremble slightly under the weight of the sonic assault. Observing this astonishing spectacle from outside the formation, Han Li furrowed his brow involuntarily, but soon his expression returned to normal. Nevertheless, he slowly rose to his feet, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the heavens, as if in search of something elusive. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He lowered his head sharply to glance at a distant spot on the ground, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes. This is rather intriguing that I hadn't anticipated such a presence in the southern skies, Han Li mused to himself. Without delay, he flicked his fingers towards the earth, producing a series of soft pops as 10 slender red threads shot forth, vanishing into the ground in an instant. Han Li fixed his gaze upon that patch of earth, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Abruptly, the ground began to tremble violently, followed by a chilling, otherworldly shriek emanating from below, as massive clods of dirt were propelled skyward. Amidst the swirling yellow dust, a colossal creature, several dozen zhang in size, erupted from the earth, its upper body ensnared by numerous fiery red threads that wrapped around it multiple times, singeing its skin and eliciting continuous cries of anguish. These were the marvelous fire spirit threads that Han Li had recently refined. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li scrutinized the behemoth's form in detail. The creature was elongated and deep yellow in color, resembling an inflated giant earthworm, yet its upper half was adorned with countless fleshy tendrils that writhed incessantly. Atop its head, a striking golden horn gleamed brilliantly, drawing the eye with its radiant allure. To Han Li's astonishment, as the electrical grid descended upon the vicinity of the monstrous beast, all the lightning seemed to be inexplicably drawn towards the golden horn, changing direction and vanishing into it without a trace. It is a unicorn earthworm. But why is it of such immense proportions? If I recall correctly, the horn of such a beast should be white. Han Li observed the extraordinarily enraged giant worm, a curious expression crossing his face. Chapter 1188. The peculiar golden horn. With a monstrous cry, the giant worm's smooth head grotesquely split open, revealing a cavernous maw lined with jagged fangs. In an instant, A flash of silver light erupted as the previously absorbed heavenly thunder was expelled in a retaliatory blast, aimed directly at Han Li, who stood beside the formation. It has developed intelligence, he exclaimed. Indeed, it seems to be a mutated spiritual beast. Witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a surge of excitement rather than fear that he clenched his hands, then thrust them outward, launching two thick golden arcs that swiftly merged into one, colliding with the massive silver arc opposite him. With a thunderous crash, the golden and silver arcs intertwined like two colossal serpents. And in an instant, a series of electric explosions erupted between Han Li and the giant earthworm, resulting in mutual annihilation. The monstrous creature, witnessing this, appeared even more enraged. The golden horn atop its head radiated with blinding light as it drew in the surrounding bolts of heavenly thunder, seemingly preparing for yet another assault on Han Li. However, at this moment, Han Li let out a cold laugh, and as he opened his mouth, a small golden sword shot forth. It swiftly transformed into a golden rainbow, stretching nearly 10 feet long. Racing toward the giant beast's head, the creature seemed to sense the impending danger, and a brilliant yellow light erupted from its body as it attempted to retreat underground. Yet, at that very instant, the fiery threads that had been coiling around its upper body suddenly flickered with a crimson glow, their slender forms thickening abruptly into numerous scarlet fire ropes, each as robust as a young tree. Simultaneously, a blazing inferno erupted, engulfing a substantial portion of the beast's upper body. The giant beast appeared to be startled. The golden horn atop its head, which had been absorbing silver lightning, abruptly halted, and a backlash of flames spewed forth, releasing a cascade of golden radiance. Wherever this golden light passed, vast swathes of flames were lifted and drawn into the horn, which astonishingly could absorb not only heavenly thunder, but also flames. However, just as the beast was about to consume the majority of the fire, the golden rainbow had already reached its proximity, transforming into a colossal sword that came crashing down. The creature's head jerked, and its golden horn swelled dramatically, meeting the giant's sword head-on. With a resounding clang, the two collided, the golden light blindingly brilliant, yet the giant sword was merely deflected by the horn, failing to sever it. In that moment, a flash of azure arcs flickered above the beast's head, and Han Li, with his wings sprouting, raised a hand. Another streak of golden sword energy shot forth with astonishing speed, leaving the giant beast no time to react. And it swiftly pierced through its body, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Viscous green blood gushed forth from the injury, but the immense size of the beast rendered this grievous wound inconsequential, only inciting its fury. With a thunderous roar, its upper body as tentacles recoiled and transformed into countless long, fleshy whips that lashed toward Han Li. Han Li's expression darkened, without a moment's hesitation. He formed a hand seal, and instantly, over a dozen small golden swords erupted from various parts of his body. After swirling in the air, they coalesced into a protective curtain of swords surrounding him. The moment those fleshy tentacles made contact with the vast expanse of golden light, they were shredded into countless splashes of green rain, completely failing to reach Han Li. At this juncture, Han Li chanted incantations, pointing downward. The 10 or so golden swords trembled and suddenly multiplied into 7, each sword dividing into 6 identical beams of golden light. With a swift incantation, dozens of golden beams surged downward en masse. The giant beast was alarmed. It opened its mouth, first unleashing a torrent of silver arcs, followed by a barrage of crimson fireballs, attempting to obstruct the descent of the multitude of sword lights. The sound of explosions echoed repeatedly as a portion of the golden beams were dispersed by the silver arcs and flames, yet the remaining beams penetrated through the defenses, swiftly reaching the beast's front. Before the giant worm could react, the sound of swords ringing filled the air as all the golden lights converged and coalesced into a massive golden sword light over 10 feet long. In an instant, the golden light flickered, and the sword light, as thick as a water barrel, spiraled around the giant worm's waist with the speed of lightning. A deafening, earth-shattering cry erupted from the beast. And then torrents of green blood erupted forth like a waterfall. The colossal body of the giant earthworm was unexpectedly cleaved in half at the waist without a sound, just as Han Li thought he could cease his actions. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. The giant creature, which should have been annihilated, suddenly lunged upward with its severed upper half the moment the golden sword light halted, its gaping maw aimed fiercely at Han Li. Simultaneously, the lower half of the beast shimmered with a yellow light, sprouting numerous fleshy tendrils from its surface, instantly resembling the upper half once more. With a thunderous crash, the lower segment of the giant earthworm plunged into the earth, vanishing from sight. Attempting to escape, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but his eyebrows quickly arched in determination as he formed hand seals and swiftly uttered a word of explosion. The massive fire cord entwined around the giant earthworm instantly erupted in a flash of crimson light. Following a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom-shaped fire cloud materialized, engulfing the upper half of the giant worm within its fiery embrace. Amidst the billowing flames, the creature's anguished howls echoed, suggesting that even its golden horn could not absorb the searing blaze entirely. Simultaneously, the massive sword light below spiraled and, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the fire cloud. The cries from within the inferno abruptly ceased, and torrents of green blood rained down like a deluge from the sky. Subsequently, two charred remnants, exuding a pungent scent of char, plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. At this moment, Han Li cast a glance at the ground, his mind unperturbed as he swept it across the area. Discovering that the other half of the giant earthworm was not fleeing swiftly, it had only burrowed a few miles beneath the surface. It remained uncertain whether this creature possessed such a slow escape speed inherently, or if it had suffered a significant reduction in speed due to its injuries. However, Han Li did not dwell on these thoughts. Since it had not ventured too far, it spared him the need for excessive effort. Without a moment's hesitation, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a myriad of golden lights that shot forth, transforming into a swirling cloud of golden insects hovering above him amidst a resonant hum. Han Li, expressionless, pointed towards the ground. The insect cloud let out a roaring rush as it dove downward, but upon nearing the ground, it exploded into countless specks of golden light, disappearing into the earth. No longer preoccupied with this matter, Han Li directed a single finger towards the nearby fire cloud. The immense fire cloud whirled rapidly, its volume mysteriously diminishing until it revealed numerous thick fire cords. Yet, the flames upon the cords appeared considerably dimmer than at the outset. He beckoned towards the fire cords, and they shimmered before transforming into 10 slender fire threads, each nearly 2 yards long. Floating gracefully in the air, Han Li opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of azure mist, enveloping the 10 fire threads within. With a gentle inhalation, he absorbed the fire threads, encased in the azure mist, into his body. Only then did Han Li glance at the charred corpses below, his brow furrowing slightly as he reached out towards the empty space beneath him. With a whoosh, a beam of golden light shot forth from the charred remains, hurtling towards Han Li. However, when the golden light was but a few feet away, it abruptly halted. It was none other than the peculiar golden horn atop the giant earthworm's head. Although this horn was not particularly large compared to the beast's massive body, it measured an impressive 5 to 6 feet in length, its surface radiant with golden brilliance and inscribed with enigmatic runes that flickered in and out of visibility. Han Li squinted his eyes as he gazed at the object before him. Although he was deeply intrigued by it, he understood that this was not the opportune moment for a thorough examination. After a moment of contemplation, he unleashed a series of incantations, directing them at the object in front of him. The golden horn shimmered with spiritual light, and its form began to shrink of its own accord, swiftly transforming into a size of merely half a foot. With a flick of his hand, he affixed a prohibition talisman onto the golden horn. Only then did he retrieve a wooden box, placing the golden horn into his storage pouch. Upon completing these actions, Han Li lightly clapped his hands, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Just as he intended to cast his gaze towards the Tianlan's sacred beast within the formation, the ground a dozen miles away suddenly trembled violently. The half-escaped giant earthworm erupted from the ground, its body adorned with shimmering golden points, besieged by countless voracious golden beetles. Thousands of these golden insects were voraciously devouring the creature's flesh. The half-giant worm emitted anguished cries, its massive body thrashing violently as it rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to shake off the swarm of biting insects. Yet, the golden beetles seemed to have rooted themselves into the beast's body, refusing to budge an inch, each one diligently gnawing through its tough exterior and swiftly burrowing into the giant worm's flesh. As a result, the mutated earthworm suffered excruciating torment, feeling as though thousands of tiny blades were mercilessly carving into its body. Its movements became frantic, burrowing into the earth one moment, soaring into the air the next. But no matter how wildly it struggled, it could not rid itself of the relentless golden beetles. Moments later, when it once again ascended into the air in a frenzied dance, its body suddenly stiffened, halting all motion, and it plummeted to the ground, lying motionless. Han Li observed this spectacle from above, letting out a soft sigh before turning his gaze back to the formation. The heavenly thunder continued to rain down incessantly, yet the wind and thunder wings behind him crackled with azure arcs of electricity. Whenever a lightning net approached, it was effortlessly deflected away by the flapping of his wings, unable to touch him in the slightest. However, compared to the initial onslaught, the lightning nets in the air had thinned considerably, and the Tianlon sacred beast had finally endured the 8th wave of strikes. It seemed that the time for him to take action had arrived. Yet, before making his move, it appeared to be the moment for him to collect the promised benefits from the opponent. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Han Li raised his head and urgently scanned the skies, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow, unblinking as he searched for something. Ultimately, as the thunderous strikes in the sky came to a complete halt, a peculiar fragrance wafted from the dark clouds, and the area directly above the formation began to stir. Suddenly, a colossal moon, resembling a jade disk, emerged. This moon radiated an extraordinarily pure light, exuding a faint milky glow, and the enchanting aroma seemed to emanate from within it. Chapter 1189. Extracting liquid. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li took a deep breath, and with a flutter of his wings, he reappeared at his original position beside the formation. Without uttering a word, he beckoned towards 3 magical artifacts on the ground. The gourd, jade vial, and round bowl simultaneously took flight, swirling above his head. At that moment, the celestial moon inclined, and a peculiar silver beam of light shot down vertically from it, enveloping the Tianlon beast below within its luminous embrace. As the fragrance blossomed, the surface of the full moon suddenly shimmered with a layer of liquid light. With a slight tilt, something appeared to be on the verge of dripping down from the moon. Without hesitation, Han Li's figure flickered, and with 3 magical artifacts hovering above his head, he transformed into a streak of azure light soaring into the sky. At that moment, the round moon finally released a fist-sized globule of milky liquid. But the instant it departed from the moon, it disintegrated into countless specks of white light, gracefully descending along a silver beam towards the celestial beast of Tianlon below. Strangely, all the points of light could only exist within that beam. Should they stray beyond its boundaries, they would instantly vanish into nothingness. As these white specks made contact with the beast's body, they seamlessly merged within, disappearing without a trace. The Tianlon beast, initially weakened from resisting the heavenly tribulation, was instantly invigorated after absorbing just a few clusters of white light, releasing a surge of demonic energy that drew in all the falling light points from the AI. It appeared as if it had been stimulated, causing its form to swell dramatically. The moon's surface rippled once more, suggesting that another droplet of liquid was slowly emerging from it, similarly transforming into a multitude of white lights cascading downwards. At this juncture, the azure streak of light, after a few flickers, neared the full moon hidden within the dark clouds. However, just over 100 feet away, a sudden flash of silver light erupted in the nearby skies. As countless silver arcs thundered forth from the clouds, fiercely striking towards Han Li. In an instant, it felt as though a horde of silver serpents was lunging at him, an utterly formidable sight. Even though Han Li had weathered many storms, the scene before him was startling. Fortunately, recalling the Tianlon beast's earlier warning, he swiftly flipped his hand, revealing a prepared item, gleaming with a verdant light. It was none other than the spiritual treasure, the 8th spirit ruler. As the numerous silver arcs were about to reach him, Han Li waved the wooden ruler amidst his escape. Light, a palm-sized silver lotus materialized around him, dense and abundant, shielding him from the azure streak's impending onslaught. The silver arcs collided with the lotus, unleashing a cacophony of thunder, while countless slender electric arcs danced and flickered. The lotus, besieged by such a deluge of electric arcs, began to disintegrate. Yet immediately, another wave surged forth from within the escape light, as if inexhaustible, effectively dampening the ferocious lightning strikes. In a blink, the azure streak reached the vicinity of the dark clouds. Now a mere 10 feet away from the full moon. At that moment, the second globule of milky liquid dripped from the moon. The instant Han Li halted his escape light, he found himself seemingly trapped in an ominous realm. As a multitude of electric arcs struck from all directions, appearing even more densely packed than before, enveloped by the silver lotuses, Han Li paid no heed to the arcs, instead directing a finger towards the 3 magical artifacts before him. The gourd, jade vial, and circular bowl instantly transformed into 3 streams of spiritual light, hurtling directly towards the silver moon. However, as they departed from Han Li's escape light, a dense mass of electric arcs enveloped him. An even more ferocious lightning strike erupted nearby, engulfing Han Li as though he were submerged in a tempest of thunder and lightning. Though the 8 spirit rulers' lotuses continued to emerge, they gradually began to show signs of strain. The area protected by the lotuses shrank rapidly, drawing closer to Han Li. Yet, he regarded everything with indifference, fully concentrating on maneuvering the 3 magical artifacts as they steadily advanced towards the full moon. Indeed, they were moving steadily forward, for reasons unknown. As the gourd and others approached within 3 zhang of the full moon, they each became burdened by an overwhelming weight, as if a hidden constraint had been triggered. Their speed diminished to that of a snail's crawl, allowing them only to inch closer to the luminous ORB.BY this time. The full moon had already drained the second cluster of ethereal night, its radiant light flickering and becoming increasingly indistinct, as if it were on the verge of vanishing altogether. Concurrently, tumultuous waves surged through the dark clouds above, and Han Li sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual pressure gradually taking form. This was clearly the signal that the 9th wave of thunder was about to commence. Observing the magical artifacts still several feet away from the full moon, yet gradually drawing nearer, Han Li could no longer maintain his composure. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly bellowed, concentrating his spirit to unleash a piercing strike towards the full moon. An invisible force surged towards the vicinity of the moon, creating ripples akin to water that shimmered around it. The 3 magical artifacts found themselves within the range of these undulating waves, and their speed instantaneously quickened by a third. Seeing this, Han Li wasted no time. He opened his mouth and spurted forth a mouthful of essence blood, his fingers deftly flicking as they danced through the air. The blood transformed into a fleeting mist that vanished in an instant. A bizarre scene unfolded. The originally multicolored magical artifacts emitted a crimson glow the moment the blood mist dissipated. Trembling, they simultaneously broke free from their constraints and plunged into the void of the full moon. Yet, almost simultaneously, the already vague moon flickered and vanished entirely, leaving the 3 artifacts alone, adrift in the emptiness. Whether the artifacts had seized something from the moon or remained entirely empty was a mystery even Han Li could not clarify in that moment. With a thunderous roar, the arcs of lightning that had relentlessly assailed Han Li suddenly shot into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Witnessing this, Han Li did not feel a sense of relief. Rather, a grave expression settled upon his face. His gaze darted momentarily before he gestured towards the distance. The gourd and other artifacts instantly shot back to him. Without uttering a word, he enveloped the 3 artifacts in azure light, drawing them downwards. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside the formation below. Casting a glance at the 3 artifacts, he swiftly reached out with one hand, seizing the floating yellow gourd, and upon inspecting it, he turned it over in his grasp, making it vanish without a trace. As for the other 2 artifacts, he paid them no heed and directly stowed them away in his storage pouch. Throughout the entire ordeal, Han Li maintained an unchanging expression, revealing no signs of distress. However, the faint fragrance emanating from the artifact suggested that his efforts had not been in vain. The Tianlong beast, on the other hand, remained utterly unconcerned with the matter, its attention wholly captivated by the impending thunderous tribulation above. As the scattered arcs of lightning in the high sky faded, powerful disturbances emanated from the clouds directly above the beast, compelling it to remain focused without distraction. The creature's silver mist had nearly dissipated, and it stood resolutely within the formation, no longer releasing the previous grayish-white demonic aura. Seemingly aware that such energies would provide no assistance against the impending thunderstorm below, Han Li smiled faintly, preparing to address the beast, when suddenly, a deep, resounding thunderclap echoed from the heavens. A massive silver arc, as thick as a water tank, suddenly emerged from beneath the dark clouds, stretching an impressive length of over 20 zhang. After a few flashes of silver light, it resembled a colossal silver serpent, hurtling directly towards the Tianlong beast below with tremendous force. Before it even descended, the silver lightning emanating from the serpent illuminated a significant portion of the sky, creating an astonishing spectacle. Upon witnessing this scene, the Tianlong beast's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its mouth wide and spat forth a grayish, round orb that spun incessantly above its head, its vital demon core. However, before the silver serpent could strike the beast, Han Li outside the formation took action. With a swift motion of his hand, a small silver shield shot out, transforming into a silver barrier that enveloped the Tianlong beast. He then gazed calmly at the descending serpent, a smile playing on his lips. The Tianlong beast, observing this turn of events, felt an immense sense of relief wash over it. With a thunderous roar, The silver serpent collided forcefully with the silver barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The barrier quivered momentarily but soon returned to its original state, seemingly unfazed, rather than dissipating. The silver serpent began to coil around the barrier, unleashing tremendous thunderous sounds from its surface. Yet with each strike, the serpent appeared to shrink in size, and after a series of more than 10 impacts, it had diminished to half its original dimensions. "All right, my friend, you may withdraw your treasure. I can manage on my own now," the Tianlan beast proclaimed loudly from within the barrier. Han Li, upon hearing this, was not surprised. With a single hand gesture towards the formation, the silver barrier vanished in an instant. Earlier on their journey, the beast had forewarned Han Li regarding this matter. Although the demon race's transformation, Thunder Tribulation, could enlist someone to safeguard them, or even mitigate some of the tribulation's power, the final responsibility lay with the recipient to endure a portion of each wave of lightning strikes. Otherwise, the wave would repeat incessantly without abating. Thus, the Tianlan beast's request for Han Li's assistance was merely to help diminish the remaining power of the last 3 waves of strikes. Consequently, upon hearing the beast's words, Han Li promptly retracted the silver shield. Without the protective barrier, the electric serpent lunged toward the Tianlan beast, only to be met by the grayish-white demon core, which swiftly intercepted the attack. The massive arc of electricity struck the core, causing the orb to tremble slightly, yet it remained suspended in place, effortlessly blocking the now greatly weakened strike, regardless of the direction from which the silver serpent attacked. The demon core consistently positioned itself in front, absorbing the blows, and with each resounding impact, the serpent's size continued to dwindle. Observing this scene, Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully and glanced up at the sky. Reflecting inwardly, it seems that mitigating the power of the final 2 waves of lightning strikes will pose no challenge. After all, this is merely a thunder tribulation from an 8th-level demon beast. Despite the fearsome reputation of such creatures, for him, withstanding the assault requires little exertion. The critical factor lies in whether this beast can withstand the remaining power of the tribulation on its own. Chapter 1190. The Transformation Pearl and the 9 Changes of the Gale. The final 2 waves of lightning strikes indeed unfolded as Han Li had anticipated, after being largely mitigated by his silver shield. The last wave of thunder vanished, and the ominous clouds that had gathered in the sky dissipated in an instant, allowing sunlight to burst forth, leaving the heavens clear and unblemished. Meanwhile, the Tianlan beast, ensnared within the formation, found itself enveloped in successive layers of grayish-white demonic energy, solidifying into a colossal cocoon that quivered slightly on its surface. Observing this, Han Li exhibited no signs of concern. The creature, having endured the tribulation of lightning, was merely in the process of reshaping its form into a human guise. Such transformations typically elude the control of the beast itself, akin to a human's birth. The resultant appearance, be it handsome or grotesque, emerges organically from the metamorphosis, inherently influenced by its species. For instance, demonic foxes usually manifest as strikingly attractive beings, whereas those with inherently repulsive forms inevitably yield less appealing human shapes. Suddenly, an idea struck Han Li. Prompting him to glance into the distance, he noticed that the remains of the mutated giant earthworm had been entirely consumed by the devouring gold insects, leaving behind not a trace. A quintessential example of complete annihilation. At that moment, the swarm hovered in low air, buzzing fervently. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li let out a sharp whistle, causing a golden cloud of insects to surge toward him, and in the blink of an eye, he had collected the devouring gold insects into his spirit beast pouch. He then seated himself cross-legged nearby, closed his eyes, and patiently awaited the conclusion of the Tianlan beast's transformation that had happened. Han Li remained in this meditative state for an entire day and night. When he finally stirred and reopened his eyes, a muffled sound erupted from the massive cocoon, and a remarkably delicate arm burst through its surface. Almost immediately thereafter, a familiar youthful voice emanated from within. "At last, the task is accomplished, Han Daoyu. You have truly toiled greatly." Han Li smiled upon hearing this and gradually rose to his feet. Several days later, Han Li returned quietly to the Zimu peak of Yunming Mountain. Now situated within the secluded chamber of his cave dwelling, he toyed with a resplendent golden horn in his hand, while 3 magical artifacts, including a gourd, lay before him. In the air opposite him floated a massive green cauldron, upon which rested a small child clad in yellow, with rosy lips and white teeth. This child, holding a book made of beast skin, was shaking his head incessantly as he perused its contents. This figure, of course, was none other than the Tianlan beast capable of assuming human form. Although its appearance bore some resemblance to the previous illusion, it was not an exact match, yet it retained a striking similarity. Upon reflection, this was not particularly surprising. The beast had already undergone a transformation in the spirit realm. Thus, it possessed a clear understanding of its post-transformation appearance. Hence, the earlier conjured illusion and the actual transformed visage bore a degree of resemblance. Gently tracing the uneven patterns on the golden horn with his fingers, Han Li suddenly spoke after a moment of contemplation. I have already experimented with this horn. It can absorb most types of spiritual energy and release it as well. Its only limitation lies in the fact that it can only absorb a finite amount of energy at a time, and the absorption rate is somewhat sluggish. It is no surprise that the material derived from the mutated beast possesses the rare talent of spirit absorption. Such extraordinary materials are highly coveted in the spirit realm. With countless cultivators vying for possession, this material serves as an exceptional ingredient for crafting defensive treasures, and many renowned defensive spirit artifacts are composed of it. The youth set down the beast's skin book in his hands, lifted his small face, and bestowed upon Han Li a radiant smile. Defensive treasures, can they be used to forge battle armor? Han Li inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Indeed, my friend, you are exceptionally perceptive. The youth replied, if this material can be combined with the fire spirit silk in your possession, it can indeed be fashioned into a rare set of battle armor. While it may not rival spirit treasures, it is unlikely to fall far short. However, if you heed my counsel, it would be wise to refrain from pursuing that route. The youth spoke with a serious demeanor. Why not? I am in dire need of a superior battle armor for protection. Han Li expressed, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. If you intend to spend your days in the human realm, prioritizing safety, then crafting battle armor is indeed the optimal choice. However, if you aspire to traverse the spatial nodes and descend to the spirit realm, it would be better to reserve this material for the creation of another treasure, the youth stated, his expression unwavering. What kind of treasure can be crafted with it? Han Li asked, intrigued. Naturally, it is the transformation orb. The youth replied without hesitation. Only this item can significantly aid you in navigating the spatial nodes. The transformation orb, if memory serves me right, when you descended to the human realm, you utilized something called the transformation stone. What is the connection between the two? Are they not fundamentally the same? Han Li inquired, his voice tinged with surprise after a moment of silence. The similarity in their names indeed suggests a connection. The transformation stone is a unique, consumable treasure from the spirit realm, while the transformation orb is a postnatal artifact that can be used repeatedly. Although their functions are somewhat similar, their powers differ vastly. To be more precise, the potency of the transformation orb is likely only 1% of that of the former. The youth replied, thoughtfully 0.1%. Han Li was rendered speechless upon hearing this ratio. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the transformation orb for that reason. It is important to note that the transformation stone is an exceedingly rare treasure, even among the spirit realm's demon kings. It is one of the 3 renowned treasures used for breaking through barriers, alongside the reverse star disk. While the transformation orb cannot compare to the first 2, it is also quite famous for its efficacy in dismantling certain spatial restrictions. Due to the necessity of spirit-absorbing materials for its creation, its availability is similarly scarce. During my time in the spirit realm, I once curiously ventured into a spatial node, although I returned promptly. The terrifying spatial storms and boundary forces within still haunt me. Even if you have perfected the technique of obliteration, the chances of passage remain exceedingly slim. Otherwise, countless cultivators from the lower realms would have already succeeded in breaching the spirit realm. Without the transformation orb in your possession, do not harbor any delusions. The journey is certain to be one of no return. I initially intended to remind you of this matter once you reach the transformation god stage. But since you have now acquired the spirit-absorbing material, I thought it prudent to inform you now, the youth remarked with a cold chuckle. It appears that I cannot forego the crafting of the transformation orb. Han Li mused, rubbing his nose, a wry smile gracing his face. Were it not for the fact that you already possess the method of obliteration, I would not even bother to mention this treasure. If both are present, you might have a slim chance through the spatial nodes. I shall provide you with the refining method of this pearl, thus repaying the kindness you previously bestowed upon me with the cold marrow. The youth spoke with a calm demeanor. You are quite clear about your grievances and gratitude. However, I am somewhat intrigued that I once witnessed an 8th-tier turtle demon undergoing tribulation. Its lightning tribulation seemed quite different from that of Taoist Tianlan, which appeared to be significantly more formidable. Han Li shifted the conversation, unexpectedly bringing up the matter of the prior tribulation. What is so surprising about that? our demonic beast races are inherently different. So our experiences with lightning tribulations naturally vary. The more renowned celestial spirit beasts face increasingly arduous tribulations. It is said that a true dragon of the spirit wind class must endure 13 waves of lightning strikes to transcend. I only faced 11 waves, which is already commendable. The youth spoke candidly, revealing no reservations that I see. Hanli responded, somewhat enlightened. This demonic technique of your race, 9 transformations of the Gale, is rather intriguing. But what purpose do you have in showing it to me? Do you perhaps harbor an interest in our demonic techniques? The youth raised the beast's skin book in his hand. Fixing his gaze on Hanli with a knowing smile. It turns out that the book in the youth's possession was the very beast's skin tome Hanli had acquired from Xiao Chui'er and her ancestors, which contained an unnamed technique for concealing one's presence and another set of demonic techniques inscribed in demonic script. After learning the demonic script, Hanli discovered that the 9 transformations of the Gale technique, while powerful, was specifically tailored for avian demonic cultivators. Unless one is born with wings and possesses the formidable physique of a demon, it is utterly impossible to cultivate or utilize. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hanli now intended to entrust this technique to the youth for his study. It is nothing. The power of the 9 transformations of the Gale is quite notable, and now that I have obtained the Wind Thunder Wings, I find myself in need of a specialized technique to complement them. This method, primarily focused on transformations of movement, is perfectly suited for my current cultivation. It would be a pity to let it go unused. Daoist Tianlan is also a demonic cultivator. I trust that with a few modifications, he could adapt this technique for my use without much difficulty. In exchange, I can allow you to take that fragment of the Golden Quill Jade book for your contemplation. While this item is indeed valuable, it is rather esoteric, and I cannot afford to delve into it at this moment, Hanli said slowly. This technique is a rare movement formula for you human realm demonic cultivators. For someone like you, who possesses Wind Thunder Wings, it is indeed a perfect match. However, there is a particular issue you should be well aware of. To utilize the powers contained within, one must possess the formidable physique characteristic of our demonic race. Although you have practiced some body refining techniques, making you significantly stronger than ordinary cultivators, you still fall short of the requirements for this technique. The youth pointed out incisively, furrowing his brow. If it is merely a slight deficiency, I believe I can overcome it. I once received a technique from the Buddhist sect called Ming Wangju. With each layer I cultivate, my physique grows considerably stronger. I have already reached the 2nd layer. I trust that upon reaching the 3rd layer, I will meet the requirements for the 9 transformations of the Gale. Hanli pondered for a moment before responding, as if he had already contemplated this matter deeply. The Ming Wangju, a method from the Buddhist schools. The youth's expression faltered, revealing a hint of surprise. Is there something amiss with the Buddhist techniques? Hanli raised his eyebrows. How many tiers does this method comprise? The youth retorted, 0.7 tiers. Hanli replied honestly, albeit with some confusion. How fortuitous. The youth suddenly smiled enigmatically. I happen to know a body refinement technique from the Buddhist schools that also consists of 7 tiers. Chapter 1191. The Vajra Method and the Imperial Flow Liquid. Hanli was taken aback by the youth's words, his gaze flickering with a hint of perplexity. Although this technique originated from the Buddhist schools, it was a practice widely cultivated throughout the spirit realm, even more so than the foundational 5-element techniques of the Qi refinement stage. The youth boldly proclaimed, widely cultivated? Are you suggesting that? Hanli suddenly grasped part of the implication behind the youth's words, his face betraying astonishment. This Buddhist technique could indeed be practiced by mortals in the spirit realm who possessed no spiritual roots, mortals who cultivated this method to the 3rd tier or above, when equipped with special weapons, could even contend with low-level cultivators and demonic beasts. Should one reach the 5th tier or beyond, he would be a force not easily trifled with by mid-level cultivators and demonic beasts. The youth said with a cold chuckle, Are you jesting, my friend? Mortals can truly contend with cultivators like us? Hanli stared in disbelief, only managing to utter his skepticism after a long pause. The affairs of the spirit realm, my friend, you have yet to ascend, so my words may be of little use. However, it is not without merit to share this with you. In the spirit realm, mortal beings are an exceedingly vital force. Long ago, some exceptionally talented individuals among mortals discovered methods to refine their bodies using external spiritual energy, without relying on spiritual roots. By learning from the foundational techniques of both cultivators and our demonic kin, ultimately forming a unique cultivation system. It is not uncommon for outstanding mortals to slay high-level cultivators and formidable demonic beasts within the spirit realm. The method I refer to, known as the Vajra Method, is one of the most widely practiced body refinement techniques among mortals. Even so, cultivators remain incomparable to mortals. Hanli furrowed his brow and inquired. After all, most spells and magical artifacts cannot be cultivated or wielded by mortals. That is indeed the case. Mortals are, after all, mortals. No matter how formidable their cultivation becomes, without spiritual roots, they can never truly embark upon the path of cultivation. Their lifespans are limited to a mere century, and even if they fortuitously acquire some elixirs or treasures that prolong life, they may only extend their existence by another 100 years at most. That is their ultimate limit. Nevertheless, in the spirit realm, spiritual roots can also be acquired through fortuitous circumstances if these mortals are indeed blessed with such opportunities. Their future potential could be boundless. One of your human race's 3 emperors, the Tianyuan Holy Emperor, was originally a renowned mortal before fortuitously gaining spiritual roots and becoming a cultivator. Yet, his prowess in divine arts is not at all inferior to that of the other 2 emperors. The youth's expression grew grave. Hanli stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. You need not think too much into it. The reason why mortals in the spirit realm can attain such transformations is due to the significantly higher density of spiritual energy compared to the lower realms. In your human realm, having endured the tribulations of demonic calamities in the past, the spiritual energy here is far inferior to that of other lower realms. Even if mortals were to acquire these spiritual techniques from the spirit realm, they would be utterly incapable of drawing upon the celestial spiritual energy to nourish their bodies. Naturally, the prospect of cultivation is beyond their reach, as the young man explained with a hint of clarification. Other lower realms. Upon hearing his companion's tone, Hanli was suddenly taken aback. 1 realm. How could this be possible? You, being a subordinate of our spirit realm's lower interface, must number in the hundreds, if not thousands. Those who have successfully cultivated in these lower realms would inevitably ascend to our spirit realm. Here in this human realm, the number of ascendants to our spirit realm has been quite meager over the years. However, in other realms that have not experienced the ancient demonic invasion, there are indeed many who have ascended. The reason I chose to descend my avatar in this particular realm is twofold. First, the spiritual energy here is sparse, and although it is extraordinarily challenging to descend my avatar, it allows me to evade my significant tribulation. Second, this place is led by the human race, and hiding my avatar here makes it unlikely for others to suspect that I would choose this realm, thus preventing those with ulterior motives from discovering my contingency plan. The young man remarked with a strange expression. Hanli was rendered speechless once more. He had always believed that the human realm was a unique existence, which is why, in ancient times, the spirit realm had gone to great lengths to send cultivators to fend off the invasion of the ancient demons. Now, upon hearing the words of this celestial beast, it was evident that there were deeper reasons at play. Now then, understanding too much about the affairs of the spirit realm is of little benefit to you. Let us instead discuss the matter of the Diamond Sutra. Although this technique can be cultivated by mortals lacking spiritual roots, its difficulty is renowned even within the spirit realm. Not to mention reaching the 5th level, very few can attain the 3rd level, as most mortals only manage to reach the 1st level, which merely strengthens their bodies. Cultivating the 2nd level requires enduring the excruciating pain of the I Ching's marrow cleansing, a trial that is not easily borne by the average person. However, due to the vast number of mortals, once they achieve significant cultivation, they can rival even the ferocity of demon beasts, which is why it has circulated so widely. As for your Ming Wang Ju, while I have not heard of it before, it must have some connection to this technique, for there are only a few physical cultivation methods within the Buddhist sect. It stands to reason that this is the only technique that can be cultivated in the human realm. The young man confidently assessed. Perhaps so. My Ming Wang Ju is indeed somewhat challenging to cultivate. Hanli pondered for a moment and found this assessment quite plausible. Please provide me with a jade slip, and I shall transcribe this Diamond Sutra onto it. You may take it for your contemplation. If it is the same method, then so be it. If not, you may choose one to cultivate, the young man stated with exceptional generosity, waving his hand. Haha, then I must thank you, celestial beast. With such a fortuitous opportunity, Hanli naturally would not feign humility. With a slight smile, he flipped his palm, and a yellow jade slip appeared in his hand. Tossing it to the young man grasped the jade slip, slowly closed his eyes, and began to transcribe the incantation within. Hanli's smile faded, and his brow furrowed as a copper plate and another technique's incantation surfaced in his mind. It was the venerable Saint True plate he had acquired in the Tian Mo technique he had obtained from the bearded barbarian. The essence of the Fa Xinjian Pian need not be elaborated upon. For it has long been established that the techniques of this demon clan, along with the Ming Wang Ju, originate from the ancient demonic realm. They represent the pinnacle of spellcasting and the fundamental aspects of body refinement. Yet they conspicuously lack the intermediary transformations of divine powers that on that fateful day, upon receiving the Tuatan Mo Gong incantation from the bearded barbarian, he discerned with but a modicum of effort that this incantation was indeed the missing link in the grand scheme of techniques. How it has come to be regarded as one of the most esteemed demonic arts remains a mystery. Thus, by some uncanny twist of fate, Hanli has inadvertently gathered a complete set of incantations. Furthermore, the necessity of cultivating the Jifeng Jiao Bian incantation mandates the prior mastery of the third layer of the Ming Wang Ju, leading Hanli to ponder whether some celestial design compels him to pursue this particular Faz Henshin Pian. His thoughts oscillated, and after a brief interlude, the young attendant atop the cauldron suddenly opened his eyes, raising a hand as a beam of yellow light shot forth. Without hesitation, Hanli swept his sleeve to ensnare the yellow light. Revealing the original form of the jade slip, the incantation is contained within. You may peruse it at your leisure, the attendant stated calmly. Hanli nodded, unceremoniously immersing his consciousness within the slip to examine the recorded incantations. After but a moment, he sighed softly and withdrew his awareness. Is it akin to your Ming Wang Ju? The attendant inquired, his demeanor unchanged. Indeed, aside from a few additional methods for channeling spiritual energy, the rest is virtually indistinguishable, Hanli replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well then. If you wish to cultivate the Jifeng Jiao Bian, you should first master the third layer of the Ming Wang Ju. I shall take this opportunity to enhance the incantation to better suit your current needs. After all, the Wind Thunder Wings are merely a magical artifact and not true fleshly wings. There are inherent differences in their cultivation and application. You must not forget the golden decree of the jade script you promised, for I would require some time to comprehend it, the attendant added, seemingly anticipating Hanli's response as he waved the beast-skin tome in his hand. Rest assured, my friend Tian Lan, I shall not go back on my word, Hanli reassured with a light chuckle. But what of these Di Lu Jiang? Do you not wish to partake in more? He inquired, gesturing towards the gourd and two other magical artifacts before him. Di Lu Jiang is indeed a remarkable substance, capable not only of awakening the intellect of demonic beasts but also crucial for our clan's transformation and corporeal shaping. For human cultivators, ingesting it can expand their meridians, greatly benefiting their physical form. However, it is not advisable to absorb too much at once, and its potency wanes after a month. As it stands, it is of no use to me. Since you intend to cultivate the Ming Wang Ju, this substance would indeed serve you well. The attendant assessed the gourd and other artifacts, shaking his head in disapproval. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Hanli replied with a smile, sweeping his sleeve once more, causing the round bowl and jade vial to vanish in an instant, leaving only the gourd behind. He then formed a hand seal, his gaze glimmering with intent, and suddenly, a silver light flickered upon one wall of the chamber, revealing another Hanli in a peculiar manifestation. Without hesitation, this apparition lunged towards the gourd on the floor, effortlessly grasping the artifact before vanishing into the wall once more. Leaving no trace behind, the youthful figure arrived at this scene. A hint of astonishment flickered across his countenance, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he offered a slight fist salute to Hanli before plunging downwards, vanishing into the cauldron without a trace. Hanli, glancing at the jade slip in his hand, clasped it with both hands, and it inexplicably disappeared. He then gradually closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, his expression remarkably serene. Almost simultaneously, a beam of silver light shot forth from the peak housing Hanli's abode, darting a few times before making its way directly to the falling cloud sect, ultimately vanishing into a certain forbidden area within the sect. However, it was not long before the silver light once again shot back from the forbidden zone, returning to the maternal peak. During this time, Hanli remained in the secret chamber, seldom emerging. Only occasionally would a silver light emerge from his cave dwelling, disappearing without a trace, whether it would take a few days or extend to several months. This silver light was bound to return to the maternal peak, leaving one to wonder what the master of the escaping light was preoccupied with. Thus, time flowed silently, and 2 years slipped by unnoticed. Chapter 1192. United at last. Elders of various renowned cultivation sects, at the level of nascent soul, suddenly received an invitation from the Falling Cloud sect to attend a ceremonial event. This time, they were invited to witness the grand occasion of the sect's esteemed elder, known as the foremost cultivator in southern Tian, formally joining in dual cultivation partnership with the somewhat obscure nascent soul female cultivator, Nangong Wan. The recipients of this invitation, apart from a few cultivators already privy to the details, were taken aback. However, given Han Li's unparalleled reputation, none dared to decline the invitation. The remaining 3 prominent cultivators, unable to attend due to their seclusion, sent exceptional and rare gifts through their disciples. It was said that during the days leading up to the ceremony, the skies over the entire Falling Cloud mountain range were enveloped in a stunning array of 5-colored radiance, with magnificent palatial structures appearing out of thin air amidst the mountains. All the spiritual flowers and trees throughout the range simultaneously bloomed and flourished under the influence of the protective barriers, rendering Yunming Mountain a veritable paradise. The 3 sects of Yunming Mountain, along with several smaller sects eager to curry favor with Han Li, exerted tremendous effort, making the ceremony's grandeur surpass even that of Han Li's ascension to a great cultivator. In attendance at this ceremony were not only the prominent sects invited by the Falling Cloud sect, but also various cultivators from smaller sects and several well-known solitary practitioners who came bearing gifts uninvited. Consequently, during the days of the ceremony, the influx of cultivators to Yunming Mountain reached a staggering 5,000 to 6,000, predominantly consisting of high-tier cultivators, marking it as the largest celebration in southern Tian in over a millennium. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. While many had come to congratulate Han Li during his ascension to a great cultivator, their sentiments were often tinged with skepticism, especially considering that there were still 3 other great cultivators in southern Tian of equal standing. However, after the monumental battle at the Great Cultivator Ceremony, Han Li's title as the foremost cultivator in southern Tian was firmly established. Hearing of Han Li's ability to face 2 opponents simultaneously and gain the upper hand sent chills down the spines of even the most venerable sects. For it signified that, with his current powers, Han Li could easily flatten any cultivation sect, disregarding their existence entirely. In the realm of Tian Nan, it is inconceivable for any sect to possess more than 1 grand cultivator simultaneously. No force exists that could rival Han Li, the foremost cultivator of Tian Nan. Consequently, regardless of any past affiliations with the Luoyun sect, all sects hastily dispatched representatives to forge connections. As for the high-ranking cultivators among the scattered practitioners, they were predominantly eager to be acquainted with this preeminent figure, hoping for guidance in their cultivation or to meet other practitioners through this ceremony. Thus, the influx of external cultivators attending the ceremony, combined with the disciples from the 3 sects, truly constituted a grand assembly of myriad cultivators. Han Li, accompanied by the enchanting Nangong Wan, made a brief appearance at the ceremony. The pair exchanged gracious words of gratitude with the assembled cultivators and partook in a ceremonial cup of mingled wine before gracefully departing. The ensuing proceedings were entirely entrusted to Elder Lv Luo of the Luoyun sect. This esteemed elder, renowned for his vast knowledge and experience, managed to orchestrate the remaining activities of the ceremony with great enthusiasm and vibrancy. Even in the absence of the 2 main figures, the dual cultivation ceremony persisted for 3 to 4 days before drawing to a close. The multitude of congratulatory cultivators began to depart in droves. Yet a few unexpectedly chose to linger. Standing side by side atop the maternal peak of the Zimu Peak, Han Li and Nangong Wan gazed out at the enchanting spectacle of rolling white clouds, enveloped in a serene silence that spoke volumes. After an indeterminate period, Nangong Wan elegantly brushed a lock of hair from her forehead and turned to Han Li with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "This time, I must say I have turned misfortune into fortune, for I have finally broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul using the Chan Nu Tian Yuju within the seal. However, I owe my gratitude to my husband for his assistance, as he provided me with the wondrous imperial flow nectar, which undoubtedly saved me over a decade of arduous cultivation. Otherwise, I might still be ensnared in my predicament. Yet, it truly astonishes me how swiftly you have advanced to the late stage, dear husband. With your current prowess, I dare say there are few, save for those rare old monsters in the transformation stage, who could stand against you in the mortal realm. Few rivals. One must not speak so lightly of such matters, just as I have been fortunate. It is entirely possible that other nascent soul cultivators elsewhere in the mortal realm possess similar opportunities." Han Li replied with a modest smile. I cannot take your word for it. However, I must admit that the soul-sealing curse proved to be quite treacherous. I had thought that by harnessing the power of the fire toad inner Dan, I had nearly dispelled the curse, only to discover that several other restrictions lay dormant within me, waiting to manifest. Thankfully, I had already employed a genuine method of unsealing beforehand. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire, she said, her eyes glimmering with the allure of youth. I too feel a great sense of relief. My journey to Dejin was not in vain. Now, Wanner, should you consume the cultivation pill I gifted you, it may very well facilitate your ascent to the late stage. Hanli suggested with a warm smile at the lovely figure beside him. Is that cultivation pill truly so miraculous? It can even significantly aid in breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul? Nangongwan blinked her beautiful eyes, seeming somewhat skeptical. Hee. Several mid-stage nascent soul cultivators in Dajin have perished in pursuit of this very pill. What do you think of its efficacy? Hanli responded with a knowing smile, opting for silence thereafter. Since my husband has spoken so, I shall first consolidate my mid-stage realm, and then I will consume this pill to give it a try. Nangongwan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. And as she slightly tilted her head, a smile graced her lips, blending the myriad charms of a young woman with the purity of a maiden. Hanli gazed at his wife's delicate visage. And reflecting upon their intimate moments over the past few days, his heart stirred. Just as he was about to utter something, his expression suddenly shifted as he turned to look at the distant sky. Nangongwan was taken aback and followed his gaze. A moment later, a beam of white light pierced through the barriers of the heavens, hurtling straight towards the couple. Hanli's eyes flickered with surprise. As if he recognized the approaching figure, the white light spiraled above them before descending, and as it dimmed, a beautiful woman emerged, none other than Mu Peeling. Greetings, young master and sister Nangong. Mu Peeling addressed them with a calm demeanor. Performing a courteous bow, Sister Peeling, the ceremony has concluded. Why have you hurried here from the sect? Is there some matter that senior brother L cannot handle, prompting you to seek us out? Nangongwan inquired with graceful poise, her eyes shimmering. Sister Nangong, there are still 2 groups of guests remaining in the mountains. They all claim to be acquaintances of the young master and specifically requested to meet him. Senior brother L is uncertain whether the young master wishes to see them. Hence he sent me to inform you. Mu Peeling replied melodiously. If the young master prefers not to meet them, he will naturally send them away. Acquaintances of my husband? Could it be that they are beautiful female cultivators? Nangongwan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she cast a glance at Hanli, a teasing smile playing upon her lips. Sister Nangong, rest assured, both groups indeed consist of women, Mu Peeling asserted, sneaking a glance at Hanli and nodding slightly. Oh, it seems my husband's past romantic entanglements have arrived, Nangongwan remarked with a playful glare at Hanli. Romantic entanglements? Ahem, Wanner, do not just about your husband. Hanli coughed awkwardly, curious about the visitors. What kind of individuals are they? Have you inquired about their names? He asked. I have indeed. The first group is led by a woman of the Yin clan from the Ghost Spirit sect, accompanied by 2 elders of the same sect. The other group consists of a female cultivator named Han Yinji from the Spirit Convergence sect, along with Dong Xinyuan from the Hehuan sect. Mu Peeling recounted without hesitation. Is it they? Hanli murmured, taken aback. Upon hearing this, Nangongwan raised her brows lightly and then chuckled softly. It appears these individuals are indeed acquaintances of my husband. You might as well go and meet them. Otherwise, it would be somewhat impolite, she suggested with a smile. These individuals were acquaintances from the time when I had yet to attain the Great Tao. It would be prudent to meet them. Hanli pondered for a moment before nodding. Peeling, please return and inform senior brother that I shall be there shortly. Arrange for them to be accommodated in the 2 guest pavilions. I shall meet them separately. Mu Peeling bowed slightly and respectfully transformed into a beam of white light, departing gracefully. Remaining in place, Hanli gazed into the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. What troubles you? Do you harbor any discontent towards Sister Peeling? Nangongwan observed Hanli's expression and gently inquired with a soft smile. No, it's just that I find it somewhat perplexing why you would refer to her as a sworn sister upon your return. Originally, I had intended for you to accept this girl as your disciple. Hanli, with his hands clasped behind his back, shook his head in confusion. What harm is there in taking Pei Ling as a sworn sister? On one hand, I merely wish to accompany my husband on the path of the Great Tao, having no desire to take on any disciples. On the other hand, this girl's background bears some resemblance to my own past, and we have found a certain affinity in our conversations. Rather than leaving her in a state of uncertainty, it is far better for me to acknowledge her as a sister. Thus, whether she later becomes your concubine or you secretly regard her as a disciple to impart your profound teachings, no one would dare to speak ill of it. Nangongwan said gently, this matter shall proceed as you wish. I shall not press further. I will first attend to those 2 groups of guests. Hanli replied nonchalantly. Then, my husband, may you return swiftly. I shall retreat to my own cave dwelling and await your return, Nangongwan said with a light laugh. Upon hearing her words, Hanli could only manage a wry smile. Wanner, the cultivation method you practice, the Cha Nu Tian Yuju, is indeed rather peculiar. It necessitates the harnessing of lunar energy during cultivation. This means we must establish a formation to gather the lunar force. However, this lunar energy can be quite detrimental to the cultivation of other practitioners. Meditating within the range of this formation could hinder one's progress. Consequently, we cannot share a cave for our practices. We must instead carve out separate spaces on another peak for our cultivation. Nangong Wan's expression turned apologetic. While it is somewhat regrettable, fortunately, we are only required to separate during our cultivation sessions. The two cave dwellings are in close proximity, and outside of our training, we may reside together in one. It is not of great concern. Well then, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. Hanli offered a comforting word before bidding farewell, transforming into a streak of azure light and departing from the mother peak under Nangong Wan's gaze. Chapter 1193. Gathering Spirit Pearl at one of the prestigious guest pavilions of the Luoyun sect. Mu Pei Ling stood before one of the buildings. Suddenly, a flash of azure light appeared in the sky, a dazzling beam hurtling towards her, reaching the pavilion in an instant and spiraling down gracefully. Greetings, young master. The members of the Ghost Spirit sect are currently resting within the pavilion, while the other two ladies are in the Bing pavilion, Hanli stated as he materialized before the building. Mu Pei Ling stepped forward a few paces and spoke softly. Understood. You may proceed inside. Hanli glanced at the pavilion behind Mu Pei Ling and then at another nearby structure, nodding subtly. Upon hearing this, Mu Pei Ling respectfully inclined her head and transformed into a streak of white light, departing. Hanli's figure shifted, and he suddenly appeared at the entrance of the pavilion, sweeping his consciousness inside before entering with calm composure. Within the main hall of the pavilion, two men and a woman were engaged in conversation. The men were a gaunt man clad in yellow robes and an exceptionally pale elder, while the woman, a strikingly beautiful young lady in her 20s, was none other than Yin Ruyan. Although the three were conversing, a trace of barely concealed anxiety lingered in their expressions. As soon as Hanli's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, the three individuals immediately turned their gazes towards him in unison. Upon recognizing Hanli's countenance, they all stood up in surprise to welcome him. There is no need for such formalities, my friends. Let us take a seat and converse, Hanli remarked nonchalantly, abruptly appearing on a wooden chair opposite the trio, waving his hand dismissively before they could utter a word. The three, including Yin Ruyan, could not discern his movements in the slightest. Then we shall not stand on ceremony, replied the elderly man with a pale complexion, his heart quaking slightly, yet his face was adorned with a broad smile. The three promptly resumed their seats. Fair Yin Xing, it has been many years since we last met, and you have finally advanced to the Yuanying stage. This means we can now regard each other as equals. Hanli observed with a warm smile at the now more alluring woman before him. This esteemed disciple, Yin Yinner, who once ranked as the foremost among the younger generation of the Yu Kingdom, has successfully formed her Yuanying, becoming a Yuanying cultivator herself. You jest, Taoist Han, that I have only recently broken through my bottleneck, while you have already ascended as the foremost cultivator in Tiannan. How could I possibly compare to you? Brother Han, Yin Ruyan said, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions as she scrutinized Hanli intently. Hanli smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, his gaze shifting to the other two elders of the Ghost Spirit sect, ultimately resting on the old man's face. You must be Elder Zhong, correct? I caught a glimpse of you back in the Abyss of Demons. I am surprised that you still remember me, Brother Han. The elder chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. It seems the Ghost Spirit sect faces significant threats at present. You three hold esteemed positions within the sect, yet you have come here specifically to request my presence. What pressing matters do you have? Hanli inquired directly. Noticing Hanli's straightforward demeanor, Yin Ruyan and the others exchanged glances, revealing expressions of hesitation, seemingly unsure of how to broach the subject. Seeing this, Hanli furrowed his brow, a look of displeasure crossing his face. The expression on Hanli's visage caused the elder and the burly man to feel a sense of unease, their gazes instinctively shifting to Yin Yinner. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Ruyan finally parted her crimson lips to speak. Taoist Han, the reason we have come is to seek assistance from your esteemed sect, or rather, from you, Brother Han, in helping the Ghost Spirit sect navigate through this dire crisis. Otherwise, our sect may very well vanish into oblivion. As sister sect, Hanli raised his brows in a questioning manner, a hint of faint derision playing at the corners of his lips. I am aware that my sect has greatly offended you in the past, but those transgressions were committed by the former sect master Wang and his son. The sect master perished long ago in the Abyss of Demons, and the Ghost Spirit sect is no longer under the Wang family's control. An elder clad in yellow interjected hastily. No longer under the Wang family's control. Yet, I have heard that Wang Chan still roams freely within your sect, Hanli stated, his expression unchanged, neither confirming nor denying the claim. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the elder and Yin Yinner exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly, while the burly man, surprised within, maintained a semblance of a smile as he responded, Brother Han, rest assured. A few days ago, Wang Chan, my esteemed junior, committed a grave error and has since been stripped of his position as a law elder. He is currently confined in our sect's cave of reflection, engaged in penitence, and will not be involved in any matters concerning our sect for at least 100 years. Penitence, you say? This companion of mine bears a rather unfamiliar countenance. May I inquire your name? You seem to share a resemblance with Fairy Yin, Han Li remarked, somewhat taken aback. After casting a cursory glance at Yin Yinner and the burly man, he appeared to recall something, a light smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Indeed, Brother Han possesses a discerning eye. I too bear the surname Yin, being a distant uncle of Yinner, the burly man replied after a moment's hesitation. Yin Rian, standing nearby, nodded slightly in agreement. It seems the Yin family has produced two nascent soul cultivators. Given this, it stands to reason that the Yin family now governs the ghost spirit sect, Han Li mused, stroking his chin with a knowing expression. It would not be inaccurate to say that our Yin family oversees this sect. Though it is primarily due to Brother Zheng's self-effacing nature, the burly man said, glancing at the elder with the surname Zheng, who hesitated before responding, given that Brother Wang and his associates have mismanaged the sect. It is only natural for the Yin family to assume control, that I cannot claim to have exercised any form of self-restraint. Is that so? Han Li replied casually, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fell into a contemplative silence. The trio from the ghost spirit sect dared not press him further, opting instead to sit quietly. Yin Rian appeared less troubled, her bright eyes flickering with uncertainty, while the burly man and the elder were visibly anxious. The esteemed cultivator before them, known as the foremost practitioner in southern heaven, bore a significant grudge against their sect from years past. Although they had come under the pretense of congratulations, they were well aware that retribution was a possibility. If not for the ghost spirit sect's inability to withstand the combined pressure from other sects, they would not have braved the journey to the Fallen Clouds sect. After all, it was only Han Li who possessed the capability to potentially deter several major cultivation sects with a mere utterance. While other eminent cultivators could instill a degree of caution, whether they could achieve such an outcome remained debatable. Even without the events of the past, what leads you to presume that I would extend my assistance to your ghost spirit sect? Han Li finally spoke, his tone turning somewhat frigid. Upon hearing his words, Yin Rian's gaze flickered towards him, while the burly man and the elder were filled with elation. The three discerned a glimmer of possibility in Han Li's words. As long as Brother Han is willing to mediate on our behalf, our ghost spirit sect is prepared to relinquish the state of you to the other sects, seeking only to preserve our lineage. The burly man declared earnestly. Moreover, as a token of our gratitude for your assistance, we have brought several gifts for you, and we hope you will not view them as trifling. Taking a deep breath, he continued, and then with a swift motion, he struck his waist, summoning a misty white light from his storage pouch. As the ethereal glow enveloped the table before them, 3 items materialized. Han Li's gaze settled upon the offerings, a blood-red bracelet, a porcelain vial, and a pale green wooden box. Han Li remained silent, using one hand to grasp the void before him, causing 3 objects to tremble and soar into his grasp. At that moment, the melodious voice of Yin Rian suddenly resonated in Han Li's ear. The vial contains our sect's sacred medicine, Bloodlim Pill. This elixir possesses no extraordinary effects except for its incredible potency in healing bodily injuries. Even if a limb is completely severed, consuming this pill in a timely manner can restore it to its original state. However, the various spiritual herbs required for its concoction are difficult to procure, and our sect currently possesses only a little over 10 of them. 3 of those are in this vial. As for this blood soul bracelet, it is a magical artifact known to very few cultivators. Originally, it was carried by the leaders of the ghost spirit sect throughout the ages. However, after the demise of the sect leader in the abyss of demonic fall, Elder Zheng reclaimed this artifact. Unlike ordinary magical items, this one cannot be directly summoned to combat foes. Instead, it allows for the nurturing of special entities such as ghostly souls and blood demons within the bracelet. Drawing upon the blood essence it absorbs to rapidly enhance their power, which can then be unleashed upon adversaries, catching them off guard. The final item within this wooden box, however, is the most precious of the 3. At this point, Yin Rian paused slightly, her bright eyes sparkling as they met Han Li's gaze. Yet, Han Li displayed no change in demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the allure of the first 2 items. Sighing inwardly, she maintained her composure and continued, I have heard that you cultivate with attribute techniques. And within this box lies the fabled wood spirit pearl from the 5 elements gathering spirit pearl, the gathering spirit pearl. It is a legendary treasure specifically designed to absorb the spiritual energy of a particular attribute from the 5 elements of heaven and earth while repelling all other spiritual energies. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, his previously indifferent countenance now filled with disbelief as he questioned, "Is it truly this treasure?" "Indeed, it is. Although the Gathering Spirit Pearl and the most basic formation, the Gathering Spirit Formation, share similar names and some overlapping functions. The distinctions and genuine effectiveness of the two need not be elaborated upon. You must be well aware of this, Han Li. Furthermore, compared to Spirit Eye artifacts, as long as the cultivation technique aligns with the attribute of the Gathering Spirit Pearl, ordinary Spirit Eye items pale in comparison." Yin Rian spoke slowly. Han Li's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the green wooden box in his hand, which bore a pale yellow restriction talisman, rendering it impossible to discern its contents. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and gently blew towards the box. Instantly, a wave of azure mist enveloped the box, causing the restriction talisman to drift downwards on its own, with lightning speed. Han Li used his other hand to lightly tap the lid of the box. With a soft click, the lid opened on its own. Chapter 1194. Dark conspiracy. A fragrant aroma of greenery wafted forth, revealing a vibrant green interior of the box. Amidst the radiance, a pearl the size of a thumb glimmered. As Han Li's spiritual sense swept across it, he discerned that the pearl was neither stone nor wood, leaving him momentarily unable to identify its composition the instant the pearl was exposed. The surrounding air became saturated with spiritual energy, invigorating Han Li as he took a deep breath. Indeed, it was the Gathering Spirit Pearl. In ancient times, this orb had made a rare appearance, its origin shrouded in mystery. Whether it was a natural formation or the result of human alchemy remains uncertain. Yet, in the present realm of cultivation, it has long since faded into obscurity. Who would have thought that your esteemed sect possesses one? However, Miss Yin, is your ghost spirit sect truly willing to bestow such a precious item? It is known that a cultivator who practices wood attributed techniques could significantly reduce their training time by carrying this object. Han Li extended 2 fingers to delicately pinch the orb, gazing at it for a moment before lifting his eyes to the woman across from him. His expression returning to one of calm inquiry. This orb is indeed a rare treasure in the human realm, yet when compared to our sect's legacy, the value is clear to the three of us. Moreover, Brother Han should be well aware that our ghost spirit sect possesses few wood attributed techniques. This item holds little utility for us. It would be wiser to exchange it for an opportunity for our sect. Yin Rian stated with a serious demeanor. The previous 2 items are acceptable, but this spirit gathering orb is indeed of great benefit to me. However, if I am to intervene to halt the actions of the spirit control sect and several other sects, your ghost spirit sect must undertake a task in return. Otherwise, Han Li slightly shook his head. What task? As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall not disappoint you, fellow Taoist. The burly man's eyes brightened with eagerness as he inquired. I care not for the other members of the Wang family, but I do not wish to see Wang Chan again. Otherwise, Han has no interest in aiding his enemies. Do you comprehend my meaning? Han Li cast a glance at the burly man, speaking with nonchalance. The elderly man surnamed Zhong's expression shifted, and Yin Rian's face turned pale. The burly man, however, fell silent, revealing no signs of surprise. That I understand Brother Han's intent. I believe this matter will not pose a problem. Brother Zhong, what do you think? The burly man turned to ask the elderly man. Should Brother Han insist, I believe Master Wang's nephew would endeavor for our sect's sake. The elder's countenance fluctuated before he sighed. Since you have no objections, I shall represent our sect in agreeing to this matter. The burly man nodded decisively at Han Li. Remarkably, he had not cast a single glance at Yin Rian, nor had he inquired about her opinion. Yin Rian's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet she remained silent. Very well, I shall accept the items. In a few days, I will personally deliver letters to the Spirit Control sect and the other sects. Han Li nodded subtly, his expression unchanging. The burly man was elated. Subsequently, the 3 members of the Ghost Spirit sect, having achieved their purpose, were disinclined to linger at the Falling Cloud sect any longer and promptly rose to take their leave. Han Li made no effort to retain them, watching as they departed. Yin Rian was the last to exit the hall, but as she reached the doorway, her steps faltered, and she cast a complex glance back at Han Li. Her lips parted slightly, yet ultimately, no words emerged. With a soft sigh, she turned and left the hall without looking back. Observing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated the 3 treasures on the table. Falling into a deep silence, after the 3 members of the Ghost Spirit sect exited the Falling Cloud sect, they transformed into 3 streaks of light and embarked on their journey home. However, just after departing from the confines of the Yunming mountain range, the elderly man of the Zhang surname suddenly let out a sigh and turned to the burly man in yellow robes beside him. Inquiring, Brother Yin, Must we truly take action against Master Wang's nephew, Brother Zhong? It is not that Yin wishes to eradicate entirely, but the terms have been explicitly laid out by the other party, leaving no room for ambiguity on our part. They have not requested that we target the entire Wang family. After all, your descendants are not limited to Wang Chan alone, and thus the Wang family will not face extinction. For this individual, such terms are relatively lenient. After all, the Wang family has deeply offended them in the past. It is said that Wang Chan almost took their life before they had fully realized their path. Given this context, it is no wonder that this individual is reluctant to let go easily. In my opinion, we might as well seize this opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the Wang family's disciples within our sect. Otherwise, if this individual harbors dissatisfaction towards our sect, even if they do not voice it, we would suffer greatly. The burly man in yellow boldly articulated. The old man's face displayed a hint of hesitation. Yenner, it seems you may have to endure some grievances this time. You must have anticipated such an outcome when the marriage pact with the Wang family was established. Fortunately, you have now advanced to the nascent soul stage, while Wang Chan has failed in his advancement and is thus unworthy of you. Moreover, when the Wang family suddenly struck against our Yin family, aside from myself, who was secretly cultivating outside, nearly all high-ranking cultivators were placed under constraint by the Wang family, including you. Since Wang Chan has yet to express any sentiments of marital affection, why should you still consider him? The burly man turned his head but spoke with an apologetic tone to the ever-silent Yin Rian. Dear cousin, you must surely understand my words. Yet we were once married. She replied, how could I so readily express agreement? Upon returning, I shall enter seclusion for a century, no longer concerning myself with matters of the sect. Regardless of how you handle the Wang family and Wang Chan, you need not inform me. Yin Rian spoke coolly, and in the next instant, her figure flickered and accelerated, leaving the man and the elder far behind. Seeing this, the burly man wore a look of helplessness. I shall not press further. As long as it truly benefits our sect, let the affairs of the Wang family be handled according to Brother Yan's intentions. After much contemplation, the Zhong surname elder ultimately acquiesced to the burly man's suggestion. Rest assured, Brother Zhong, I possess discretion in my actions and will not overstep, the burly man exclaimed with delight. The elder merely shook his head, refraining from further comments. Appearing somewhat discontented, the Yin surname man took no offense, knowing well that his senior had a much longer acquaintance with Wang Chan and his father than with himself, making such a reaction rather normal. However, it is indeed a pity to give away a treasure such as the Gathering Spirit Pearl. The burly man lamented after his initial excitement. A pity. Do you truly believe this Gathering Spirit Pearl belongs to our sect? The Zhong surname elder retorted with a cold laugh, uttering words that left the burly man astonished. What do you mean by that? Wasn't this pearl taken from our sect's treasury by you? Brother, the burly man queried, bewildered. Whether this treasure originally belonged to our sect, I am unsure, but what I can confirm is that this item was personally delivered to me by the old demon of Huan. Without a doubt, the elderly man bearing the surname Zhong chuckled softly and remarked, the Huan old demon? Upon hearing this, the robust figure clad in yellow was rendered utterly speechless. Indeed, not long ago, this old demon had unexpectedly approached me, presenting this orb as a relic once lent to the Huan sect by our esteemed order, subtly suggesting that the only one capable of alleviating our sect's peril was none other than Elder Han of the Luoyun sect, and that this item would serve as the most fitting token to persuade him to act. What is this, Brother Yin? Do you find it too incredulous? The elder spoke with profound significance. Even if this orb were genuinely an artifact of our sect, how could the Huan old demon possess such goodwill to return it? Could it be that the Gathering Spirit Orb harbors some hidden flaw? The burly man in yellow, quick to react, suddenly turned pale. The orb is devoid of any issues. I have meticulously examined it numerous times, and in both efficacy and appearance, it is indistinguishable from the legendary Mu Lingzhu, beyond any doubt. The orb itself is certainly not the problem. Otherwise, why would I rashly heed his words? The elder gravely shook his head. Yet, it is inconceivable that the old demon would engage in such futile endeavors. Brother Zhong should deliberate with us prior to taking action. Should this matter prove precarious, it could very well invite the annihilation of our sect. The expression of the burly man shifted dramatically, losing its earlier composure as he grew increasingly agitated. If we do not proceed as the old demon advises, what other treasures could possibly persuade this foremost cultivator of Tiannan to intervene? As for the failure to consult with my junior brother beforehand, what use is there in discussing it now? Beyond this method, does our sect possess any alternative avenues? If we did, we would not be here, anxiously seeking out the Luoyun sect. The elder bearing the surname Zhong scoffed softly. Upon hearing this, the man in yellow remained furrowed in thought. Rendered momentarily speechless. Very well, the orb has already been dispatched. Even if we wish to retract our steps, it is too late. As long as the orb itself poses no threat, we shall not be implicated in any ensuing troubles. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the cultivator from the Yin family could only find solace in such reasoning. Indeed, Brother Yan's assertion holds merit. The gathering spirit orb has been renowned since ancient times as an extraordinary treasure. After so many years, should any issues arise, we can easily absolve ourselves of responsibility. Furthermore, even at that moment, this foremost cultivator of Tian himself affirmed the orb's authenticity, further distancing our sect from any potential repercussions. An icy smile flickered in the elder Zhong's eyes. Fine. Given the circumstances, we must resign ourselves to this line of thought. However, for the sake of caution, once our sect transcends this tribulation and establishes a new foundation, we shall immediately seal the mountain and close our doors for a century. The man in yellow pondered in silence for a moment before reluctantly conceding, Indeed, brother, your words bear great wisdom. We shall proceed as you suggest. The elder Zhang nodded in agreement, expressing his profound endorsement. The two elders from the ghost spirit sect, lacking further interest in the matter, hastened their pace, two streaks of light darting off in pursuit of the rapidly disappearing Yin Rian. Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of the Hahuan sect, deep within the obscured Tianyang pool shrouded in dense gray mist, a figure sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, murmuring softly to himself, considering the passage of time. That treasure should soon find its way into the hands of that lad surnamed Han. The Muling Zhu. With this extraordinary artifact, your cultivation speed may indeed accelerate significantly. But when it comes to breaking through the bottleneck of the transformation god stage, as he spoke, the man could not help but break into a sinister chuckle. Chapter 1195, The Wood-Generated Pearl Within the Esteemed Guibin Tower. Han Li toyed with the wood spirit pearl for a moment, contemplating whether to store it alongside the other two treasures. Han Daoyu, do you truly intend to leave this pearl behind? What? Is there something wrong with this gathering spirit pearl? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. The pearl itself poses no inherent issues. However, are you aware that the gathering spirit pearl is actually a type of flawed, semi-finished treasure? Relying solely on this pearl for cultivation may indeed yield rapid advancements in the early stages, propelling your magical powers forward with astonishing speed. Yet, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation and encountering a bottleneck, you will inevitably discover its drawbacks. For high-level cultivators utilizing this pearl, breaking through such barriers becomes exponentially more challenging than for others. While your progress may surge by absorbing a singular type of spiritual energy, it concurrently weakens your sensitivity to other forms of spiritual essence. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, this drawback may not be immediately apparent. However, for someone like you, who must attune to various forms of heavenly and earthly energies to advance, the costs far outweigh the benefits. Thus, while the gathering spirit pearl possesses its peculiarities, it is primarily employed by lower-tier disciples with mediocre aptitude for rapid cultivation, and seasoned practitioners would never engage in such hasty endeavors. The young man explained meticulously. Is this truly the case? So, this treasure may hinder my advancement to the transformation stage, rendering it utterly useless to me. Han Li remarked, his expression shifting as he gazed at the vibrant, emerald pearl in his hand, a flicker of anger crossing his visage. Didn't I just mention, this pearl is merely a semi-finished product. If you can procure rare wood element materials, you could transform it into another treasure, the wood-generated pearl. Though this pearl cannot hasten your cultivation, once fully refined, it grants you the ability to wield the miraculous power of an indestructible body. In critical moments, it could very well save your life, the young man said languidly. An indestructible body. Han Li was taken aback upon hearing this. He had long envied such powers, having only witnessed them in formidable, legendary beasts, ancient demons, in the bodies of fearsome, corrupted entities. He had never heard of a human cultivator able to cultivate such an ability. Indeed, a single wood-generated pearl could enable you to manifest the indestructible body once. During its activation, even if your head were to sever from your body, you could restore yourself to your original state. The young man chuckled softly. Such a phenomenon exists, but if it can only be utilized once, wouldn't that render it a consumable treasure? Han Li mused, his intrigue tempered by skepticism. Manifesting the indestructible body just once could save your life in certain perilous situations. What more could you desire? Furthermore, aside from the wood spirit pearl, gathering the other required materials is likely a formidable challenge in the human realm, and whether you can successfully refine it remains uncertain. The young man huffed in discontent. What materials are needed? I actually have quite a collection of wood element materials, Hanli replied nonchalantly with a smile. I will provide you with a copy of the materials list. However, in exchange for the method of refinement, I shall require certain items from you, the young man stated candidly, laying out his conditions. Oh, what does my esteemed friend Tianlan desire? Please, do not hesitate to express your wishes. Upon hearing the youth's words, Hanli felt a sense of relief wash over him. If the celestial beast were to freely divulge the methods of alchemy without seeking any form of recompense, he would indeed be compelled to harbor suspicions. Although their prior interactions had fostered a semblance of camaraderie due to the tribulations of the Thunder Tribulation, the chasm between human and demon remained vast, with their relationship primarily tethered by mutual interests. A sliver of caution lingered in his heart. He had no illusions that the minor favors exchanged between them would cultivate genuine trust. The assistance offered was likely a consequence of the celestial cauldron being under his control, rendering it incapable of independent action, thus necessitating a display of humility. My requests are modest, the youth continued. Though I have successfully transformed, I still require certain spiritual herbs to solidify my realm. Given Brother Han's esteemed position in Tiannan, I trust acquiring these herbs would be effortless. Very well, Hanli replied, after a brief moment of contemplation. Please inscribe the items you require alongside the alchemical methods. Agreed. Once you return to your abode, I shall present you with the list of materials and the alchemical formula, the youth replied, clearly pleased with Hanli's straightforwardness. With a smile, Hanli placed the wood spirit pearl back into its wooden box. Then with a swift motion, he stored the three treasures into his storage pouch. Do you think the ghost spirit sect is aware of the drawbacks of the wood spirit pearl? Hanli inquired, his gaze suddenly turning cold. This is hard to ascertain. From your previous remarks, it appears this pearl was abandoned by ancient cultivators long ago, and its drawbacks have not been passed down through the ages. If any cultivators of the wood attribute within the ghost spirit sect have utilized this pearl, they might discern its disadvantages. If not, it would be impossible to detect any issues based solely on the pearl itself. Are you suggesting that those three individuals intentionally employed this pearl to hinder your ascension to the divine transformation? The youth quickly grasped the implication. I had considered this possibility before, but upon further reflection, it seems the ghost spirit sect lacks the motive to act thus. After all, merely obstructing my ascension to the divine transformation would not serve their interests, even if I remain at the nascent soul stage. I am still the foremost cultivator in Tiannan. Are they not concerned that I might eventually uncover the truth and, in my wrath, obliterate the ghost spirit sect? There must be more to this than meets the eye. He pondered. If they could manipulate the ghost spirit sect in such a manner, the orchestrators behind this scheme are likely local cultivators of Tiannan. As for preventing my ascension, what difference would it make to others? Even without the divine transformation, none in Tiannan could rival me. The sole consequence of my stagnation would be the inability to extend my lifespan, remaining tethered to a mere 1,000 years. Consequently, the time during which Luoyan's sect suppresses the other sects in Tiannan would be significantly curtailed. However, for the average sect, it matters not who claims the title of the foremost sect in Tiannan. Only a handful of sects would possess the interest to intervene, likely comprising the likes of the Hui sect, Hahuan sect, or possibly a clandestine alliance among them. Hanli stroked his chin, his thoughts racing in analysis. Your insights have illuminated what was once mere threads of suspicion. Do you believe the other three late-stage nascent soul cultivators are involved in this matter? The youth's analysis of Hanli left him somewhat stunned. And after a prolonged silence, he let out a wry smile and remarked, perhaps, but this remains merely conjecture. Who can truly ascertain the nature of the truth? I cannot claim to possess a great deal of certainty. Hanli rose from his seat, pacing a few steps in the hall before glancing upwards at the ceiling, sneering as he spoke. If one wishes to uncover the truth, it is not overly complicated. Simply capture those three individuals and employ the soul-searching technique. The answers would soon be revealed. The youth chuckled softly, offering this suggestion. While capturing them is indeed a simple task, the outcome is not guaranteed. Even if the truth is unveiled, without concrete evidence, I would hesitate to act against any sect. Moreover, capturing 3 Yuanian cultivators from the ghost spirit sect would only render me a target. Though I bear the title of the foremost cultivator in Southern Heaven, which commands respect, it likely has also bred envy and animosity among many. Others may seize this opportunity to galvanize the entire Southern Heaven cultivation community against me. At that point, no matter how formidable I am, it would be futile to confront the entirety of the Southern Heaven cultivation world alone. Such precedents have not been absent in Southern Heaven. A flicker of sternness crossed Hanli's face. But after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Young lad, you are being overly cautious. If it were up to my disposition during my time in the spirit world, However, I shall leave this matter to your discretion. As long as you can safeguard your own life, I shall refrain from interference. The youth replied languidly. Fear not. Now that I am aware of the lurking malice, I shall exercise caution. It is best to feign ignorance in this matter. If they choose to cease their actions, then so be it. Should they resort to insidious tactics against me once more, I shall surely uncover their missteps. Once I possess undeniable evidence, they will inevitably understand the gravity of their predicament. Han Li's demeanor remained tranquil, yet the icy chill in his words was unmistakable to anyone listening. This time, the youth merely chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Han Li lingered in the hall for a moment longer before finally exiting the VIP building. Raising his gaze towards another pavilion not far off, his brow furrowing slightly. As for Han Yunji, what could the young lady Dong Xian'er want with me? Their past interactions had not been particularly amicable. Despite her enchanting beauty, she had not left a favorable impression on him. However, Han Li was also troubled by a lingering question. He recalled that a former disciple of the Hehuan sect had once informed him that after Dong Xian'er achieved her golden core, she had actively sought him out for some time. What could this possibly signify? Han Li stared at the distant pavilion, his gaze shifting a few times before he gradually made his way over. Upon entering the pavilion, he found two seemingly youthful and beautiful female cultivators, one standing and the other seated, both enveloped in silence. The seated one wore a yellow robe, her features delicate and charming, exuding the gentle grace of a refined lady, while the standing one donned a white robe, her beauty striking yet tinged with a hint of weariness that, paradoxically, only enhanced her allure. The moment Han Li arrived, both women turned to regard him simultaneously. It is quite unexpected to see both of you here together, esteemed friends, Han Li remarked. Yet, as you are both acquaintances of mine, I find it truly poignant to meet once again today. Han Li took a few steps towards the two individuals, casting a glance over them, his face adorned with a faint smile. Brother Han. No. Senior Han, I hope my visit has not caused you any trouble. The woman in the yellow dress exclaimed with surprise flickering in her dark eyes as she hastily rose, somewhat flustered. Chapter 1196. The Two Women. As for Dong Xian'er, clad in white, her crimson lips moved several times, yet ultimately she refrained from speaking, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, seemingly a mixture of excitement and joy. Miss Han, your presence here brings me great delight. I could hardly consider it a nuisance, and there is no need for you to address me as senior. Simply calling me Brother Han will suffice. It appears you have achieved considerable progress, reaching the mid-stage of the core formation. It seems that advancing to the later stage is merely a matter of time, Han Li remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the woman in yellow felt a blush creep across her cheeks. But she quickly nodded in delight. I actually came this time to express my gratitude to Brother Han for sparing my life on 2 occasions in the past. Had I fallen into the hands of other cultivators, I likely would not have survived either encounter, Yunji said softly, filled with gratitude. It seems you have recalled the events of the bloody trial from years past and are aware of what transpired in the state of you later on. Which was orchestrated by me, Han Li replied, initially taken aback, then chuckling softly. I recently met Sister Lu Yu, who recounted those events to me. Otherwise, I would have hesitated to come and see you, Brother Han. A faint smile graced Han Yunji's lips. Strangely enough, while Han Li subconsciously regarded this girl as a younger sister, it appeared that Han Yunji harbored similar feelings toward him. After a few exchanges, she seemed to forget Han Li's current status, engaging with him in a surprisingly intimate manner filled with laughter. As their conversation unfolded, Han Li and this young woman reminisced about the events of the Tainan Small Conference and the bloody trial. Both profoundly moved by the memories. At that time, as participants in the conference, they could never have imagined their current circumstances 2 to 3 centuries later. A foundation-building cultivator back then was someone they had looked up to with reverence. By the way, this Sister Dong is someone I met during the ceremony. I heard she was once a fellow disciple of Brother Han. She has come to see you for a reason. Han Yunji suddenly recalled, turning to Dong Xian'er with a bright smile before addressing Han Li. Indeed, Miss Dong and I once trained together under the banner of Huangfeng Valley. However, it seems that her cultivation has not noticeably improved since our last hasty encounter. She appears to be stagnating, Han Li remarked, casting a casual glance at Dong Xian'er, his tone neither warm nor cold. It is your doing that I have become this way, Dong Xian'er exclaimed, her complexion oscillating between red and white. And with a sudden clenching of her teeth, she spoke to Han Li with evident anger. Han Li stood there, perplexed and bewildered. Han Yunji blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing confusion as well. Miss Dong, what do you mean by that? What does your stagnation in cultivation have to do with me? Coming back to his senses, Han Li, feeling displeased, said with a frown, if it were not for you becoming my inner demon, how could I have repeatedly failed to break through my bottleneck? remaining in the mid-stage for so many years. In an instant, Dong Xian'er momentarily forgot the disparity in status between herself and Han Li. Her voice tinged with both anger and indignation, as if a torrent of grievances were trapped within her. The heart demon, Han Li, murmured softly, his expression revealing a hint of perplexity. Years ago, during my time at Yen Family Fort, I fell into the clutches of Tian Buke, who abducted me to the Hehuan sect, where I discovered the truth of my lineage. I am, in fact, a direct descendant of the infamous Yunlu old demon of the Hehuan sect. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, I later became a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Before I was even born, the Yunlu old demon personally implanted within me a secret technique known as Imingju. Once I began to cultivate any arts related to seduction, success would come effortlessly, yielding remarkable results. Yet, the most formidable challenge lies in overcoming the heart demon. For some, it may pose no obstacles at all, akin to the ease of eating and drinking. For others, however, they might find themselves ensnared by the heart demon for a lifetime, unable to make any progress in their cultivation. Indeed, those burdened by an overwhelming heart demon may even experience a peculiar regression in their powers. With gritted teeth, Dong Xian'er asserted, "Even so, how could I possibly become your heart demon? My interactions with you, Dong Daoyu, have been minimal." After a prolonged silence, Han Li, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "How could I possibly know of such matters? Since the moment I successfully formed my core, you have frequently manifested as my heart demon during my cultivation. Although I relied on external forces to barely break through to the early stages of core formation, I found myself powerless in the mid-stages, only able to advance further by overcoming this heart demon barrier. I once consulted the Yunlu old demon, my ancestor, who explained that the reason you became my heart demon was likely due to some peculiar technique you practiced back then, which rendered you immune to my seductive arts. Furthermore, your presence during my encounter with Tian Buke left an indelible impression, solidifying your role as my heart demon. A look of unwillingness marred Dong Xian'er's features. Han Li was left utterly speechless. Upon hearing this, Han Yunji wore a look of astonishment. It is said that shortly after your core formation, you once sent someone to seek me out. If you had found me, how did you intend to confront me as your heart demon? After a moment of silence, Han Li finally regained his composure, his gaze flickering as he slowly asked, "What methods exist to deal with a heart demon?" One must either rely on personal willpower to overcome it, eliminate the embodiment of the heart demon, or perhaps resolve it. I had initially intended to employ the second method. Dong Xian'er's words faltered, and as she reached the final sentence, a sudden blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her exceptionally radiant. Upon hearing her mention of annihilation, Han Li narrowed his eyes, but after processing her words, an expression of astonishment crossed his face, followed by a hint of discomfort as a realization dawned upon him. "I understand your purpose here. You wish for me to use the secret technique of spiritual transmission to assist you in overcoming this heart demon barrier," Han Li said after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed," she replied. "Originally, during the invasion by the Mulan people, I sought your assistance upon encountering you. However, I was taken aback to find that you had already advanced to the nascent soul stage. And after a moment's hesitation, I missed the opportunity." Dong Xian'er's demeanor returned to normal as she candidly acknowledged, "You are so certain, Dong Daoyu. I shall certainly assist you." Han Li responded with a light chuckle. "You are now the foremost cultivator in Tiannan. I cannot be certain whether you would deign to assist a mere core formation cultivator such as myself. However, if I wish to advance to the nascent soul stage within my lifetime, this is the only path left for me, and I must give it a try," Dong Xian'er said, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. "Although our past interactions were not entirely pleasant, we have shared the bond of being fellow disciples. Since the heart demon arose because of me, assisting you in overcoming this psychological hurdle is trivial for me now. I am willing to lend you my aid once," Han Li said slowly. "Really?" Dong Xian'er's face brightened with joy. "Assisting you in overcoming the heart demon is of little consequence to me now. How could I deceive you with empty words? However, once this matter is resolved, there shall be no further ties between me and Fairy Dong. From now on, you must take care of yourself," Han Li said, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes. "I am immensely grateful for your willingness to help, Han Daoist. I shall harbor no further fanciful thoughts." Dong Xian'er's complexion paled suddenly, and after a moment of silence, she replied with a blank expression, "Very well, Dong Daoist, rest here for 3 days. I shall return to this tower after 3 days to assist you in overcoming the heart demon," Han Li stated calmly. Dong Xian'er nodded indifferently, choosing to say no more. Subsequently, Han Li conversed with Han Yunji for a while longer, encouraging her to stay at the Falling Cloud sect for a few more days to enjoy herself. Before finally bidding farewell and departing the loft. 5 days later, Dong Xian'er and Han Yunji left the Fallen Clouds sect in succession, returning to the Spirit Control sect and the Harmony sect, respectively. By this time, with Han Li's assistance, Dong Xian'er had finally overcome her heart demon, paving the way for her future advancement to the later stages of the core formation realm without obstacles. As for Han Yunji, in addition to several treasures and a few bottles of elixirs gifted by Han Li, she also carried a letter addressed to the Grand Elder of the Spirit Control sect. When Han Li descended like a green rainbow before his cave dwelling, he was greeted by a graceful woman in a flowing palace dress, who awaited him with a smile upon seeing Han Li arrive. She gently remarked, "So, Yunji has already departed. You could have kept her a little longer. No need for that. The time we spent together was sufficient to resolve my feelings regarding Yunji," Han Li replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "By the way, I have just received news about another of your beloveds. The woman named Ziling successfully condensed her nascent soul several years ago and has since set off to travel through the Great Gene. It may be quite some time before you see her again," Nangong once said with a knowing smile. Given Ziling's aptitude, condensing her nascent soul is hardly remarkable. Whether she is in the southern skies is inconsequential. If fate allows, we shall meet again. In a few days, once the batch of refining materials I require arrives, I plan to enter seclusion to refine my skills to the peak of the nascent soul late stage, and then thoroughly master the Great Yin technique, ultimately merging the 5 extreme cold flames with the 5 elemental magic of unity. Han Li said, smiling at his beloved wife. "That sounds wonderful. I too wish to strive for the late nascent soul stage. May the day we emerge from our seclusion be the day we achieve great success together," Nangong replied with a charming smile, her demeanor exceptionally enchanting. "Haha. I sincerely hope it unfolds as you say. Wanner. However, for the next few days, you should accompany me for a few nights," Han Li said, a strange expression suddenly appearing on his face as he cast a lingering glance at the enchanting curves of the young woman before him. "Bah, when did you become so glib-tongued?" exclaimed the elegantly dressed matron, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, her expression danced between joy and reproach, her bright eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Glib-tongued. This marked the first occasion in my life that someone has dared to describe me, Han Li, in such a manner. Presumably, in this lifetime, I shall reserve my flattery solely for you. Han Li raised his head and let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating into the heavens, echoing through the surrounding peaks. In a cave within the Zifeng, a young girl, about 14 or 15 years of age, was engrossed in a jade slip when she heard Han Li's laughter. She tilted her head to listen for a moment. And suddenly, a sweet smile graced her lips, revealing a knowing expression. Chapter 1197, Seclusion within the secret chamber of the Zima Peak in the Yumeng mountain range. A hazy white mist enveloped the surroundings. In the center of the chamber, a figure radiating azure light sat cross-legged, while 5 skeletal figures, as white as jade, similarly sat in a circle around him. These skeletons were shrouded in a faint grayish-white demonic aura, their mouths slightly agape, revealing flickering flames of black, white, blue, yellow, and green. The azure figure, with hands gently clasped before his chest, also bore a faint yet dazzling purple flame that flickered intermittently between his hands. It was none other than Han Li, who had been in seclusion for an indeterminate number of years. Suddenly, a flash of silver light danced across the wall, and an azure figure emerged mysteriously from the barrier. Standing silently to the side, after a considerable pause, Han Li opened his mouth, and the blinding purple flame transformed into a slender violet thread, which was immediately drawn into his mouth. Conversely, the 5 skeletons' mouths snapped shut as their flames vanished in an instant, their grayish-white demonic aura swiftly dissipating, leaving their pristine bones to adopt a hue akin to the vanished flames. At this moment, Han Li slowly opened his eyes, yet his expression was one of bewilderment. After a significant interval, clarity returned to his gaze. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes falling upon the azure figure beside him, and his brows furrowed slightly. This azure figure was none other than the humanoid puppet he had maintained outside his cave for independent activities. Over the years, apart from periodic synchronization with the second nascent soul overseeing the puppet, he had allowed it to manage everything within the cave. Its sudden appearance now indicated a matter of great importance that required his personal judgment. Han Li felt a tinge of curiosity, with the second nascent soul possessing the capabilities of a formidable cultivator. What could be so pressing that it could not make a decision? He promptly directed his consciousness into the humanoid puppet, initiating a synchronization with the second nascent soul's awareness. After a quarter of an hour, a peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face. The previously motionless humanoid puppet raised its hand and retrieved an object from its waist pouch, calmly offering it to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li accepted it, discovering that it was a fragment of a jade talisman, roughly the size of a palm, upon infusing it with a modicum of spiritual energy. Countless blood-red characters emerged densely upon the talisman's surface. After a brief observation, Han Li's face donned a contemplative expression. Daoist Tianlan, you too have awakened, I presume. Our seclusion has indeed lasted quite some time. Has it not? He spoke in a deep voice, though his words came out somewhat stilted due to his long silence. However, a mere 130 years, 2 cycles of the zodiac, hardly constitutes an eternity. How is it that you are departing now? Your cold flame heart demon is at a pivotal stage of cultivation. It requires merely another decade or so to truly refine the 5 kinds of extreme cold flames. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave at this moment? A sudden inspiration struck, and a small cauldron flew from Han Li's sleeve, spiraling before him to hover in the air, revealing the figure of a young boy atop it. This little demon now appeared to be 2 or 3 years older, shaking his head as he spoke. It is indeed regrettable, but all that matters is returning to continue the refinement. However, this talisman from the vast distances carries news from the chaotic star sea. I once made a transaction with the twin saints of the heavenly star. It seems that Ling Yuling is in trouble now, and I cannot turn a blind eye to it. Han Li shook his head gently. The twin saints of the heavenly star? Are they not the couple from the chaotic star sea in their later years? I once glimpsed their aura through secret arts while in the cauldron. Although their magical power was considerable, their vitality seemed diminished, as if their lifespans were nearing their end. Even had they remained untroubled, they would likely have already passed on by now. Otherwise, with such a couple in place, why would there be a need to seek your assistance? The boy remarked, his eyes glinting with insight. From the news sent by Ling Yuling, there was indeed no mention of the twin saints, which suggests they are likely no longer among the living. However, this presents an opportunity. I have a profound interest in the Yuan magnetic divine light of the Star Palace. Some years ago, the twin saints provided me with several methods useful for advancing to the divine transformation stage, which I have researched thoroughly. Other methods proved unreliable, but mastering the Yuan magnetic divine light is genuinely beneficial for breaking through the divine transformation bottleneck. This journey may allow me to acquire the methods of cultivation. Han Li spoke slowly. I have not heard of such a technique. The Yuan magnetic divine light, in the spirit realm. It is likely a unique creation of the cultivators in this realm. However, dear friend, do you not think that pursuing this technique may distract you somewhat? Exercise caution, lest it hinder your path to the Tao. The boy cautioned. I am well aware of what I am doing. Before I cultivate this Yuan magnetic divine light, I will first refine my magical power to the later stage of completion, attempting to break through the bottleneck of divine transformation using the extreme cold flames. Should I succeed, it would be ideal. If not, I will have no choice but to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light, as I possess no other means to advance to divine transformation. Han Li spoke gravely. If you say so, I cannot argue further. However, although I am familiar with many methods for breaking through to divine transformation, the spiritual energy in this place is far too sparse for them to be effective. By the way, how has your cultivation progressed over the past century? It seems your magical power has increased significantly, the boy inquired, his gaze sweeping over Han Li's form. Though there has been some improvement in my magical power, I am still far from achieving the later stage of completion. I estimate it will require at least another 50 or 60 years of arduous practice. This is primarily the result of continuously consuming various spirit pills. Relying solely on meditation and hard work, I fear that even a century would not suffice to reach this level. Han Li sighed. At this moment, he recalled the Crimson Cloud pill he had crafted years ago in that mysterious medicinal garden space. If only I could have a sufficient quantity of this spirit pill, I could compress my cultivation time severalfold. Unfortunately, the particular spirit herb required for the Crimson Cloud pill has been nearly exhausted, and I cannot transplant it from that space for further growth. The other pills I have been taking offer limited assistance from my current realm and do not satisfy my needs. Nevertheless, I have not wasted the green night from the mysterious small vial over these years. On the foundation of fulfilling the requirements for elixir refinement, he utilized the remaining spiritual liquid to cleanse the spiritual eyes and accelerate the growth of the spirit insects. However, the cleansing of the spiritual eyes ceased after more than 20 years, as the repeated purifications rendered the luminous spiritual water utterly ineffective. Continuing the process would merely waste the precious green liquid. Nonetheless, Han Li's spiritual eyes had transformed immensely compared to their former state. Infused with formidable spiritual power, they could not only penetrate clouds and mist but, when exerted to their fullest extent, allowed him to perceive objects from 1,000 zhang away with crystal clarity, as if they were mere arm's length away. In such a scenario, should he find himself within a barrier that obstructed spiritual consciousness, this ability proved exceedingly practical. After a century of cultivation, the six-winged frost centipede had finally evolved a second pair of wings, elevating its powers from that of a fifth-level demon beast to the pinnacle of seventh-level mastery, enabling it to harness the forces of wind and snow simultaneously. When all 12 centipedes unleashed their powers, they could transform the earth over 10 miles into a glacial expanse in an instant. The batch of gold-devouring insects that Han Li had meticulously nurtured showed no signs of advancement. Although he possessed the final step technique borrowed from the celestial lawn saints to hasten their growth using the 5 elemental spiritual energies, it was evident that they had yet to reach the proper stage for its application. It seemed these spirit insects would require many more years of cultivation. As for the earth-armored dragon procured from the Great Jane, renowned for its ability to locate rare celestial materials, it was contentedly cultivating within the cave abode after consuming a substantial quantity of demon cores, though it was still far from breaking through to the 8th level transformation. In terms of cultivation techniques, while practicing the Qing Yuan sword technique, Han Li also delved into the Great Yin technique. Whether due to a transformation in his spiritual roots or a remarkable innate talent for spiritual consciousness training, he unexpectedly advanced the Great Yin technique to its final layer, seemingly with greater ease than the earlier stages. Consequently, his spiritual awareness had grown significantly stronger than before. Should he complete the final layer, his mental prowess would rival that of even the transformation of spirit practitioners. Beyond his mental faculties, Han Li's physical form had become astonishingly formidable. To complement his training in the Swift Wind 9 transformations, he had successfully cultivated the 3rd layer of the Ming Wang technique. Although it did not consume much time, the arduous nature of the training and the immense suffering nearly led Han Li to abandon his efforts midway. It was no wonder that even in the spirit realm, few managed to reach the 3rd layer or beyond. However, upon achieving mastery of the 3rd layer of this technique, the strength of his body, having undergone a profound transformation, far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He could now withstand the attacks of ordinary magical artifacts without the need for protective spiritual light, emerging unscathed. As for the training in Swift Wind 9 transformations, it was remarkably straightforward. He comprehended it thoroughly in just over a year and could now wield it at will. During his seclusion, Han Li also crafted several treasures. The first to be refined was the Wood Life Pearl, capable of invoking the indestructible body technique. This precious pearl required the most crucial auxiliary materials, namely the soul-nourishing wood and the spirit-effective tree, which were exceedingly rare in the human realm but posed no challenge for Han Li. Consequently, he effortlessly crafted the Wood Life Pearl and integrated it into his being. Certainly, aside from this precious pearl, during his seclusion, he also took the opportunity to refine a pair of venomous pincers from the two-tailed human-faced scorpion and those fire dragon pillars obtained from Kunwa Mountain into 2 formidable magical artifacts. Han Li silently reflected on the gains from this period of seclusion. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, an obsidian vial was cast forth as he chanted incantations. Instantly, 5 nearby skeletons trembled, and grayish-white demonic energy surged forth, transforming into 5 ghostly heads the size of wheels, spewing forth infernal flames in a ghastly manner. Swiftly, Han Li raised his hand and unleashed a spell. The ghostly heads spun rapidly, swiftly shrinking to the size of fists, before being engulfed by a radiant light emitted from the obsidian vial. Han Li retracted the vial, his figure swaying as he stood upright. He waved his long sleeve towards the white light of the stone chamber, and with a flicker of spiritual energy, the chamber's prohibition swiftly crumbled and vanished, revealing the stone door at the entrance. Han Li approached expressionlessly, while the human-shaped puppet in the secret chamber vanished in a flash of silver light. Chapter 1198. Message from the Star Palace in the central region of Tiannan. The cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom has witnessed a series of conflicts over the past few centuries. Initially, the 6 sects of the Yu Kingdom were vanquished by the demonic path, leading to a fierce struggle among several demonic sects for control over the Yu Kingdom, ultimately resulting in the triumph of the Ghost Spirit sect. However, a century ago, taking advantage of the Ghost Spirit sect's diminished strength due to the incident at the Devil's Abyss, the Yuling sect suddenly allied with several other sects to launch a surprise attack, forcing the Ghost Spirit sect out of the Yu Kingdom. Presently, the Yu Kingdom is jointly divided among several sects led by the Yuling sect, which has independently claimed nearly half of the spiritual veins and mines in the kingdom. Deep within a certain mine located underground in a vast gorge, the Yuling sect occupies a rich vein of spirit stones. This mine, once abundant in spirit stone reserves, has gradually depleted after centuries of relentless excavation by the 6 sects of the Yu Kingdom and the Ghost Spirit sect, now standing in a state of semi-abandonment. Currently, aside from 2 low-level Qi refining disciples tasked with guarding the site, no other cultivators remain. 1 day. The Tu Yuling sect disciples were conversing idly at the entrance of the mine about various happenings within their sect. While above them, a green figure silently infiltrated underground using earth escape technique, directly appearing in an inconspicuous cave at the deepest part of the mine. Throughout this time, the Tu Yuling sect disciples remained completely unaware. With a flash of yellow light, the figure revealed itself to be an unremarkable young man. He cast a glance at the empty corner of the cave, a faint smile gracing his lips. This individual was none other than Han Li, who had traveled from the Shi country to this location. A month prior, after emerging from his seclusion in the Shi country, he had not encountered the woman he had been somewhat concerned about. Nangong Wan. Unlike Han Li, during her more than a century of seclusion, she had emerged several times to wander around Tiannan for an extended period, honing her temperament. When Han Li emerged, however, Nangong Wan had re-entered the secret chamber several years earlier to continue her next phase of cultivation. Though Han Li felt a tinge of regret, he would not disturb her. Instead, he sent her a sound transmission talisman to inform her of his impending journey before visiting Lu Luo and Lu Yu at the Luoyun sect. Upon their first encounter with Han Li, the two individuals were naturally filled with immense joy. Over the years, through their vigorous efforts, the influence of the Luoyun sect had soared to unprecedented heights, establishing itself as one of the most formidable sects in all of Tiannan. Moreover, the young woman from the Baifeng Peak, bearing the surname Song, had successfully condensed her Yuan-ing over the past century, becoming the fourth Yuan-ing cultivator of the Luoyun sect. Han Li felt a flicker of happiness at this news. However, what surprised him even more was that, after many years of searching, the Song woman had finally found a disciple with an exceptionally powerful divine since over a decade ago. Due to Han Li's seclusion, this individual had merely been cultivating within the sect, and it was said that he possessed commendable spiritual roots, being a dual attribute cultivator. Intrigued, Han Li immediately summoned this disciple. To his astonishment, the young man was a somewhat frail yet strikingly handsome lad of around 16 or 17 years of age. Han Li personally assessed the youth, and indeed, the young man's divine sense was extraordinarily potent, nearly double that of his peers. Most importantly, the boy displayed a remarkably honest and composed disposition, which greatly pleased Han Li. Without beating around the bush, he directly inquired whether the youth would be willing to take him as his master. The boy, named Shi Jian, was already aware of Han Li's identity, and upon hearing that the renowned cultivator of Tiannan wished to accept him as a disciple, he was overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt and bowed to Han Li, immediately pledging himself as his apprentice. Han Li let out a hearty laugh and took the young man back to the Zimu Peak, where he established a cave dwelling for Shi Jian on another subordinate peak. He even made a copy of the Great Yin treasure scripture for him, besides urging the youth to diligently practice the Great Yin decision. Han Li allowed him to choose other techniques from the scripture for his cultivation without further interference. Given the exceptional talents of the Great Yin divine monarch, the scripture contained numerous profound techniques and secrets. Of course, Han Li also provided this disciple, who was still in the Qi refinement stage, with a sufficient supply of medicinal pills and summoned the young girl Tian Qiner, who had also become his disciple, to guide Shi Jian in his cultivation for a period of time. Speaking of which, although Tian Qiner possessed the dragon's roar physique, and her cultivation had been intermittent, with the ample support of medicinal pills provided by the humanoid puppet, she had finally reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment over the past century. It seemed that Han Li's predictions were indeed coming to fruition. The possibility of her forming a Dan was not entirely out of reach. With the acceptance of the young boy, Han Li's long-standing concern finally found resolution. When the Great Yin divine monarch passed away, he had entrusted Han Li with the task of finding a disciple to carry on the legacy of the Great Yin treasure scripture. Han Li planned to bestow several powerful treasures upon the young man once he reached the Dan formation level, sending him to the far western lands to seize the position of the leader of the Qian Bamboo sect and inherit the legacy of the Great Yin divine monarch. As for Mu Peeling, who also resided on a subordinate peak, her cultivation had significantly advanced after practicing the secret techniques of the Yin Wei sect taught by Nangong Wan, allowing her to reach the late stage of Dan formation. She was currently engrossed in closed-door cultivation, striving to perfect her magical power in hopes of soon breaking through to the Yuaning realm. Han Li held little optimism for her future development. It was not that Mu Peeling lacked talent. Rather, every Yuaning cultivator who condensed a Yuaning had their own unique opportunities and fortunes. Even though Mu Peeling was exceptionally diligent in her cultivation, without any extraordinary encounters, her hopes of advancing to Yuaning were likely as slim as those of other cultivators. When Han Li had meticulously arranged all matters within the sect and attended to every detail of his own cave dwelling, he left the Yuming mountain range without further hesitation, making his way towards the kingdom of Yu. After all, judging from the news conveyed by Ling Yuling, The situation at the Star Palace was indeed dire, seemingly overwhelmed by the Reverse Star Alliance. Otherwise, there would be no need to employ the long-distance talisman to seek his assistance. Hanli had no desire to arrive in the Chaos Star Sea only to find that the person he was meant to rescue had already perished. Now, he found himself once more in the underground cavern of the ancient teleportation array. Although he had deliberately destroyed the array upon his last return, he had meticulously memorized its layout, as long as he rearranged the teleportation array in its original position. He could easily return to the Chaos Star Sea. What reassured Hanli even more was that only 2 Chi refinement stage juniors remained to guard the area, with a mere application of a concealment technique. He could effortlessly evade their notice, ensuring that the anomalies of the location would go undetected. Contemplating this, Hanli promptly grasped the storage bag at his waist and summoned it into the air. The bag spun gracefully at a low altitude before its mouth inverted, releasing a billowing mist of white light towards the ground. Once the ethereal glow subsided, a towering pile of materials, nearly half a person's height, suddenly appeared on the ground, predominantly composed of various rare stones and spiritual jades. With a stoic expression, Hanli gestured again towards the sky, and the storage bag emitted a flash of white light once more. This time, it unleashed a dozen magic flags and several magical discs, each floating in midair, shimmering with colors of diverse spiritual light. Chanting incantations, Hanli gently waved his sleeve towards these array-forming devices. Instantly, these magical artifacts transformed into beams of colorful light, vanishing into the cavern's surroundings in a flurry. Subsequently, a thick cloud of white mist erupted within the cavern, swiftly enveloping Hanli entirely. At this moment, should any cultivator pass by the cave's exterior, they would perceive nothing unusual, only an ordinary, empty cavern. The prohibitions generated by the formation completely obscured Hanli and the amassed array materials. With his profound understanding of formations and abundant materials at hand, Hanli busied himself within the cavern. In the span of merely 2 days, a brand new ancient teleportation array emerged in one corner of the cave. After meticulously inspecting the formation, he cast a spell, and a flash of white light illuminated the center of the array, producing a series of low hums. Soon after, spiritual lights flickered throughout the array, only to gradually dim moments later. It appeared that the teleportation array on the other side was functioning perfectly, ready for use. Hanli felt a surge of joy and, with a swift motion, positioned himself upon the teleportation array. However, just as he was about to activate the formation, he cast a glance towards the cave's entrance, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Lowering his head in contemplation, he suddenly struck his waist, summoning a specific spirit beast pouch. A hissing sound erupted from the pouch as its mouth opened, unleashing a torrent of blinding snow and wind. Subsequently, 12 snow-white centipedes manifested amidst the blizzard, each spanning about a foot in length, adorned with 4 wings and exuding a menacing presence. After releasing these 6-winged frost centipedes, Hanli chanted incantations once more, directing a spell towards these spirit insects. In an instant, the centipedes shrank rapidly, transforming into the size of a palm. As they opened their mouths, a chilling gust erupted, enveloping their bodies and causing them to freeze autonomously. Moments later, a series of exceptionally crystalline ice orbs manifested before Hanli. He flicked his fingers at these orbs in rapid succession, and 12 strands of azure energy shot forth, instantly vanishing into the ice orbs without a trace. Subsequently, without the need for Hanli to cast any spells, the 12 ice orbs simultaneously plummeted to the ground, disappearing into the earth amidst a flicker of golden light. Only then did he nod slightly. With these 12 spiritual insects, equivalent to 7th-tier demon beasts, guarding him, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to easily dismantle the teleportation array here, granting him a considerable sense of relief. Without further hesitation, Hanli activated the teleportation array beneath his feet, and in a flash of white light, he vanished into thin air. After a brief bout of dizziness, Hanli materialized on a small island, countless miles away. A glance around revealed that everything remained unchanged since his departure, indicating that this secluded place had yet to be discovered by other cultivators. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, he immediately turned back and, with a swift motion, slashed the air behind him. A beam of golden light sliced through, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the teleportation array was cleaved in 2. Hanli then exited the stone chamber with an impassive expression. Moments later, an azure rainbow ascended from the island, spiraling briefly before darting towards a particular direction, vanishing beyond the horizon. Chapter 1199, The Chaos of the Star Sea. Hanli made his way directly to Star City, passing through other islands along the route. However, he soon noticed that the occasional cultivators he encountered appeared to be in a great hurry. When 2 groups of unfamiliar cultivators crossed paths, both sides instantly displayed wary expressions. the atmosphere becoming exceedingly tense. This caused Han Li's brow to furrow, as he sensed the tumultuous undercurrents within the Star S.E. As he approached the massive island housing Star City, the number of cultivators on the road gradually increased. In addition to the earlier standoffs, skirmishes began to erupt, with neither side showing any mercy, intent on annihilating the other. Initially indifferent, Han Li soon comprehended that these cultivators were largely embroiled in the conflict between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance. Although the Reverse Star Alliance seemed to hold the upper hand at present, the Star Palace had ruled the Star Sea for an extensive duration, with numerous sects deeply rooted in its legacy. While these connections might not be apparent in everyday circumstances, it was likely that they would emerge when the Star Palace faced a life-or-death crisis. This suggested that the Star Palace was indeed at a critical juncture. After all, if there existed even a slight possibility, any long-established force would be reluctant to resort to these powers. Of course, Han Li would not recklessly involve himself in the conflict between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance without first discerning the current state of chaos within the Star Sea. However, cultivators of insufficient cultivation levels often found it challenging to obtain accurate information due to their status. Thus, despite encountering numerous Foundation establishment cultivators along the way, he did not pause even for a moment. On this day, as he soared through the skies as a faint azure light, he suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor and turned to gaze into the distance. In an instant, his trajectory altered, and he shot towards the direction he had observed. With Han Li's current cultivation, when he exerted his full strength, the azure rainbow merely flickered a few times before appearing in the air over 10 miles away. After casting his gaze downward, a faint smile, tinged with irony, graced his countenance. Below, in the lower skies, a venerable elder clad in a black robe and a fierce-looking man were respectively wielding a gleaming yellow flying sword and a blue circular magical artifact. Engaged in an exhilarating duel, coincidentally, both individuals possessed cultivation levels around the mid-stage of the core formation realm, and the power of their respective artifacts seemed evenly matched, resulting in a contest of considerable parity. From Han Li's perspective, unless either party had additional treasures or secret techniques to secure a decisive victory, it would likely take at least half a day's effort to determine a winner. Furthermore, one of them would undoubtedly lack the means to truly slay the other. It was more probable that one would retreat in frustration. Han Li's peculiar appearance directly above the two combatants naturally startled the elder and the middle-aged man, causing their hand gestures to falter as they turned their gazes upwards. Upon scanning with their divine senses, both individuals' expressions shifted dramatically. Although Han Li concealed his cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul realm to avoid drawing too much attention, it was sufficient to instill awe in the two core formation practitioners. Almost simultaneously, they gestured to retract their magical artifacts, and the elder hastily bowed from a distance, inquiring with utmost respect, "I am Bishuan from Luohan Island. Esteemed senior, may I ask for your noble name? Is there something you wish to instruct me on?" The middle-aged man, equally alarmed, followed suit with repeated bows, his words laced with flattery. "Who I am is of no consequence to you both. I have simply been away from the world for an extended period and have some matters I wish to inquire about," Han Li replied, arms crossed, his tone calm. "Please do not hesitate to ask. Esteemed senior, I assure you, I shall speak candidly." Upon hearing that Han Li merely sought information, both men felt a wave of relief, and the elder promptly responded with eagerness. Acknowledging this, Han Li nodded and, without further ado, began to inquire about events that transpired in the Star Sea over the past century. Naturally, the elder and the middle-aged man assumed Han Li to be a long-secluded nascent soul elder and hurriedly began to relay the information. Firstly, the turmoil caused by the sea monsters seizing human islands and driving away human cultivators erupted shortly after his departure from the outer seas. A fierce battle broke out between human cultivators and sea monsters across several islands. Surprisingly, neither the Star Palace nor the Anti-Star Alliance dispatched many personnel to this conflict. Instead, numerous loose cultivators and various smaller sects, with vested interests, gathered considerable forces on large islands equipped with teleportation arrays to engage in combat against the sea monsters. In truth, the so-called battle was merely a defensive struggle, with human cultivators holed up on the islands, utilizing the island's restrictions to hold their ground. Those brave enough to participate in the fight were, at the very least, at the Foundation establishment stage. It was said that the total number of cultivators amassed across the islands reached tens of thousands. However, when distributed among the islands, there were still around 5,000 to 6,000 on each. As the conflict commenced, all islands found themselves besieged by an overwhelming number of lower-tier sea monsters, dousing the initial confidence of the human side with a cold reality. Consequently, they failed to hold out for more than a few days. Within merely half a month, Several islands fell one after another. It is said that from beginning to end, the high-ranking demon cultivators in the transformation phase did not even make a move. They relied solely on seemingly endless low-level demon beasts to forcefully breach numerous restrictions on the island, invading its depths. The power of the cultivators from the outer sea truly pales in comparison to that of the demon beasts, compelling humanity to retreat back to the inner sea once again, subsequently destroying the teleportation arrays leading to the outer sea and temporarily relinquishing all claims to it. This moment, the outer sea has once more become the dominion of the demon beasts. However, human cultivators would not genuinely abandon the outer sea. After several hundred or even thousands of years, humanity would likely return to the outer sea once more. The inexhaustible demon beast inner elixirs are of immense significance to the chaotic Starsea's cultivation realm. Another matter that caught Han Li's attention was the demise of the twin saints of the heavenly stars several decades ago. However, this couple did not succumb to natural death. Rather, on a certain day decades ago, they suddenly attacked the headquarters of the Reverse Star Alliance, employing the formidable might of the primordial magnetic divine light to repeatedly annihilate several nascent soul cultivators from both righteous and demonic factions. This forced Wan Sanyang and Lu Dao Jixing, who were engaged in a crucial secret discussion, to emerge in a fit of rage to confront the threat. In the eyes of these two foremost cultivators of righteousness and evil, the twin saints of the heavenly stars were unable to leave Star City due to the constraints of UNC Mountain, thus catching them off guard with their ambush. Yet, what transpired next was even more unfathomable. Upon the appearance of the two, the twin saints showed no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. Instead, they inexplicably executed some arcane secret technique, causing the primordial magnetic divine light cultivated by the two for hundreds of years to self-destruct within their bodies. The resulting devastation was so immense that it reduced a significant portion of the Reverse Star Alliance's headquarters to ashes. Lu Dao Jixing and Wan Sanyang, positioned closest to the epicenter, were unable to escape even their nascent souls, perishing instantaneously. Consequently, both the Reverse Star Alliance and the Star Palace simultaneously lost their highest-tier existences. In contrast, at that time, the Reverse Star Alliance was already at a disadvantage, with the situation deteriorating further. After all, several elder-level cultivators and a multitude of core formation practitioners from the Reverse Star Alliance perished alongside the two at their headquarters. The subsequent developments indeed unfolded as expected. In the 2 to 3 decades following the joint demise of the Twin Saints and Lu Dao Jixing, the Reverse Star Alliance was forced into a retreat under the leadership of the newly appointed Star Palace Master, Ling Yuling, losing numerous islands and territories. Had it not been for the righteous and demonic sects participating in the Reverse Star Alliance being placed on the Star Palace's hit list, gritting their teeth and enduring, the Reverse Star Alliance could very well have crumbled into oblivion. Just when it seemed the Reverse Star Alliance was truly on the brink of collapse, an unforeseen twist occurred. Wan Tianming, the leader of the 10,000 Dharma sect, unexpectedly advanced to the late nascent soul stage amidst this crisis, becoming a new formidable cultivator. This sudden turn of events dramatically shifted the dynamics of the Star Sea. As Wan Tianming, with his late nascent soul cultivation, integrated the forces of both the righteous and demonic paths, becoming the undisputed leader of the Reverse Star Alliance. In the subsequent conflicts with the Star Palace, he went on to slay several of its elders, establishing his formidable reputation. In the subsequent decades, the Star Palace, devoid of the presence of formidable cultivators, found itself unable to withstand the proactive assaults of Wan Tianming. Allowing the forces of the Anti-Star Alliance to regain their strength, they gradually encroached upon the islands surrounding the Star Palace, and before long, the situation deteriorated to a state even more dire than during the existence of the Six Paths Supreme and Wan Sangyu. Recently, the Anti-Star Alliance finally established a passage to Star City and once again issued the Anti-Star Order. All sects receiving the token were compelled to declare their stance immediately. Failure to join the assault on the Star Palace would result in being deemed enemies by the Anti-Star Alliance. Subject to extermination, the Anti-Star Alliance appeared fully prepared to launch a formal attack on the Star Palace. As some sects allied with the Star Palace were eradicated by Wan Tianming, the entire Star Sea was thrown into turmoil. Sects supporting the Star Palace, those aligning with the Anti-Star Alliance, and various factions attempting to remain neutral and profit from the chaos began to take action. Some closed their islands, fortifying their defenses as if bracing for an impending conflict, while others fled en masse to seek refuge in Star City, and there were even opportunists looking to expand their territories amidst the chaos. The tumultuous Star Sea had descended into utter disarray. Meanwhile, the forces of the Anti-Star Alliance gathered on several islands near Star City. seemingly mobilizing all their strength in a bid to settle the conflict in a single decisive battle. It appeared that Yuan Tianming was intent on resolving the Star Sea conflict once and for all by capturing Star City and obliterating the Star Palace entirely. However, neither the elder nor the burly man could ascertain when the great battle would commence or how many cultivators had gathered near Star City, although the majority of cultivators sought to avoid the looming conflict. Many scattered cultivators and factions found themselves unable to remain uninvolved, compelled to participate in the impending clash. Whether they would side with the Star Palace or the Anti-Star Alliance remained a mystery known only to fate. Consequently, with waves of spies dispatched by various factions, the waters surrounding Star City had transformed into a veritable maelstrom, rife with skirmishes and pursuits. Moreover, this chaos intensified as one drew closer to Star City. Hanli, having acquired the desired intelligence, ceased further inquiries with the two and fell into contemplation. Chapter 1200, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 1. After hearing the earlier words, he finally felt a sense of certainty. It was evident that Ling Yuling had summoned him from afar using the Wanli talisman, speaking of which, he had encountered Yuan Tianming in the Shutian Hall years ago. This individual left a rather unfavorable impression on him, appearing to possess deep scheming. However, the fact that this person had advanced to the late Yuanying stage truly astonished Hanli. The twin saints of Star, who had perished alongside the Six Paths Supreme and Wan Sangyu, would hardly have anticipated this turn of events. Otherwise, according to their expectations, the Star Palace should have long since defeated the Anti-Star Alliance and restored its dominion over the chaotic Star Sea, negating the need to summon him for assistance. Nonetheless, Hanli did not regard Yuan Tianming as a significant threat. It seemed that this Master One had advanced later than he had. How could he possibly be his match? At present, Hanli had further solidified his magical prowess, and with his heightened spiritual consciousness, he was capable of defending himself even against cultivators at the transformation stage. With such thoughts in mind, Hanli swiftly redirected his focus towards the rumored Yuan Magnetic Mountain and the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. The incantation of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light's technique is somewhat acceptable. However, it is said that this method is not a unique secret, and it should be prevalent throughout the Star Sea. Even without the Star Palace, with sufficient time and resources, one could gather the information. Yet, the Yuan Magnetic Mountain is a rare phenomenon in the human realm, and whether there exists a second such mountain is a matter of debate, although he is uncertain if this mountain is indispensable for cultivating the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. Who among the advanced practitioners in the chaotic Star Sea is unaware that the twin saints of the Heavenly Star began their cultivation of this technique only after discovering this extraordinary object? At the very least, this mountain greatly aids in the cultivation of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. Otherwise, this technique would have circulated long before the twin saints, yet no one was seen to pursue this remarkable skill. As Hanli pondered, he nodded slightly to the old man and the brawny figure, casually expressing his gratitude with a few words. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, transforming him into a green rainbow that pierced the void and departed. Remarkably, he did not inquire about the reason for the conflict between the two or the factions they belonged to. The old man and the brawny figure respectfully watched Hanli leave until the green rainbow vanished into the horizon, at which point they both sighed in unison, then glared at one another once more. However, after Hanli's interruption, neither was inclined to reignite their confrontation. After exchanging a few harsh words, they begrudgingly left the location as well. Meanwhile, Hanli had already traversed over 100 miles away. On the surface of the sea, tens of thousands of miles from the Heavenly Star City, a dozen streaks of escape light surged toward the city. Among these practitioners, both young and old, their attire bore an unmistakable uniformity, indicating they belonged to a particular sect or faction. Perhaps due to their proximity to Heavenly Star City, the practitioners exuded an air of ease, with some even engaging in hushed conversations. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A brilliant white light erupted from the sea below them, and a dozen misty white pillars suddenly shot upward. Following a thunderous explosion, aside from 3 of the highest-ranking core formation practitioners who narrowly evaded the onslaught, the remaining practitioners were struck by the light pillars. Instantly, cries of agony filled the air as these individuals were obliterated in the blinding radiance. The 3 core formation practitioners, filled with shock and fury, quickly unleashed their treasures and peered downward. At that moment, no further light pillars emerged, but 7 or 8 streaks of escape light shot up from beneath the sea, encircling the 3 of them in a whirlwind. "Hounds of the Reverse Star Alliance," exclaimed a gray-haired elder among the remaining practitioners, seemingly recognizing one of the figures and shouting with deep resentment. Who could have anticipated that someone would come to assist the Star Palace? Is that not Brother Liu from the White Water Sword sect? Hasn't your sect always claimed neutrality and refrained from conflict? What brings you here instead of remaining at Changli Island? One of the escape lights dimmed, revealing a sinister-looking middle-aged man who scrutinized the elder before sneering. Humph, you know full well why we are here. There is no need for such pretense. Our White Water Sword sect is, after all, a branch of the Star Palace lineage. With the palace currently facing a grave calamity, we naturally must come to their aid. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us depart. The elder glared fiercely at the sinister middle-aged man several times, but his last words were unexpectedly directed at the two other core formation practitioners beside him. As the three figures swayed, they instantaneously transformed into three streaks of light, hurtling in a specific direction. Midway, they suddenly converged into one, merging into a majestic arc of red, yellow, and white, spanning several genres, fiercely charging towards the opposing cultivators of the Reverse Star Alliance. It was evident that the elder understood all too well that the combined strength of the three of them was utterly insufficient to contend with the multitude of foes before them. Thus, they resolutely chose to flee. The two cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance, stationed in that direction, remained unfazed by the impending onslaught of the tricolored arc. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously raised their hands. A vast expanse of azure light and mist erupted from their palms without warning, perfectly enveloping the tricolored arc and ensnaring it within. Immediately, the two began to chant incantations, their azure brilliance flickering as the mist revealed its true form, a colossal azure silk net that trapped the elder and his companions within its confines. Despite their frantic attempts with sword lights and magical artifacts, the trio found themselves utterly incapable of breaking free from the net. Ha ha. Brother Lu, do not even think of struggling against this. This celestial net was bestowed upon us by an elder of our sect. With your meager golden core cultivation, you stand no chance against it. Moreover, even if you were to escape, it would be futile. Tianqing City has long been besieged by our Reverse Star Alliance. Its fall is merely a matter of time. Allow me to send you 3 friends on your way. The sinister middle-aged man laughed heartily. And with a swift motion, he expelled a small white sword from his mouth, intending to use it to slay the trapped elder and his companions. Oh, from your tone, it seems Tianqing City has been under siege for quite some time. Would you care to enlighten me? A strange, unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated nearby, clear and distinct, startling all present. Who dares to be so secretive? The sinister middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily scanning his surroundings with a face full of vigilance. The other cultivators of the Reverse Star Alliance also released their spiritual senses, anxiously searching the area as if faced with a formidable adversary. However, the vicinity was eerily empty, devoid of any trace of another presence, leading them to exchange bewildered glances. What are you looking for? I am right before you, the stranger scoffed, and as he spoke, 3 cultivators of the White Water Sword sect, trapped in midair, were illuminated by a flash of azure light. And a figure materialized from thin air, a young man clad in blue robes, no older than 20, gazing at them with a blank expression. This is bad. He is a nascent soul cultivator, the 2 nearest members of the Reverse Star Alliance. Upon sensing the young man's presence, immediately turned pale and exclaimed in alarm. Though they could not discern the exact level of his cultivation, it was unmistakable that he was a nascent soul cultivator. The leading sinister middle-aged man, upon hearing this, also changed countenance, scrutinizing the young man intently, his face swiftly contorting into one of abject horror. Without uttering another word, he swiftly performed hand seals, transforming into a white arc as he fled into the distance, his fleeing light vanishing several dozen zhang away in mere moments. This scene left not only Han Li momentarily stunned, but it also rendered the remaining members of the Reverse Star Alliance utterly speechless. They understood that even when faced with a nascent soul-level cultivator, their considerable number of golden core cultivators still possessed the potential to fight back. The middle-aged man at the forefront possessed an unparalleled mastery at the late stage of the core formation. Yet he could not even discern the enemy's identity before hastily retreating. Do you recognize me? This young man is none other than Han Li, who, after over a month of relentless travel, finally arrived at this location. At this moment, his expression darkened as he raised his hand and flicked it dismissively towards the distance. With a sharp sound, a crimson thread shot forth in an instant, piercing through the air with great force. The red line quivered and vanished without a trace, yet a blood-curdling scream soon echoed from the white rainbow that had retreated several dozen feet away. As the white light dissipated, a fiery ball in the shape of a man plummeted from the sky, quickly plunging into the sea, leaving no further sound. Meanwhile, Han Li nonchalantly waved his hand once more. With a piercing whistle, the crimson thread reappeared from the nearby void, mysteriously merging into the young man's grasp, disappearing from sight. It was only then that Han Li cast his gaze over the others present and casually inquired, Are you now willing to answer the questions posed by Han? Although Han Li's voice was not loud. The other members of the rebellious Star Alliance and attendants felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing it. It was at this moment that they realized why the middle-aged man had fled without a word. The individual before them was endowed with astonishing powers, rendering any attempt to confront him utterly futile. Most importantly, this figure seemed to harbor ill will towards their rebellious Star Alliance. Yet, with the example of the middle-aged man's demise fresh in their minds, despite their trembling legs, they dared not act recklessly again. After a brief moment, a burly man with a hawk-like nose cleared his throat a few times and, with great difficulty, mustered a smile to ask, "Might I inquire what questions the esteemed elder has for us juniors?" "What questions? Did I not just articulate them a moment ago? Do you wish for me to repeat myself?" A glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes as he shot a frigid glance at the man. The burly man's heart sank, his smile becoming increasingly rigid, yet he hastily replied without a moment's pause, "The junior comprehends. The Star Palace is indeed surrounded by our alliance, otherwise we would not dare to appear in such close proximity to the Star Palace. It appears your rebellious Star Alliance has calculated well, deliberately advancing the timing of the attack to catch the Star Palace off guard while simultaneously annihilating those die-hard adherents of the Star Palace." Han Li remarked with a slight smirk, a semblance of amusement flickering across his face. As for this junior, I am not entirely aware. We are merely carrying out orders, as our cultivation levels are not particularly high. The burly man replied with a forced grin. However, even if the rebellious Star Alliance holds the upper hand, the expanse of the celestial Star City is immense. I fear that even with tens of thousands of cultivators gathered, it would be insufficient to completely besiege the city. Han Li's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he posed this inquiry. What the elder may not know is that Lord One has refined 108 wind and fire copper pillars, and has summoned several grandmasters of formations from unknown origins to arrange a wind and fire heavenly trap around the colossal island of Celestial Star City. As long as our alliance's cultivators concentrate their strength and secure these 108 wind and fire pillars, it will be sufficient to confine the Celestial Star City. Although the burly man was fully aware that revealing this matter would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcome upon returning to the alliance, he found himself inexplicably compelled to divulge everything under Han Li's cold gaze, which sent a chill coursing through his heart. Naturally, as soon as the words left his lips, the man immediately regretted his confession. Yet, upon further reflection, he reasoned that the information he shared did not seem overly confidential, for it appeared that every cultivator of the Golden Core stage within the alliance was already privy to it, granting him a modicum of reassurance. The wind and fire celestial array. A flicker of emotion crossed Han Li's face. Although he had not studied this ancient formation in depth, its mention appeared repeatedly in numerous texts on formations. It was said to be a renowned forbidden array from ancient times, famed for harnessing the powers of wind and fire from the heavens, and its immense scale was legendary. Should one possess the knowledge to arrange this formation, it could indeed ensnare the Celestial Star City. After all, with Wan Tianming personally overseeing the area, as long as the formation's core remained intact, even if the Star Palace cultivators attempted to strike occasionally and dismantle a few wind and fire pillars, the Reverse Star Alliance could effortlessly restore it, rendering any attempts to breach the array futile. As Han Li pondered this, a contemplative expression emerged on his face. The nearby cultivators of the Reverse Star Alliance also exhibited a myriad of fluctuating emotions. At this moment, even the most dim-witted among them could discern that Han Li had come to aid the Star Palace, placing them in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, the three cultivators from the White Water Sword sect, previously ensnared in the Azure Silk Net, were overjoyed. The elder among them hastily called out to Han Li, "Senior, we are here to assist the Star Palace." These individuals were all enforcers of the Reverse Star Alliance, each having killed countless loyal servants of the Star Palace, and they were undoubtedly deserving of death. "You must not let these scoundrels escape." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators turned ashen. Two cultivators, standing at a distance, exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly turning their palms over to reveal small yellow banners. Without hesitation, they hurled the banners into the air, which instantly transformed into two clouds of yellow mist, enveloping them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two clouds of yellow mist vanished without a trace. Teleportation. Han Li's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. However, a cold smirk soon graced his lips as he raised his hand, reaching out to grasp the Azure Silk Net that ensnared the three White Water Swords sect cultivators. The two Reverse Star Alliance cultivators controlling this treasure were suddenly overwhelmed by a deafening buzz in their minds, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. The Qianquan net broke free from their control, transforming into a swirl of azure mist that detached from the three elders and flew into Han Li's grasp. Paying no heed to their grateful exclamations, Han Li's back glimmered with a pale blue light as a pair of ethereal wings materialized. With a single flap, he vanished from sight, clearly in pursuit of the two who had teleported away. In the wake of this, the remaining cultivators of the Reverse Star Alliance, both alarmed and elated, exchanged glances before abruptly dispersing, transforming into streaks of various colors of light as they fled, realizing that Han Li was such a formidable adversary. They dared not place their hopes on an act of mercy from him. The three elders, witnessing this, were unwilling to simply watch as their foes escaped, and with a furious shout, they too split up the chase after them. From afar, two resounding thuds echoed through the air, accompanied by a flash of white light, as two billowing clouds of yellow were violently propelled from the void, as if struck by some immense force. Following this, a gentle breeze swept in, revealing Han Li's figure as he materialized with the wind, his icy gaze fixed on the distant yellow clouds, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Notably, between his brows, a dark vertical pupil abruptly closed, vanishing in a flicker of black light. Within the yellow clouds, two cultivators of the Reversal Star Alliance bore tattered garments stained with blood, their pallid faces betraying the severity of their injuries. At this moment, they were consumed by a mix of fear and astonishment. They were well aware that since acquiring the two yellow Sand Sumi banners, they had narrowly escaped the clutches of Yuaning cultivators multiple times, placing immense faith in the teleportation abilities of these ancient treasures. Otherwise, they would not have dared to confront Han Li again, emboldened by his previous terrifying display of power. Yet now, with just two distant punches in the void, Han Li had utterly shattered their confidence, revealing himself to be far more formidable than they had anticipated. Despite this, the two would not simply surrender. Gritting their teeth, they simultaneously unleashed a fierce shout, expelling a surge of essence blood into the yellow clouds. Instantly, the thin mist roiled violently, transforming into a crimson hue.as they chanted incantations in unison. They prepared to unleash their final desperate gambit. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing two blinding beams of golden light that shot forth and, in an instant, pierced through the blood clouds, disappearing without a trace. The anguished screams of the two cultivators erupted from within the crimson mist as they plummeted from the clouds. At that moment, Han Li, his expression devoid of emotion, gently gestured towards them. From the nearby void, two golden small swords emerged, swirling around them with grace before exploding into a dazzling gold radiance, instantly engulfing the two figures within, while torrents of blood rained down. Han Li had not afforded them the slightest opportunity to execute their secret techniques. They were swiftly and mercilessly dispatched. With a wave of his hand towards the blood clouds, the sanguine light rapidly faded, reforming into yellow clouds that surged back towards him. He cast two azure spells into the clouds, which vanished from sight. When the yellow clouds swiftly approached, they transformed back into two yellow banners, which he deftly swept into his sleeve. These ancient treasures were undoubtedly top-tier artifacts for escape, although somewhat lacking in utility for him. They would serve as invaluable life-saving items for his disciples. After retrieving the two flying swords, Han Li leisurely surveyed the fleeing direction of the other cultivators. In the brief span of time, most had retreated over 100 feet away, with one particularly swift cultivator already reduced to a mere shadow on the horizon. Han Li sighed softly, retrieving his spirit beast pouch from his waist and tossing it into the air. A resonating hum erupted as a swarm of golden insects surged forth, which Han Li promptly divided into 5 smaller clouds, each darting off at lightning speed in pursuit. Meanwhile, Han Li flipped his palm, and the two yellow small banners reappeared in his hand, which he idly toyed with. The insect swarm and the fleeing cultivators soon vanished into the distant sky, leaving no trace behind. Certainly, it did not take long before the distant sky shimmered once more with golden light. Swarms of insects swiftly returned from various directions, and the 3 cultivators from the Bai Shui sword sect appeared pale, closely following them. Yet, their gazes upon the insect clouds were filled with a dread akin to that reserved for demons. It seemed that these 3 had witnessed firsthand the horrifying scene of the golden devouring insects consuming the living, leaving them profoundly shaken. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving our lives. Had it not been for your intervention, we would undoubtedly have met with disaster." The leading elder respectfully addressed Han Li as soon as he had stored the insect swarm into his spirit beast pouch. My assistance was merely incidental. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Now, Tianqing City has been completely encircled. Given your cultivation levels, even if you were to venture forth, you would find it impossible to breach the island. It is best for you to return at once. I have no interest in carrying any burdens while I navigate the wind and fire heaven extinguishing array. Han Li replied without formality, casting a cursory glance at the three before speaking with indifference. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the trio exchanged bitter smiles, recognizing the truth in his statement, and dared not utter more. After expressing their gratitude once again, they turned and retraced their steps as Han Li observed the three retreating figures. His gaze narrowed, and he then pivoted, hastening towards the direction of Tianqing City. For Han Li, traversing the tens of thousands of miles posed no significant challenge. However, as he remained vigilant along the way, he detected several waves of lurking Reverse Star Alliance cultivators hidden among the concealed reefs and beneath the ocean's surface, although these individuals were far fewer than the initial wave, which had boasted 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. Their leadership still comprised 2 or 3 high-ranking practitioners. Clearly, these individuals were positioned to eliminate any potential escapees from this direction. Han Li paid them little mind. Propelled by his escape light, he transformed into a faint azure shadow. Silently gliding above them, the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators were entirely oblivious, having just brushed past a Reaper capable of effortlessly annihilating them with a mere flick of his hand, when Han Li was within 100 miles of Tianqing City. He finally glimpsed a flicker of red light shimmering upon the surface of the SEA. As he drew closer, he discerned that the massive island, which should have been visible, was now entirely shrouded in a veil of ethereal crimson and azure light. Moreover, a rumbling akin to distant thunder echoed from the direction of the island. Han Li's brows furrowed, and he swiftly formed hand seals, causing his already faint escape light to vanish entirely. Simultaneously, his speed diminished significantly. Yet he continued to approach the massive island at a measured pace. As he closed the distance by several dozen miles, the situation surrounding Tianqing City became vividly clear to him. Before him, on the distant expanse of the sea, an array of densely clustered black dots had inexplicably emerged. Peering intently, he realized they were a multitude of spirit vessels, each distinct in design. The various vessels, each distinct in design, range from lofty structures reminiscent of pavilions, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, to slender boats merely 2 zhang in length, fashioned from an assortment of materials that defy imagination. Among them are ethereal green spirit woods and pristine, flawless jade, alongside obsidian-hued iron boats that gleam with an oily shine. In the 1202nd chapter, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 3. These spirit boats encircle 3 towering pillars, each reaching a height of 100 zhang. Each pillar, a soft yellow in hue, emanates a shimmering radiance akin to rippling water, continuously infusing the lofty skies above and enveloping the entire colossal island in a gossamer veil. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Han Li deduced that these pillars must indeed be the legendary wind and fire pillars, while the cultivators aboard the semi-spirit vessels were undoubtedly the personnel of the Reverse Star Alliance tasked with guarding them. A cursory glance revealed approximately 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. To avoid alarming the enemy, he refrained from probing with his divine sense, yet he was certain that there were Yuan-Ing cultivators stationed within. Without a doubt. As for whether the master of the 10,000 Laws sect was also present, only heaven and earth possessed that knowledge. There were a total of 108 wind and fire pillars. It seemed too coincidental that the 3 before him were the only ones in proximity. Han Li mused silently. However, should they indeed be positioned here and attempt to thwart his passage, he would be left wondering whether it was his misfortune or that of the master of the 10,000 Laws. As for the infamous wind and fire celestial array, its reputation was formidable, yet based on Han Li's understanding, this formation was specifically designed to assault the strongholds of cultivator sects, primarily targeting ordinary mid to low-tier cultivators and large-scale restrictions. It would prove relatively ineffectual against an individual of remarkable prowess. With his capabilities, traversing this array would at most be a nuisance. There was no possibility of being ensnared within its confines. After contemplating for quite some time, Han Li resolved without further hesitation, slightly angling his escape light to circumvent the cluster of spirit vessels and the 3 bronze pillars directly before him. Steering toward the remote area where the azure-red radiance surged forth, below the 3 towering pillars, where they submerged into the sea, a 3-tiered ship floated, its immense form crafted entirely from pale green jade. An embodiment of exquisite beauty. Atop this grand vessel, several cultivators gathered around a square jade table, engaged in light-hearted conversation. On the table lay an array of rare and exotic spirit fruits, and the individuals appeared to be in high spirits. Elder Long, it is said that the master of the 10,000 Alliances has promised that if we can indeed capture the Star Palace this time, he will cede to you the Tianrui Island, one of the 3 spirit islands of the 10,000 Laws sect. Is there any truth to this? Inquired a scholar clad in white robes, addressing an elder with a complexion tinged with green seated opposite him. a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, nephew Ning, your sources are quite reliable. Taoist one has expressed this to me. The spiritual vein of Tianrui Island is considerably superior to my current residence for the long-term development of our sect. I shall graciously accept this offer, replied the elder with a greenish hue, casting a sidelong glance at the scholar and speaking with a tone that belied his age. Brother Long, you jest. The quality of the spiritual veins on Tianrui Island is renowned throughout the Star Sea. Not to mention the multitude of rare spiritual flowers and herbs it produces. Should the Golden Lotus sect acquire this spirit island, further progress will surely be within reach in the near future. Another middle-aged Taoist, clad in a gray robe, chuckled lightly and remarked, Friend Hua, do not speak of me. Did you not also acquire over 10 rare and exceptional materials? Otherwise, this old fellow, who has always shunned the world, would not be so eager to assist Brother One. The elder laughed heartily, unconcerned. Among the three seated on the ship, two were surprisingly early-stage Yuan cultivators, while the third, a scholar in white robes, despite being merely at the late stage of Jedon, maintained a demeanor of dignified composure in the presence of the two, suggesting a person of considerable background. Upon hearing the elder's response, the middle-aged Taoist smiled faintly, poised to speak again when suddenly, a massive copper pillar loomed before their vessel, emitting a low, resonant hum, its crimson and azure light flickering violently as if disturbed by an invisible force. This is not good. Someone has breached the formation, the Taoist exclaimed, springing to his feet. The elder Long and the scholar also rose with altered expressions, their gazes fixed on the colossal pillar to the southwest. Ah, it appears to have come from outside. Those guarding the perimeter are utterly useless, unable to stop even a single intruder. The Taoist produced it from his hand, swiftly gesturing with both hands before pointing at it, only to be filled with fury upon inspection. Let us depart, Friend Hua. Since they managed to penetrate the outer defenses and have the audacity to enter the Feng Huatianju formation, they are certainly no ordinary individual. The elder Long's face gleamed with a sinister light as he chuckled darkly. Very well. This person may indeed be a fellow practitioner of our level. Let us pursue them together. Young Master Ning, I entrust this place to your care for now. The middle-aged Taoist pondered briefly before speaking cautiously. Rest assured, esteemed seniors, I shall safeguard this location diligently. May you both exhibit your formidable prowess. The scholar in white readily agreed, offering a modest compliment that brought smiles to the faces of the Taoist and the elder. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, the elder sent forth a jade chariot, which, upon meeting the wind, expanded to several zhang in size. Friend Hua, within my Tianfeng chariot formation, the speed of escape can be doubled. And with this chariot, we shall surely catch up to that individual. The elder swiftly ascended the chariot, addressing the middle-aged Taoist. Then I must trouble you, Brother Long. The middle-aged Taoist did not hesitate, stepping lightly onto the chariot. Following this, the elder cast upon the chariot, enveloping it in a sphere of azure light. With a tremor, it vanished into the nearby crimson and azure radiance, seemingly merging seamlessly with the formation. Marvelous. I have long heard of the Tianfeng chariot's renown, but I never anticipated such incredible capabilities within the Feng Hu formation. The middle-aged Taoist could not help but exclaim, stroking his beard in admiration. Perhaps so. Ever since advancing to the late stage of Yuaning, Wan's thoughts have become inscrutable to us old friends. The elder chuckled, though his expression revealed a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged Taoist let out a faint smile and refrained from further comment. The speed at which they traversed through the celestial winds beneath their feet was indeed several notches swifter than that of an ordinary mid-stage Yuan cultivator. Even with the elder tracking them with his mystical disc, within mere moments, they had covered several dozen miles. Be cautious. That individual is not far ahead. This person possessed some remarkable abilities, having broken through most of the restrictions, and appeared on the verge of completely escaping the influence of the wind and fire. The elder, fixated on the jade disc in his hand, displayed a rare expression of seriousness. However, before the Taoist could respond, he swiftly formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. The jade chariot shimmered with a vibrant azure light, causing both the vehicle and its occupants to become indistinct. In an instant, they vanished amidst the swirling red and azure luminescence. The elder had indeed employed a secret technique to first obscure their presence. This maneuver granted them the upper hand in their approach and retreat. Observing the elder's actions, the middle-aged Taoist subtly nodded in agreement. The two refrained from utilizing their divine senses and piloted the jade chariot upwards, noticeably slowing their retreat speed. After flying several more miles, they finally caught sight of the intruder, and astonishment etched itself upon their faces. The individual breaching the formation appeared exceedingly youthful, merely a lad in his 20s, and astonishingly, he bore no magical artifacts. relying solely on a layer of azure light to effortlessly pierce through the encroaching red and azure radiance. Gliding with an air of utmost ease. Who was this person? Could he truly be a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator? Both the elder and the middle-aged Taoist felt a simultaneous chill in their hearts, each harboring the same thought. Ironically, had it been any other high-ranking cultivator from the Reverse Star Alliance, the visage of Han Li, due to the matter of the Void Heaven Cauldron, had once circulated widely. Even after so many years, a cultivator's remarkable memory would undoubtedly allow for instant recognition. Yet, these two were precisely the Yuan-ing-level anomalies recently summoned by Wan Tianming. Although their sect wielded considerable influence, they had traditionally secluded themselves in rigorous cultivation, seldom engaging in matters of the Star Sea. Had it not been for Wan Tianming's generous enticement, they might have remained in seclusion indefinitely. Consequently, these two found themselves entirely unfamiliar with Han Li, their expressions filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Nevertheless, even so, the elder and the Taoist were not genuinely fearful. With their combined powers, they were more than capable of contending with a mid-stage cultivator. Moreover, it was uncertain if the opponent was truly a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator. Despite their ignorance, they still possessed a general awareness of the formidable beings above the mid-stage in the Star Sea, confident in the advanced concealment restrictions provided by the Celestial Wind Chariot. The elder hesitated only slightly, opting not to halt their progress, but rather to silently approach the young man from above. The entire process was utterly silent, as the Jade Chariot glided soundlessly to a height of 30 zhang above Han Li. Both the elder and the middle-aged Taoist instinctively held their breath, scrutinizing the young man below. Han Li's visage was unremarkable, clad in a green long robe, with no distinctive features save for a storage pouch and a spirit beast pouch at his waist, making it nearly impossible to discern his origins. The elder furrowed his brow, exchanging a knowing glance with the middle-aged Taoist. The latter hesitated briefly before nodding slowly in agreement. In unison, they placed a hand upon their waist storage pouches, drawing in a deep breath as they prepared to launch a thunderous strike against the unsuspecting youth below. At that moment, Han Li suddenly raised his head, offering a subtle smile to the sky. Behind him, a pair of ethereal wings materialized, and with a flicker, he vanished into thin air. Alarmed by this uncanny turn of events, the elderly man surnamed Long, despite being a cultivator of the Yuaning stage, hastily abandoned any thought of retrieving treasures. He stamped his foot upon the jade carriage, channeling his entire essence into it. Instantly, the carriage's cloaking spell dissipated, revealing a blinding azure light that enveloped both the vehicle and the two individuals. The middle-aged Taoist, in a flurry, hastily retrieved a black and white bagua mirror from his storage pouch, casting it above his head. Concurrently, a flash of azure lightning crackled above the jade carriage as Han Li reappeared. Without uttering a word, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing dozens of golden smallswords that darted forth like a torrential rain of golden brilliance. The middle-aged Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, and with a thunderous shout, he pointed at the bagua mirror above him, activating the artifact. In an instant, a column of black and white light erupted from the mirror's surface, transforming into a flurry of fine threads that surged towards the oncoming golden rays. Upon collision with the azure light, a series of explosive sounds rang out as the golden swords sliced through the threads with ease. The Taoist was taken aback, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the flying sword struck the azure mass. A similar scene unfolded. The azure light barely resisted the golden brilliance before being pierced through, as the golden rays surged directly towards the two individuals within. At that moment, both the elder surnamed Long and the Taoist felt their souls leave their bodies in terror. Simultaneously, they activated their escape techniques, abandoning the jade vessel beneath them and transforming into streaks of azure and white, darting away in opposite directions, narrowly evading the lethal onslaught of golden swords. As the middle-aged Taoist propelled himself forward, he swiftly patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist, from which a melodious cry emerged. A snow-white spirit bird, about a foot in size, spiraled out of the pouch. The bird possessed emerald eyes, a crimson beak, and ebony claws. Upon witnessing the bird's emergence, the Taoist felt a sense of relief. He then rummaged through his sleeve, producing a crimson token that glimmered with radiant light, intricate runes swirling upon its surface. However, before he could activate the token, spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and Han Li materialized amidst the azure arcs. Glancing down at the Taoist, he snorted disdainfully while his eyes blazed with blue light. The Taoist, startled, attempted to activate his artifact, but suddenly felt a piercing sensation in his consciousness, as if a sharp object had violently jabbed him, inducing excruciating pain in his head. A scream escaped his lips, and blood trickled from his ears and nose, causing the token in his hand to tremble precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending 5 crimson threads shooting forth in a flash, while in his other hand, a green wooden ruler materialized, which he waved gently at the snow-white spirit bird. Under the fiery glow, several crimson threads pierced through the Taoist's immobilized form, twisting and binding him tightly with 5 substantial fiery cords. At that moment, enduring the agony in his head, the Taoist managed to regain a semblance of clarity. Upon realizing his dire predicament, his complexion drained of color, leaving him pale and bloodless. Unable to move a muscle, he hastily summoned his spiritual bird with his mind, hoping for its rescue, yet it responded not at all. The Taoist surnamed Hua grew frantic, and a hurried glance revealed, hovering above the spiritual bird, an ethereal silver lotus that had appeared unbeknownst to him. From the lotus emanated a radiant 7-colored light, enveloping the bird beneath it, rendering it rigid and seemingly ensnared in midair. In a tumult of shock and fury, the Taoist had yet to devise his next move when a gentle breeze swirled above him, followed by a flash of golden light that cleaved through the air like lightning. With a cry, the Taoist's head was severed by the golden beam, rolling lifelessly to the ground. Han Li emerged with the wind, without uttering a word, his hands raised in unison, summoning a thunderous roar as vast arcs of gold shot forth, transforming into a golden net that ensnared the headless corpse, glimmering ominously. Then, as Han Li intoned incantations, flames erupted from the remnants of the corpse, torrents of crimson fire bursting forth, instantly reducing the body to ash. Almost simultaneously, a sphere of white light encased the Taoist's nascent soul, wielding a white, which shot forth from the inferno in a desperate bid for escape. However, it collided violently with the golden net. Following a series of thunderous booms, the electric net rebounded the nascent soul, and with a brilliant flash of golden light, the net exploded entirely. In an instant, the nascent soul vanished amidst the blinding arcs of electricity. Han Li let out a breath, turning his cold gaze towards another direction. The elder surnamed Long had retreated over 40 zhang, just drawing 2 green symbols from his waist, hesitating whether to join the fray against Han Li. When he realized the Taoist had already perished, the elder's heart sank, a chill coursing through him. As Han Li's gaze swept over, the elder suddenly swung one hand, a flash of green light appearing as he deftly severed his own arm with the sharp edge of the symbols. With a resounding boom, the severed limb exploded, enveloping the elder in a mist of blood, followed by a piercing scream. The blood mist coalesced around him, transforming into a faint blood shadow that shot away. In mere moments, the shadow had vanished over 100 zhang away, its astonishing speed leaving Han Li astounded. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li hesitated briefly, but the blood shadow faded into the radiant horizon, leaving no trace behind. He stroked his chin, shaking his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. It seemed this individual possessed certain supernatural abilities, mastering a bizarre technique akin to blood shadow evasion. However, such prowess dissuaded him from pursuing further. He resolved to prioritize his journey to Tianqing City. With this thought, he glanced back at the spiritual bird still imprisoned by the 8 spirits ruler, flicking his fingers to unleash a golden sword light that encircled the bird, cleaving it in twain, thus eliminating it. Such a spirit beast, nurtured from a young age with blood, could never be tamed by another. Han Li had no intention of sparing it. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Tianqing City. This time, propelled by his utmost speed, he pierced through the restrictions of the wind and fire celestial array within mere moments. Reaching the vast island, Han Li paused briefly, casting a distant glance at Tianqing City. Before him loomed the towering walls of the city, now shrouded in a delicate azure luminescence, above the shimmering barrier. Vast swathes of crimson and azure light clashed against it, weaving a tapestry of resounding thunder that echoed relentlessly. Han Li's expression shifted. Without further hesitation, he surged towards Tianqing City. In mere moments, he arrived at the city gate, only to be halted by the blue barrier. The cultivators from the Star Palace, situated behind the shimmering veil, also became aware of Han Li's presence. Following a piercing whistle, a dozen or so cultivators of varying heights emerged at the gate. Their astonished gazes fixated upon Han Li. It was a perplexing sight. If Han Li were indeed a cultivator from the Anti-Star Alliance attacking the restrictions, why did he come alone? If he were a stranger, how could anyone approach Tianqing City after it had been besieged by the Anti-Star Alliance? Possessing the divine ability of spiritual vision, Han Li, despite the considerable distance, discerned the expressions of the gate's defenders with clarity. He remained silent, flipping his palm to reveal the guest token from the Star Palace that appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the token soaring towards the barrier, where it paused momentarily before hovering in place. A stir of excitement rippled through the gate's guardians, particularly among the more adept cultivators who scrutinized the token intently. Suddenly, one among them turned pale, quickly relaying something to the others. Their faces registered shock, and one hastily produced a formation flag, waving it towards the blue barrier. The barrier shimmered, and with a swift motion, the token transformed into a streak of yellow light, merging seamlessly into the veil, only to re-emerge moments later from the opposite side as if the barrier had become intangible. Hanli observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, remaining motionless before the barrier. In due course, the guest token had been examined by the Guardians, their expression shifting to a blend of astonishment and elation. One individual gestured towards Hanli, uttering something, before producing a transmission talisman, which he ignited, sending a fiery signal racing into the city. Subsequently, he retrieved a device resembling a formation plate, performing a series of gestures before exclaiming, "Is it the esteemed Han Senior outside? Please forgive our transgressions. These are extraordinary times, and since we have not previously seen the true visage of the Senior, we are unable to grant you entry at this moment. However, I have already sent a message to the Palace Master, who will arrive shortly." These words, bypassing the blue barrier, resonated directly in Han Li's ears. He arched an eyebrow, offering a faint nod, and stood rooted in place with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not have to wait long. Within the span of a meal, 3 dazzling figures shot back from within the city, landing gracefully at the gate. Among them were 2 men and a woman, with the latter positioned at the center, exuding an air of authority. The woman's striking beauty and familiar features struck Han Li with an uncanny sense of recognition. It was Ling Yuling, now donned in female attire. The 2 men accompanying her were a young cultivator clad in yellow robes and an elderly man with snow-white hair. The trio immediately turned their gazes towards Han Li. The remaining gatekeepers, one by one, approached with their hands bound and dared not to make a sound. "Truly, it is my esteemed friend Han. How splendid! I had feared he might not arrive. Quickly, let us lift the restrictions and allow Brother Han to enter the city." As Ling Yuling's autumn-like gaze sparkled with excitement, she promptly instructed the other cultivators, "Master, is this wise? Can we truly trust this individual? What if he is merely an impostor sent by the Rebel Star Alliance? That would spell great trouble." A hesitant voice came from a yellow-robed cultivator, who seemed unaware of Han Li's true identity. "Fear not, there is no deception here. This guest token has been specially crafted. It is unique in all the world. Furthermore, with the opponent's prowess, no one in the Star Sea could possibly seize anything from him in a fair contest." Ling Yuling replied, shaking her head, upon hearing her words. The yellow-robed cultivator refrained from further protest and could only nod slowly. The gatekeepers, seeing this, no longer hesitated. They promptly retrieved flags or formation plates from their waists, and together they cast their magical artifacts, unleashing a myriad of colors that merged into the shimmering barrier before the city gates. Chapter 1204. The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 5. The blue barrier radiated with brilliance. Han Li cast a casual glance and transformed into a green rainbow, vanishing within. After a brief moment of fluctuation, he appeared within the confines of the restriction. The barrier trembled once more, and the passage vanished. "Friend Han, you have finally arrived." With a flash of green light at the city gates, Han Li's figure appeared mysteriously. Ling Yuling, dressed in feminine attire, pressed her lips together and displayed a hint of joyful smile. "Since Fairy Ling has extended an invitation from miles away, how could I, Han, ever break my promise?" Han Li replied with a smile. "I am deeply grateful for your tremendous assistance, Brother Han, with your presence. I believe the clowns of the Rebel Star Alliance pose little threat. However, this is not the place for idle chatter. You must accompany me to the sacred mountain," Ling Yuling invited, simultaneously turning to the yellow-robed cultivator beside her. "Elder son, please summon all the elders of this palace who are not on duty to gather at the sacred hall. I have urgent matters to discuss." "Yes, Master." The yellow-robed cultivator, at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, had been scrutinizing Han Li since his appearance. After probing with his divine sense, he found the depths of Han Li's power unfathomable, leaving him astonished and filled with respect. Upon hearing Ling Yuling's command, he promptly clasped his fists in acknowledgement and retrieved a stack of communication talismans to send messages to the elders of the Star Palace. At that moment, Han Li's gaze shifted to the white-haired elder, and he spoke softly. "I did not expect that after so many years, Taoist Zhao not only retains his former grace, but has also significantly advanced in cultivation. This is indeed a cause for celebration." The elder, who was none other than Zhao, the one who had proposed dual cultivation to him on Silver Shark Island, had also advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm after merely a century apart. "Ah, I possess no such abilities to reach this level. It is only through the generous assistance of the 2 former palace masters that I have managed to further my cultivation," Zhao replied with a wry smile. as if there were deeper secrets involved. Oh, I see. Han Li's eyes flickered thoughtfully, revealing a contemplative expression. It turns out that Elder Zhao and Brother Han are also old acquaintances. This is even better. Let us first proceed to the sanctuary and engage in a more detailed conversation there, Ling Yuling said with a gentle smile. Naturally, Han Li had no objections and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group harnessed their escape light and swiftly made their way towards the sacred mountain situated in the heart of Tianqing City. Under Ling Yuling's guidance, Han Li soared directly to the highest level of the sacred mountain and descended before a seemingly ordinary stone hall. Han Li surveyed the stone hall with a hint of surprise etched upon his face. What's the matter? Does Brother Han find the sanctuary rather unremarkable? Ling Yuling turned her head to glance at Han Li, a radiant smile gracing her lips. It certainly exceeded my expectations, Han Li admitted candidly. Without a hint of reservation, this hall is indeed somewhat ordinary, yet it has been preserved as it is the place where the founding ancestor of our sect once cultivated, thus it has become a significant site for us. Originally, this location should not have been accessible to outsiders. However, given that Brother Han has traveled thousands of miles to offer assistance, you are, of course, an exception, Ling Yuling explained with a smile. Though this hall may appear unremarkable, the concentration of spiritual energy within is exceptionally dense, making it a prime location for cultivation. I dare say there are few islands within the inner star sea that can boast such an excellent place for cultivation. Han Li nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuling's smile brightened even further, and she promptly led Han Li towards the entrance of the stone hall. The dozen or so disciples guarding the entrance immediately bowed respectfully as they caught sight of Han Li, their eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity. Naturally, Ling Yuling did not feel the need to explain anything to these guards. She ushered Han Li through the hall's doors, traversing a short corridor before entering an ancient and simple grand hall. The group took their seats, with the hosts and guests settling accordingly. Brother Han, I trust you are aware of the current predicament our sect faces, Ling Yuling inquired directly after taking her seat. Indeed, I am somewhat informed. Your esteemed sect finds itself in quite a precarious situation, Han Li replied calmly. Then Brother Han must also be aware that our sect was once in a position of great advantage. The sudden downturn in our fortunes is solely due to that Wan Tianming unexpectedly advancing to the late Yuanying stage, thus becoming a formidable presence. This has allowed the Reverse Star Alliance to gradually encroach upon our outer influences, leaving us besieged even within the Star City. As long as Brother Han can divert this individual, I still hold confidence that we can once again extinguish the Reverse Star Alliance, Ling Yuling stated with a serious demeanor, a faint hint of ferocity emerging between her brows. Are you suggesting that I should confront that Lord Wan? Han Li inquired, his gaze flickering as he calmly responded. Indeed. Does Brother Han have any objections? Ling Yuling asked, taken aback and hesitantly probing. It is not a matter of objections, but rather that Miss Ling may have misunderstood a certain matter, Han Li remarked pointedly, raising an eyebrow. Misunderstood? Is it not true that Brother Han has come to assist me? Ling Yuling's complexion shifted slightly. Certainly not. However, Han Li was about to articulate his thoughts when his voice abruptly faltered, and he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. Noticing this, Ling Yuling followed suit. Moments later, 3 cultivators leisurely entered from the hall's entrance. 1 at the mid-Yuanying stage and 2 at the early Yuanying stage. The individual, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was a burly man clad in a purple robe, his face marred by a profusion of acne. Upon entering the hall, he did not immediately pay his respects to Ling Yuling. Instead, he cast a scrutinizing glare at Han Li, exuding an air of defiance. However, as soon as his spiritual sense brushed against Han Li, his pupils abruptly contracted, and his expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Ling Yuling broke the silence with a smile, addressing the man, Elder Ma. How delightful to see you arrive so promptly. Please, have a seat. Once the other elders gather, I shall introduce you to a distinguished guest from the Star Palace. Indeed, it is only fitting that the palace master extends such courtesy to a fellow with such profound cultivation. The burly man quickly regained his composure, offering Han Li a strained smile before settling into a chair at the side, his previous arrogance significantly diminished. The other 2 elders from the Star Palace were equally unable to discern Han Li's true cultivation level. But upon witnessing the purple-robed man's sudden humility, they exchanged astonished glances. They promptly clasped their fists in salute to Ling Yuling and took their seats as well. Seeing this, Ling Yuling raised her delicate wrist, her fair fingers elegantly sweeping aside her dark tresses, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in her bright eyes. Han Li, observing the unfolding drama from his position, wore an expression that straddled amusement and bemusement. It was evident that Elder Ma held a certain skepticism towards the newly appointed master of the Star Palace, while Ling Yuling seemed to exploit the situation to assert her authority. This left Han Li both speechless and amused, yet he chose not to dwell on the matter, recognizing that, given their past acquaintance, it hardly warranted concern. After all, Ling Yuling's actions would not cost him a single strand of hair. As Elder Ma and the other two arrived, the remaining elders of the Star Palace gradually made their way to the hall. Upon encountering Han Li, an unfamiliar yet formidable figure, they were all taken aback. Yet, each of these nascent soul elders was a cunning veteran. Although they could not ascertain Han Li's true level of cultivation, the sight of the previously unassuming Elder Ma now appearing so docile sent a shiver down their spines, prompting them to adopt an unusually courteous demeanor. In a brief span, over 20 Star Palace elders congregated in the hall. Aside from the elderly gentleman surnamed Zhao, the purple-robed man, and Ling Yuling herself, who were all mid-stage cultivators, the rest were of the early stage. Now that most of the elders have arrived, allow me to introduce a distinguished guest. This is Han Li, a guest elder personally appointed by the former palace master. Ling Yuling announced, rising slowly and gesturing gracefully towards Han Li with a jade finger, her smile radiant. Han Li. What? Is it really him? A ripple of commotion spread among the elders, with one elder exclaiming in astonishment. Han Li's gaze flickered as he turned towards the speaker, a kindly white-robed elder. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered, suddenly recalling something that darkened his expression. I see. So it is you. I remember our encounter at the Void Heaven Palace. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the other friend who presided over the opening of the palace back then? Han Li's voice took on a somber tone. Meanwhile, the white-robed elder's face turned ashen. He was none other than the Star Palace's enforcement elder who had nearly pierced him through the heart with the sword during their previous meeting, though he had found the man somewhat familiar upon entering the hall. He had not recognized him at first. However, the sudden exclamation just now instantly stirred the memories of the Su Tian Hall within him, and he naturally recognized it. What's this, Brother Han? Do you know Elder Shimin? Ling Yuling discerned the coldness etched on Han Li's face, and her heart sank. She reluctantly felt compelled to inquire that it's nothing, merely a trivial entanglement with this Elder Shimin from back when I had yet to congeal my Yuaning. Han Li's expression fluctuated several times, as if he had come to a realization, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. I see. If Elder Shimin truly has any grievances from that time, I hope Brother Han will show leniency and not hold it against him. Let us return to discussing the matter of dealing with Wan Tianming, shall we? Upon hearing Han Li's nonchalant words, Ling Yuling felt a sense of relief wash over her, and with a smile, she hastily moved past the topic to revisit earlier discussions. After all, the Reverse Star Alliance is currently the most pressing threat to the Star Palace. The white-clad elder, upon hearing Han Li's words, felt somewhat reassured, yet fear still flickered across his face, preventing him from achieving true composure. I am unaware of how the dual saints spoke of this matter with you. Yuling, however, the conditions I agreed upon back then were solely to assist when your life was in peril and within my capacity to help. I never stated that I would risk my life against a fellow cultivator of the same rank merely for your Star Palace's existence. Han Li spoke slowly. The moment his words left his lips, the stone hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 1205, The Battle of the Star Palace 6. If the Star Palace were to truly perish, do you believe I would remain unscathed? Ling Yuling continued. Moreover, I do not wish for Brother Han to fight to the death with Wan Tianming. I merely hope that when we take action, you can assist us. This should be within your capacity, correct? Ling Yuling furrowed her brows and spoke slowly. Indeed, merely detaining this individual is not out of the question. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the other party is also a formidable cultivator. Once hostilities ensue, whether it becomes a fight to the death is beyond my foresight. Han Li replied that if you, Ling Dao friend, agree beforehand that should the other party unleash powerful techniques, I may withdraw at my discretion. Then I would consider taking action. Moreover, to put it bluntly, the destruction of the Star Palace and your own safety are fundamentally two separate matters. Even if the Star Palace were to cease to exist, I could still ensure your safety, thereby fulfilling my promise to your esteemed father from years past. Otherwise, the conditions we agreed upon back then are insufficient to warrant such a risk on my part. Han Li stated calmly, succinctly highlighting the key points. Ling Yuling's expression shifted subtly. Brother Han, it seems your words imply that you are not entirely unwilling to take action, but rather that sufficient cost is required. Am I mistaken? The previously silent Elder Zhao, having gleaned something from Han Li's words, furrowed his brow and asked while stroking his beard, Indeed, everything in this world carries a price. provided that your esteemed palace offers an adequate condition. I might consider taking a risk, Han Li replied with a carefree smile, leaving no room for concealment. Oh, what does Brother Han desire? The elder Ma, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, also spoke up. It is not a matter of what I wish for, but rather what your esteemed palace intends to offer that would entice me, Han Li replied, maintaining an air of composure. The elders of the Star Palace, at this moment, exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some even engaged in hushed conversations, their lips moving discreetly as they communicated telepathically within the hall. The recent rejection by Han Li did not incite any ire among these ancient beings, some of whom had lived for countless centuries. After all, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a fellow practitioner of the same rank, without any tangible benefits, would certainly be an act of folly. Moreover, the stakes involved in a confrontation among the pinnacle cultivators of the human realm were undoubtedly far greater than those previously mentioned. However, swaying Han Li appeared to be a formidable challenge. Ordinary treasures, materials, or even cultivation manuals were unlikely to capture the interest of such a high-caliber practitioner. Seated at the head of the assembly, Ling Yuling observed the elders whispering among themselves, her exquisite countenance reflecting a tempest of emotions. After a brief interval, she parted her crimson lips and spoke. Brother Han's words hold some merit. Yet it is apparent that he would not be swayed by commonplace offerings. I propose the cultivation method of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light and the Yuan Magnetic Mountain as conditions for exchange. Only a talent as extraordinary as yours, Brother Han, would be worthy of mastering such profound techniques. Her words, which revealed the crux of Han Li's mission, caught him off guard, prompting him to scrutinize Ling Yuling with narrowed eyes. Lost in contemplation, the other elders of the Star Palace were equally taken aback, exchanging peculiar glances, yet none voiced any objections. Although the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light bore considerable renown, being a technique cultivated by the twin saints of the celestial stars, its notorious difficulty and drawbacks were well known, rendering it somewhat superfluous for ordinary nascent soul practitioners. Thus, the prospect of trading this technique in the Yuan Magnetic Mountain for Han Li's assistance left them with no grounds for dissent. Rather, they were left to wonder whether Han Li would acquiesce to such an arrangement. To their astonishment, Han Li's deliberation was brief, and he nodded with profound significance. It appears that the fairy Yuling has long been aware of my desires. I am not one to be overly greedy. Let us proceed with this exchange. I shall lend my aid in stalling Wan Tianming. While I cannot guarantee his demise, I assure you he shall not easily turn his attention towards you. Excellent. I trust that Brother Han will not renege on his word. I shall have the cultivation method of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light delivered forthwith, and once the battle concludes, the Yuan Magnetic Mountain shall be presented to you. A smile graced Ling Yuling's jade-like visage once more. Since that is settled, I shall await news from you. Ling Daoist. I have traveled far and find myself somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. With the agreement reached, Han Li felt no desire to linger further and rose to take his leave. Of course, Elder Zhao, please arrange a quiet chamber for Brother Han, allowing him to rest for a couple of days. Ah, and as our esteemed guest, I would appreciate it if you could accompany him during his stay. Ling Yuling readily assented, turning her graceful neck to issue a cordial command to the Elder Zhao. The white-haired elder, understanding her intent, nodded in acknowledgement, then inclined his body slightly before leading Han Li towards the exit. After nodding at Ling Yuling, Han Li did not immediately depart. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the elderly man from the Shimin clan seated among the other elders, his pupils flickering with a faint blue light, before leisurely making his way out of the hall. The venerable elder of the Shimin clan, upon receiving a single glance from Han Li, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, accompanied by a chilling sensation that coursed down his spine. Simultaneously, he experienced a faint yet piercing pain within his consciousness, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. However, as Han Li turned to depart, this acute discomfort vanished without a trace, as if it had never occurred at all. This left the elder in a state of profound alarm, prompting him to meticulously examine both his body and consciousness multiple times, only to find everything in perfect order, devoid of any anomalies. This revelation brought him considerable relief, albeit tinged with a sense of self-mockery for his paranoid suspicions. Now situated within the sacred grounds of the Star Palace, he rationalized that even a formidable cultivator would hesitate to act against him. Nevertheless, the elder resolved that once the meeting concluded, he would seek refuge in a secluded location, remaining hidden until the onset of the impending battle. During this interval, he would avoid any further encounters with Han Li, lest he fall victim to a lethal reprisal. After all, the strike from his flying sword years ago had nearly claimed Han Li's life. And given Han Li's current prowess, it was unlikely that he would simply let bygones be bygones. Alas, Had he foreseen such astonishing developments in Han Li's cultivation, he would have either refrained from provoking him or ensured his complete eradication back then. The elder sighed inwardly, engulfed in a swell of regret and vexation. Master, does this Han cultivator truly possess the means to ensnare one Tianming? What is his origin? Surely, there can be no issues. Otherwise, while his words may sound appealing, he could very well be in league with the Anti-Star Alliance, abandoning us midway through the conflict, or even turning against us. Such a turn of events would spell disaster for US, that IT may be wiser to rely on the restrictions and steadfastly defend the Star City. As soon as Han Li and his companions' figures vanished from the hall's entrance, the burly man in a purple robe turned to Ling Yuling, his expression reflecting skepticism. Rest assured, Elder Ma, I became acquainted with Han Daoist before my father established any conditions with him. While we cannot claim a deep friendship, in his early years, he had significant disputes with the Anti-Star Alliance regarding the Su Tianding matter. He would never forge any ties with them. As for whether he can truly hold Wan Tianming at bay, I believe there should be no issue, considering Han Daoist advanced a bit earlier than Wan Tianming and possesses the Su Tianding. In fact, his chances of success seem even greater. Moreover, aside from this method, do we have any better alternatives? Our Star City as protective formation, while quite intricate, would be unable to withstand the relentless assaults of the opposing forces for long. A decisive confrontation is imperative to determine the victor. At that juncture, it will either be the Anti-Star Alliance that fades into oblivion, or the Star Palace that ceases to exist. Ling Yuling spoke with resolute clarity. Since the Master has spoken thus, we must place our trust in him. The purple-robed man pondered for a moment, acknowledging the lack of other options, and reluctantly conceded, observing that even the most obstinate elder among them held no objections. Ling Yuling's countenance brightened slightly, and she gently suggested, let us discuss the date for our decisive battle against them, as well as our strategies to breach their grand formation, in an exceptionally secluded chamber. Han Li sat cross-legged, his hands forming an intricate seal as his eyes remained gently closed. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly stirred, slowly opening his eyes. What is it? Has Han Daoist made the decision to strike? A light chuckle echoed in Han Li's ears, emanating from the voice of the youthful figure transformed from the Tianlan beast. Do you know what I am doing? Han Li's expression remained impassive. Yet his tone grew heavy. Though I am unaware of the secret technique you employed, it is evident that, with a mere glance before you departed from that grand hall, you utilized your spiritual power to leave a mark upon that individual. While this technique may not be particularly formidable, given your profound spiritual strength, how could the cultivators within the stone hall possibly discern your machinations? The youth laughed mischievously. Surely, Daoist Han does not intend to seek that individual merely for a drink and idle chatter. Since you have discerned my intentions, there is no harm in my confession. That man nearly took my life years ago. Although I am not one to bear grudges, such a grave enmity cannot be easily overlooked. Earlier, within the Star Palace's sacred hall, I found it inconvenient to act directly. But now that he has vacated the stone hall, I shall indeed take action, Han Li retorted with a cold smirk. With a swift motion, he patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a silver glimmer revealed a humanoid puppet that silently emerged at then effortlessly floated away, vanishing into the nearby wall. Han Li suddenly stood, pushed open the door to the adjoining secret chamber, and stepped outside. Traversing a short corridor, he entered a grand hall where the elder surnamed Zhao was seated, savoring tea, upon noticing Han Li's arrival. A look of astonishment crossed his visage. Daoist Zhao, you practice the wood attribute cultivation method, do you not? If you do not mind, would you be willing to engage in a discussion regarding our cultivation insights? Han Li inquired with a faint smile gracing his lips. Half a day later, within a certain forbidden area of the Star Palace, a divine lamp of primordial spirit abruptly flickered and extinguished. This startling event sent a jolt through the disciples tasked with guarding the lamps, prompting them to hastily report the occurrence. Instantly, chaos ensued within the Star Palace, and merely a meal's time later, several elders of the Star Palace stormed into the dwelling of the elder from the Sheman clan, forcefully breaking into one of the secret chambers. A few hours prior, disciples within the cave had witnessed the elder entering. Yet now it was utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of his presence. The elder from the Sheman clan had thus vanished in an inexplicable manner, with not even a remnant of his corporeal form to be found. Chapter 1206, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 7. Such an anomalous occurrence led the upper echelons of the Star Palace to nearly unanimously conclude that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Han Li. Recent events had made it apparent that there was a significant enmity between the esteemed cultivator and the elder from the Sheman clan. However, despite their suspicions, none of the Star Palace elders dared to confront Han Li. all adopting a posture of feigned ignorance. The reason for this behavior stemmed not only from the fact that Han Li was a formidable cultivator, but also from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications, primarily due to their complete lack of evidence implicating him. Conversely, Han Li possessed ample justification to categorically deny any involvement, as he had been engaged in an exchange of insights with Elder Zhao during the critical timeframe surrounding the Shiman Elder's demise. Remaining inseparable throughout. Of course, such a blatant ruse could be perceived by anyone with a modicum of discernment, revealing Han Li's deliberate orchestration to silence their accusations, even though he was well aware of the truth. Han Li possessed the means to effortlessly erase a Yuan-ing-level cultivator from existence without lifting a finger, which sent chills down the spines of all the elders in the Star Palace. For ordinary cultivators, they would normally disregard any notion of evidence. Simply capturing the individual and performing a soul search would unveil all secrets. However, Han Li was a formidable late-stage cultivator, and who would dare entertain such perilous thoughts? Even those elders who had been on amicable terms with Elder Shimin were rendered speechless at this moment. Moreover, the Star Palace would soon require the strength of the very individual they could not afford to offend. Thus, from the esteemed Ling Yuling to the most ordinary elders, all were compelled to feign ignorance. Han Li, after exchanging insights with the elder surnamed Zhao for the better part of the day, retreated to his secluded chamber to enter a period of meditation. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao soon received the news of Elder Shimin's demise, and he stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, ultimately managing only a bitter smile, his expression filled with resignation. Subsequently, rather than remaining at Han Li's seclusion site, he summoned 2 core formation disciples and gracefully departed. After all, the other party could effortlessly annihilate another Yuan-ing cultivator while simultaneously being in his presence. Monitoring them would merely be a futile exercise in time-wasting. It was prudent for him to distance himself, lest he become a target of their lethal intentions. Thus unfolded a peculiar scene, although a palace elder had clearly fallen. After merely a cursory handling of the aftermath, the higher-ups of the Star Palace refrained from mentioning the incident again. Even the name of Elder Shimin swiftly became a taboo. Instead, everyone busied themselves, their focus shifting to the impending grand battle just days away. 5 days later, Han Li emerged from his secluded chamber and returned to the grand hall of the temple, where, in addition to the numerous elders of the Star Palace, over 30 core formation cultivators had gathered. These cultivators, boasting late-stage core formation prowess, were evidently the backbone of the Star Palace. Just beneath the elders. As Han Li gradually entered the hall, every cultivator's gaze instantly converged upon him. The majority with reverence, a minority with suspicion, yet all shared a common response. Regardless of where Han Li directed his gaze, those cultivators in that direction would immediately bow their heads, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. The slaying of a mere initial stage Yuan-ing cultivator by means of a humanoid puppet was, to Han Li, an inconsequential matter, yet it inadvertently instilled a sense of awe among the high-ranking members of the Star Palace. Although these cultivators could confirm his status as a great cultivator, none had witnessed him display any divine abilities, leaving many in doubt about his capability to withstand Wan Tianming. After all, over the past several decades of conflict with the Star Palace, Wan Tianming had slain numerous elders, his reputation unparalleled in the Star Sea. However, now that Han Li had showcased his bizarre ability to sever a Yuan-ing with a clone, the confidence of those in the Star Palace regarding Han Li's prowess had significantly increased, a development neither Ling Yuling nor Han Li had anticipated. Nevertheless, Ling Yuling welcomed the boost in morale among others, while Han Li remained indifferent to the matter. Daoist Han, please take a seat. I shall commence preparations for the assault on the Anti-Star Alliance. Upon the appearance of Han Li, Ling Yuling spoke with extraordinary courtesy. Han Li nodded slightly and took a seat on a stone chair beneath her. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, produced a pale white jade slip, engrossing himself in its contents while seemingly oblivious to those around him. Ling Yuling offered a faint smile, yet her expression turned grave the moment she glanced at the other cultivators in the hall, and she began issuing a series of commands. Although Han Li's attention was largely absorbed by the jade slip, he was not entirely oblivious to the happenings around him. A portion of his consciousness remained attuned to Ling Yuling's arrangements. The plans of the Star Palace were remarkably straightforward. Despite the wind and fire celestial array comprising 108 pillars, their intention was to assault 36 of these pillars located around Tianqing City. According to the estimations based on the Star Palace's formation, these 36 pillars were deemed the most critical. If a majority were destroyed, the array would collapse without further assault. However, achieving this required that the array's core, personally guarded by Wan Tianming, be captured by the Star Palace first. Thus, under Ling Yuling's stern directives, numerous Yuaning elders and Jiedon cultivators rose in succession. Their expressions solemn. An unseen aura of impending slaughter permeated the hall. In a blink, each wind and fire pillar was assigned a dedicated team for the assault. Although the number of high-ranking cultivators varied significantly, some locations were led by 2 or 3 Yuaning cultivators, while others lacked even a single Yuaning figure, relying solely on a handful of Jiedon cultivators. This disparity surprised Han Li. But he quickly grasped the underlying reason. It was likely that the Reverse Star Alliance had high-ranking infiltrators within the Star Palace, who had thoroughly assessed the forces guarding these pillars, thus necessitating such meticulous arrangements. Though Han Li did not raise his head, a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. Ling Yuling's organization was remarkably swift. Within the span of a meal, nearly all cultivators in the hall, save for a few, had been assigned specific tasks. Finally, her voice rang out, and she suddenly turned to Han Li with a cheerful expression, saying, "Daoist Han, how about you, me, and Elders Ma and Zhao lead the assault on the Erase Corps. Wan Tianming is personally stationed there. That is agreeable, though I will only engage Wan Tianming. As for the other cultivators, provided they do not provoke me, I shall not intervene," Han Li replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his tone nonchalant. Seeing Han Li's relaxed demeanor, Ling Yuling's bright eyes flickered with surprise, and she felt a twinge of doubt. Yet she readily acquiesced. Although she had gleaned considerable insight into Han Li through the twin saints of Tianqing, she remained unaware of his true capabilities, fearing he might underestimate the situation. She proceeded to elaborate on Wan Tianming's formidable abilities achieved at the peak of his cultivation, as well as some powerful treasures he had recently acquired, hoping to ensure Han Li was well informed. Listening to her, Han Li maintained an expression of neutrality, revealing nothing. Observing this, Ling Yuling inwardly sighed, deciding against pressing him for assurances. After all, the fate of the Star Palace hinged on this battle. Victory was imperative. "Let us depart." With a sharp command, she ordered. And immediately the cultivators in the hall rose and surged toward the exit. The low-tier foundational disciples had long been stationed at the gates surrounding Tianqing City, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the team led by the Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators, poised to launch their assault at a moment's notice. Han Li cast a fleeting glance at the jade slip in his hand. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, causing the slip to vanish without a trace. The incantation inscribed within the jade slip, concerning the mysterious Yuan magnetic divine light, was indeed profound, and after several days of intense contemplation, he had only just begun to grasp its essence. He pondered the peculiar existence of Yuan magnetic mountain, which could seemingly facilitate the cultivation of such a technique. As Han Li absently mused, he followed Ling Yuling and several other elders out of the stone hall. To his astonishment, a colossal beast cart, measuring 10 zhang in length, awaited them outside the hall. The cart was crafted from an unknown, vividly green wood, its surface adorned with an array of intricate runes, clearly the product of meticulous refinement. However, what truly captured his attention were the 4 similarly verdant, several zhang-long demonic beasts sprawled on the ground in front of the cart. This marked the first instance since his arrival in Tianqing City that Han Li found himself momentarily taken aback. Though they appeared to be merely 6th or 7th tier beings, there was no mistaking that these 4 green creatures were indeed members of the Jiaolong lineage. If his memory served him right, the Jiaolong clan was notoriously protective of their own. Despite the former might of the Star Palace, how could they dare to harness true Jiaolong to pull their cart, without fearing to provoke such a formidable spirit beast clan and inviting dire adversaries upon themselves? Is it truly so surprising to you, Han Daoyu? Ling Yuling observed Han Li's rare expression of astonishment and smiled lightly, her bright eyes glimmering with amusement. Yet, upon closer inspection, although the bodies of these demonic beasts belonged to the Jiaolong clan, their souls seemed somewhat peculiar. Han Li narrowed his eyes, a flash of blue light dancing within his pupils, before he spoke suddenly. "Brother Han, your insight is indeed remarkable. The souls within these Jiaolong bodies are not the true essence of the Jiaolong, but rather the remains of several low-tier green Jiaolong that my father won in a wager against the Golden Jiaolong King during his travels in the Outer Sea. Using secret techniques, he infused them with the essence of the deep-sea spirit python, thereby creating these beastly steeds." Ling Yuling explained, admiration evident upon her face. I see. However, does this mean that we shall employ this cart for the upcoming assault?" Han Li furrowed his brow, still perplexed. Brother Han is unaware of the full extent of this vehicle. It was crafted by my father himself, and aside from the demonic beast pulling it, the cart possesses its own mysteries that can greatly aid in breaking through enemy defenses. Were it not for the significance of this battle, I might have been reluctant to employ such a treasure, Ling Yuling remarked, her brows arching slightly, a hint of mystery gracing her features. Chapter 1207, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 8. Upon hearing Ling Yuling's words, Han Li focused his spiritual sense, casting another glance over the beast cart. The four individuals boarded the cart, and the driver, a towering bald giant standing 2 zhang tall, although appearing to be merely at the foundational stage, possessed a physique that seemed forged from steel, exuding an intimidating aura. The muscular brute wielded a white whip, brandishing it into the air, which produced a piercing whistle as it cut through the atmosphere. The previously lethargic green Jiaolong, now stirred into action, sprang to life, shaking their heads and tails. With a resounding roar, the beast cart surged upward in a burst of white light, its speed rivaling that of an early nascent soul cultivator. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li and his companions appeared at a gate of Tianqing City. At that moment, the winds and flames from the colossal island relentlessly battered the pale blue barrier from all directions. Even under the protection of the barrier, the continuous rumbling thunder struck fear into the hearts of the mortals and low-level cultivators residing within the city. After all, it was well understood that although the barrier appeared remarkably dense, if this onslaught persisted, it was only a matter of time before the formidable forces from outside would breach it. Standing in a secluded corner of the city gate, Han Li gazed outward. The scene beyond the barrier was hardly pleasing. Everything remained much as it had been upon his arrival, with a landscape dominated by shades of blue and red. Even with his formidable abilities, he could not discern much detail from within. He cast a fleeting glance downward, where he observed that close to the gate, a concealed area had amassed nearly 2,000 low-level cultivators, all sitting cross-legged on the ground. Some with eyes closed in meditation, others preparing fire-based artifacts and arranging talismans, all engaged in their final preparations. Meanwhile, the elder with the surname Zhao and a robust man in purple robes emerged from their vehicle, gravely conferring with several other elders. Han brother, I have a matter I wish to request of you. I wonder if you might oblige. A melodious voice echoed from behind, and before Han Li could turn around, the voice reached him. What is it? Han Li turned to face the speaker, showing no sign of surprise. Standing there was Ling Yuling, clad in a delicate green palace gown, her expression shifting between gloom and brightness. Her brows furrowed as if she had mustered tremendous resolve to utter those words. The upcoming battle is one that will determine the fate of my star palace. To be frank, the Reverse Star Alliance has indeed gathered some reclusive cultivators over the years. Even with your assistance, the hope of victory stands at no more than 50-50. Should we emerge victorious, naturally, everything will be well, and I would not trouble you further. However, in the unfortunate event of a great defeat, I hope that once you manage to escape, you could escort the individuals mentioned in this jade slip to safety beyond the Star Sea, attending to their needs to some extent. Ling Yuling bit her lip, turning her palm to reveal a pale blue jade slip, earnestly addressing Han Li. What does this mean? Han Li's brow furrowed in response. Nothing much. These individuals are my close relatives, although I am confident that very few are aware of our connection. If a true calamity were to befall us, and the Reverse Star Alliance sought to eradicate all ties, the situation could become precarious. It would be best for you to ensure their safety. You are not a local cultivator of the Star Sea, so I believe you possess the means to accomplish this. Ling Yuling spoke as if entrusting her loved ones to him. Han Li regarded her with a hint of incredulity, rendered momentarily speechless, yet his silence was misinterpreted by her. With a light laugh, she continued, Of course, I would not ask you to undertake this task without recompense. I recall that my father had once established a condition with you for 3 instances of assistance. Your aid in dealing with Wan Tianming counts as one. Should you agree to this matter, regardless of the outcome of the battle, whether or not it truly necessitates your intervention, I would consider it as fulfilling another of your obligations. How does that sound? Ling Daoyu, have you thought this through? I promised your esteemed father that I would come to your aid 3 times in times of peril. To so readily squander one opportunity seems rather contrary to the original intent of the twin saints. Han Li said, his gaze flickering with an enigmatic light. After a moment of silence, I am acutely aware of this matter. However, having ascended to the position of Lord of the Star Palace, should this battle truly result in a disastrous defeat, the millennia-long legacy of the Star Palace would be irrevocably severed. What use would the remaining 2 chances for salvation serve then? It is far better to ensure the safety of my closest kin. As for myself, possessing a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, I am generally capable of self-preservation. The woman sighed softly, observing her pitiable expression. Han Li, after a prolonged silence, finally replied with an impassive tone. Very well, since you, Taoist Ling, have stated it thus, I can acquiesce to this arrangement. Should you face defeat in this encounter, I shall ensure their safe departure from the Star Sea. With Han's assurance, Yuling felt her anxieties dissipate. Surely, with the formidable cultivation of her Taoist companion, even in adverse circumstances, a safe retreat would be a mere trifle. A radiant smile blossomed on Ling Yuling's face, revealing her alluring charm. Yet Han Li, after a faint smile, turned his gaze back towards the outside of the city. Grateful for the promise, Ling Yuling, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly withdrew without further disturbance to Han Li. Several hours later, upon confirming through the communication talismans that all were prepared, the gates of Tianqing City swung open. Tens of thousands of cultivators surged forth from various gates, swiftly escaping the pale blue barrier and vanishing into the crimson and azure radiance of the elemental forces. Such a significant commotion from the Star Palace did not go unnoticed by the members of the Anti-Star Alliance stationed within the Wind and Fire Celestial Array. Immediately, they dispatched a substantial number of cultivators to engage in battle, while those remaining activated the entire array, unleashing its full might. Although the array posed little threat to those at the core formation stage and above, it still held the potential to inflict severe damage upon Foundation Establishment cultivators. As the array was set into motion by the towering pillars of wind and fire, the once gently swirling crimson and azure radiance began to churn violently, coalescing into spheres of light that erupted with explosive force. Within the array, spiritual lights flickered, and the air was filled with the resounding echoes of detonations. Any unprepared Foundation Establishment cultivator who inadvertently wandered into the array would likely find themselves consumed by the elemental forces in an instant. However, the Star Palace had meticulously prepared for this conflict. Almost every cultivator bore a shield of varying colors that manifested upon the array's full activation, effectively mitigating the onslaught of the wind and fire energies, sparing many of the lower-tier practitioners from significant harm. At that moment, the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators, emerging from the vicinity of the massive pillars, clashed head-on with those from the Star Palace, igniting a fierce melee accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. Almost simultaneously, at the edge of the array, atop a towering pillar of wind and fire that stood 300 zhang high and as broad as a small mountain, several cultivators gazed into the distance with narrowed eyes. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe and adorned with a jade belt, his square face framed by thick brows. With his hands clasped behind his back, he was none other than Wan Tianming, whom Han Li had encountered several times at the Void Heaven Palace. Yet, at this moment, his demeanor was markedly more composed than in their previous meetings. Not far behind him stood an elderly man with a pallid complexion and an old woman clad in vibrant red and green attire. Both of them gazed intently at the formation, their expressions tinged with gravity. It seemed at this time the Star Palace had truly mobilized its entire force. It was indeed remarkable that they were willing to expend such a vast number of mid-tier talismans in one go. This alone could potentially bankrupt an ordinary sect, the pallid elder murmured, revealing himself to be the very same long surname cultivator who had fled in terror when Han Li breached the formation. His actions were undoubtedly a desperate gamble, likely linked to the individual who had previously infiltrated the Star City. Wan Tianming, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke slowly. I believe it is merely a case of a cornered dog desperate to leap over the wall. But, Long Daoyu, is it truly the case that the cultivator who slew Daoyu Hua possesses such formidable prowess? Even with the two of you joining forces, one of you is swiftly annihilated by him. The old woman, her eyes flickering with a hint of green light, suddenly inquired of the elder. She was, in fact, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing the old woman mention Han Li, the long surname elder's complexion grew increasingly ashen as he touched his newly reattached arm, which had been reconnected through secret arts. After a considerable pause, he replied with a wry smile, "It is beyond mere strength to describe. Daoyu Hua, despite his considerable abilities, could not sustain even a moment against that individual. Had I not been quick to act and utilized my secret art to escape, I fear I would not be standing here now. This person is undoubtedly more than just a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. He is most likely a late-stage grand cultivator. A late-stage grand cultivator. I think Long Daoyu is overly frightened and somewhat confused. I in the present inner sea, aside from Daoyu Wan, are there any other late-stage cultivators? Otherwise, the Star Palace would have sought assistance long ago. Rather than allow us to be gradually consumed over such an extended period," the old woman remarked with a hint of derision, her words unreserved. The long surname elder's expression darkened significantly at her response. "That is not necessarily the case. In fact, after reviewing the image of that individual that you provided, I found him somewhat familiar. After pondering over the past few days, I believe I have identified who he is. This is something that the autumn woman should also be aware of," Wan Tianming said with a faint smile. "Oh, Wan brother, could you elaborate further?" the old woman asked, her surprise evident. "Do you remember Daoichio, the news of the emergence of the Void Heaven Cauldron hundreds of years ago, and how our alliance had issued a decree to hunt down a certain Hanli cultivator? Wan Tianming said leisurely. The Void Heaven Cauldron? Hanli? Could it be that the cultivator who breached the formation is this person? Indeed, they do bear a striking resemblance, but that is impossible. He was merely a core formation cultivator back then. The old woman reacted swiftly, though after a moment of contemplation, her expression turned to one of dawning realization, yet she continued to shake her head, disbelief etched across her face. There is no need for astonishment. More than a century ago, before the celestial twin saints fell, I received confidential reports indicating that this Hanli had appeared near the Huangsha sect as a nascent soul cultivator. Subsequently, he utilized the Star Palace's teleportation array to venture into the outer sea. During that period, it seemed the two old geezers of the Star Palace tried to recruit him, but their attempts were in vain. Furthermore, I suspect that the mysterious disappearances of our alliance's esteemed elders, such as Miao Hua, are likely closely related to him, Wan Tianming stated, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the grand formation, his tone unhurried. Chapter 1208, The Battle of the Star Palace, 9. Elder Miaohua and Elder Huang Kuan from Lihong Island? Were they not said to have perished under the ambush of demonic beasts off the shores of Bailan Island? Upon hearing this, the old crone replied, such is merely the official narrative. In truth, according to the accounts of our alliance's cultivators who escaped from Bailan Island, those two elders had never returned to Bailan Island on the day of the beast invasion. In fact, there were members of our alliance who claimed to have seen a figure resembling Hanli on Lekong Island, where Elder Miaohua resides. Coincidentally, on the very day this figure was discovered, both Miaohua and Huang Kuan mysteriously vanished, and the soul lamps left in our alliance extinguished on their OWN.AS for the invasion of Bailan Island. That occurred later. Wan Tianming let out a cold snicker before slowly elucidating, yet, even so, to conclude that the two elders met their demise at the hands of this individual seems rather forced. Does it not? The old crone paused for a moment, hesitantly responding. Indeed, our alliance possesses no concrete evidence to definitively attribute this act to him. However, if the cultivator who recently breached the formation is indeed this Hanli, and possesses the abilities of a grand cultivator, then it is highly probable. The glint in Wan Tianming's eyes darkened, his voice taking on an ominous tone, if this individual has truly advanced to the later stages. Coupled with that Void Heaven Cauldron in his possession, and considering that Brother One has only just become a grand cultivator, could it not be? The elder surnamed Long could not help but exhibit a look of concern upon hearing this. Heh. Now that I am aware of this individual, rest assured that I have countermeasures in place. If he chooses to come, I alone shall handle it. While I cannot claim to have absolute confidence in annihilating him, I do have faith in my ability to defeat him. Wan Tianming smiled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. After exchanging glances with one another, the old crone and the elder surnamed Long could not help but display expressions of surprise. Yet they soon found solace. Given their understanding of Lord Wan, his assertion should hold considerable weight. If you say so, then I shall rest easy. The others shall be left to me and my fellow Taoist Long. The old crone said with a sinister smile, ordinary disturbances shall be entrusted to the two of you, and I have utmost confidence in your capabilities. However, the opponents are preparing to fight with their backs against the wall. The high-level cultivators attacking the formation's core will undoubtedly be numerous, hence I have specially invited assistance to aid the two of you in defending it. Wan Tianming finally turned around, yet a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Assistance? Are you referring to? The elder surnamed Long's astonishment prompted him to inquire directly. Wan Tianming did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he suddenly raised his hand, and a massive fireball shot forth from his sleeve, bursting in the sky above in a brilliant explosion of scarlet flames. Such a striking scene caught the attention of the cultivators aboard the nearby spirit vessels, sparking a wave of commotion. Amidst the confusion and uncertainty of the onlookers regarding the commotion above, a sultry voice suddenly emanated from a boat of considerable size. Elder brother, Lord One is summoning us. It seems the time has come for our brother-sister duo to take action. Hiding here for such an extended period has truly been stifling. What does time mean to us cultivators? After all, since Wan Xiong has allowed us to make our appearance, it is evident that a true battle is finally upon us. This time, it should not merely be a minor skirmish, but rather an opportunity to settle matters once and for all. A deep voice resonated from within the boat, as another man spoke. Immediately, two dazzling white rainbows shot forth from the cabin, one spiraling before both soared toward the apex of a colossal pillar. In an instant, a man and a woman appeared before Wan Tianming and his companions. The man was of imposing stature, with flowing hair framing his rugged visage, while the woman possessed fair skin, delicate features, and captivating eyes that seemed to draw one's very soul. Are they the Blue Clan's dual demons? Upon sighting the pair, the elderly man with the surname Long was momentarily taken aback, but soon names of the two flashed through his mind, causing his face to pale with fright. The once elderly matron also appeared somewhat ashen. "Oh, I did not expect that there are those in the Star Sea who recognize my brother and me. We have secluded ourselves on Demon Island for many years." The petite woman cast a glance at the elderly man, offering a charming smile that made her appear even more alluring. "Were not you two companions slain by the twin saints of the celestial star? How is it that you stand before us now?" The matron, after a brief hesitation, spoke with a note of caution. "Indeed, I was once driven to the brink of despair by those two ancient fiends, with no avenue for escape. Yet here we stand. My brother and I, clearly blessed with survival against the odds." The burly man, with hair cascading down his back, shot a cold glare at the elderly man and woman, his lips parting slightly as a voice emerged from his abdomen, revealing a set of glistening white teeth that bore the semblance of a predator ready to pounce. The matron, upon seeing this, felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took a step back, only to realize her moment of weakness, prompting an angry huff as she stepped forward once more. Observing this, the burly man grinned menacingly, a faint crimson hue surfacing on his countenance, accompanied by an aura of malevolence emanating from him. "Very well, my adversaries have arrived. Fellow cultivators, I have concealed you until this very moment for the purpose of today's confrontation." "Humph, the Star Palace has embedded spies within our ranks. Do they truly believe I have not noticed? The question now is, who has unwittingly walked into the trap?" Wan Tianming's voice turned somber as he spoke with a snort. Startled, the matron and others turned their gazes toward the formation. Indeed, not far away amidst the azure and crimson light, chaos erupted as a colossal beast cart, drawn by 4 green serpents, soared forth. Following closely were countless cultivators, who surged out in droves, swiftly filling the nearby sky with a throng of thousands. The Reverse Star Alliance cultivators, having long prepared for this moment, promptly ascended into the air upon the appearance of their foes, creating a standoff centered around the massive pillar of wind and fire. The matron and the elderly man with the surname Long, now disregarding the blue siblings, directed their attention toward the Star Palace cultivators across from them, casting furtive glances at the 4 individuals within the beast cart. Upon recognizing one of the figures inside, a chill gripped the elderly man's heart, and he pressed his dry lips together. The person he recognized, of course, was none other than Han Li, who sat within the cart, arms crossed at a T this moment. He did not cast even a glance at the elderly man, but instead, after a few flickers of his gaze, it quickly settled upon the figure of the esteemed Lord Wan. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the man and woman before him incessantly. The Blue Clan's twin demons, the purple-robed giant, upon recognizing the pair of male and female cultivators, let out a gasp akin to that of the venerable elder earlier. Han Li exhibited no reaction whatsoever, while Ling Yuling and the Zhao elder were both taken aback. "Elder Ma, you must be mistaken, for the Blue Clan's twin demons were long ago eliminated by my parents working in tandem." "Were they not?" Ling Yuling inquired, her astonishment palpable. "How could I possibly mistake them? It was I who accompanied the 2 esteemed palace masters in hunting these 2 demons for an extended period. After that battle, both palace masters ascended to the late stage of their realms." Elder Ma replied. "It is peculiar, though. Even if these demons had survived, they should have long exceeded their lifespan. Yet, their cultivation appears to be roughly the same as it was back then." Still at the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm, the purple-robed man expressed his bewilderment. "There is nothing extraordinary about that. To my knowledge, there exist several spiritual herbs in this world that can extend one's lifespan by 2 to 3 centuries. They may simply have been fortunate enough to consume one of them," Han Li remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the significance of the Blue Clan's twin demons. "That seems to be the only possibility, however, considering that these 2 demons gained notoriety even before the 2 palace masters. Their infamous names were enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. The male was a bloodthirsty killer, responsible for a massacre that claimed nearly 1,000 cultivators and over 100,000 innocent lives within a single night across 2 small islands. The female practiced the notorious demonic technique in woman's destruction of young, reveling in capturing young male cultivators from various sects to absorb their essence for her cultivation, only to ultimately torture them to death. With both of them having reached the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm and being inseparable, they would possess a degree of self-preservation even against formidable opponents. Had it not been for the daring intervention of the 2 palace masters back then, these 2 would likely still be living freely to this day," the Zhao elder explained to Han Li, his expression grim. "I see. It seems the adversary was indeed well prepared, even if I managed to entangle Wan Tianming. With these 2 present, You no longer possess absolute certainty of victory, Hanli mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, I endeavored to bring several elders along to create overwhelming strength, but now that the Blue Clan's twin demons have appeared, should they truly embody the terrifying legends, we would be fortunate to maintain a stalemate, Ling Yuling remarked, her countenance darkening. Hanli smiled faintly, yet before he could utter a word, a figure gradually descended from the colossal pillar across from them. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, he abruptly fell silent, his gaze turning icy, for it was none other than Wan Tianming. Friend Han, it has been many years since our parting at the Su Tian Hall. I did not expect you to have made such remarkable advancements in your cultivation, now standing as a formidable cultivator yourself. If I am not mistaken, you are not of the Star Sea. If that is the case, why involve yourself in the conflict between our alliance and the Star Palace? Allow me to propose this. No matter the benefits that Ling has promised, I can offer double the price. Moreover, there is no need for Taoist One to take action. It suffices that you refrain from intervening in this great battle. As Wan Tianming flew to the midpoint where the two factions of cultivators faced off, he suddenly paused and began to converse with Han Li with a smile, discussing terms. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, the expressions of Ling Tianling and the others nearby shifted dramatically. Taoist One is indeed quite generous in his offers. Han Li chuckled, a half-smile gracing his face. What is the matter? Do you find it insufficient? Wan Tianming inquired nonchalantly. Enough, certainly. However, it is regrettable that my involvement this time stems from a promise made many years ago. I have no inclination to renege on my word, Han Li replied languidly, his tone laced with mockery. The cultivators from both the Reverse Star Alliance and the Star Palace were left dumbfounded. Wan Tianming's smile finally faded, revealing a sullen countenance. Since Brother Han has made his decision, I suppose I must engage in a spar with you. However, should we clash, it may affect the younger generation nearby. Perhaps we should seek a more distant location for our duel. Wan Tianming's voice turned icy. Very well, that aligns perfectly with my intentions, Han Li responded without a moment's hesitation, showing no sign of contemplation. This took Wan Tianming by surprise, yet after a few moments of dark contemplation, he formed hand seals and transformed into a purple rainbow, swiftly fleeing in the direction away from Tianqing City. Han Li glanced back at Ling Yuling and the others, offering a smile and a nod before he too transformed into a green rainbow, closely pursuing. In the blink of an eye, the two late-stage grand cultivators vanished into the horizon. Witnessing this, Ling Yuling and the elderly Zhao exchanged glances, both reading a hint of concern in each other's expressions. It appeared that Wan Tianming had prior knowledge of Han Li's existence and had now actively sought a battle, raising suspicions of a possible scheme. Yet, Han Li followed without a hint of hesitation, which left the two feeling uneasy but unwilling to voice any words of caution, lest it dampen their morale. Since Taoist One has departed, we too shall not remain idle. Allow me to thoroughly assess the abilities of you younger generations. The burly figure of the Blue Clan's dual demons extended a blood-red tongue to moisten his lips, suddenly erupting into a peculiar cackle. Then, with a series of hand seals, he opened his mouth and expelled a misty white bone ring, while a vast cloud of blood mist erupted from his body, swiftly enveloping dozens of yards around him and forming a sea of blood. Within this chaos, eerie cries and howls resonated, sweeping towards the ranks of the Star Palace cultivators. Next to the burly man stood a petite woman, who let out a beguiling laugh from her cherry lips, unleashing swirling pink mist from her sleeves, the fragrant aroma causing a delightful daze in those who inhaled it. After exchanging glances, the elder Long and the crone simultaneously unleashed their powers, one releasing a golden orb, while the other summoned 13 emerald green flying daggers, sending forth a brilliant wave of light towards their adversaries. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Reverse Star Alliance, including Ling Yuling and other nascent soul cultivators, naturally did not dare to be negligent. Each of them unleashed their formidable abilities, releasing a myriad of colorful lights to meet the challenge on the side of the Star Palace. Several early nascent soul practitioners joined the fray. While the Reverse Star Alliance boasted the formidable duo of the Lan Clan's twin demons, both mid-nascent soul powerhouses, the various spiritual lights and demonic energies conjured by both sides collided with a thunderous roar, momentarily intertwining and creating a stalemate. Meanwhile, the mid to low-tier cultivators at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, witnessing this spectacle, simultaneously cried out and summoned their respective magical artifacts, hastily propelling themselves towards the fray. Thus commenced a chaotic battle. However, these cultivators prudently steered clear of the central conflict among the nascent soul practitioners, scattering far and wide. In an instant, the sounds of explosions, battle cries, and the clashing of magical artifacts reverberated across the expanse of several dozen miles. Obscuring any discernible advantage for either side, it was evident that determining a victor would not be a swift endeavor. Simultaneously, Han Li and Wan Tianming, having traversed nearly 1,000 miles in a single burst of light, finally came to a halt over a stretch of ocean. As Han Li emerged from the azure glow, he crossed his arms and gazed impassively at his counterpart. With his current mental prowess, he could easily discern whether any other cultivators lay in ambush nearby. Otherwise, how could he have been so effortlessly led by the nose? After scanning the surroundings with his mental perception, he confirmed that within 100 miles, there was indeed no one else present, nor any restrictive formations in sight. Turning his attention to Wan Tianming, who appeared exceptionally composed, Han Li felt a tinge of amusement. It seemed rather intriguing that this esteemed leader, Wan, appeared equally confident about this confrontation. The location was relatively tranquil, suitable for a fellow cultivator's final resting place, befitting a practitioner of Wan Tianming's stature. After surveying the surroundings, when Wan Tianming glanced back at Han Li, he spoke with an icy demeanor akin to an iceberg. "Is this your designated resting place?" Upon hearing this, Han Li did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly. "What? Does fellow Taoist think I am boasting too grandly?" Wan Tianming scoffed and inquired. "Is that so?" "Not at all. That I merely wondered if Brother Wan has been practicing improperly of late, perhaps hastening his cultivation to the detriment of his mental faculties." Han Li replied with a noncommittal smile, his tone languid. "Whether it is mere bravado, you shall know once your soul is scattered," Wan Tianming ominously remarked. "However, before that, I wish to introduce two individuals to you." "Introduce individuals? Do you take me for a child of 3? If there is a third person here, aside from you and me, I shall tear my head from my shoulders and present it to you." Han Li retorted coldly, unimpressed. In response, Wan Tianming's eyes narrowed, but he soon replied with a casual tone, "Is that so? It appears I misspoke. These two individuals are, in fact, no longer human." Without waiting for Han Li to grasp the meaning of his words, he produced a dark leather pouch from his waist and tossed it into the AI art.as. He formed hand seals and muttered incantations, the bag inverted, releasing a billowing cloud of dark mist. From within emerged two indistinct figures, one tall and the other slender, drifting through the mist like phantoms. Refining corpses? Han Li possesses an extraordinarily rich tapestry of experiences, and he immediately recognizes that the mist before him is, in fact, an exceedingly potent corpse aura, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming lets out a cold sneer, channeling his incantations. The two shadowy figures raise their arms, seemingly drawing the surrounding corpse energy towards them with immense force, transforming it into swirling misty serpents that violently surge into their bodies, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The black corpse aura has been completely absorbed, revealing the true forms of the two gray-white figures. Han Li casts a calm glance at the two refined corpses, displaying an unusual tranquility that is hardly surprising, as he finds their appearances entirely unfamiliar, thus betraying no signs of alarm. Among these corpses, the taller one possesses a sinister visage, appearing to be in his 40s, yet his arms are disproportionately elongated, reaching down to his knees, with hands that are astonishingly large, seemingly crafted from translucent white jade. The other, somewhat shorter corpse resembles a woman in her 30s, with a gaunt face, deep-set eyes, and coarse brows. Peculiarly, 3 swords of varying styles are grotesquely embedded into one of her shoulders. Observing Han Li's indifference towards these refined corpses, Wan Tianming's eyes flash with a hint of menace. He takes a deep breath, alters his hand seals, and suddenly, a series of crackling sounds emanate from within his body. His form expands by several inches, and as he opens his mouth, a torrent of purple mist erupts forth, swiftly engulfing him in a massive cloud. The cloud begins to churn violently, morphing into a spectrum of colors. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li strokes his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he lowers his hands, a burst of tricolor brilliance spills from one sleeve, while his other hand flashes with green light, revealing the 8th spirit. Han Li's expression remains unperturbed, yet his resolve is steadfast. Regardless of the opponent's techniques, he intends to unleash his full power at the first opportunity. After keenly identifying the moment, he plans to ensnare his adversary with the 8th spirit, then strike with all his might using the 3-flame fan. While contemplating this strategy, his blue eyes glimmer momentarily, and a low rumble of thunder emanates from behind him as a pair of azure-white wings materialize. Just as he prepares to utilize these wings to evade near his opponent, a shocking scene unfolds before him. Within the shifting cloud of colors, The crackling sounds suddenly cease, followed by an astonishing surge of demonic energy rising skyward. The mist transforms entirely to a ghastly gray-white, exuding an eerie chill. Han Li's pupils constrict, a jolt of apprehension coursing through him. How could Wan Tianming, the leader of the righteous sect, be practicing demonic arts? Moreover, this demonic energy feels oddly familiar, reminiscent of the true demonic energy of ancient fiends, albeit not entirely identical. Indeed, he recalls that another individual possessed a similar aura, though the time lapse has rendered his memory vague and elusive. As Han Li grapples with his uncertainty, an arrogant, maniacal laughter erupts from the depths of the demonic energy, and a figure inexplicably materializes before the swirling miasma behind this individual. 6 clear and extraordinary apparitions emerged. Resembling substantial, towering phantoms, some with horns protruding from their heads, others bearing sharp fangs, each exuding a terrifying countenance, clad in scales as if demons had materialized in the mortal realm. The 6 extremities true demon technique. Such a bizarre spectacle compelled Han Li to exclaim without a second thought, "Go. You actually recognize the true essence of my demonic powers. It seems you are not entirely oblivious." As the man's laughter ceased, he cast a condescending gaze upon Han Li, a hint of mockery flickering across his features. Although the individual was garbed in the attire of Wan Tianming, his face and physique bore no resemblance whatsoever. At that moment, as Han Li beheld the true visage of this person, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 12:10, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 11. Han Li's gaze shifted to the imposing figure of the refined corpse, then turned to scrutinize the man clad in Wan Tianming's clothing. Aside from a slight difference in stature, the likeness between the two was strikingly uncanny. Should I address you as Sect Master Wan? Or shall I refer to you as the Supreme Saint of the Six Paths? Han Li's eyes flickered, his demeanor growing solemn. Have you deduced my identity? Wan Tianming snorted coldly, and with a shift of his form. The 6 demonic phantoms behind him quivered in response. As far as I know, the only one capable of mastering the 6 extremities true demon technique, the preeminent demonic skill of the chaotic star sea. To such an extent, is none other than the rumored friend of the 6 paths. It appears you have miraculously survived all these years. However, I find myself perplexed. Did you seize Wan Tianming's physical form? Or have you merely transformed yourself to resemble him? And what of this refined corpse that bears such a striking resemblance to you? Could it be that you have cultivated your own doppelganger? Or have you indeed transformed your own flesh into a demonic corpse? Han Li inquired, his expression returning to its usual composure. Do you truly believe it is necessary for a dying man to grasp such intricate details? The Supreme Saint of the 6 Paths replied with a sinister smile, suddenly shaking his shoulders, causing 2 of the demonic phantoms to surge forth and merge into the 2 refined corpses before him. The male and female corpses trembled abruptly, their eyes snapping open, glowing a vivid green. Yet this was not the end. From the lips of the Supreme Saint of the 6 Paths emerged an esoteric and cryptic incantation, enveloping the once withered demonic corpses in a swirling mist of grayish-white demonic energy. The sharp, piercing shrieks emanating from the 2 corpses escalated as their forms expanded dramatically amidst agonizing groans. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 colossal demonic entities, towering at heights of 4 to 5 zheng.1 bore scales the size of copper coins, black and lustrous, with a pair of antelope-like horns atop its head, and a long, azure tail gently swaying behind. The other was adorned with blood-red, grotesque bone spikes, its hands and feet shimmering with a silvery brilliance, as though forged from pure silver. Its triangular, fearsome head bore 4 piercing green eyes, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The transformed visages of these 2 refined corpses were unmistakably identical to the phantoms that had entered their bodies, yet what had once been ethereal illusions had now materialized into true demons. Leaving one utterly speechless, after the initial shock, Han Li felt a jolt of trepidation surge within him. The cultivation of the 6 extremes true demon technique has reached its zenith, enabling the summoning of genuine holy demon manifestations to possess one's body. In terms of cultivation and divine abilities, it can contend with a transformation stage cultivator. However, throughout history, there has never been anyone in the mortal realm who has truly attained such a supreme state. Nevertheless, even now, the 2 demons I summoned possess the capabilities of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, with a 3-to-1 advantage. Does Taoist Han still believe his life is secure? The 6 Paths extreme sage erupted into laughter. And with a mere thought, the 2 demons that had been hovering before him suddenly flickered and vanished into thin air. Instantly, spatial fluctuations appeared on either side of Han Li, and the 2 demonic entities materialized eerily from the void. The one with twin horns, its serpentine tail thrashing, unleashed a streak of azure light that shot toward Han Li's chest with the swiftness of lightning. The other demon, covered in barbed spikes, crouched and trembled, causing a cacophony of shattering sounds in the nearby space. Countless blood-red bone spikes, each a foot long, transformed into a torrential barrage of crossbow bolts, raining down upon Han Li.At such close range and with such formidable force. Evasion was utterly impossible. It appeared that the Six Paths Extreme Sage harbored intentions akin to Han Li's, aiming to eliminate his opponent immediately. A smirk of triumph crept onto his face, for he was confident that under the seamless assault of these two demons, even if Han Li were to miraculously survive, he would certainly not emerge unscathed. However, in the next moment, the old demon's expression froze in astonishment. Just as the azure light was about to pierce through Han Li's chest, and the blood spikes threatened to leave him riddled with wounds, Han Li's azure-white wings fluttered slightly, summoning a tempest. Han Li's figure vanished in an instant, leaving the azure light and blood spikes to find no target, thus shooting into the void. The Six Paths Extreme Sage felt a surge of alarm, his eyes glinting as he hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Yet, before he could fully extend his consciousness to envelop the area, a flash of azure lightning appeared above the twin-horned demon, and Han Li, having utilized the instantaneous movement technique, materialized in this location. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, summoning a blue wooden ruler that gently swayed downward, beneath the demon's feet. A silver lotus of about a foot in size suddenly blossomed. As this lotus spun, a torrent of seven-colored Buddhist light surged forth from its center, causing the twin-horned demon to feel an immediate constriction, rendering its body immobile, while the demonic energy within it solidified instantaneously. Then, Han Li, with an impassive expression, lifted his other hand, and a tricolored flame materialized. Before any discernible action could be taken, a terrifying spiritual pressure emanated subtly from the flame. The other demon finally discerned Han Li's presence. Without waiting to see his next move, it let out a long howl, and the multitude of blood spikes swirled around before launching toward Han Li once more, this time with even greater speed than before. In the blink of an eye, countless bone spikes were upon Han Li, yet he displayed no sign of panic. With a casual glance, he surveyed the approaching blood spikes. Suddenly, a flash of silver light illuminated the previously empty space, revealing a small silver shield. With a gentle shake, this treasure transformed into a thick silver barrier, enveloping him within its protective embrace. In an instant, the blood spikes viciously pierced the screen. A series of fist-sized crimson lights erupted across the surface, accompanied by the sharp crackling sound reminiscent of rain striking banana leaves. The luminous screen first rippled and then transformed into a violent tremor, soon appearing on the verge of collapse. The ferocity of these sanguine bone spikes exceeded the imagination of any ordinary beings, each one seemingly wielding the power of a top-tier magical artifact. The Yuan Gang shield found itself incapable of repelling them. Han Li's expression changed abruptly, and he seemed to chant an incantation under his breath. A golden orb, roughly the size of a thumb, materialized between his brows, and with a flash, it transformed into a shimmering golden barrier. This was the diamond shield, which Han Li had been cultivating within himself for many years. After such prolonged refinement, its power had grown immensely, far surpassing that of the Yuan Gang shield in terms of resilience. Consequently, when the silver screen finally succumbed and shattered, the remaining blood spikes struck the golden barrier with a sound akin to metal clashing. The surface of the barrier flickered with golden light, managing to staunchly block all the spikes. Simultaneously, a cry resembling that of a phoenix emanated from the tricolored flames in Han Li's grasp, and a firebird adorned with three-colored runes burst forth, its wings unfurling as it dove downwards. Its target was the immobile two-horned demon below. Although the demon could not move, a fierce glint flashed across its face, and it opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of white mist that surged upwards, colliding head-on with the firebird. A tremendous roar echoed as the white wave and the tricolored flames intertwined violently. However, although this sound wave was an innate and peculiar supernatural ability of the demon, its power was significantly diminished due to its immobilization and inability to summon demonic energy. It was no match for the strike of the three flames. The two forces merely held each other for a brief moment before the firebird burst apart. A halo of tricolored light materialized, rolling slightly before swiftly consuming the white wave below. The halo then expanded rapidly, engulfing an area of over 10 zhong beneath it. In the blink of an eye, the demon, which had been possessing the corpse, was rendered non-existent. While this all appeared to unfold slowly, it actually transpired within mere breaths. The six great saints in the distance, who had been forming hand seals, were taken aback by this turn of events. They had never anticipated that their dual demons would not only fail to eradicate the opponent, but would instead be decimated with a mere flick of the opponent's hand. However, at this moment, the old demon finally comprehended that the individual before him was no ordinary grand cultivator. In a fit of astonishment and fury, he dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. He hastily urged his spiritual consciousness and simultaneously spat out a jet of black light, which shot forth and swiftly transformed into a stream of dark mist disappearing into the void. Meanwhile, the spiny demon let out a low growl, and its four monstrous eyes glimmered simultaneously before its form blurred and vanished into thin in the next moment. Space behind Hanli rippled, and two silver arms emerged from the void. With a crackling sound, the arms expanded dramatically, one morphing into a sharp claw that lunged toward the crown of Han Li's head, while the other, flickering out of sight, delivered a massive silver fist aimed squarely at Han Li's back. At the same time, beneath the flickering dark light, a jet-black octagonal hammer, roughly the size of a human head, materialized several zhang above Han Li's head. In a sudden flash, it descended with a chilling and sinister aura. The terrifying demonic energy emanating from above indicated that this was indeed a rare artifact from the human realm. Just as the ancient demon showed no signs of retreating, a slight tremor of his shoulder summoned four more phantoms of true demons that hovered behind him. Their eyes abruptly opening, they transformed into four streaks of black light, hurtling towards Hanli with alarming speed. In an instant, having just vanquished a demonic creature, Hanli found himself once again ensnared in a concerted assault from the ancient demon and another monstrous foe. With a soft sigh, Hanli made no visible attempt to cast a spell. However, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and from the silver glimmer that appeared against his tightly pressed back, a faint human silhouette emerged, its silver fist striking forth. With a thunderous roar, two resounding booms echoed, as the azure figure remained motionless, while the demonic entity that had just emerged from the void staggered backward, shaken to its core. Almost simultaneously, a flicker of spiritual light erupted above Han Li's head, and a small azure cauldron bizarrely spiraled out from the crown of his head as soon as it appeared. The lid opened, unleashing a torrent of azure strands that surged forth, effectively intercepting the descending black octagonal hammer, preventing it from descending even a fraction. Suddenly, a brilliant blue flame erupted from the surface of the black hammer. Although the true power of this flame remained unknown, it was evident that it was far from ordinary demonic fire. Yet, ensnared by the azure strands emitted from the virtual heavenly cauldron, the hammer's might was completely nullified. Rendered immobile in midair, regardless of how fiercely the blue flames burned, the azure strands remained unscathed, showing no fear of the fire's intensity. Hanli, indifferent to the unfolding changes above him, shifted his gaze to the four streaks of black light that shot towards him. "Holy demons," he murmured almost inaudibly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve, and with a thunderous roar, four massive golden arcs, each as thick as a baby's arm, shot forth from his sleeve, striking precisely upon the four black lights that had just reached him. With a series of explosive sounds, four blinding bursts of golden light erupted, swiftly engulfing the black light within. The phantoms of these demonic creatures, as if encountering their nemesis, rapidly dissolved like spring snow under the golden radiance, requiring not a single effort from Hanli. In that very moment, the azure figure behind Hanli raised a hand, revealing a small crimson bow, and with a gentle pull of the other hand, a thunderous sound erupted. Countless fiery arrows shot forth, filling the sky as they hurtled towards the opposing demonic entity. At this juncture, the spiny demon, having just stabilized its form, faced the onslaught of arrows without a hint of fear. With a loud roar, the bone spines on its body glowed faintly with bloodlight, which then intensified into a brilliant crimson shield, enveloping its form. As the protective barrier was established, the myriad of fiery arrows rained down upon the blood-red shield. Countless fiery arrows erupted upon the blood shield, crimson flames engulfing the demon within, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds that reverberated with astonishing intensity. Yet, the creature ensconced in the flames remained unscathed within the sanguine barrier. Drawing a deep breath, it waved its silver arm, attempting to forcibly part the encircling scarlet inferno. At that moment, however, a faint rumble reminiscent of thunder suddenly resonated from the opposite side. Startled, the demon realized that, unbeknownst to it, a jade-green arrow, entwined with wisps of golden light, had unexpectedly materialized before its eyes. Despite its uncertainty regarding the peculiar arrow, the demon instinctively swayed its form, endeavoring to evade the small projectile. What it failed to notice was that, as the emerald arrow approached, a dark, glistening flying dagger emerged eerily from the void above, silently descending to land precisely upon the head of the demon that had sought refuge in that direction. Remarkably, the demon remained utterly oblivious to this peril. Consequently, the azure figure, poised with its fiery bow, abruptly halted the torrent of arrows, causing them to vanish into thin air, thus ceasing its relentless assault. Just as the hedgehog-like demon had sidestepped the jade-green arrow. Puzzled by the sudden turn of events, a shadowy light swiftly encircled its neck like a flash of lightning, causing its triangular head to roll away in a grotesque manner. The blood-red shield proved utterly ineffective against the dark luminescence. It is little wonder, for this dagger of demonic essence had been forged from the very marrow of malevolence, a substance distilled from countless millennia of pure demonic energy. How could it possibly be obstructed by a barrier composed of akin energies? To the blood-red shield, the dagger was virtually insubstantial. The humanoid puppet, guided by a second nascent soul, acted autonomously. In the instant it dispatched the demon with the flying dagger, it flickered and appeared before the remains. Opening its mouth, a surge of black light spiraled forth, enveloping the corpse. Miraculously, it extricated a spectral image from within, the very demonic shadow that had been previously ensnared. Yet, in this moment, the shadow appeared exceedingly dim. On the brink of collapse, the essence of extreme darkness coiled around it. The humanoid puppet absorbed it into its mouth, where it was received by the hidden second nascent soul. Such pure demonic energy was a significant boon for one cultivating the path of extreme darkness. Following the extraction of the demonic shadow, a gentle breeze swept over the headless demon corpse, reducing it to mere ash, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, the humanoid puppet shimmered and returned to stand beside Han Li. Arms crossed behind its back, from a distance it was as if two Han Li stood side by side, save for their differing attire. At that moment, Han Li toyed with the triflame treasure fan in his hand. Gazing calmly at his opponent, that I have witnessed the Six Extremes true demon technique of Six Dao brother. I wonder what other secret arts you possess that might further broaden my horizons. If none, I shall escort you on your journey, Han Li remarked with an unsettling tranquility. In the distance, the Six Dao Extreme Saint's complexion turned a shade of pallor, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The two late-stage nascent soul demons, which he had regarded as his trump cards, had been effortlessly dispatched with a mere gesture by his opponent. A truly inconceivable turn of events. Moreover, the opponent's successive use of treasures such as the three-colored feather fan, the azure small cauldron, and the green wooden ruler exhibited extraordinary power, each surpassing expectations. Aside from the small cauldron, which might indeed be the fabled Su Tian Ding, the other two artifacts left him utterly perplexed. Devoid of any clues, the incarnation technique employed by his adversary was even more enigmatic and unfathomable. With sheer personal strength, they could effortlessly slay a demonic creature. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of discerning the particular secret art of incarnation being utilized. A deep sense of foreboding enveloped him. How could this be possible? The opponent had merely advanced to the late stage in the past century. How could they possess such astonishing secret arts and a plethora of formidable treasures? Although he had never encountered a deity transformation practitioner, judging by the abilities displayed by his opponent, they were likely no less formidable. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the old demon felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils constricting as he suddenly opened his mouth to expel a dark, swirling cloud. This object swiftly transformed into a vortex of black wind that enveloped him entirely. Immediately, a piercing howl emanated from within the wind, and with a tremor, it propelled the old demon backward. The black wind appeared exceedingly vague, its speed of escape astonishing, as it flickered a few times, leaving behind a series of illusory shadows. Just as the wind seemed to vanish at a certain location, it mysteriously reappeared much farther away, while another mass of black wind remained behind. Consequently, in the distant sky, it seemed as though multiple clusters of teleporting black wind had simultaneously emerged, vanishing beyond 100 feet in the blink of an eye. If an ordinary late-stage Yuan-ing practitioner were to witness this bizarre speed of escape, they could only gaze in awe and admiration. However, Han Li was no ordinary late-stage practitioner. Upon witnessing this spectacle, an odd expression emerged on his face. He had actually managed to flee. This innate magical treasure indeed served as an excellent means of escape. In the past, it would have posed a considerable challenge. But now, humph, Han Li took a deep breath, and with a flutter of his thunder wings, a resounding clap of thunder erupted. Strands of azure and white electric arcs manifested upon his wings, which soon transformed into clusters of thunderbolts cascading downward, hovering within the surrounding space and swirling erratically. Then, with a slight extension of his wings, he effortlessly levitated into the air, tilting slightly at that moment. Han Li cast a distant glance at the old demon, now a blurred silhouette, snorted coldly from his nostrils, and suddenly fanned his wings with force. Instantly, a tempestuous wind surged forth, stirring up the nearby azure and white thunderbolts. causing them to collide with one another. The ensuing roar was deafening as the azure and white electric arcs erupted simultaneously, only to be engulfed by the raging wind and entirely absorbed into his wings. The surface of the wind thunder wings was soon enveloped in an electric shield. And after several vigorous flaps, Han Li's figure abruptly shot forth from his original position, vanishing in an instant as a streak of azure-white electric arc. With a single breath, the electric arc bizarrely traversed several dozen feet away. Hesitating briefly before launching forth once more, covering another several dozen feet in the blink of an eye, its speed surpassing that of the black wind controlled by the old demon by nearly half. In mere moments, this electric arc had closed the distance to within 10 feet of the retreating black wind. Amidst the swirling electric arcs, Han Li distinctly perceived the old demon's terrified visage as he glanced back from within the black wind. With a vigorous flap of his wings, a thunderous crack echoed, and a shimmering azure-white arc of electricity materialized before the black wind. As the lightning flickered and faded, Han Li's figure emerged, resolutely obstructing the path of the ancient demon. The black gale hesitated for a moment before abruptly shifting direction, intent on darting away. Yet, at that instant, Han Li let out a cold chuckle, forming a series of intricate hand seals, with a crackling sound emanating from within. His stature surged several inches, his limbs and torso swelling with bulging muscles, becoming notably more robust. Simultaneously, a fleeting layer of pale golden radiance enveloped his skin, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. He had instantaneously transformed into an extraordinarily imposing figure, reminiscent of a mighty warrior, a manifestation of the third tier of the Ming Wang Jue. In the blink of an eye, Han Li raised his hands, conjuring a layer of violet flames, which he twisted into a shimmering purple fire blade. With a sudden, enigmatic flutter of his wings, he shot forth. However, as he propelled himself forward, his body twisted in an uncanny manner, causing his wings to tremble at an astonishing frequency, creating ripples in the surrounding space. In an instant, he transformed into a silken thread, vanishing from sight mid-flight. The ancient demon, caught in the black wind, instantly sensed the peril of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation to flee, he concentrated his magical energy, causing the surrounding black wind to surge dramatically, while simultaneously conjuring a crimson shield that appeared before him. Just as he was about to activate the shield with a spell, the silken thread shot forth from above him, only to vanish once again in a flicker. In that moment, a loud cry erupted from the ancient demon amidst the black wind. The crimson shield fell, bizarrely accompanied by a severed arm, half encased in a layer of violet crystalline ice, and the cut was smooth and pristine, devoid of any blood. At this juncture, the ancient demon finally grasped the situation. The black wind that had enveloped him was precisely aligned with the location of his severed arm. He had not detected any signs of this impending calamity. Consequently, a mix of astonishment and fury surged within him. He quickly directed his remaining arm to point at the descending crimson shield. Upon doing so, the shield leapt, transforming into a fiery red barrier that enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, he unleashed his consciousness outward, his eyes frantically scanning for Han Li's whereabouts. At that moment, the silken thread re-emerged, shooting forth from over 10 zhang behind the ancient demon, spiraling before momentarily pausing and morphing into a familiar silhouette. Han Li himself. He surveyed his own form, his wings gently fluttering behind him, while he brandished the violet blade in hand. This wind and thunder transformation technique, though not without its potency, placed an immense burden on the body. With the third tier of the Ming Wang Ju barely utilized once, Han Li felt an overwhelming strain. This is but a natural consequence, he murmured in a low voice. This technique was originally devised in harmony with avian demon cultivators. As a human, even with the wind and thunder wings assisting you, you cannot truly master the fluid execution of such a technique. Forcing its use places a far greater strain on your body than it would on an ordinary avian demon. The third tier of the Ming Wang Ju will only permit you to perform it 2 or 3 times. Should you attempt more, your body will inevitably shatter under the strain. If one wishes to freely manifest such a technique, it would be prudent for Ming Wang to further his studies. Han Li heard the indifferent voice of the youth. So it is, when I practiced in the secret chamber, although I executed it several times. The limitations of space prevented me from realizing the considerable distance over which this technique could be deployed, and the significant burden it imposes on the body. With a sigh, Han Li waved his hand, causing the violet blade of light to dissipate into nothingness. This time, the youth merely chuckled, refraining from further comments. As Han Li suddenly appeared, the old demon opposite him immediately detected his presence. However, the youth, transformed from the Tianlan beast, utilized a communication technique, rendering the old demon unable to hear a single word. From a distance, it merely seemed as though Han Li was talking to himself. Consequently, the old demon's gaze flickered with suspicion. and he suddenly slapped a certain beast pouch at his waist with one arm. Instantly, a flash of black light erupted, revealing a double-headed black python. This serpent was not particularly large, measuring only about 10 feet in length. Yet its pair of triangular heads and the wisps of green gas emanating from its mouth conveyed a sense of extreme toxicity. Following this, the old demon opened his mouth, and a sphere of black light enveloping an object was expelled. As this sphere spun, it revealed a small white banner just a few inches long. Subsequently, at the old demon's incantation, the banner swelled violently in the wind, swiftly transforming into a towering white banner of considerable height. Upon seeing the appearance of this banner, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. The banner was entirely crafted from human bones, its surface obscured in darkness, with some grayish-white runes faintly visible. Beneath the top of the banner were 3 skulls of varying sizes, which, upon materializing, began to gnash their teeth and emit a chilling, sinister laughter that unsettled the mind and caused one's blood to surge. With a low command, the old demon pressed his palm against the bone banner. The 3 skulls immediately quivered, spewing forth black mist, which swiftly consumed the half-remaining arm floating beneath the old demon's feet. In a frenzied contest, the remnants were devoured cleanly. Subsequently, the 3 skulls glowed with a blood-red light, their size increasing significantly. As a result, the fear on the face of the Six-Paths Saint dissipated considerably, his gaze now fixed on Han Li with a brooding intensity. It seemed the old demon was quite clear-headed. He understood that with Han Li's earlier display of the bizarre speed combining wind and thunder, escape was utterly impossible. To flee with singular intent might lead to a swifter demise. Thus, he chose to confront the situation head-on, risking everything in a desperate gamble, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Hence, he did not hesitate to reveal another treasure he had never previously shown. Seeing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, although he had never encountered this treasure. The overwhelming sinister aura emanating from the banner made him worried. That moment, Han Li suddenly heard the youth's astonished voice. The 3 divine bone banner? I never imagined there would be someone in your realm capable of forging such a malevolent artifact. It is truly astonishing. Does Daoist Tianlan recognize this item? Han Li inquired with curiosity. This banner has quite the reputation in our spirit realm, being one of the 7 evil artifacts. Of course, the one opposite seems to have only grasped the rudiments of its crafting. Its power pales in comparison to that of a true 3 divine bone banner. However, the creation of such an item is notoriously bloody, and nearly every human or beast that attempts to forge it meets a grim fate. Although the power of the object before him was somewhat limited, it was evident that Dan had similarly sacrificed numerous cultivators. The youth chuckled slyly, while he extolled the might of the bone banner. He also exhibited a palpable trepidation towards its creation. So it is, TSK, truly deserving of the title of the foremost demonic cultivator of the chaotic star sea. There seems to be nothing he dares to do. Given the formidable origins of this malevolent artifact, it would be prudent to test its true power. Han Li, momentarily lost in thought, let out a cold snicker, with a swift gesture to his waist. He produced a pitch-black jade vial. This vial spun in the air before turning mouth downward, its lid popping open of its own accord. Instantly, a surge of grayish-white energy erupted forth, followed by the spectral emergence of 5 eerily white human skeletal forms. These were the 5 soul-connected demons that Han Li had previously subdued. As soon as these 5 demons materialized, Han Li invoked a spell. The 5 skeletal figures rolled onto the ground, transforming in an instant into 5 heads the size of wheels, adorned with grotesque horns and sharp fangs, charging directly towards the opposing bone banner. The 5 soul-connected demons, the 6 paths of Extreme Sage, being the foremost demonic cultivator of the Star Sea, was well versed in such matters. Instantly recognizing the origins of the 5 demons, exclaiming in shock. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 demons had been forcibly taken from another, and he assumed they were the result of the opponent's own crafting. The method of their creation was hardly commendable, leading the demons to regard Han Li as equally ruthless. A sense of dread engulfed him. If this individual was already so formidable, how could he also master demonic arts? Was he truly facing an unavoidable calamity this time? However, witnessing the 5 demons hurtling towards him, he steeled himself and hastily urged the massive banner before him. The bone banner shuddered violently, and the 3 skulls atop it erupted into a cacophony of eerie laughter, their gaping mouths releasing torrents of pitch-black, ink-like energy. In response, the 5 demonic heads unleashed a surge of green fire from their mouths, resulting in a tumultuous clash of black mist and green flames, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Yet, in the next moment, the old demon's face contorted slightly. Upon contact, The fire from the 5 demons gained the upper hand, overwhelming the black mist and forcing it to retreat. The 6 paths of extreme sage internally lamented. To his knowledge, while the power of the 5 soul-connected demons was considerable, their successful creation seemed to require at least a late-stage core formation mastery. Yet, the 5 demonic heads before him clearly possessed powers beyond that level, swiftly suppressing the 3 main demonic heads of his banner, which were in the early stages of nascent soul. Nonetheless, barring a few exceptional treasures, the true might of artifacts was profoundly influenced by the magical prowess and control of their wielder. Gritting his teeth, the old demon formed a hand seal and, opening his mouth, expelled a burst of essence blood that vanished into the massive banner. The bone banner erupted with a resonating hum, its runes swirling violently, giving rise to countless ghostly skull illusions in the vicinity. These phantoms were significantly smaller, roughly the size of fists, yet as they opened their mouths, innumerable black mist spewed forth, coalescing into a pitch-black dragon that, after a brief swirl, darted towards the 5 demonic heads with a fierce determination. 2 of the 5 demons swayed slightly, transforming once more into their skeletal forms. As they rubbed their hands together, a pair of bone blades, each several feet long, materialized before them. Undaunted, they lunged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the black serpent. With the absence of these 2 fiends, the remaining 3 demons found their shadowy flames considerably diminished, allowing the 3 colossal skulls on the opposing bone banner to stabilize the situation. The black mist and the shadowy flames became locked in a stalemate. The old demon felt a momentary relief in his heart, yet his gaze swept back to Hanli across from him, and a sudden chill gripped him, for at that moment, Hanli stood with his arms crossed. Observing the struggle between the 5 demons in the bone banner, his face adorned with an enigmatic smirk. As the old demon cast his glance, it seemed to evoke an instinctive reaction in Hanli, who returned the gaze, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. The old demon's heart raced, an inexplicable sense of peril surfacing unbidden. Suddenly, a cacophonous screech erupted from the 2-headed serpent coiling above him, causing the old demon's expression to shift as he turned to look. There, just a few yards behind him, a ghostly azure figure floated, a dark, lustrous flying dagger slicing through the black wind, steadily advancing toward the crimson barrier of the second layer. Had he not turned in time, he would have met his demise before he even realized it. The face of the 6 Paths Supreme turned ashen, while the second nascent soul within the humanoid puppet, seeing the ambush revealed, wasted no time in unleashing a powerful spell. With a thunderous whoosh, the demon essence dagger flashed and plunged fiercely into the barrier. Simultaneously, the puppet itself radiated a brilliant silver light, and in a blink, it vanished without a trace. Almost concurrently, Hanli, who had been standing at a distance with his arms crossed, suddenly glinted with cold light in his eyes. Raising a hand, he summoned the 8th spirit, which materialized with an eerie glow. Grasping it, he gestured toward the distant figure, and with a slight flutter of his wings, he vanished amidst a subtle rumble of thunder. Meanwhile, the old demon could hardly spare a thought for Hanli at that moment. The dark flying dagger hesitated for a brief instant before effortlessly piercing through the protective barrier, and with a thunderous roar, the old demon's body shimmered as a beam of black light shot forth, colliding with the flying dagger. Instantly, his form split into 2 indistinguishable phantoms, shooting off to either side. Chapter 12:14. The Battle of the Star Palace. 14. At this juncture, the dual-headed serpent unleashed by the 6 Paths Supreme seemed to respond to some command from the old demon. With a swift motion, both heads simultaneously spewed forth a torrent of inky liquid, which transformed into a swirling cloud of toxic mist with a deafening crash as the black light collided with the flying dagger. An explosion of blinding darkness erupted. The source of the black light, an unknown artifact, self-detonated, forcibly halting the demon essence dagger. In a flash of silver, the humanoid puppet reappeared at the original position of the old demon. As the toxic mist surged forth, engulfing him completely, the dark serpent, its 2 heads swaying, lunged towards the puppet. Yet, in the next instant, a silver lotus appeared above the serpent's head without any warning, roughly a foot in size. Radiating a 7-colored Buddha light from its center, the black serpent was enveloped by the Buddha light. It immediately froze in place, rendered utterly immobile on the menacing heads of the serpents, for emerald green orbs incessantly twirled with a sinister glint. Without the slightest delay, 2 slender silver threads shot forth from the green mist with exquisite precision, encircling the serpentine heads effortlessly. In an instant, the 2 serpent heads tumbled to the ground, the green mist roiled, and a humanoid puppet emerged serenely from within, appearing utterly unscathed. It is worth noting that this black serpent possesses a remarkable lineage. Its venomous mist, though not on par with the 10 ultimate poisons of the immortal realm, is certainly not far behind. A mere touch of it could spell immediate doom for an ordinary cultivator. What makes this poison particularly formidable is its ability to bypass the majority of elemental shields, infiltrating them stealthily and rendering the shield's master oblivious to its presence. Even a nascent soul cultivator, caught unawares, could meet their demise from such an assault. Were it not for this potency, the old devil would not have bred this serpent as a spiritual insect. However, the humanoid puppet, being devoid of flesh and blood, remained impervious to the serpent's peculiar venom, which ultimately led to the creature's untimely demise. The moment the serpent perished, a connection was severed between it and one of the ethereal shadows, causing a flicker of fear to cross its gaze. Yet, it fled in a frenzied retreat without a backward glance, suddenly thrusting its hand towards a distant bone banner. Instantly, the banner quivered and radiated a brilliant black light, seemingly preparing to take flight. At that very moment, a flash of azure lightning illuminated the sky above the ethereal figures, and a silhouette emerged amidst the flickering brilliance. It was none other than Hanli himself. His azure eyes scanned the scene below. With a swift gesture, thunder rumbled as a golden electric net descended upon his foes, while his other hand conjured a small azure cauldron, from which countless azure threads shot downward in a similar fashion. Though the old devil's art of transformation was remarkably intricate, mere thought alone could not discern the subtle differences between the shadows. Yet, through the clarity of his spiritual vision, Hanli perceived the minute distinctions between the two figures. Identifying the genuine from the counterfeit, the sixfold phantoms, transformed from the essence of the six paths, trembled in shock, and 6 demonic figures erupted from behind him, shooting skyward. However, this time, the demonic apparitions appeared significantly dimmer and remained largely indistinct. The old devil, following this, flicked his sleeve, and a blue jade umbrella shot forth, hovering above his head. Upon unfurling, the treasure expanded to several times its original size, providing protection for the old devil beneath it. With a series of sharp sounds, the 6 demonic figures collided with the azure threads, momentarily stalling the latter, which surprisingly did not break through immediately. Yet, as the subsequent golden arcs thundered down, the demonic figures were utterly obliterated in the radiant light, offering no resistance whatsoever. As the golden arcs and azure threads intertwined and flashed, they struck the enormous umbrella fiercely. The umbrella, of unknown origin, glimmered wildly, allowing it to remain unscathed in midair, blocking both entities from descending even a fraction. Witnessing this scene, Hanli's expression darkened, and with a sudden grasp into the void, a golden longsword, several feet in length, materialized eerily in his hand. Suddenly, as he unfurled his dual wings, a streak of white silk shot downwards, only to vanish without a trace mid-flight. Below, the old demon's heart raced with a sudden realization, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. However, before he could take any action, a flash of golden light flickered across the surface of the jade umbrella, and with a sharp crack, the umbrella was inexplicably cleaved in two. The old demon exclaimed in shock, and immediately, a surge of dark energy erupted from him. Yet, before he could react, the space before him rippled, and the white silk shot out ominously, encircling the old demon in a flash. With a loud pop, this six-path supreme being found himself cornered, feeling a chilling sensation on his back as a hand, ablaze with purple flames, pierced through his protective demonic aura. The enchanted armor he wore offered no resistance against that strange hand. Overcome with agony, the old demon barely registered a faint sigh from behind him before witnessing the purple flames erupt from the hand that had emerged from his chest, spreading a layer of icy purple frost in all directions with astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping most of his body. It appeared he was on the verge of being completely encased in ice. The old demon's face, now shrouded in purple frost, twisted in torment as he clenched his teeth. A muffled explosion resonated as the lower half of his body, not yet frozen, erupted violently. Instantly, a rain of blood poured forth, and in a flash of crimson light, transformed into bizarre blood flames, hurtling towards Hanli. Almost simultaneously, a burst of green light shot from the remnants of his body, appearing 30-odd jong away in an instant. Within that green light was a pitch-black infant, clutching a green jade bottle tightly, the old demon's primordial infant. Hanli flicked his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of purple cold flames that extinguished the demonic fire. Yet he did not immediately pursue the old demon's primordial infant. Instead, he stood calmly in place, observing the old demon's primordial infant flee in panic. After a few sudden movements, the infant found itself over 100 zhang away. Turning back to see Han Li standing still, causing a moment of hesitation. At that moment, a flicker of spiritual light appeared above the infant's head, and a dark flying knife materialized. Descending silently. It was only when the knife hovered above its head that the infant realized the impending danger. But it was too late. A flash of black light sliced through, cleaving the old demon's primordial infant in two. Following this, a burst of silver light erupted, revealing another Han Li floating serenely nearby. The humanoid figure, having dealt with the two-headed snake, had arrived just in time, intercepting the old demon's primordial infant at Han Li's behest. However, an uncanny scene unfolded below. After being severed, the primordial infant did not dissipate. Instead, the two have suddenly swirled in a maelstrom of black energy, transforming into 6 strands of black silk that shot outwards in all directions. The humanoid puppet was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted with a rapid flick of its fingers. With a crack of thunder, several slender golden arcs shot forth, vanishing in an instant but converging upon the black silk. After a series of muffled thunderclaps, a multitude of golden light erupted. Those strands of black silk offered no resistance and were obliterated. Thus, the first demon cultivator, who had instilled fear across the chaotic star sea for centuries, was truly extinguished, both body and soul. The humanoid puppet cast a fleeting glance at the site of the explosion, and upon confirming that no lingering souls were attempting to flee, it swiftly reached out towards the solitary green vial suspended in midair, drawing it into its grasp, without bothering to unscrew the cap. It emotionlessly glided towards Han Li. One might say that this old demon was rather unfortunate. His secret technique of transforming his nascent soul into a spirit was indeed exceedingly rare, had an ordinary cultivator caught him off guard. It is conceivable that a fragment of his soul might have escaped, potentially allowing him a chance at resurgence. However, Han Li, having encountered a nascent soul cultivator utilizing a similar technique while traversing the Mulan Prairie years ago, had already contemplated such countermeasures. Thus, the humanoid puppet unhesitatingly employed the exorcising divine thunder from the golden lightning bamboo arrow, obliterating the old demon's split soul entirely. Had there been even a moment's hesitation, it could have led to great trouble, for once those lingering souls concealed themselves, they would be exceedingly difficult to track down. As the humanoid puppet approached Han Li, it tossed the green vial towards him. Han Li deftly caught it, lowering his gaze to scrutinize it closely, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Yet, before he could uncork the vial, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from the distance. Han Li's eyes flashed as he lifted his gaze towards the direction of the five-heart demon. There, he noticed that the bone banner, once wielded by the old demon, had diminished in power, and the 5 demons had regained the upper hand. However, the banner bore 3 skulls, evidently not belonging to ordinary cultivators. Despite their apparent disadvantage against the 5 demons, their eyes blazed with a furious green light, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's brows knitted slightly, and with a swift incantation, he urged the 5 demons forward. Instantly, the 3 heart demons that had transformed into ghostly heads rolled to the ground, dissolving into 3 white skeletons amidst swirling gray mist. Meanwhile, the other 2 demons, previously entangled with the mist serpent, abruptly shifted their forms and retreated. Before the 3 skulls on the bone banner and the black mist serpent could launch their next assault, the 5 demons simultaneously formed hand seals, then opened their cavernous mouths, unleashing a torrent of 5 distinct hues of icy flames that converged into a tempestuous sea of fire, charging forth with great ferocity. The black mist serpent was the first to meet the onslaught of the icy flames. Yet, as soon as contact was made, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. Under the canopy of the 5-colored fire, the once menacing black serpent's movements faltered, its massive form slowing to an almost crawl, as if its actions had been decelerated several-fold. The 5 demons, in unison, let out a long howl. Countless palm-sized 5-colored ice blades materialized within the fiery ocean. And as the flames surged, the lethal blades shot forth in a dense barrage, instantly cleaving the black serpent into innumerable fragments, transforming it into mere wisps of black mist that vanished without a trace in the flames. As the black mist erupted upon contact with the 5-colored flames, it too hesitated before being thoroughly swept away by the rolling fire. The 3 skulls, witnessing the encroaching 5-colored flames, despite their incessant exhalations of black mist, finally exhibited signs of trepidation, emitting a chorus of mournful wails. Observing this spectacle, the 5-heart demon let out a chilling, eerie laugh, and simultaneously, the icy flames ceased. their forms abruptly transforming into 5 wisps of grayish-white mist that surged into the fiery sea. At the very next moment, as the 5 colored flames surged towards the apex of the bone banner, drawing perilously close to the 3 skulls, 5 wisps of grayish-white vapor shot forth from the sea of fire, swiftly transforming into 5 grotesque, ghastly heads. They appeared to be in a state of wild excitement, their fangs gnashing erratically, and without employing any supernatural abilities, they lunged forward. A resounding crunch echoed. The 5 ghastly heads opened their ravenous maws and lunged at the 3 skeletal heads, which, naturally, were unwilling to be devoured so easily, retaliating with their own gaping jaws. In an instant, a cacophony of bizarre shrieks and frenzied howls filled the air as the 5 ghastly heads and the 3 skeletal heads engaged in a savage struggle. Due to the excessive black mist emitted earlier, the 3 skeletal heads seemed to lack sufficient vital energy, and facing a 3-to-5 disadvantage, their situation became increasingly dire. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 were seized by 4 of the ghastly heads, which began to voraciously gnaw at them. The remaining one, under the pressure of the last ghastly head, could only muster a feeble defense. Witnessing this scene, Hanli smiled faintly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Simultaneously, a soft sigh emanated from the small cauldron in his hand. "What insights does my friend Tianlan have regarding my 5-colored cold flames?" Hanli inquired, his gaze shifting. "Insights may be too grand a term. However, your 5-colored cold flames remind me of several elemental techniques from the spirit realm. These techniques, when manifested, also exhibit 5 colors, bearing a striking resemblance to your cold flames. Yet, your cold flames are of an extremely frigid nature. Should an uninformed opponent mistakenly perceive them as elemental techniques, they might suffer a significant loss." A glimmer of azure light flashed, revealing a young boy clad in a blue garment, his lips red and teeth white, with bare, plump feet resting atop the cauldron's lid, who spoke leisurely while gazing at the 5 ghastly heads in the distance. "Elemental techniques." Hanli was taken aback. "Indeed. Upon my arrival in your realm, I have noticed that the techniques here seldom incorporate multiple elemental attributes. Most are singular in nature. If this continues, even if a person were to ascend to the spirit realm, they might find it challenging to advance to the void refinement stage," the boy remarked with a smile, a hint of derision gracing his features. "What do you mean by that, my friend Tianlan?" Hanli, feeling a chill in his heart, pressed for clarification. "It's nothing. Discussing the void refinement stage with you at this juncture seems premature. However, I can offer you a piece of advice. The key to advancing to the void refinement stage lies in the unification of the 5 elements. If you can advance to the divine transformation stage, it would be best to promptly revise your primary technique to one that cultivates multiple attributes. If that proves unfeasible, then at least consider incorporating wind and thunder attributes. That would suffice to some extent. Only in this way will your chances of breaking through to the void refinement stage be improved. Of course, such multi-attribute techniques are inherently more challenging to cultivate than ordinary ones, and the progress of one's magical power will be significantly slower compared to single-attribute techniques. If you do not aspire to break through to the void refinement stage, it would be wiser to focus on singular attribute techniques, as this would enable faster growth in magical power, making it easier to withstand the minor heavenly tribulations that occur once every 300 years. The boy casually articulated this advice. Hanli listened, dumbfounded, and after a moment, he incredulously asked, "Unification of the 5 elements? This indeed complicates matters. My Qing Yuan sword technique is solely a wood attribute technique, that I can comprehend the cultivation of wind and thunder attribute techniques. After all, the attribute of mutation is originally a fusion of various properties. However, should one not possess the corresponding spiritual root of the attribute in order to cultivate the respective techniques? Is it possible that cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots have become mediocre talents in your spirit realm? And what exactly is this so-called minor tribulation? Do we, humans, like you demon cultivators, also have to endure the thunder tribulation in the spirit realm?" It is unexpected that a mere word from me has sparked such a multitude of inquiries from my esteemed friend. Since this is the case, allow me to provide a brief explanation. The heavenly spiritual root is also rare in our spirit realm and is by no means a mark of mediocrity. Similarly, disciples with such roots are fervently sought after by various sects and factions. After all, those with singular spiritual roots only encounter the issue of the 5 elements unifying during the void refinement stage. Prior to this, cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots are undoubtedly far superior to those with ordinary roots in our spirit realm. A cultivator at the void refinement stage holds the status of a sect leader or a regional overlord. Moreover, when a heavenly spiritual root practitioner reaches the stage of breaking through the void refinement, the majority will either cultivate or modify techniques of multiple attributes as for the issue of spiritual roots. It is easily resolved. There are already methods established in our spirit realm that utilize specially crafted inner elixirs from magical beasts to compensate for the lack of one's own spiritual root. This type of spiritual root, known as the elixir spiritual root, is naturally inferior to a true spiritual root, but it allows for the cultivation of techniques pertaining to other attributes without issue. Of course, this elixir spiritual root is only effective for those who already possess other attribute spiritual roots. Mortals cannot refine elixir spiritual roots. In fact, in the past, our spirit realm also had another type known as the artifact spiritual root, which replaced the function of spiritual roots using a certain magical artifact. However, this method of refining an artifact into a spiritual root is not only time-consuming, but also carries great risk once successfully refined. Thus, it has fallen out of favor in our spirit realm. As for those born with 3 or 4 types of spiritual roots, or even all 5 elements, managing to break through to the void refinement stage. Such individuals are certainly not absent in our vast spirit realm. Yet, these individuals are all of remarkable willpower, truly incomparable to ordinary cultivators. As for the so-called minor tribulation, this is something every cultivator above the nascent soul stage must endure within the spirit realm. The nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators in the lower realms experience a tribulation every 300 years, hence the term minor tribulation. Those at the mid-level void refinement and harmonization stages, as well as the tribulations of the great ascension stage, occur every 3,000 years, referred to as the major tribulation. As for those who cultivate to the final layer and ascend to the true immortal realm, they naturally face the immortal tribulation. Of course, even among the same type of tribulation, each stage and even each individual experiences distinct variations. Generally speaking, even if one remains stagnant in their cultivation, the subsequent tribulation is significantly more formidable than the previous one. Therefore, while the spirit realm is indeed rich in spiritual energy, allowing for a much faster cultivation speed compared to your mortal realm, once one successfully condenses their nascent soul, it becomes akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one faces extinction. Countless renowned cultivators perish each year under various tribulations. My friend Han should not assume that advancing to the void refinement stage guarantees perpetual safety, although theoretically, a cultivator at the void refinement stage can achieve endless longevity as long as there is a sufficient supply of heavenly and earthly essence. However, if one has never heard of it, is there truly any cultivator above the refining void stage who can live without worry for eternity, as long as one has not ascended to the immortal realm? Succumbing to various heavenly tribulations is merely a matter of time. At this point, the boy's expression darkened, revealing a profound fear in his eyes. Han Li also grew solemn, although the other party spoke little. Their words evidently suggested that the spirit world was not the paradise it seemed. Nevertheless, upon hearing that cultivators at the refining void stage possessed boundless lifespans, Han Li could not suppress a surge of joy within. Although he had occasionally glimpsed in some texts that those at the refining void stage seemed to enjoy infinite longevity, it was only upon receiving this confirmation from the other party that he truly felt reassured. Judging by the tone of the speaker, such boundless lifespan could only be genuinely realized in the spirit world. Otherwise, even if one were to advance to the refining void stage in the mortal realm, the insufficient supply of celestial essence would naturally limit their lifespan. The transformation stage allows initial communication with celestial essence. Thus, it is reasonable to speculate that in the spirit world, one's lifespan would undoubtedly exceed a mere 2,000 years. No wonder those ancient transformation stage beings are tirelessly pondering the methods of ascending to the spirit world. As for the heavenly tribulations mentioned by the other party, Han Li felt a twinge of caution but did not dwell on it. Such matters seemed distant and not worth his current concern. After casually inquiring about the Dan spirit root and the Chi spirit root, Han Li finally nodded and fell silent, though his gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts. Moments later, Han Li toyed with the greenish bottle in his hand, gently flicking its cap with a finger. With a flash of azure light, the bottle flipped over, its cap springing open on its own. However, to his surprise, nothing emerged from within. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Just as he contemplated his next move, a green light suddenly shot out from the bottle, attempting to flee. Although caught off guard, Han Li would not allow it to escape. With a muffled grunt, he reached out with a hand to grasp the void. A massive azure hand materialized above the green light, reaching down to seize it. The escaping green light appeared to be in a weakened state. Despite its desperate attempts to evade capture, its speed was insufficient, and it was easily ensnared by the hand as the green light flickered. It revealed a hazy female cultivator's nascent soul. Hanli could not help but stroke his chin, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "May I inquire who you are, fellow Taoist? How did you end up imprisoned by the 6 paths in this bottle?" Hanli addressed the female nascent soul, speaking slowly. "And who might you be? Where is that old demon of the 6 paths?" she retorted, though firmly grasped by the azure hand. "6 paths, if you wish to meet him. I fear you may be disappointed. I have already sent him on his way." Hanli replied with a light smile, showing no particular interest in the matter. "What? You exterminated that old demon? How is that possible?" "Wait, you are." The nascent soul trembled, incredulity evident in her voice. Chapter 12:16. Breaking the array. "Do you recognize me? Although I met a few female cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea, aside from Ling Yuling, it seems there are no others of nascent soul level. You are Hanli, aren't you? In the years past, within the halls of the Void Sky Palace, this lady had encountered you once. Subsequently, it came to my attention that you had acquired the Void Sky Cauldron. To my astonishment, not only did you manage to evade the relentless pursuit of those ancient beings, but your cultivation has advanced remarkably as well." After a brief pause, the young woman spoke in a peculiar tone. You are Lady Wen?" Upon hearing the mention of the Void Sky Palace and recognizing the vaguely familiar voice, Hanli experienced a moment of clarity and tentatively inquired, "To my surprise, you still remember this old one?" The female cultivator of the nascent soul sighed deeply. She openly acknowledged her identity. Hanli's expression was filled with astonishment. This female nascent soul was indeed the lady when he had met during his initial foray into the Void Sky Palace. Although her cultivation was considerable at that time, she had only ventured into the palace to gather a few types of spiritual herbs before retreating midway. However, due to her apparent connection to the 6 paths, he vividly recalled her. "If I am not mistaken, my lady, you seem to be the dual cultivation partner of the 6 paths," Hanli queried, a mixture of surprise and suspicion in his tone. "A dual cultivation partner? Have you ever seen someone imprison their partner's nascent soul within a magical artifact?" Lady Wen retorted, her voice laced with skepticism. "But, my dear Han, did you truly manage to eliminate that old rascal from the 6 paths?" Upon hearing her words, Hanli offered a faint smile and, without further ado, pointed gently with one hand towards a certain direction. Momentarily taken aback, Lady Wen's nascent soul followed his gesture and soon discovered a massive, misty purple ice block suspended in midair, within which lay a half-frozen corpse, the remains of the 6 paths' most revered saint. Simultaneously, the once iron grip of the azure hand that had clutched her nascent soul flickered with radiant light before vanishing into thin air, granting her momentary freedom. Indeed, that old rogue. He met his demise splendidly. "I never anticipated that, despite your meticulous scheming, you would find yourself one step ahead of me." As her nascent soul regained its agency, she hurriedly soared towards the purple ice block, circling it several times before unleashing a chillingly piercing laugh. Hanli furrowed his brow, while he remained unaware of the intricacies that had led to the enmity between the 6 paths and this Lady Wen. He found little inclination to delve deeper into the matter. Shifting his thoughts, he began to contemplate how best to address her situation. At last, the laughter from her nascent soul began to subside. Her gaze swept over to him, and after a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Dear Han, there is no need for concern on your part. I have been trapped within this artifact for far too long, and my nascent soul has grown exceedingly frail. I can no longer seize a new life. I must disperse my nascent soul immediately to have any chance at reincarnation. You have avenged me in a most profound manner, and I am immeasurably grateful. However, given your current prowess, I have nothing of value to offer in return. I can only hope to repay your great kindness in the next life." Upon concluding her words, the nascent soul abruptly struck her own crown with a single hand. A blinding red light erupted forth, enveloping her from head to toe. Then, within that radiant glow, her nascent soul shattered inch by inch, ultimately vanishing without a trace before Han Li's very eyes. Stunned by this turn of events, Han Li stood motionless. He had not anticipated that this lady Wen possessed such a fierce temperament. Choosing to self-dissolve without exchanging more than a few words with him, she appeared utterly disinclined to mention what had transpired to lead to such a dire outcome. However, one need not speculate. It is easily imaginable that there existed a considerable amount of unspeakable secrets between the two parties. Otherwise, such a decisive and unhesitating dissolution would not have occurred. although somewhat vexed. It was perhaps for the best that this woman had met her end in such a manner. Otherwise, how to deal with her would have posed quite a headache for him. Hanli shook his head, let out a soft sigh, and then raised his hand to draw the small green vial from the air back into his grasp, storing it within his spatial pouch. Subsequently, a golden arc of electricity struck the purple ice block, shattering the massive block of ice into countless fragments. The remnants of the old demon thus transformed into specks of luminous light, vanishing along with the ice debris. However, Hanli was not one to decline the storage pouch left behind by the old demon. With a slight sweep of his consciousness inside, he discerned several treasures. Yet, given his current perspective, they did not hold much allure for him. What did pique his interest were some demonic cultivation texts left behind, though regrettably, upon closer inspection, the six-polar true demonic technique he most coveted was not among them. After tidying up the scene, Hanli beckoned the humanoid puppet, which swiftly moved towards the distant bone banner. Meanwhile, another version of Hanli flickered and mysteriously disappeared into the air once more. At that moment, near the bone banner, 5 ghostly heads had thoroughly devoured 3 skulls, and now they showed no mercy towards the banner itself, consuming it with remarkable zeal. Upon his arrival, Hanli observed this spectacle, shaking his head in silence. Although the bone banner possessed a certain history, its overwhelming malevolence rendered it unsuitable for him. Thus, even after noticing the actions of the 5 demons from the very beginning, he had no intention of intervening. Moments later, the 5 demons finally finished gnawing the entire bone banner clean, and they began to emit eerie cries, seemingly overjoyed, their demonic aura intensifying. Hanli watched this scene impassively. And once the 5 demons' cacophony subsided, he gestured with one hand, channeling a command. Although the 5 demons were somewhat reluctant, having suffered the consequences of restraint before, they dared not resist, obediently taking their place beside Hanli. He did not linger any longer. Rather than immediately putting them away, he transformed into a streak of azure light, flying towards the direction of Star City, with the 5 demons swiftly following in a whirlwind of demonic energy. The duration of his battle with the old demon had been brief, merely the time it takes to consume a meal, yet the victor had been determined. Should Star City falter and collapse within such a short span of time, Hanli would undoubtedly turn on his heel and depart, disinterested in further involvement. This would indicate that Star City was hardly worth the effort of his assistance. Fortunately, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Upon Hanli's return to the core of the Wind and Fire Heavenly Array, he found thousands of cultivators from the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance spread across dozens of miles. Locked in a fierce and chaotic battle. To be precise, the Anti-Star Alliance seemed to hold a slight advantage, primarily due to the ferocious prowess of the 2 notorious Blue Clan demons. The blue demonic aura and pink fragrant mist they exuded forced all Star Alliance cultivators to retreat in disarray. The elder of the Zhao clan and the burly man clad in purple, initially confronting the second demon, were clearly outmatched in power and could only exert a minimal restraining influence on him. Utterly incapable of posing any real threat, they asked for the lower-tier cultivators. Upon encountering the azure aura and fragrant mist, they either screamed in agony as their flesh was torn or plummeted to the ground as if inebriated. This scenario only served to amplify the overwhelming aura of the second demon. Amid such chaos, Hanli quietly returned, unnoticed by anyone. He first cast a glance at the enormous column of wind and fire, then directed his gaze towards the strikingly conspicuous blue twin demons, a cold smirk forming on his lips, soon replaced by a fierce countenance. Without uttering a word, he pointed towards the second demon, prompting a low growl from the 5 ghostly figures nearby, which then transformed into 5 streams of grayish-white energy, surging forth. Subsequently, Hanli unhesitatingly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, unleashing a cloud of golden insects that spiraled and hovered above him. With a wave of his hand, he executed a spell, a soft incantation escaping his lips, causing the insect cloud to buzz emphatically. With a resounding boom, it fragmented into a dozen smaller golden clouds that scattered throughout the battlefield. After completing his spell, Hanli's wind and thunder wings fluttered, and he vanished without a trace in a gentle breeze. At the base of the massive copper pillar, although the Yuan-Ing cultivators from the Reversal Star Alliance had already taken action, several Jidon stage cultivators remained stationed at the top to guard against any unexpected incursions from the Star Palace side aimed at disrupting their formation. These individuals, engaged in hushed conversation, could not help but display expressions of delight as they observed their side gradually gaining the upper hand. Among them, a middle-aged scholar, dressed in traditional garb, turned to converse with another cultivator, but as he glanced back, his countenance drained of color at the sight of something in the air behind him. The other cultivators, noticing his reaction, instinctively turned to look as well, only to be met with gasps of alarm, for there, hovering silently in the air, merely a dozen paces from the pillar, was a young man. Arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression. This young man was unmistakably the prominent cultivator from the Star Palace who had departed alongside their leader earlier. How could he possibly appear here alone? A chill swept through the backs of the Jedon cultivators. Yet before they could contemplate whether to flee or call for help from the Yuaning cultivators, Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and his fingers, concealed within his sleeve, flicked rapidly. Instantly, several strands of golden sword energy shot forth. At this moment, the Jedon cultivators were jolted into action, desperately attempting to escape as beams of blinding golden light flashed. However, where the sword energy passed, they were pierced through, meeting their demise without a single survivor. Even those who attempted to deploy their magical artifacts for defense found them shattering along with their bodies, utterly ineffectual. The sword energy, wielded through the Qingzhufengyan sword, was as sharp as any top-tier magical treasure. Even Yuan-ing cultivators would hesitate to confront it directly, let alone mere Jedon cultivators. Having eradicated these Jedon cultivators without a hint of emotion, he cast a nonchalant glance at the towering pillar before giving a sudden flick of his sleeve. Releasing a series of clear, resonant sounds, dozens of golden small swords surged forth from the sleeves, swiftly expanding to several feet in length, before converging mid-air, radiating with brilliant golden light, a colossal golden sword. Measuring several zhang in length, materialized above the bronze-pillared in the 1217th chapter, titled Yuan Magnetic Mountain. Han Li's entire being was infused with a tumultuous flow of spiritual energy. The giant sword shimmered with ethereal brilliance, and with a single tremor, it transformed into a dragon-like golden arc, spiraling in the air before delivering a fierce downward strike. Following a thunderous roar, the golden arc cleaved down through the massive bronze pillar. The mountain-sized crimson and azure column crumbled as if molded from clay, split in two by the golden light, collapsing with a resounding crash to either side. From a distance, it appeared as though the heavens were fracturing and the earth was splitting apart. The cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance, lingering near their spiritual vessels, scrambled in panic to take flight. Such a tremendous commotion drew the astonished gazes of both factions' cultivators. At that moment, Han Li remained motionless, his robes billowing as he hovered in the air, easily discernible to the gathered cultivators. Upon spotting Han Li, expressions of shock or ecstatic exclamations manifested among the crowd, revealing starkly contrasting emotions. Naturally, not everyone had the leisure to glance over immediately. For instance, a man and a woman engaged in battle in a nearby skirmish were entirely preoccupied, encircled by 5 towering demon heads, their furious roars echoing around them. Fortuitously, the demonic energy and pink mist emitted by the blue demonic duo were effectively countered by the grayish-white demonic flames spewed forth by the 5 demons. Seemingly only able to defend against the onslaught, the nearby elder of the Zhao clan and the burly man in purple robes were filled with astonishment and delight, urgently activating several treasured artifacts to join the assault against the blue demonic duo. Meanwhile, Han Li's swarm of golden insect clouds was imposing its might. Guided by Han Li's divided attention, the clouds specifically targeted the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators below the nascent soul stage, wherever they passed. A resonant buzz filled the air, and the insect clouds would descend upon their heads, rendering any protective artifacts utterly ineffective amidst the glimmers of golden light. In the span of mere moments, dozens of cultivators were completely devoured by the golden devouring insects. Chaos ensued among the nearby Anti-Star Alliance cultivators, who recoiled in terror from the insect clouds as if confronted by venomous scorpions. Furthermore, Han Li's sword strike had obliterated the core of the wind and fire heavenly destruction formation, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators, plummeting their morale to an unprecedented low. Instantly, several cultivators from the Anti-Star Alliance began to flee. What began with a handful of individuals quickly escalated into dozens, then hundreds, scattering in all directions. Even without Han Li's intervention, the collapse of the Anti-Star Alliance had become inevitable. The Elder Long and the old woman, recognizing the dire situation, hastily abandoned their adversaries, transforming into 2 beams of light that vanished from sight. The blue demonic duo, clearly aware of their precarious predicament, suddenly unleashed several immensely powerful artifacts, triggering their self-destruction to temporarily repel the 5 demons and attempt multiple avenues of escape. Observing this turn of events, Han Li furrowed his brow, and without hesitation, he unfurled his wings and vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the blue twin demons, having just escaped the encirclement of the 5 ghosts, were suddenly met with a low rumble of thunder ahead. A blue arc flashed, and Han Li appeared mysteriously, slowly gazing at the two demons, effectively blocking the path of the pair. Upon meeting Han Li's emotionless gaze, the hearts of the two demons sank. However, as seasoned practitioners of the demonic sect, they were not ones to resign to fate. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously raised their hands, unleashing several items of varying colors, while their figures flickered as they executed their demonic techniques. Launching a fierce assault that a hint of murderous intent flickered in Han Li's brow. Days later, the entire Chaos Star Sea was set ablaze with commotion. The life-and-death battle between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance not only commenced much earlier than anticipated, but also resulted in an overwhelming victory that astonished most onlookers. Not only did Wan Tiaming of the 10,000 Dharma sect perish in this battle, but numerous high-ranking practitioners of the Reverse Star Alliance also fell, including the notorious Blue Twin Demons who were effortlessly annihilated by the forces of the Star Palace. Naturally, Han Li's name became known throughout the Chaos Star Sea. Even tales of how Han Li ventured into the Void Heaven Palace before condensing his nascent soul, obtaining the Void Heaven Cauldron, and subsequently becoming the target of a hunt by the Reverse Star Alliance were unearthed, leaving countless ordinary practitioners of the Chaos Star Sea in awe. However, with Han Li's current reputation, no nascent soul elder would dare to foolishly seek death by plotting against the master of that cauldron. In the ensuing months, the Star Palace dispatched teams to reclaim lost territories while pursuing the retreating high-ranking practitioners of the Reverse Star Alliance, swiftly launching a counter-offensive to their stronghold, the other nascent soul elders of the Reverse Star Alliance. Unwilling to accept total defeat, gritted their teeth and organized a new force to confront the Star Palace once more. This time, lacking the support of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, the Reverse Star Alliance faced an even more devastating defeat. Although they deployed 3 mid-stage nascent soul practitioners to confront Han Li, he effortlessly dispatched 2 of them. The last remaining practitioner, relying on secret techniques, managed to escape with his life, yet his body was cleaved in twain by a single sword strike, leaving his chances of successful reincarnation slim and his powers largely irrecoverable. Consequently, within a mere 6 months, the Star Palace regained dominion over the Interstar Sea, and other factions expressed their renewed allegiance to the Star Palace. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Yuling began to recruit the scattered lower-ranking practitioners of the Reverse Star Alliance, while relentlessly pursuing the few remaining nascent soul elders. Thus, from within, the Reverse Star Alliance began to crumble. In the blink of an eye, what was once a vast alliance had become a mere shadow of its former self. Half a year later, within the heart of the holy mountain of Tianqing City, a man and a woman walked along a lengthy corridor, one following the other. This passage was crafted entirely from pristine white jade, smooth as a mirror and appearing utterly immaculate. The woman was stunningly beautiful, while the man bore an unremarkable visage. Indeed, it was Han Li and the current master of the Star Palace, Ling Yuling. Is the Yuan Magnetic Mountain truly housed in such a location? Is it so fearsome that it inspires this level of trepidation in you? Han Li inquired, trailing slightly behind as he observed the surrounding jade walls. Not merely terrifying can encapsulate its essence. Should any cultivator below the nascent soul stage dare to approach this mountain, they would instantly suffer a backlash of spiritual power, endangering their very lives. Only those above the nascent soul stage may linger in the vicinity of Yuanzi Mountain for a brief period. Yet even they should not overstay, lest their cultivation be similarly compromised. Ling Yuling inclined her graceful head, smiling as she spoke, with such a remark. My curiosity about Yuanzi Mountain has intensified. I truly wonder how this mountain was originally discovered. Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of intrigue. This matter has indeed been mentioned by my father. During one of his voyages in the outer seas, he personally witnessed this mountain erupting from an underwater volcano. To relocate this mountain, my father expended tremendous effort, and several of his disciples at the core formation stage suffered significant losses in their cultivation as a result. After my parents refined the Yuanzi divine light to a certain extent, they began to treat this mountain as a treasure, gradually refining it. However, this endeavor proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. Even before his passing, only a fraction of the work had been completed. Ling Yuling elaborated to Han Li. If it were truly successfully refined, it seems your esteemed father and mother could escape the constraints of Yuanzi Mountain and no longer be ensnared in such predicaments, Han Li remarked with a soft chuckle. This time, the young woman merely smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. However, after rounding a nearby corner, She came to a halt. At the end of the passage loomed a massive jade door of a striking green hue. Its surface adorned with an array of multicolored restrictive talismans that shimmered brilliantly. This is the place where they cultivated in life, protected by several unique restrictions meticulously arranged by my parents to sever the influence of the 5 elements from UNZ Mountain. As Ling Yuling spoke, she gracefully raised her delicate wrist, causing a snow-white jade plate to materialize in her palm. With a gentle motion directed at the jade door, a burst of white mist surged forth from the plate, sweeping away the restrictive talismans affixed to the door. The once calm and silent jade door suddenly trembled violently, emitting a low, resonant hum, causing the entire door to sway. That a hint of gravity appeared on her face as she suddenly opened her mouth, expelling a blue jade hook. This hook was remarkably mystical, transforming into a swirling blue rainbow that enveloped Ling Yuling within its embrace. She then turned to face Han Li, her expression serious as she stated, "Only treasures devoid of the 5 elements are least affected by UNZ Mountain. Brother Han, despite your vast powers, you must exercise caution upon entering. Rest assured, Taoist friend Yuling, I shall be prudent," Han Li replied with a slight smile. Without any visible gestures, a flash of golden light enveloped him, revealing a radiant golden shield. Indeed, the diamond shield he practiced, though not crafted from jade, it was genuinely unaffected by the 5 elements. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Yuling was initially taken aback, only to break into a charming smile. With a single hand raised, she sent the jade plate soaring into the air, her melodious incantations drifting gracefully from her lips. As the jade plate trembled, an array of colorful runes burst forth from its surface, vanishing into the jade door. The previously humming door abruptly ceased its noise and slowly began to open outward, revealing a luminous milky white light, hinting at the spaciousness within. At the moment the jade door swung open, Han Li felt a chilling and uncanny sensation wash over him, just as he was taken aback. A surge of pure wood spirit energy within him suddenly stirred, galloping through his meridians like a wild stallion. Fortunately, having anticipated this to some extent, he hastily activated the Qing Yuan sword technique several times, forcefully suppressing the runaway spiritual energy until tranquility was restored within him. Although Han Li's expression remained unchanged, a hint of trepidation flickered in his heart. This was under the protection of the diamond barrier. Without such a safeguard, even he would have suffered a significant setback. One could only imagine the fate of ordinary cultivators who approach this mountain. With this thought in mind, Han Li cast a glance at Ling Yuling beside him. She, despite her jade hook protection, had also experienced a tumultuous surge of blood, and a faint blush tinged her jade-like complexion, rendering her exceptionally alluring at that moment. Chapter 12:18. The power of the 5 elements. As Ling Yuling's face returned to normal, Han Li naturally followed her at a leisurely pace. Behind the door lay an astonishing cavern, nearly 1,000 zhang in breadth, with the cavern itself towering over 100 zhang high. Its walls were composed of an unknown green stone, adorned with glimmering moonlight stones that radiated a soft, milky glow. Yet, none of these marvels captivated Han Li's attention. His gaze was entirely fixated on a small mountain positioned at the center, though referred to as a small mountain. It was more accurately described as an enormous boulder. This stone stood 50 to 60 zhang tall, with a tapering peak and a broad base, resembling a miniaturized mountain peak from a distance. The mountain appeared dark and unremarkable, failing to evoke any associations with the rumored Yuan magnetic mountain. It resembled merely a colossal iron stone. Instead, is this truly Yuan magnetic mountain? Han Li paused at the inner side of the jade door, squinting as he scrutinized the small mountain. Indeed, this mountain was originally grayish-white, but after being refined by my parents, it inexplicably transformed into its current form. Ling Yuling, having taken only a few steps further, also came to a halt. Han Li lingered in place, examining the mountain for a considerable time before advancing past Ling Yuling and approaching the mountain slowly. Ling Yuling, discerning his intent, remained still in place, with each step closer. Han Li felt the emanating power of the 5 elements from the mountain intensify significantly, stirring his inner spiritual energy once more. However, having prepared for this, he found that this level of elemental power posed no threat to him. After performing his techniques several times, he remained unscathed. Before long, he stood before the dark mountain. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled around the mountain, his slightly narrowed eyes shimmering with a blue light, as if attempting to thoroughly comprehend the essence of Yuan magnetic mountain. Despite the previously effective Mingqing spiritual eye, Han Li felt a tinge of disappointment this time. He channeled all his magical power into his eyes. Yet all he beheld was an impenetrable darkness, rendering him incapable of penetrating the mountain's structure, let alone studying its composition. As for scanning with his divine sense, it was utterly futile before it could approach the mountain. The power of the five elements forcefully distorted and shielded it. Hanli slowed his pace, pondering deeply, then suddenly stepped forward, reaching out a hand to touch the black mountain surface. To his surprise, the place where his 5 fingers touched felt cool and smooth as jade. Starkly contrasting with the impression given by its exterior, the hint of astonishment appeared on Han Li's face. "What, Brother Han? Do you doubt its authenticity?" Ling Yuling inquired with a smile from behind. In this world, anything capable of interfering with the spiritual energy of a nascent soul cultivator, even if it is not the so-called Yuan magnetic mountain, must surely be a treasure of equal caliber. Is there really a need for deception? Han Li withdrew his hand, offering a faint smile. But if Brother Han thinks this way, I can rest assured. But if one truly intends to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light, I wonder how one would handle this mountain. Unless one is a cultivator who has practiced the Yuan magnetic divine light, moving this mountain is an exceedingly slow endeavor for any individual. If one wishes to carry it away, I fear that even with your profound abilities, dear friend, you would find it impossible to escape with it. Ling Yuling continued. My father, having practiced the earlier layers of the Yuan magnetic divine light, was able to transport this mountain back to the Star Palace from the outer seas only with the assistance of disciples, and it took him over a decade to accomplish it. Brother Han might consider cultivating this technique within our Star Palace for several years, mastering the initial 2 layers before contemplating the relocation of this mountain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Yuling spoke again, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. From what you say, dear friend, it seems that without first cultivating the Yuan magnetic divine light, one cannot take this mountain away. Is it truly that troublesome? Han Li replied non-committally. I wouldn't dare to assert such a thing. Your abilities surpass those of my father. Perhaps there exists some secret technique that could allow you to retrieve this mountain after all. Otherwise, dear friend, you may need to give this matter further thought. Ling Yuling smiled sweetly, not wishing to sound overly definitive. Let us first test it out. After a moment of reflection, Han Li slowly articulated. Then, with both hands forming seals, he directed a green incantation towards the dark, ominous mountain before him. As the green light flashed and appeared to penetrate the mountain, a sudden explosive distortion erupted, dissipating into countless specks of light before vanishing completely. Mere inches from the mountain's surface, Han Li furrowed his brow, his fingers deftly spinning as he unleashed a succession of varied incantations. Yet, regardless of the type, each one met the same fate, self-destructing before even nearing the Yuan magnetic mountain. A grave expression settled on Han Li's face as he pressed one palm against the stone wall once more. This time, he did not withdraw it quickly. Instead, he began to chant incantations, and as spiritual light flickered around his hand, he attempted to force an incantation into the mountain's body. However, the moment the incantation left his palm, he felt an invisible, immense force acting against it. The spiritual energy, which had been suppressed within him, surged uncontrollably towards the mountain. Han Li's complexion changed dramatically, and with a low shout, his protective barrier erupted in golden light. With his other hand, he struck fiercely at the arm pressed against the mountain, causing him to stagger slightly and finally escape the mountain's overwhelming pull. Taking a deep breath, Han Li's expression relaxed somewhat. Such a feat would surely have drained the powers of any other cultivator in the mid-nascent soul stage. Brother Han, are you all right? Ling Yuling, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and hurriedly inquired. I'm fine. This mountain possesses an unusual aura that seems that ordinary methods of material collection are rather ineffective against it. Let us proceed thus. I shall remain here for a while to contemplate whether I can devise an alternative approach to conquer this mountain. Should that prove unfeasible, I shall make another decision. Han Li shook his head and spoke in a solemn tone. That is certainly permissible. However, Brother Han, despite your profound magical prowess, it would be unwise to linger here for an extended period in the absence of cultivating the Yuan magnetic divine light. I estimate that 3 or 4 days would suffice at most. Any longer, and I fear your magical energy may be compromised, Ling Yuling remarked, seemingly with no objections, rather offering a word of caution. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement of this matter. Subsequently, Ling Yuling handed over the jade talisman in her possession to Han Li and took her leave with a graceful curtsy. Once her figure vanished from the jade gate, Han Li, without hesitation, waved the jade talisman towards the gate, channeling his magical energy into it. Instantly, a multitude of runes surged forth from the talisman, once more entering the Jade Gate. Following a resonant hum, the gate closed of its own accord. Having completed these arrangements, Han Li did not rush to examine the Yuan magnetic mountain. Instead, he first extended his consciousness to meticulously search the entirety of the cavern's surroundings. Once he confirmed the absence of any spying restrictions, he leisurely retrieved a stack of formation flags from his storage bag, casting them into several corners. In an instant, a dozen beams of light vanished into the ground. A thick yellow mist began to emanate from below, swiftly enveloping the entire cavern. Only then did Han Li truly relax. Redirecting his gaze to the small mountain before him. It is worth noting that he had encountered treasures forged from small mountains before. In fact, he once possessed an ancient artifact called the Qianzhong Mountain, which wielded considerable power. However, that Qianzhong Mountain merely resembled a peak in appearance. Fundamentally, it was no different from ordinary treasures, far less challenging than the small mountain before him, which bristled with spines like a hedgehog, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. It seems this girl is quite enthusiastic about your cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light. Suddenly, a burst of azure light emerged from his sleeve, morphing into the form of a youthful figure. Indeed, the humanoid manifestation of the Tianlan's sacred beast. I too have sensed a hint of this. It is evident that this Master Ling harbors a strong desire for me to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light immediately. If my memory serves me right, the cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light is notoriously difficult. This technique has persisted through the ages in the Chaos Star Sea, and only the twin saints of Tianqing have truly succeeded in its cultivation after obtaining the Yuan magnetic mountain. If I were to cultivate this technique now, I would likely need to harness the power of this mountain. However, should that be the case, I might, like the twin saints of Tianqing, become permanently bound to Tianqing City, compelled to join the Star Palace. Otherwise, would the twin saints truly be so benevolent as to immediately bestow upon me the secret art for transcending to the transformation stage upon our first meeting? It cannot simply be based on the 3 conditions for assistance I casually mentioned. Moreover, while there are numerous methods they provide for transcending, if one were to be slightly distracted, it becomes evident that only the cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light holds the greatest potential for realization. Han Li stated with a calm demeanor. I see. So, this girl intends to ensnare you. The youthful figure inquired casually. To call it an ensnarement would be an exaggeration. However, I am indeed at risk of being permanently trapped within Tianqing City, forced to join the Star Palace. Is it not evident that a trap has been set for me to unwittingly fall into? Han Li fixed his gaze upon the dark little mountain, his eyes unblinking, yet a cold smirk escaped his lips. Do those two not fear that I might discern their intentions and provoke my ire? The youth curled his lips in disdain. As long as I am resolutely determined to break through to the transformation stage, I fear that even if I am aware of this scheme, I would still have to leap into it. The twin saints of Tianqing employ an overt strategy, unafraid that I might not be deceived. However, if there exists a method to remove this mountain before I cultivate the primordial magnetic divine light, then this predicament would be effortlessly unraveled. It seems the twin saints of Tianqing possess great confidence in the prowess of this primordial magnetic mountain. It is no surprise, for after utilizing this mountain to cultivate the primordial magnetic divine light, they have been trapped here for centuries. They must have tried countless methods by now. I estimate that they are at their wits' end. Han Li stroked his chin, letting out a soft sigh. Perhaps, my friend, you should emulate the twin saints of Tianqing and refrain from harnessing the mountain's power initially. Instead, focus on cultivating the primordial magnetic divine light independently. Once you achieve a minor success in the technique, you could potentially circumvent the mountain's constraints and gradually transport it back to Tianan. The youth's eyes twinkled as he cheerfully proposed this idea. Do you assume I have ample leisure, my friend? Setting aside whether I can truly cultivate the primordial magnetic divine light, even if I were to manage to reach the 1st or 2nd tier in a short span to move this mountain, it cannot be stored within a spatial pouch. Surely, I cannot fly back to Tianan with this mountain in tow. Han Li lamented softly. Indeed. If that were the case, I have no better suggestions to offer. If I were in the spirit realm, with my Qinkuan belt at my side, I could directly transfer this mountain within it. But here. The youth shook his head in regret. Han Li was unaware of what this so-called Qinkuan belt was. Yet it was evidently a type of spatial treasure. He felt a surge of astonishment, realizing that he could not rely on this Tianlan beast. It appeared that he must devise a solution on his own this time. Although he yearned to utilize the primordial magnetic mountain to cultivate the primordial magnetic divine light and break through to the transformation stage, he did not wish to be ensnared by others. Even if he were to endure a period of seclusion for cultivation, he would not remain in Tianqing City. Likewise, he had not contemplated cultivating the primordial magnetic divine light within the Fallen Cloud sect. Otherwise, given his renown in Tianan, word would inevitably leak, potentially bringing calamity upon the Fallen Cloud sect. Much like what befell the Star Palace. It would be best to find an exceedingly secure location, one that would remain undiscovered by others, to diligently cultivate this technique to completion without affording anyone an opportunity. Nonetheless, whether he should indeed cultivate this technique remained a matter of contention. He must first rely on the cold flames of the 5 demons to attempt a breakthrough into the transformation stage. If he were to succeed against the odds, he would naturally not rush to cultivate this divine light. Otherwise, no matter how astonishing this technique may be, he would not wish to ensnare himself. Regardless, it was imperative to exhaust all efforts to discover a clever method to conceal this mountain. If this issue could be resolved, he would no longer need to harbor such trepidation and concerns. With these thoughts in mind, Hanli momentarily set everything aside, tapping his waist pouch, and instantly, a dozen talismans materialized in his hand. With a flourish, he sent all the talismans soaring towards the mountain. This time, the talismans adhered to the mountain's surface without incident, causing Hanli's heart to swell with joy. He hastily formed hand seals with both hands, suddenly urging his divine consciousness. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and dozens of luminous orbs erupted upon the surface of the mountain, these restrictive talismans transforming into ashes in the blink of an eye. Hanli's expression darkened somewhat, yet he exhaled gently and, with a flick of his hand, produced a stack of magical discs. Tossing these discs into his mouth, a myriad of colorful orbs began to swirl around the small mountain, while a deep incantation echoed once more within the cave. The clusters of light encircling the Yuan magnetic mountain spun increasingly faster. 3 days later, a beam of azure light shot forth silently from the summit of the sacred mountain, flickering briefly before vanishing into the nearby skies. Shortly thereafter, the sacred hall atop the Star Palace's sacred mountain resounded with the clear chime of a bell, ringing 81 times, its sound long and resonant like the roar of a dragon, echoing distinctly in every corner of the celestial star city. Subsequently, the Star Palace announced a significant event. The renowned cultivator Hanli had officially joined as a guest elder, pledging to enter a secluded retreat atop the sacred mountain for 100 years. Upon hearing this news, various factions, both large and small, experienced a myriad of emotions, though few were truly astonished. After all, had it not been for Hanli personally slaying the formidable Wan Tianming, it was likely that the Star Palace itself would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Any faction, in the face of the ongoing turmoil of the chaotic Star Sea, would undoubtedly strive to court such a powerful figure capable of commanding the entire starry expanse. In the eyes of other factions, Hanli's willingness to assist the Star Palace against the formidable Reverse Star Alliance suggested a deep-seated connection, making his position as a sentinel of the Star Palace entirely reasonable. However, those who harbored ulterior motives were now compelled to relinquish their final, unrealistic aspirations. The declaration of closure and isolation by the inner sects of the Star Sea saw a notable increase in their numbers, apart from the Star Palace forces relentlessly pursuing the remnants of the Reverse Star Alliance. An air of tranquility enveloped the various islands. Indeed, since the rise of the Reverse Star Alliance, the turmoil within the Star Sea had persisted for centuries, claiming countless cultivators from both the Alliance and the Star Palace. While other sects were not spared either, during this period, numerous sects faced annihilation, while new powers emerged. Now that the Star Palace's dominion over the Star Sea was inevitable, bolstered by the presence of this esteemed guest elder, all factions became unusually compliant, for none wished to be made an example of by the Star Palace. Those at the helm of these factions, preoccupied with various schemes, remained oblivious to the fact that the individual they most feared, the Star Palace's nominal guest elder, was not meditating in any concealed chamber of celestial Star City. Instead, he manifested far beyond the city, soaring across an ocean, a fleeting specter of brilliance darting through the high skies. I never anticipated you would consent to becoming a guest elder of the Star Palace. Although the other party offered a staggering sum of several million spirit stones, I had assumed your disposition would lead you to decline. Haven't you always shied away from trouble? Hanli heard the voice of a young boy, playful yet enigmatic, echoing in his ears, I am averse to trouble. Yet since someone is willing to deliver such a multitude of spirit stones right to my doorstep, merely to hold a nominal title, why not indulge in this opportunity? Moreover, the situation in the chaotic Star Sea is already stabilized. The Star Palace merely wishes to leverage my name to instill a sense of awe in others. Should I truly consent to join the Star Palace and remain in Tianqing City, it is likely that those old-timers within the palace would find themselves quite unsettled. With a cold chuckle, Hanli remarked, "It is hardly surprising, given your current cultivation. Forcibly establishing yourself in the Star Palace is not beyond the realm of possibility. As long as you deal with the elders of the palace and cultivate a cadre of your own loyalists. In just 200 to 300 years, the palace would bear the Han surname." The youth, seemingly familiar with this line of reasoning, chuckled dismissively. "Humph, if I had no desire to ascend to the spirit realm and merely intended to establish a sect in the mortal realm, this would indeed be a commendable choice. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve for me to engage in such fruitless endeavors? It would merely hinder my cultivation." Han Li, however, appeared strangely indifferent to the youth's words. Showing no interest whatsoever. "My friend, your steadfast resolve towards the Tao is indeed admirable. Were I in your position, facing such a substantial legacy, I would likely be unable to resist the urge to seize it for myself. Is it the case that all ascended cultivators from the lower realms possess such remarkable tenacity?" The youth fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before exclaiming in awed, "I am no sage. To claim that I am entirely unmoved by the prospect of such a grand inheritance would certainly be disingenuous. However, I shall not squander a single moment on ephemeral pursuits. You, having the essence of a heavenly spirit beast, possess a lifespan far beyond what I can compare. Naturally, you would not regard a mere few hundred years with any gravity." Han Li's gaze flickered as he calmly replied, "There is some truth to your words. However, you ultimately remain unable to take the Yuan magnetic mountain with you, which is indeed a pity. No matter. For now, this mountain can be temporarily housed within the Star Palace. It cannot possibly escape. When the time comes for my cultivation, I can always retrieve it later. The only inconvenience is that I did not anticipate this mountain would be so troublesome. I have tried various methods to no avail." Han Li's brow furrowed. "Indeed, during those few days within the mountain's core, you have already attempted numerous techniques, and the mountain is impervious to water and fire, swords and blades. All methods have proven utterly ineffective against it. Such a phenomenon seems ill-suited for the mortal realm." The youth also exhibited a contemplative expression. "However, you mentioned that with a powerful spatial treasure, one could envelop the entire mountain within." Han Li abruptly posed this question. "The island you refer to is that Xianquan belled upon my body, is it not? Do you possess such a treasure? But let me clarify first. Ordinary spatial artifacts and treasures can certainly not contain this Yuan magnetic mountain." The youth retorted curiously, "I do not possess a complete one, but I do have a half. It was only recently that I recalled this item. It may be feasible to use it to transport this mountain." Han Li pondered for a moment before slowly articulating a half. The youth appeared momentarily taken aback. Han Li smiled faintly, suddenly clapping his hand against his storage pouch, and in an instant, a flash of black light revealed a peculiar object before their eyes. It was none other than the fragmented Black Wind flag. This treasure is a formidable and extraordinary spatial spirit artifact, capable of effortlessly containing the Yuan magnetic mountain. However, the flag now remains only a fragment, which explains why Han Li refers to it as a half item. Upon seeing this object, the youth emitted a soft exclamation, and in an instant, a surge of azure light burst forth from Han Li's sleeve. Transforming into a spectral image of the youth, the apparition raised a hand and gestured towards the item in Han Li's grasp. As the half flag of Black Wind stirred, it swiftly shot towards the apparition, which caught it deftly, bowing its head to scrutinize it closely. This object was originally a spirit treasure, wasn't it? Spatial spirit treasures are exceedingly rare, even in the spirit realm. Yet, how could this treasure have been reduced to such a state? It is truly lamentable. After examining it for a while, the youth returned the item, his expression grave as he inquired, "Given your knowledge, do you believe this treasure can be restored?" Han Li did not respond to the youth's question, but instead countered with another query. "Since this treasure was once of the spirit treasure rank, a complete restoration is unlikely. However, if it were to be reforged into a slightly inferior spatial artifact, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. I recall a type of spatial treasure called the Crimson Soul Banner, which bears some resemblance to this flag. It could potentially be refined from this item." But the youth's voice trailed off at this point. "But what?" Han Li pressed, intrigued. "However, to reforge this treasure, while other auxiliary materials would be manageable for you to procure given your standing, a significant quantity of living souls is essential for the crafting of this banner. The potency of the artifact is entirely dependent on the number of souls utilized in the refinement. It is one of the 7 wicked artifacts of the spirit realm that I mentioned to you previously, a rather sanguinary item. To contain the Yuan magnetic mountain as you desire, one would require no fewer than several 100,000 living souls. Anything less is simply inconceivable. As for transforming this flag into another type of spatial artifact, while feasible, the necessary materials are simply unattainable in this realm. Only the materials for the Crimson Soul banner share a substantial similarity with this flag, making its refinement possible. Otherwise, even this banner could not be forged in the human realm. The youth stated with a serious demeanor. Several 100,000 living souls, Hanli echoed, taken aback. Indeed, I have already understated the requirement. To truly unleash the power of the Crimson Soul banner, one would likely need millions of souls. However, if your intent is merely to contain items, one could consider reducing the quantity somewhat. Although the true Crimson Soul banner does not rank among the most transcendent spirit treasures, it is certainly not inferior to ordinary spirit treasures. Its spatial capabilities, in particular, have captivated countless cultivators, the youth remarked with a faint smile. Millions of living souls, unless one were to commit acts of city-slaying or island-destroying. It is utterly impossible to gather such a multitude of souls. Perhaps it is not necessary to resort to such extremes. There might be alternative means to accumulate them. Hanli initially shook his head in disbelief, but suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. And he uttered a soft exclamation as he recalled something. What is it, my friend? Do you have another clever method? The youth inquired, somewhat surprised. Without directly answering the youth's question, Hanli once again reached for his storage pouch. And with a flicker of green light, 2 small green banners appeared in his hand. These 2 banners were only a few inches in size, yet they shimmered with a verdant glow, adorned with runes that suggested they were extraordinary treasures indeed. It was during the last grand expedition to Dajin that he acquired 2 ghostly flags, one of which had even been wielded by the infamous Qian Lao Imo himself. The other had already been infused with demonic energy, transforming it into a demonic flag, which fell into the hands of the second Yuan Ying. What is this? The youth's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he did not recognize the flag. This was hardly surprising. At the time of the Dajin expedition to Kunlun Mountain, the avatar of the Tianlan beast had not yet awakened its intellect, thus it had not witnessed Hanli collecting this treasure. However, the astonishing soul energy emanating from the 2 ghostly flags was unmistakable to the youth. I wonder, if these flags' malevolent souls were to be ritualistically refined once more, could they be utilized in the Red Soul flag? Hanli gravely inquired of the youth. As long as they are refined souls, they can certainly be used. However, I perceive that while these 2 treasures are formidable, they do not quite compare to the Red Soul flag and do not appear to be ordinary artifacts. If you proceed with such a course of action, they may be irrevocably destroyed. Moreover, the quantity of these refined souls is far from sufficient for the ritual of the Red Soul flag. The youth cautioned after scrutinizing the ghostly flag in Han Li's hand. In no matter. Although these 2 treasures exhibit considerable power, I have already acquired a spiritual treasure. Such artifacts have become of little use to me. Regarding the inadequacy of the soul quantity, if I were to possess a dozen or so of these flags, it would surely suffice for the ritual, Hanli mused, stroking his chin with a thoughtful expression. A dozen or so, I see now. These are but 2 pieces of a complete set of treasures. Might you possess other flags as well? The youth was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of dawning realization. Currently, I do not have any other flags on hand, but I am aware of where the remaining ones can be located. To be honest, I also know of another similar treasure that encapsulates a far greater number of demon souls than these ghostly flags. Regrettably, that treasure has fallen into the hands of a demonic entity at the transformation stage, and it is not something I provoked, Hanli lamented, recalling another treasure with a look of regret. He was referring, of course, to the Wanyao flag held by the ancient demon Che from the Wanyao Valley. On that occasion, he had personally suffered the consequences of this flag, whose concealed demon souls were incomparable to those of the ghostly flags, both in quantity and quality. If it could be used to refine the Red Soul flag, it would undoubtedly be more suitable. The youth, unaware of the specific treasure Hanli referenced, showed no interest in inquiring further and merely replied indifferently. If you can gather the refined souls, I would be willing to impart the method for crafting the Red Soul flag at no cost. After all, the technique of the Yuan magnetic divine light appears rather intriguing, and I am curious to see what kind of power you can manifest once you attain mastery in your cultivation. Do you intend to commence this endeavor immediately upon your return to Tiannan? There is no rush. Everything must await my ascension to the pinnacle of the late Yuaning stage, and the complete refinement of the Cold Flame 5 demons. After all, the remaining ghostly flags have also fallen into the possession of several Yuan-ing demonic cultivators. I should first enhance my cultivation further. Hanli replied, shaking his head. Very well, then I shall defer to your wishes. Upon our return, I will first provide you with the method for refining the red soul flag, allowing you to gather the necessary auxiliary materials in advance. Saving time later on. The youth, unconcerned, flickered momentarily before his figure dissipated into nothingness. Upon hearing this, Hanli felt a surge of joy within his heart. He promptly waved his sleeve, and a brilliant azure light enveloped him, transforming into a faint azure shadow that pierced through the air, vanishing without a trace moments later over the nearby sea. Several months later, Hanli returned to Tiannan through the ancient teleportation array. After collecting the six-winged frost centipedes guarding the array and destroying it once more, he quietly departed from the underground cavern. 2 months later, he found himself back in the Yunming Mountains of the Shi Kingdom. He merely informed Lu Luo of his return via a sound transmission talisman and chose not to meet with Elder Lu again, directly soaring back to the Zimu Peak at this moment. Nagong Wan was still deep in her meditative retreat. Hanli, respecting her cultivation, did not disturb her. For cultivators like them, this brief year-long absence felt but a fleeting moment. The entire Tiannan cultivation world remained unaware that their foremost cultivator had temporarily departed from the Luoyun sect. Upon receiving news of Hanli's return, Lu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The current stability of the Luoyun sect relied heavily upon Hanli's esteemed reputation, unless 3 or 4 more nascent soul cultivators emerged from within the sect. The status of Luoyun sect as a super sect would indeed be precarious without Hanli. However, upon returning to his cave abode, Hanli sent a jade slip to Lu Yu via flying sword, detailing the auxiliary materials required for forging the Crimson Soul banner. Requesting her assistance in gathering them during his seclusion, he then entered his secret chamber to continue his training in the final layer of the Qing Yuan sword art while concurrently refining the 5 demons of cold flame. Time flew by, and 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Hanli sensed Nagong Wan's emergence from her retreat and promptly ceased his cultivation to reunite with his companion. Spending half a year traveling together, during their journey, Hanli naturally reveled in Nagong Wan's tender affections. Upon their return to Zimu Peak, the monotony of seclusion resumed. This, one might say, is a sorrow inherent to cultivators. On one hand, they possess extraordinary powers and lifespans that far exceed those of mortals. On the other, they must ceaselessly cultivate until the end of their days, all for a mere flicker of hope for longevity. For those endowed with immense willpower, the hardships of cultivation may seem trivial, yet for the average cultivator, it presents a dilemma. Continuing to cultivate leads to an increasingly elusive path, leaving them reluctant to spend their lives in endless meditation. Conversely, for those who have finally embarked on the path of cultivation, even the faintest glimmer of hope for transcendence is too precious to abandon. Moreover, with each ascension in realm comes the compelling allure of extended lifespan. Thus, this dynamic has given rise to a polarization within the cultivation community. Those of lesser talent and cultivation, upon achieving modest success and sensing their chances for further advancement dwindling, often forsake seclusion in favor of a more carefree life filled with indulgence and companionship. Some even choose to return to the mundane world, establishing their own families and reigning as local sovereigns. On the other hand, those exalted cultivators, perceiving themselves to be closer to the path of immortality, were unwilling to squander even a moment of time. They devoted their entire focus to cultivation, becoming indifferent to all other matters. Hanli and Nagong Wan naturally belonged to this latter category. At present, one was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm while the other was at the mid-stage, both considered to be among the elite cultivators in the mortal realm. As long as they could ascend to the spirit realm, true immortality would not be far from their grasp. Thus, although the couple shared an exceptionally affectionate bond after their union, they were quite restrained in their pursuit of carnal pleasures. Although the dual cultivation path could indeed aid in enhancing their skills, neither of them had engaged in such practices, and the benefits of such power enhancement seemed trivial to them at this stage. Both harbored a fear that becoming too engrossed in such indulgences might disrupt their mental state and foundational principles. Therefore, they did not deliberately pursue romantic entanglements, merely sampling the pleasures without deep immersion. It was rather due to their shared pursuit of the same celestial path that they naturally achieved a profound emotional connection, melding seamlessly in their affection for one another. Consequently, after entering seclusion once more, they were reluctant to emerge, until one fateful day, a sudden thunderous sound reverberated through the skies above Zimu Peak, causing the primordial energies of the surrounding area, spanning several hundred miles, to stir countless vibrant orbs of spiritual energy, each the size of a fist, materialized from the depths of the nearby mountains, rocks, and trees, swiftly converging towards Zimu Peak. Ultimately, they coalesced into a luminous cloud of spiritual energy, several acres in size, swirling in a kaleidoscope of colors high in the sky. Precisely above Han Li's cave dwelling. Such a significant occurrence naturally startled Han Li's disciples on Zifeng, as well as Nangong Wan, who was in seclusion, prompting them to emerge from their chambers with astonished expressions as they gazed skyward at the celestial omen. Given Zima Peak's proximity to Luoyun's sect, the higher echelons of the sect also sensed this phenomenon simultaneously, leading to a flurry of brilliant beams of light shooting forth from the sect's protective formation. Racing toward Zimu Peak, at the forefront were El Luo and a woman surnamed Song, who had also advanced to the nascent soul stage. Both bore expressions tinged with gravitas. Shortly thereafter, another beam of light revealed a woman in white. Her face alight with joy, it was naturally Lu Yu. Although her cultivation had not significantly progressed over the years, her influence within the sect had soared, primarily due to her representation of Han Li, making her the foremost figure beneath the nascent soul elders. Even El Luo and the woman surnamed Song treated her with utmost courtesy, according to the arena's regulations. Both parties involved in a wager were required to deposit their stakes with the arena officials to prevent any disputes arising from the losing side reneging on their debts. Zhang Song and Su Yang, being seasoned scholars, found this task to be straightforward and readily agreed. The Turkic tribes in the Tang dynasty had been embroiled in warfare for over 2 or 3 decades. Their animosity profound. For the Xinyue sect to instigate a rebellion, they would undoubtedly need external support. The Tibetan and Turkic nations, both adversaries of the Tang, were their prime targets for alliances, just as Banksia mentioned that Muxiang's approach towards her was purposeful. What exactly was Muxiang's intention? She found herself burdened with an abundance of questions. Observing Kay's indifference, Mu Yijin occasionally attempted to broach the topic indirectly, but each time, Kay maintained an air of nonchalance. Prompting Mu Yijin to refrain from further inquiries, he resolved to first examine the entrance of the ancient ruins. If deemed necessary, it would be prudent to conceal this entrance. One can easily envision that such reprimands would be far from rare in the future, and even harsher words might ensue. If she wished to lead a fulfilling life and provide her child with a father, these were trials that must be endured, without exception. Regarding the recent incident of large-scale lottery winnings, I harbor suspicions of foul play, Salimi remarked in a low voice. The fact that his initial move of the celestial flame blade technique had been met head-on by this individual, who then counterattacked with such chilling precision, clearly indicated that this fellow possessed a unique and formidable martial art, nearly leading the uninitiated to suffer an unforeseen setback. When he noticed her gaze fixed upon him, he remarked lightly, "Are you curious?" As he spoke, he lifted the teapot from the table and poured a cup of tea for her. All present were participants in the blood wine ceremony, and the truth, in its entirety, was indeed impossible. Only a half-truth, leaving room for interpretation, might hold any possibility of realization. Truth and falsehood, belief and skepticism, all formed a psychological game of strategy. After the frenzied tiger unleashed its berserk skill, it would enter a state of frenzy, with all its attributes rising by 10%. Given that the opponent was a warrior puppet and the knife struck a detail deemed inappropriate for children, Qingzi felt increasingly convinced that this was merely a recreational game. Today, the chessboard was set on the side of the Crown Prince of Wei, while the Crown Prince of Han had to place his pieces from behind a barrier. And no matter how far he stretched his hand, there were always limitations. He decided to speak up and allow the Crown Prince of Wei to arrange the pieces on his behalf. Once the Master of Willow spoke, the Master of Darkness immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be thus, since the other party was in seclusion, yet still sent the Master of Willow to receive him. It seemed that the Master of Blood War would not easily abandon him. The personal guards brought into the palace by the King of Qi were not numerous, numbering only 1,000. However, this 1,000 were the true elite surrounding the King of Qi, far surpassing the previous death warriors. At this moment, Chu Tang ceased his frivolity, spending each day at home with Luo Wanqing in anticipation of childbirth. And the two enjoyed a sweet period together. It is said that several decades ago, in the remote areas of Shushihan, there existed a family of martial generals with the surname Ming, who had passed down their lineage for over 10 generations. One fateful night, the entire family faced a catastrophic extermination, leaving only a single descendant from a collateral branch. As she leapt onto the roof of the carriage, Shen caught the quiet gaze of Monk Mu Ping, who suddenly addressed her softly. Furthermore, had he chosen the Star Guidance Academy back then, whether he would have encountered this exquisite lady beside him and walked together into the future remained an unknown. The youth's gaze, continually assessing her, seemed to carry a hint of admiration, which naturally ignited a mix of shyness and anger within Feng Lanfang. For, according to the customs of this era, she was already a married woman.